Sprinkle on top after the tofu is cooked, then slowly remove the tofu from the pot. I just counted, the young man chopped scallions into 105 pieces, not 120. I'm craving it. I had no idea there were so many tricks to making tofu. Seeing the way the young man tried to teach me really touched me, but all I could do was record the video and yell, "Mom." Looking at the shrimp and tofu dish that had been served, Changya licked his lips. Indeed, the only thing in the world that should not be missed is delicious food. Then, simply stir-fry some cabbage. Take a dozen or so pieces of beef and leave them for Tiger Girl to eat later. Take another piece, cut it into chunks, and save it for the little ones to enjoy later. After everything is ready, bring all the dishes to the table. Make a bowl of pork rib soup and serve a bowl of slow-cooked rice. Just as I was about to start eating, I saw that the two little ones had already finished their milk. They were staring at it longingly. Changya smiled and walked back to the kitchen, taking out a small iron basin that already contained chunks of beef. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen rushed over immediately. It barked loudly at Changya. After seeing Changya put the meat basin on the ground, he immediately buried his head in it. Taking a bite of a piece of beef is all it takes to eat a whole meal. After feeding the two little ones, Tiger Girl stood up and shook herself. I was about to go for a stroll outside the yard. She wasn't very hungry at the moment. After seeing Huniu's actions, Changya quickly called out to her as she was about to leave. "Hey girl, where are you going? Wait here, I'll go get you some meat." He then strode into the kitchen, placed the beef he had just put in a large bowl, and took it out. After placing it in front of Tiger Girl, "Here, eat." Changya just estimated that the beef didn't seem to have been cut much, it was all in one piece. One piece weighs about a pound, this should be enough for Tiger Girl to have a treat. Tiger Girl glanced at the beef in front of her, raised her head, and looked at Changya with her big brown tiger eyes. Roar! After letting out a low growl, it lay on its side on the ground and began to devour a large piece of beef with its long canine teeth. Like Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, it made a huffing sound. When Changya took out the beef, some knowledgeable people in the comments section had already made some guesses. After carefully examining the large bowl that Changya had just brought out, "Hey bro, what kind of beef is this? This looks like Weijiao beef." Weijiao beef? Which cut of beef is it? Is it very expensive? Seeing the comments on the screen, Changya smiled and walked back to the dining table. Yes, it's Weijiao beef. Weijiao beef doesn't refer to a specific cut of beef, but rather the whole cow. That's what Weijiao beef is. The price is okay, not too expensive. It's probably between 500 and 900 per 100 grams. I didn't buy it, so I don't know. Mom said that no matter how hard things are, we can't let Tiger Girl's family suffer, so she used some connections to find someone who could buy so many at once. But it doesn't matter, what kind of meat it is doesn't matter, eating it is all the same. Upon hearing Changya's words, the comments section instantly became chaotic. I really liked what the young man said, "It's okay, it's not too expensive. Eating is eating, and one meal costs me half a year's salary. Anyone want to team up and go to this guy's house to take some things? Tiger Girl, I think it's a good idea." Many viewers watched as Huniu, Dabao, and Xiao Wenwen ate meat, and their mouths drooled without them even realizing it. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen were very happy after taking a bite of a piece of beef. Her little mouth opened and closed. It makes a rhythmic, crunching sound. Watching the little ones devour the Weijiao beef, Changya picked up a small piece of pork rib and placed it in front of them. "You always want to eat the meat on my table, right? Here you go." But unexpectedly, Dabao, who had just finished eating a piece of Weijiao beef, licked the bits of meat off his lips. He sniffed the pork ribs that Changya had picked up, his nose twitching as he did so. Little Tiger turned his head away, ignoring the pork ribs Changya was offering, and continued to bury his head in the meat bowl. "Take a bite of a piece of beef." Huff, huff. Xiao Wenwen smelled the pork ribs in front of her and glanced at Changya. He spat out the beef he hadn't finished eating and put it back in the bowl. Using its little tiger mouth, it started biting into the pork ribs that Changya had placed in the basin. Cough, click. There wasn't much pork rib meat, just a small piece, which the little guy finished in no time. After finishing his meal, the little guy let out a loud yelp at Changya. "A woo a woo." After calling out, he continued to bury his head in the beef that he hadn't chewed properly before. Changya smiled as he looked at the little guy. "Little Wenwen, you're such a good girl." After feeding him, Changya returned to the dining table and began to eat. "We need to eat quickly, we still need to plan our route into the mountains tomorrow." After dinner, wash the table and dishes thoroughly. Tiger Girl, Dabao, and Little Wen all ate their fill. After finishing their beef chunks, the two little ones started playing around the house. Changya also went back to the kitchen and boiled water. Tiger Girl, Dabao, and Xiao Wenwen don't need to take baths all the time, so Changya only burned his own. I happily took a hot shower. After Changya finished showering and came out of the bathroom, he saw Huniu lazily looking at the scenery in the mountains and forests in the yard. After glancing at the time, "Hey girl, come inside and rest. Dabao, Xiao Wenwen, you two should also come back and rest. We have to travel tomorrow." Upon hearing Chang Ye's voice, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen immediately trotted over to Chang Ye's side on their short legs. Tiger Girl, on the other hand, glanced at Chang Ye indifferently with her head held high, and then walked back into the house with domineering cat-like steps. As Tiger Girl walked in, Chang Ye smiled and said to her, "Hey girl, are you sleeping with me again tonight?" Upon hearing Chang Ye's words, Hunniu ignored him and instead looked at Dabao and Xiao Wenwen standing at Chang Ye's feet. He walked up the stairs to the second floor without even glancing at Chang Ye. Upon seeing this, the audience burst into laughter. "Haha, is Tiger Girl starting to look down on the guy? Look at that look she gave him just now. Tiger Girl, go play somewhere else. Who wants to sleep with you? You've only been back a few days and you're already being criticized? Ha ha ha, that's hilarious." Seeing Tiger Girl like this, Chang Ye awkwardly touched his nose. However, considering Tiger Girl's daily routine, it made sense, she said to the audience. "This is not disdain. This is because I, Dabao, and Xiao Wenwen all need to rest and sleep at night. But Tiger Girl is different. Adult tigers like Tiger Girl usually hunt at night and rest during the day. On the way back, I was so worried about myself that I slept with myself for a night, which is already very good." Although Chang Ye's words make a lot of sense, many viewers have already agreed with Chang Ye's statement. However, some of them still teased Chang Ye. After all, this was a rare opportunity. Trying to prove myself. Yes, that's right, I believe it. Okay, stop talking, we all believe you. Really? Seeing the teasing comments on the screen, Chang Ye chuckled and looked at Dabao and Xiao Wenwen at his feet, saying, "Do you guys remember when I first found Tiger Girl? She was so thin and frail back then." Because of Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, Hunniu's ability to trek and hunt was greatly limited. Under normal circumstances, a tiger can travel hundreds of kilometers in one night to hunt. Now that her injuries have healed and I've taken good care of Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, she can travel far to hunt in other places without any worries. Make full use of her hunting skills. Look how healthy she is now, she can take down a hungry wolf with a single slap. As he spoke, Chang Ye pointed the camera at Hunniu, who was going upstairs. All that could be seen was Tiger Girl's strong body, with its large muscles displayed vividly on camera. The way she looked down from the stairs exuded an air of majesty, like the queen of beasts. Seeing Tiger Girl staring at him, Chang Ye didn't flinch, and said irritably with his hands on his hips, "What are you looking at? Isn't that right? You little brat, I just gave you some good food, and now you dare to complain about me? Seriously?" Tiger Girl looked at Chang Ye's appearance and slightly raised her head. Roar! He turned his head, lifted his leg, and continued walking up to the second floor. Chang Ye laughed as he watched Tiger Girl go upstairs to the second floor. "See that? Even Tiger Girl doesn't dare to argue with us." However, the viewers in the live stream clearly didn't buy it. See nothing? Why didn't you continue talking when Tiger Girl turned around? That's right, we only said it after Tiger Girl went up to the second floor. Tiger Girl isn't arguing with you because she simply doesn't want to pay attention to you. Shameless. Chang Ye looked at the comments in the live stream, then picked up Dabao and Xiao Wenwen who were standing at his feet. They put the two little tigers' cute little faces right up to the camera in the live stream. Immediately, just as Chang Ye had expected, the attitude of the comments in the live stream changed instantly. Back in the room, Chang Ye handed the camera over to Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. He then picked up an old map to check the approximate route he would take on his next trip into the mountains. There are also necessary supplies, and some work reports to be coordinated with Director Linear. A night fog descended. The midsummer night was a bit chilly, and under the hazy moonlight, only a few stars could be seen. Before Chang Ye could finish what he was doing, he heard Dabao Zero calling out from beside him. "W.A. W.A. Hearing the sound, I turned my head to look. Then I saw Dabao blinking his little tiger eyes, raising his head and howling at me. Little Wenwen stood to the side, swaying slightly, her little head down, nodding repeatedly as she looked at the ground. My eyelids seemed to be fighting, opening, and closing intermittently. When Chang Ye saw the two little ones, he quickly picked up his phone to take a look. It's already 11:30. Oh my. It's so late already. I'm so sleepy. Why don't you guys go to bed first? I'll go to sleep after I finish this." As she spoke, she bent down, picked up Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, and put them on the bed. After being picked up, Xiao Wenwen opened her eyes and saw that it was Chang Ye. I opened my eyes and then closed them again. Little Wenwen seemed incredibly sleepy, and waited until she lay down on the bed. He lay sprawled out on his back and fell fast asleep. Dabao and the others got onto the bed and immediately found the most comfortable position. I lay down lazily. But she didn't fall asleep immediately. Instead, she looked at her sleeping younger sister and father beside her. Seeing Dabao's gaze, Chang Ye smiled. Okay, we'll deal with the rest tomorrow. I'm going to sleep now, I'm going to sleep now. You little rascal, you're starting to boss me around now. After saying that, Changya addressed the viewers in the live stream. Okay, let's go to sleep. That's it for the end of the broadcast, everyone. See you tomorrow. After saying that, Changya ignored the cries of anguish in the live stream room and shut it down. Lights out. I went back to bed and drifted off to sleep with the little ones. I've only updated once these past 2 days. I'm really sorry, everyone. I'll update again after I'm done with this busy schedule. I will definitely update 3 chapters every day this month to make up for it. I keep my word. The next day, the sun rose in the east. Accompanied by the special wake-up service from Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, Changya also ended his blissful sleep. Dabao had already trotted out of the room with his not-so-domineering cat-like steps. For this little guy, as long as he gets up earlier than Changya and leaves the room first, he's good to be able to get out. That means I've already beaten my sister and dad. I got up and did my usual washing and brushing routine. I glanced at the time and saw it was 7:15. Start the live stream. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen were placed in front of Huniu, who was enjoying the scenery in the yard, to eat breakfast. She went back to the kitchen and started making breakfast. While cooking the congee, place a steaming rack on top. Place 2 free-range eggs and an ear of corn on top. This cooking method makes the porridge taste sweeter. Good morning, host. You're already making breakfast so early. Good morning, little brother. Where are Tiger Girl, Big Treasure, and little Wenwen? I got woken up by the little ones again. Tiger Girl, Dabao, and Xiao Wenwen are having breakfast outside. Since we're leaving soon, I'll just have breakfast. After the porridge was cooked, the little ones had already eaten breakfast and hopped over to Changya's side. It's always the same. As soon as they finish their milk, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen will find Changya immediately and stick to his side. Since they still had to travel, Changya ate breakfast much faster than usual. After finishing the meal, I went to the storeroom to pack my luggage. Is he in such a rush today, buddy? Have you finished eating and are taking a break? Just arrived? The guy usually gets up at 5:30, so today is a bit late. Changya glanced at the comments and said with a smile, when I came back before, I heard the sound of monkeys calling, and I said I would go there next time. I looked at the map last night and it seemed to be a bit far and difficult to get there, so I set off early. As he spoke, Changya first inspected the hunting rifle. I checked the bullets this time. They were more powerful than regular bullets, and experienced hunters usually call them the only ones. Changya wasn't afraid of marksmanship, since he was quite skilled with a slingshot when he was a child. The fruit on the trees in the village has been beaten by him quite a bit. Then there's the backpack. I need to bring more things this time, since the place I'm going to is farther away. Moreover, there's no need to rush this time. Everything that needed to be reported has already been reported. 4-season tent, sleeping bag, water bottle, toothpaste, towel, small cast iron pot, compass, binoculars, a military knife for close combat, a versatile military shovel, tactical rope, lighter, flint and steel, some antibiotics, etc. Everything was neatly arranged in my backpack so that I could easily take it out if I needed it urgently. Of course, the seasonings I usually use and the little one's bowls are indispensable. Then I went back inside and put on a thick coat. Although it's only April now, the temperature difference between day and night in the mountains is no joke. Even if it's a while later, in the summer, in June or July, it will be like autumn. Even at high altitudes, you can still feel the cold and shiver at night. However, Changya was somewhat looking forward to that time. After all, many of the fruits on the mountain will be ripe by then. Moreover, many trees will bloom, making the scenery incredibly beautiful. After I finished tidying up, I heard Dabao's voice. Changya looked down and saw Dabao and Xiao Wenwen standing beside him, looking up at him. Oh woo-woo, oh woo-woo, wow, wow, wow. Seeing Changya looking at them, the little ones immediately started barking. What are you doing? I've already put the pots away for you. Changya thought that the 2 little guys would ask him to put away their little pots, just like last time. So when Changya saw what the little ones looked like, he showed them the little basin. But at this moment, Dabao was the first to walk out of the storeroom, followed closely by Xiao Wenwen. After Changya put the small basin inside, he followed the 2 little ones out with a curious look on his face. They quickly followed the little guy back to the kitchen. All I could see was Dabao and Xiao Wenwen both looking at the refrigerator next to the kitchen, and looking at Changya with expectant expressions. Upon seeing this, Changya couldn't help but chuckle. It's clear that the little ones know they and their dad are going out again. I will go with Changya. But now that Penpen knows to clean up, what about the delicious food? I'll definitely ask Daddy to bring it too. In case their dad forgot to bring it, the 2 little ones decided to remind him together. Seemingly afraid that Changya wouldn't understand what she meant, Xiao Wenwen was howling on the ground. Oh woo, take the meat inside, Daddy. It's delicious. My brother and I want to eat it. Dabao, on the other hand, is jumping up and down, shoving his little tiger face against the refrigerator door. I must say, he jumped quite high. By this time, Dabao had already jumped to the top door of the refrigerator. After falling, he quickly stood up and glanced at Cheng Ye. Wow, see it? It's right here. Cheng Ye smiled as he watched the two little ones working so hard. Okay, I'll bring them for you, alright? Seriously, aren't the wild game from the mountains much tastier than this? I'd get tired of eating this lousy beef every day. As Cheng Ye spoke, he opened the refrigerator door, looked at the two little ones beside him, and took out a piece of beef. Is one piece enough? The little ones' eyes lit up as they watched Cheng Ye open the refrigerator door. But when they saw that Cheng Ye only had one piece in his hand, the two little ones immediately became anxious. Wow! Oh woo! A single, crystal-clear drop of liquid had already trickled from the corner of Dabao's mouth. Seeing Dabao's expression, Cheng Ye couldn't help but find it amusing. Well, with their current teeth, one piece is indeed a bit too little. But you can't take too much, because there's no way to refrigerate it. Although the little ones can eat, Cheng Ye still felt it would be better for them to eat more wild game from the mountains. Okay, that's 3 pieces. I'll eat one, and you can eat the rest when you come back. There's also some left for your mom. After saying that, he took the 2 pieces of beef and closed the door. After Dabao and Xiao Wenwen saw that Cheng Ye had taken 2 more pieces and closed the refrigerator door, they realized that Cheng Ye had taken 2 more pieces. I understand what Cheng Ye means. It stopped barking and followed Cheng Ye's side, trotting along. That little face seemed to be saying something. We'll be good. Daddy, remember to give us meat. Cheng Ye laughed when he saw this and walked to the kitchen counter. He picked up the cleaver, cut a little off his own piece of meat, and tossed it to the 2 little ones. He then packed the beef into a metal box and went outside. 2 little ones followed behind, quickly chewing up the beef chunks. Like 2 guardians, one on the left and one on the right. He held his head high, extremely proud of himself. I went out into the yard and locked the house. There are quite a few belongings inside the house now. Then go and turn off all the power to the house with the diesel generator except for the refrigerator, even though it's now unlimited thanks to the system upgrade. Even when people are not at home in the mountains, it is still important to pay attention to electrical safety. After finishing these tasks, Cheng Ye greeted Huniu, who was lying on the ground. Girl, are you coming with me, or are you going out hunting by yourself? Cheng Ye asked this question, based on Huniu's behavior last night. She has to take care of her 2 little ones, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. Tiger Girl would definitely not follow me. With Tiger Girl's speed, even without Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, she could easily walk. Cheng Ye could also be considered her burden. It will still affect her ability to travel and hunt. Just as he expected. I heard Cheng Ye's voice. Tiger Girl lazily stood up and shook her strong tiger body. He glanced indifferently at Cheng Ye, who had come to stand in front of him, with his large, lantern-like eyes. Gurgle. Roar. He opened his mouth and let out a low growl at Cheng Ye. She glanced at Dabao and Xiao Wenwen beside Cheng Ye, her eyes softening with tenderness. Cheng Ye looked at the big guys and listened to their voices, then smiled and said, Okay, I got it. Don't worry. With me here, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen will definitely be fine. I'll take good care of them. Roar. Upon hearing Cheng Ye's voice, Tiger Girl let out another low growl. She then strode confidently toward the door with an air of dominance. After walking out the door, he looked back at Cheng Ye, Dabao, and Xiao Wenwen one last time. Its bucket-like hind legs compressed, and it leaped several times towards the mountains and forests. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After jumping back and forth several times, it disappeared from the live stream camera's view. That speed, it's no joke. I am indeed a burden to others. I'm new here. I didn't know the South China tiger was this fast. Wow, me too. These past few days, I've only seen this tiger lazily lying around in the yard, or just swaying around. I didn't know it was so fierce. At this speed, do you guys think I'd have a chance to escape if I ran a kilometer first? I think we can start the banquet right away. I haven't had a banquet in ages, and I really want to try it. Add 1, I'm craving it too. I'll give 200 this time, no takeout. I've been watching since the stream started. When I first saw it injured, I had similar thoughts to you, until I saw it chasing after the wolf pack and killing them. Seeing that Huniu had left, Cheng Ye smiled and looked at Dabao and Xiao Wenwen at his feet. Alright, let's go. As he spoke, he went back to the storeroom and began to take out all the items. A hunting rifle, a bag, and a saddlebag. There are also similar kangaroo-shaped bags that are worn on the chest. My mom helped me alter and sew it when she came to visit. It's convenient in the morning when the ground is wet with dew, or when you're in a hurry. Put both little ones inside, that way. It's not only much more convenient, but it also frees up your hands. Let's go! This time they're probably going to see the monkeys. I think the ones in the Kinling Mountains are golden snub-nosed monkeys. Speaking of golden monkeys, we can't help but mention the mischievous monkeys of a certain region. Come on up, little ones. It's still morning, and the ground is still a bit wet. Even the roadside weeds were covered in dew, so the little ones would be exhausted if they walked by themselves. I'm sure I'll be soaking wet again. Chang Ye simply placed the two little ones in front of his chest. After glancing at the map, Chang Ye set off with all his might towards the direction where he had heard about the golden monkey. Let's go! Oh woo-woo! Wow! Although Chang Ye's footwork wasn't as fast or as good as Hu Niu's, but for the viewers in the live stream at this moment, it was already astonishing. At this time, Chang Ye was carrying a backpack and a hunting rifle on his back, with a saddlebag at his waist. There are also De Bao and Xiao Wenwen on the chest, but their speed of travel was even much faster than when they were empty-handed. Especially when encountering small, steep slopes, Chang Ye did not slow down at all. Instead, he used a similar posture to Tiger Girl, pushing off with his left foot and stepping down with his right. Chang Ye jumped up a small, steep slope. De Bao and Xiao Wenwen bounced slightly in Chang Ye's arms, but the little ones didn't show any fear in their eyes at that moment. Instead, they looked a little excited. That's as if it's saying, "It's flying." After traveling for about half an hour, Chang Ye took a look at the surrounding environment. We stopped next to a dry tree. If he doesn't take a break now, people in the live stream will probably start to think of him as a freak. What Chang Ye didn't know was that in the eyes of the viewers in the live broadcast room, he's been a pervert for a long time. Not to mention his current travel speed. Just the fact that he can live peacefully with the South China tiger family and the golden eagle is something that audiences admire. Chang Ye is a very powerful, or rather, abnormal person. He's traveled such a long way, but he doesn't look tired at all. It's perfectly acceptable to them. Young man, you're young and in good health. Chang Ye put De Bao and Xiao Wenwen, whom he was holding, on the ground. The little ones had been in Chang Ye's bag the whole way, and now they've landed. It immediately started jumping around in all directions. Upon seeing this, Chang Ye smiled, leaned against a nearby tree, picked up his water bottle, and took a big gulp of water. I'm tired, I need to rest for a bit. That was a good performance, don't try to fake it again next time. Yeah, carrying about 100 pounds of stuff, running for half an hour, and then saying I'm tired without even breaking a sweat, I believe you. To be honest, any normal person would find this live stream suspicious. I really envy the streamer's stamina. If I had that kind of stamina, she probably wouldn't have left me. Tell us your story. Looking at the comments in the live stream, Chang Ye smiled slightly. How can you call it pretending? I really am a little tired. Just as I was about to retort, a familiar voice suddenly reached my ears. De Bao and Xiao Wenwen, who were playing nearby, also stopped. They glanced at each other. They all looked in the direction from which the sound had come. That long-haired bird is trying to steal our poop again. So annoying. At this moment, in the direction Chang Ye came from, the golden eagle was flapping its huge wings and flying towards Chang Ye. Chirp, 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 wait for me. I haven't gotten on the bus yet. Hearing the sound, Chang Ye looked up. Then I saw a silly eagle flapping its wings and flying in from the distant sky. As the drone took off and soared into the air, a figure appeared in the distance on the horizon in the live broadcast room. Digging grass, at that speed, so fast? It feels like it's right in front of you in no time. What is that sound? It's so strange. What kind of bird makes that sound? Ha ha ha, is that Sister Diao's voice? Has she rushed over? Wow, this looks like they're coming on strong, but that voice is so out of character. It's another day of Diao Ji's voice being criticized. It seems everyone thinks Diao's voice is the same as on TV. Here it comes, here it comes. Because Tiger Girl had been at home the whole time, the golden eagle usually kept a secret observation from the distant mountains and forests. Just now, when Sister Diao returned from looking for food and came to the vicinity of Qinjai's cabin, Condor's sister, who had intended to continue secretly observing, suddenly discovered that the large four-legged beast that usually slept in the yard was gone. The little four-legged creature that used to frolic in the yard is also gone. Most importantly, the two-legged creature is also gone. The doors inside the wooden house were also closed. The golden eagle quickly and cautiously flew over the hut and circled for a few minutes to observe. The rooftop has an extra thing that's similar to my own little nest. But they're all gone from the yard. The clever Diao Ji immediately understood something. Our sister Diao has been left behind. Quickly use your sharp eagle eyes to search for traces of the two-legged and four-legged beasts. Upon spotting Chang Ye, the golden eagle immediately flapped its enormous wings and flew over. It kept chirping. How dare they abandon Sister Diao? Once Sister Diao gets there, she'll definitely slap you across the face. When the golden eagle saw Chang Ye, it did not immediately come down. Instead, it hovered in the air and observed the surroundings with its sharp eagle eyes. It seems to be looking for something. When he saw Dabao and Xiao Wenwen looking at him and opening their mouths to howl, the golden eagle quickly turned its eyes around, continuing to search for something around the two little ones. It circled for about half a minute. After confirming that Dabao and Xiao Wenwen's backers had not followed them, it immediately transformed into a streak of light and flew towards Chang Ye's direction. Chirp, 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 Sister Diao is here. And at this time, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen are observing from below. As soon as they saw the golden eagle begin to fly down, their four short legs instantly transformed into invisible kicks as they rushed to Chang Ye's side. Even while running, he didn't forget to look back at the sky. After arriving at Chang Ye's side, she saw her father looking up at the sky. Oh woo, wow, wow, wow. His voice was somewhat urgent, and his short legs were pacing back and forth anxiously. When she saw her father looking at her, she cried out while looking at the kangaroo pouch on Chang Ye's chest. Chang Ye was initially puzzled when he heard the little one's voices, but when she saw Dabao and Xiao Wenwen looking at her chest, he squatted down, patted the two little ones' heads, and said with a smile, "Oh, are you guys afraid that Sister Diao will take your place? Ha ha ha. This bag is fine for you guys, but I can't fit Sister Diao in it. Don't worry." But the little ones don't understand any of this. As the golden eagle overhead drew closer, Xiao Wenwen saw Chang Ye squat down. Using its little tiger paws, it pried at the edge of the cloth bag on Chang Ye's chest. Then it kicked up its hind legs and started to bury its head in the pocket. Seeing this, Dabao, who was standing nearby, followed suit. Seeing the little ones trying so hard to get closer to his chest, Chang Ye's heart melted instantly. "If you don't pet this cat now, when will you?" He picked up the two little ones in one go. He brought his head close to the little ones and buried it inside. Whoosh! Ha! One cat at a time. After greedily taking a big gulp, Chang Ye finally placed Dabao and Xiao Wenwen in the bag on his chest, completely satisfied. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen saw that they had finished being affectionate with their dad and were safely put in the bag. Immediately, it used its little tiger paws to pry open the edge of the pocket, and its little tiger head popped out. "Look at the golden eagle that has landed beside me. Oh woo, wow, wow, wow." The implication is self-evident. After landing, the golden eagle ignored the two little creatures that were provoking it. Instead, it cautiously looked around. A few seconds later, it arrived beside Chang Ye and took a slight flight. Using its enormous wings, it flapped its wings forcefully a few times at Chang Ye's arm. Chirp, chirp. After flapping its wings a few times, it stopped contentedly and flew to a tree branch to stand on. It began to groom its wings with its beak. After flapping her wings at Chang Ye a few times, Sister Diao felt satisfied. But Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, who were in Chang Ye's arms, saw Chang Ye being beaten. It immediately jumped out of Chang Ye's cloth bag. After jumping to the ground, it ran to the tree where Sister Diao was resting and scratched at the bark with its little tiger paws. "I want to climb up." But after climbing for only a short while, the two little ones fell down like dumplings being dropped into a pot. The two little ones who fell to the ground were not discouraged. After turning over and getting up, I shook myself and didn't feel embarrassed at all. It was as if I hadn't just fallen. The little tiger opened its mouth, bared its teeth, and roared at the golden eagle in the tree. "It's incredibly imposing. Oh woo, wow, you long-haired bird, how dare you hit my dad? Come down here if you dare, let's have a one-on-one fight. My brother, sister, and I will take on you one-on-one." Upon hearing the cries of the two little ones, the golden eagle stopped preening its feathers. Hawkeye glanced indifferently at the two little guys under the tree, who were baring their teeth at him with great imposing presence. Ignoring it, she continued preening her feathers. "Our Sister Diao is magnanimous, she won't stoop to your level." Chang Ye smiled with satisfaction as he looked at the two little ones and Sister Diao grinning from ear to ear. "It has the presence, but it's a pity it's a bit small, it still needs to grow. I saw this scene in the live stream. Haha, that definitely has the spirit. It looks a lot like when my kids fight, just a bit bigger. But to be fair, these two little guys are way too protective of their own." Sister Diao hit him twice, and they immediately went to get revenge for their little brother. What do you mean by being protective of one's offspring? Tiger Girl is the real deal when it comes to protecting her own, ha ha ha. I am so envious. When will I be able to use these two guardians on either side? You guys think that Sister Eagle hovered in midair for so long before coming down because she was looking for Tiger Girl? Unclear. After Dabao and Xiao Wenwen grimaced for a while, they seemed a little tired. Perhaps out of magnanimity, they decided to let the long-haired bird in the tree go. They started playing around nearby. Before long, the little one seemed to have discovered something. It howled at Chang Ye. Hearing the little one's voices, Chang Ye slowly stood up and walked towards Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. They're here. I came to the two little ones. I saw Dabao just as he was about to stick his mouth out at a red fruit that looked a bit like a strawberry. After seeing this, some viewers in the live stream who knew the person quickly reminded them, "Hey, stop to bow. I think my family said he shouldn't eat this. What is this? It looks so much like a strawberry, just a little smaller. It looks a bit like a strawberry, but I'm not sure, let me check again. This looks like a wild strawberry. My grandpa said it's poisonous, little brother, don't let Dabao eat it. I think I've heard that too. It's said to be made from the saliva of a venomous snake, so it must be poisonous. This fruit is so red. It's almost too bright red, it must be poisonous." Changya looked at what Dabao was preparing to eat and did not stop him. Instead, they let Dabao eat it. Just as he expected, less than 2 seconds after eating the fruit, Dabao spat it out. After glancing at the comments, Changya bent down and picked a few. It's a wild strawberry. It's a perennial herb belonging to the Rosaceae family, also known as snakeberry, snake fruit, snake grape, etc. I just don't know what it's called in your hometown. Dabao probably thought it looked delicious because it looked good. But unlike strawberries, this thing has absolutely no taste. Don't be fooled by how fast Dabao usually eats and how much good food he eats. He's actually a very picky eater. Dumberries like to grow in dark and damp places and are relatively short, which is why people believe that they grow from the saliva of snakes. Ripe snakeberries are a very bright red color. The older generation said they were poisonous, probably to prevent children from picking those brightly colored berries in the wild. But this thing is indeed a good thing. It has the effects of clearing heat and detoxifying, and benefiting the heart and brain. As he spoke, Changya wiped the wild strawberries he had picked and put them in his mouth. After all, he had only read about it in books, but had never tasted it. Like most children, he was also misled when he was young and thought this thing was poisonous. So Changya was also quite curious about what this thing was like. "I put it in my mouth and chewed it a few times." He frowned instantly. "I'm not going to believe it, so I'll chew it a few more times." "Drink, to eat, puff puff, puff puff." He spat out all the food residue in his mouth. "It's edible, but this thing really has absolutely no taste. If you can avoid eating it in the future, please try to avoid it." Meanwhile, little Wenwen, standing to the side, curiously tugged at Changya's trouser leg with her little tiger paws. "My brother ate it but threw it up. Daddy too. Is it my turn to eat now?" Looking at Xiao Wenwen's appearance, Changya recalled the taste from earlier. "We're not eating. Didn't you see your brother and I both threw up? It doesn't taste good." After Changya finished speaking, he threw away the remaining few snakeberries in his hand. They returned to the spot they had just been in, gathered their belongings, and continued their journey. "It's not easy. We finally get to see the streamer make a fool of themselves. Looks like you can't just eat any fruit in the mountains, even someone as experienced as this young man can have a bad experience." You bet. I thought this was really delicious. I missed out on some good stuff when I was a kid. Now that I see it, ha ha ha. After packing his things, Changya glanced at the comments and said, "If you don't recognize something in the wild, try not to eat it." Okay, don't worry. As he spoke, he called out to the golden eagle perched on a nearby branch. "Sister Diao, let's go." They didn't pick up the 2 little ones and put them in the cloth bag, because by this time the sun has already slowly risen, and the little ones are naturally mischievous. They had only just started walking when Dabao and Xiao Wenwen began playing and frolicking as they walked. We chased each other, having a blast. After hearing Changya's call, Sister Diao did not immediately follow Changya's group. Instead, it quietly flew to the spot where Changya had just thrown away the snakeberries. Just now, it was on the tree, observing Changya. See what the 4-legged and 2-legged creatures ate. Now, standing next to the wild strawberries, I took a look. It's so bright red and beautiful. It must taste delicious. It picked up a wild strawberry with its beak. The next second, chirp, chirp, what is this? It tastes awful. I need to find a place to rinse my mouth. Dabao seems to have learned his lesson, and he's more likely to react differently when he sees something new. Instead of taking a bite, he called Changya over to him. "Daddy, can I eat this? What does it taste like?" Changya looked over and saw a dark purple fruit with a hint of green, similar to a cherry tomato. "You all recognize this, right? It's a very common thing in the countryside. The older generation has been eating black nightshade for more than 10 years. It's just ripe black nightshade. It's edible, it's a good thing, but the unripe ones are poisonous. It's a valuable traditional Chinese medicine that can reduce swelling and clear heat and detoxify. Dried black nightshade costs 15 yuan per kilogram. I think I've eaten that before, ha ha ha. My grandpa used to make medicinal liquor, I think, it tasted really good. The leaves can also be used to feed pigs." Hearing the name Longkui reminded me of a certain TV drama. Changya smiled as he looked at the 2 little ones. "What's there to eat? We'll walk a little further and then drink milk. Little Wenwen, be good, we won't eat it." With that, Changya walked straight ahead. After seeing her father leave, little Wenwen toddled after him on her 4 short legs. Dabao watched his sister and Changye leave, and followed them reluctantly. Wow, wow, forget it. Our Dabao has seen it all. Fine, I won't eat it then. Changye turned around and smiled at Xiao Wenwen and Dabao who had followed behind him. Chirp. Hearing the sound, Changye looked up. I saw the eagle in the sky flapping its huge wings and flying quickly forward. Seems to be in a hurry. Changye was puzzled when he saw it. So rushed? They didn't even come down to find me. Did this idiot discover something good? After flying for a while, the golden eagle seemed to have found what it was looking for. It immediately transformed into a streak of light and swooped down. After seeing the scene, Changye looked at Dabao and Xiao Wenwen in front of him. I quickly walked over and scooped the little ones into a cloth bag. Hey little guys, come on up here, that silly eagle must have found something good. Let's catch up quickly. Before Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, who had been on guard against the golden eagle, could react, Changye put them into the cloth bag. The 2 little creatures, one tiger and one paw, peeked out from the bag by pulling at the edge of the bag with their hands. He tilted his little tiger head back to look at Changye. Oh woo, oh woo, wow, 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 what are you doing? Changye bent down and imprinted a loving mark on each of the little ones' heads. Mew ah. The 2 little ones, who were originally wailing, stopped crying after being kissed. It stopped howling. Little Wenwen stretched out and retracted her 2 little tiger paws, kicking her breast a few times while they were out in midair. Ah. Seemingly a little shy, it let out an adorable sound and slowly shrank back into the bag. Dabao, standing to the side, seemed a little confused, staring blankly up at Changye. My tiger general got kissed by daddy too. Wow. Looking at the 2 little ones, Changye couldn't help but chuckle. This isn't the first time we've kissed, so why is it like this every time? Never mind, I'll leave it for now. Let's follow that idiot first. Thinking this, Changye quickly ran towards the spot where the golden eagle had just landed. Changye, who had just been pretending to be tired to the viewers in the live stream, was now moving even faster than before. Dash what? Are you tired at this speed? You're kidding me. Haha, that's normal, nothing to be surprised about. After all, the streamer's acting skills are really terrible. Why is little Wenwen getting shy? She shrunk back into the bag, only her little head is visible. So cute. I feel like I can't take it anymore if I keep looking. How can there be such an adorable little tiger? Absolutely. They're way cuter than my unfilial children. Dash, I don't want to see other people's kittens outside, but they're shy. Hey buddy, when are those 2 little guys going to ride the shared bike? Prices no problem. Dash, punishment. Changye was running at full speed towards the golden eagle and didn't have time to look at the comments. But if he saw it, he would know that these people were coming to take Dabao and Xiao Wenwen away. So there are only 3 words. Draw your sword. After running for about 20 minutes, Changye heard Diao Ji's voice. Chirp. When I went over, I found Sister Diao on the bank of a river. They are eating something. It looks like a fish, and it's quite big. That silly goose is secretly eating again, just like always. Take Dabao and Xiao Wenwen out of the cloth bag and put them on the ground. Go ahead, go ask your Sister Diao for some food. After landing, Dabao watched as Sister Diao ate something. Its eyes were already shining as it trotted toward the golden eagle on its 4 short legs. Wow, you bullied my dad just now, so don't blame me for taking your food. After landing, Xiao Wenwen glanced at her brother who had run past, then looked up at Changye with her little tiger head. Oh woo! Changye had just taken out the map when he heard the little guy's voice. He smiled and pointed in the direction of Dabao and the golden eagle. Go ahead, I'll be there in a bit. Seeing Changye's actions, Xiao Wenwen hesitated for a moment before running over as well. Oh woo! Changye took the old map and glanced at his current location. I took out a new map and roughly drew the route I had just taken. Because I followed Sister Diao, we deviated a little from the original route. The river we are now on is the main upstream tributary of a nearby stream. The main river here has a much larger and wider flow than the streams we encountered before. The waterway is quite wide, about 10 meters but less than 20 meters long. As for the depth, we'll have to wait until we get there to find out. Thinking it over, Changye put away the maps and walked towards the river. There are many wild red clover, alfalfa, ryegrass, and other grasses along the riverbank. A little further up there are several willow trees, tall deciduous trees. They grow at intervals of about 5 or 6 meters. The willow branches all fell into the river. Changye estimated that the largest willow tree was about 40 or 50 centimeters in diameter. As for age, Changye couldn't tell, but he was definitely older than him. Everyone says that Lu Zixin could uproot a willow tree, but if it were this one, even 2 Lu Zhizhens would have a hard time. Hey bro, come quick. This is definitely going to be another phone wallpaper. Wow, this is so beautiful. These mountains and this water. I'm so uncultured, all I can say to express my shock is holy crap. This river is big, but the water is so clear. It's almost exactly the same as that little stream we had before. Is it possible that this river is the upstream of that stream? If this river were in my hometown, I would go swimming there every day after school. Then, after swimming, your grandparents would take care of you with a feather duster and help you wipe yourself down. But these mountain rivers probably have underground channels or something. Swimming in them would be very dangerous. Changya glanced at the comments and then laughed. An underground river? Danger? Just like the comments said, Changya often went swimming in the village river when he was a child. Of course, she also received her fair share of loving lectures from her grandparents. However, he had developed excellent swimming skills, so the first thing Changya did when he saw the great river was, his heart was already beginning to stir with desire. Summer. Such a clear and wide river. Isn't that enough reason for him to go swimming? Put the tactical pack on the ground. Take off your warm coat, shirt, and saddlebags. Then there are pants, sneakers, and saddlebags. The items that could be hung on the tree were half hanging on the tree. If you can't hang it, put it on top of the tactical pack. De Bao and Xiao Wenwen were eating fish that the golden eagle had caught. Changya just took a look and found that this type of fish doesn't have those small bones, so it didn't stop the little guys. There were 2 spines on the ground next to Sister Diao, which meant that Sister Diao had already finished eating. The golden eagle had already moved aside when the little ones arrived, preening its feathers with its beak. Ignoring De Bao and Xiao Wenwen, it let the 2 little guys rummage through its spoils. Seeing this, Changya felt relieved and went to the riverbank. Thump, thump. With a sudden leap, he jumped into the river. The water wasn't as cold as he'd imagined. Changya even felt a little warmth in it. This might also be because it's almost noon. Looking at the opposite shore, Changya spoke to the camera. Everyone, please help me see how long it took me to get to the shore and back. After saying that, he kicked his legs back and spread his hands outwards. Like a dragon crossing the river, it swam towards the opposite bank, splashing water behind it. It's one thing to run so fast on land, but how come it swims so fast too? There's no way around it. Longtime viewers know that streamers become famous very quickly no matter what they do. It's fine if it's fast, since the guy is so handsome, I can accept it if it's faster. What? How can you drive on this awful road? I'm speechless. Wow, that physique is amazing. Those abs, those muscle definition, it's incredible. Wow, what a figure. I wonder if you'd be interested in teaching me to swim. I'm open to hands-on instruction. You perverts, give it a rest. Do you even dare to approach this handsome guy? Forget Tiger Girl, you can't even beat the eagle's sister on the shore. The river was only about 10 meters wide, which was within Changya's swimming speed. After swimming to the other side of the river, it swam back. On the riverbank, Changya raised his head, shook it, and wiped his face with his hands. Wipe the water off your face. How was it? How many seconds did it take? 8 seconds. 9 seconds. Changya glanced at the comments and smiled. He's slow, but that's normal, since the distance is too short and it affects his performance. Meanwhile, De Bao and Xiao Wenwen had already finished eating the remaining half of the fish. Just then, I saw Changya swimming back from the other side of the river. Little Wenwen immediately took action, toddling over to Changya's riverbank on her 4 short legs. Oh woo-oo, oh woo-oo. De Bao simply stood on the riverbank and glanced at the river. Then he looked at the spot where Changya had just put his backpack, his little tiger eyes darting around. It seemed to be searching for something. After seeing that the thing wasn't there, he joined his sister in calling out, "Wow, wow, wow." Looking at De Bao and Xiao Wenwen's expressions, Changya could easily understand what they meant. They want to go into the water. Now that De Bao and Xiao Wenwen are both so big, it's not really a problem for them to go into the water. Because felines are naturally good swimmers. Because their limbs have too limited range of motion. And this method allows them to experience both pain and pleasure in the water. And sooner or later they'll have to get used to what it's like to be in the water. For De Bao and Xiao Wenwen, swimming is also a hunting method. Tigers sometimes drive their prey into the water before catching it. I brought a towel anyway, and it's almost noon, plus I'll be staying here for a bit later. Thinking about it, Changya decided to let the 2 little ones try swimming. Anyway, with me by your side, nothing will happen. Come on, but don't stray too far from me, understand? Upon seeing Changya agree, the 2 little ones' eyes lit up instantly. They glanced at each other. It whimpered and wagged its little tail back and forth. He looks very happy. After turning around, with his back to Changya and the riverbank, he looked back at Changya and the river. Enter the water slowly by backing up. The audience was puzzled after seeing this scene. Why are De Bao and Xiao Wenwen going into the water like that? Is there some kind of explanation? I thought they'd dive right into the river like the streamer, ha. That's a really weird way of getting into the water. I've never seen anything like it before. I learned something: sneak into the water without letting the water see you, and you won't drown. Host, what's the story behind this? Tell us about it. Yes, there really is a saying about it. I'll do that next time I go swimming. Chang Ye glanced at the kids' diving postures, then at the comments section, and chuckled. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, or rather, tigers, don't like water getting into their eyes. So when they go into the water, they will keep their heads above water, just like we do, carefully protecting themselves. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen backed into the water backwards, starting from their hind legs, to protect their eyes. This could be considered an instinctive behavior. Little Wenwen was the first to go into the water, her hind legs were already floating in the water, and she did not sink. The water above is still, so the little guy will be in the water after. The little guy, who had no swimming experience, just floated blankly in the water, motionless. After falling into the water, Dabao curiously waved his little tiger paws, trying to turn around. However, due to inexperience, he still accidentally choked on the water. The little legs and tiny tiger paws nervously began to splash rapidly in the water. Upon seeing this, Chang Ye quickly supported Dabao's body, allowing Dabao's head to emerge from the water. Dabao, who had been rescued by Chang Ye, lowered his head and furrowed his brows. I felt extremely wronged and became withdrawn. Upon seeing this, Chang Ye burst into laughter and then supported Dabao's belly. Let him get used to the feeling of floating in the water. Come on, Dabao, let's try again. Hearing Chang Ye's words, Dabao raised his head and looked at the river. I began to slowly feel the flow of the water. Dabao used his limbs to paddle through the water, slowly moving forward in a doggy paddle style. Although the speed was slow, at least it was moving. Before long, Dabao's movements became more and more skillful. Upon seeing Dabao's actions, Chang Ye slowly released his grip on Dabao's body. Dabao didn't notice and continued to swim slowly back and forth using the doggy paddled motion. Soon, Dabao, who was born with the ability to swim, was able to swim freely in the river. Before long, Dabao swam to the other side of the river. When he climbed ashore and looked back, after realizing that it had swum that far by itself, the little short tail waggled rapidly. Wow! 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 After yelling, Dabao scurried down into the river and started walking towards Chang Ye. This time, instead of entering the water with his hind legs as before, he plunged in just like Chang Ye. Meanwhile, little Wenwen, who was next to Chang Ye, saw that her brother could swim freely. She turned to look at her dad next to her, her little tiger mouth slightly open. "Oh woo, oh woo." Upon hearing Xiao Wenwen's voice, Chang Ye smiled and went to the little one's side. They're here. How could I forget my little Wenwen? While Chang Ye was teaching Dabao, Xiao Wenwen was paddling in the water with her little tiger paws, looking quite professional. If you look closely, you'll notice that the little guy has actually swum a little distance. Arriving at Xiao Wenwen's side, Chang Ye supported the little one's neck with his hand. Keep Xiao Wenwen's head above water, but don't let the river water get into her eyes. After letting the little guy swim back and forth a few times, Chang Ye slowly released his hands. Just as he expected, little Wenwen was soon able to swim freely in the water. Seeing his younger sister swimming alongside him, Dabao immediately used his little tiger claws to swim over. They started circling around Xiao Wenwen. Before long, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen were seen walking on land. They started chasing each other in the water. The water splashed up behind him, some of it even splashing onto Chang Ye's face. Watching the little guy swim so fast, Chang Ye exclaimed to the camera, "Feline animals are indeed born with the ability to swim. I remember when I was learning to swim. It took almost a week of intensive study before I could travel freely. It's truly infuriating that a human is more powerful than a tiger." Seeing that the little guy seemed to have swum quite far, Chang Ye glanced at the eagle's sister who was on the shore preening her feathers with her beak. "Sister Diao, could you please keep an eye on the luggage upstairs? I'm going to swim with the little ones and find something to eat while I'm at it. It will be quick, just a little while." As he spoke, Chang Ye prepared to turn and swim towards Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, but the next second, all they saw was the eagle's sister who had been on the shore flapping her wings. After flying slowly away, it landed on the river. Then it spread its enormous wings and began to swim on the river in a semi-bow position, and he didn't forget to look in Chang Ye's direction. Chirp, chirp. Although it was a bit slower than Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, the golden eagle still started swimming in the river. Viewers in the live stream expressed their confusion after seeing this. What's going on? Why can Sister Diao swim too? Holy crap, this is bizarre. I can somewhat understand Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, since they're felines, but what's with the eagle sister? Oh no, I feel like there are more and more things in this live stream that I don't understand anymore. Has this live stream secretly evolved behind my back? Sister Eagle, you want me, the mighty king of the sky, to watch your luggage? No way, I'm going swimming too. But to be honest, I really didn't know golden eagles could swim. I thought they only flew in the sky. This is outrageous. Sister Diao swims even faster than me. I'm so embarrassed. Hey host, aren't you going to tell us why birds can swim? Chang Ye watched the golden eagle swimming in the river, then glanced at the comments section. Actually, I didn't know that Sister Diao could swim, but I think it's the same principle as the bald eagle. Eagles are very good at catching fish. If the fish is small, they will grab its back with their sharp claws and lift it into the air. If they encounter a big fish that they can't catch, they won't give up easily. Just like when Sister Diao is swimming, she will slowly drag her prey to the shore, bring it ashore, and then kill it. Of course, if it were winter, Sister Eagle probably wouldn't go into the water and get her feathers wet. Explanation complete. Whew! After taking a deep breath, Chang Ye began to swim in the river. When he had just helped the two little ones learn to swim, he noticed that there were many fish and shrimp in the river. And some fish even dared to brush past his legs, so slippery. How dare they flirt with me? Can he tolerate this? 0. After setting a goal, Chang Ye spread his hands outwards and began chasing after a large fish in front of him. What if we catch that big fish ahead? We won't have to worry about lunch later, we can even share some with Sister Diao, Dabao, and Xiao Wenwen. Chang Ye went to the bottom of the river and stirred up the silt with his feet. Make the river water above a little muddier. These big fish react very quickly, so you must catch them unexpectedly without letting them spot you. Otherwise, it would be almost impossible to catch it. After muddying the river water, Chang Ye returned to the surface to breathe while rhythmically patting his upper limbs. The waves and sounds created on the water surface affected the nearby fish, causing them to bubble. After identifying a direction, Chang Ye slowly swam over and remained still. He was an excellent swimmer and could hold his breath underwater for more than 10 minutes, further enhanced by the system's physical enhancements. That's enough to keep him waiting for the big fish to take the bait. The big fish swam around in front of Chang Ye, but didn't come near him. However, as an excellent hunter, Chang Ye has enough patience. At this moment, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, who had already swum quite far, turned around and did not see Chang Ye on the river. They all started swimming back. Its large movements created ripples in the water. The big fish seemed to sense it too, and began to swim towards Chang Ye's direction. Before long, they swam over to Chang Ye's side. Chang Ye immediately sprang into action like a rabbit. Pull down and grab it with your left hand, forcefully grabbing towards the fish's tail. His right hand reached towards the fish's head to grab it. Hold on tight. But the moment Chang Ye caught the guy in his hand, he heard the system's voice. Looking at the big guy's body. Its back is brownish brown with black patches, its skin is dark, its head is flat and broad, and it has pairs of warts. It has tiny nostrils and eyes on the back of its head, a large mouth, a flat and stout body, a short and laterally flattened tail, and very short limbs. Its forelimbs have 4 fingers and its hind limbs have 5 toes with webbing between them. His face, which had been smiling, suddenly fell apart. Or rather, even without the system's voice, Chang Ye knew that this thing was inedible. It's not that it tastes bad. This creature is so tender and nutritious that it can sell for 7,000 to 8,000 yuan per kilogram. What's going on? I was just thinking that once we caught it, I'd praise Dabao and Xiao Wenwen for chasing this big fish over. But now, this is hardly about driving big fish over to catch them yourself. This is clearly an attempt to get himself imprisoned with room and board provided. Seeing the giant salamander struggling violently in his hand, Chang Ye slowly released his grip. It's a Class 2 protected animal, how can you eat it? My little darling, why are you so big? These are half again as big as normal giant salamanders, and they're also very dark. Chang Ye sighed and put the big guy back into the water. Alright, go ahead and have fun. If you have free time, don't come looking for me. Meanwhile, the audience on the shore saw Chang Ye come back up. However, they were puzzled because they found nothing in their hands. What happened, streamer? Why did you come back empty-handed? I just saw a lot of fish nearby. Yeah, even though you've mudded the river, I think I saw a big fish right next to you. Didn't you catch it? It's probably because the eagles were walking back that they disturbed the fish the streamer wanted to catch, which is why he didn't manage to catch them. It's possible, just like the young man said before, the fish here are all incredibly clever. As a professional fisherman, let me say a few words on behalf of the streamer. Don't be fooled by how slowly these fish sometimes swim. When startled, they can run incredibly fast. Yes. I tried catching one once and it was like that. I almost caught it the first time, but the second time I couldn't even touch it. It was so frustrating. Haha, so it seems like it's Diao Ji and Dabao and Xiao Wenwen's fault. Chang Ye, back on the water, chuckled as he looked at the comments in the live stream. He was just thinking about how to explain to these people that he had returned empty-handed. But now it seems there's no need for that. The viewers in the live chat have already found a scapegoat for this defeat. Looking at the eagle's sister, Dabao, and Xiao Wenwen swimming back, Chang Ye smiled and said to the camera, "That's right. It's all Dabao's and Xiao Wenwen's fault, especially Sister Diao, who is so big. As soon as these fish see it, they immediately slip away." Diao Ji, Dabao, and Xiao Wenwen, who had just swum back to Chang Ye's side, became the scapegoats. At that moment, Chang Ye smiled and spoke to him. De Bao and Xiao Wenwen thought about how far they had swum and how they had swum back. After tilting its clever head back onto the river surface, it slightly opened its little tiger mouth. Oh woo-oo, oh woo-oo, oh woo-oo, oh woo-oo, is Daddy praising us? Definitely. We just swam so far. It swam back by itself, that's amazing. After slowly swimming back, the eagle began to move towards the shore. It is a bird after all, it can go into the water, but not for too long. It still makes me feel a little uncomfortable. As Sister Diao moved closer to the shore, Changya pointed to the shore and said to the two little ones, "You guys should go up with Sister Diao too, take advantage of the sun being out now and get some sundae. I'll get some food and go upstairs in a bit." The two little ones, who had received praise from Changya, were already a bit tired from swimming. After yelling at Changya, it splashed its short legs in the water and swam back to the shore. Seeing that the little guys and Sister Eagle had returned to the shore, Changya took another deep breath. He squatted down and began to sink. I continued searching for lunch later. This time, in order not to leave empty-handed, Changya carefully observed the target swimming past him. Hold your breath and put yourself in a still state. After remaining still for 2 minutes, Changya spotted another target. After careful observation, it was discovered that this creature was not a protected animal. "You're the one." But then, Changya suddenly felt something small poke his hind leg. Turning around, I saw a large lobster using its claws to poke at its hind leg. "Delicious food delivered to your door?" Changya immediately turned around and quickly made a grappling move with his left hand. "That's speed that could kill you." They pinched the lobster's head. Looking at the size of the lobster, Changya's eyes lit up with surprise. Although April and May are the peak season for lobsters, this one seems a bit too big. Just like the giant salamander, it is more than half the size larger than a normal lobster. Judging by its growth, it's probably going to be quite fleshy. Just using those pincers, they could probably suck up quite a bit of flesh. If you get caught in that, it will definitely hurt a lot. It seems that the water quality is good, as all aquatic animals grow better than usual. After catching the large lobster with one hand, Changya continued to observe the spot where the lobster had first appeared. Normally, this type of lobster does not appear alone, so there must still be some. After observing for a while, Changya didn't see anything else. Just as I was about to give up and return to the river to get some air, I went back to the surface. But then, something seemed to tickle the solace of my feet. It slid under the solace of his feet. After gliding past, it seemed to glide back again. Good grief, they actually dared to flirt with me. If I don't eat you, it would be a disservice to all the effort you put into arranging things. Changya thought for a moment, then looked down after sinking. All he could see were about a dozen large lobsters swimming around at his feet. Are these a bunch of little devils going to the king of hell's palace to beg for food? Upon seeing the group of lobsters, Changya didn't care about anything else. With lightning speed, he caught a large lobster with his right hand and returned to the surface of the river. I ran back to where I had put the things, took out the big basin, and put the lobsters in it. At this moment, De Bao and Xiao Wenwen, who were sunbathing, seemed a little curious. He walked over and looked at the lobsters that Changya had placed in the large basin. He raised his head again to look at Changya. "What is this? Did Daddy catch it for us to play with, just like the little crabs we had last time?" Seeing the little one's expressions, Changya could roughly guess what it meant. "Don't move around, it will hurt if you get pinched. I'm going back into the water to catch more fish. You all stay here and sunbathe. I'll give you some animal milk later." After saying that, Changya quickly went back into the water where he had just come ashore. We need to catch a few more. Lobsters this big are not commonly seen. Meanwhile, viewers who had been curious about what Changya had caught after being underwater for so long came up to watch. After seeing the lobsters Changya had placed in the basin, they immediately began to exclaim in surprise. "Ah, I was just about to tease the guy that he didn't catch anything, and he's already proven wrong? This lobster must weigh at least a pound. I didn't know lobsters were this big inland. I'm craving it. Why is it that everyone else in the mountains eats delicacies every day, while I'm eating a 12 yuan bowl of Long John braised pork knuckle rice in the city? I can already guess what the streamer will say when he comes up to eat the lobster. Another simple meal. When the streamer shows off what he's eating, remember not to flatter him. Good." This happened after Changya went into the water. De Bao tilted his head and observed the two large lobsters in the basin. "What is this thing? It's so much bigger than the little crabs we had before. Those pincers were twice the size of the previous few small crabs. It seems pretty impressive. I, General Tiger, must have a go at you." The little tiger paw lifted slightly and began to reach towards the lobster in the iron basin. After seeing De Bao's actions, the viewers in the live stream, always eager for a good show, started to jeer and make a fuss. De Bao is so brave. Hit its pincers. Yes, that's the part that moves. Use your tiger claws to punch it. How dare they laugh and joke around in front of my precious child? How can I tolerate this? At this moment, Dabao had already stretched his little tiger paw toward the lobster's claws. At first, it tentatively touched the tiger with its little paw and quickly bounced away. Let's test if there's any danger. After several attempts, it was discovered that the lobster only moved slightly. Having not caused any harm to itself, it boldly placed the little tiger paw even closer. But the next second, the stinging sensation from the little tiger's paw startled Dabao. His whole body sprang up like a startled bird. After landing, he quickly ran another 2 meters away. Although the little tiger paw only felt a slight pain, it was still considered injured. Dabao couldn't stand this insult. He, a dignified tiger general, was actually bullied by a little brat. No way. I have to get my revenge. It started baring its teeth and roaring from more than 2 meters away from the basin containing the giant lobster. What are you doing hiding in the basin? Come out and let's have a one-on-one fight. Let's have a one-on-one fight. Come out and hit me again if you dare. Come on. The little short-tailed dog swayed from side to side. His whole body was half bent over, in a warning posture. That adorable face, everyone who sees it has something to say about it. Dabao is really awesome. Even though the pinch was very light, the little tiger's paw still felt a slight stinging sensation. This also made Dabao bend down his little tiger head again and stick out his tongue to lick it a few times. At this moment, Sister Diao, who had been watching the show from the side, glanced at Dabao's expression with her eagle eyes. After seeing Dabao licking his little paws with his tongue, the wings spread out and flapped once before retracting. I went to the iron basin, glanced at the large lobster inside, and then at its claws. Whoosh! All that could be seen was the large lobster that had been waving its pincers in the direction of Dabao, which had been in the iron basin. The next second, it was pecked up by the eagle with its beak. The lobster that had been pecked was just about to swing its large pincers forcefully. She was immediately slammed to the ground by Sister Diao, who used her deadly claws, which were as sharp as daggers. It pierced the lobster's hard shell in one go, revealing the meat inside. Then used a sharp bird's beak to peck off the lobster's 2 large claws, separating them from the lobster's body. In no time, the golden eagle had cut a 3-pound lobster into 3 pieces. 2 large pincers, a shrimp body. I glanced at Dabao next to me. There was also little Weenwen watching over the large lobsters in the basin. Chirp, chirp. After doing all this, Sister Diao called out to the 2 little ones. Then it continued to groom its feathers with the beak that had just pierced the lobster. It was as if the bird that had just dismembered the lobster wasn't it at all. The 2 little ones watched as the lobster was dismembered by the eagle's sister. You look at me, I look at you. I felt somewhat lost. Oh woo. Wow. The golden eagle watched as Dabao and Xiao Weenwen didn't eat the lobster it had separated from them, but it didn't care. Instead, it slowly spread its wings and strolled around on the shore. The wings got too wet after just going into the water, so they need to be dried properly. The viewers in the live stream were stunned after seeing what Sister Diao had just done. What's going on? Does this mean Sister Diao is helping Dabao get revenge? Goodness, this giant lobster probably never imagined that just pinching Dabao would get it torn to pieces by the eagle sister. I originally thought Sister Diao would only bully Dabao and Xiao Weenwen, but I didn't expect her to actually help them. The most crucial point is that after dismembering the lobster, Sister Diao not only didn't eat it, but also barked at Dabao and Xiao Weenwen a few times. Sister Diao, I can bully Dabao and Xiao Weenwen, but others can't. Haha, this generation of netizens really knows how to come up with ideas. I'm a little curious how the young man will react when he comes up and sees this scene. Thump! At that moment, all that could be seen on the river was Cheng Ye holding 2 large lobsters in his hands. He held the lobster high with both hands, wanting to show off his spoils to the audience. It's hard to buy a lobster this big outside. We caught another giant lobster. Cheng Ye walked back to shore while showing off the large lobster in his hand. The one with the left hand raised. This one must weigh at least 4.5 pounds. With those big pincers, it can definitely pull out a lot of flesh if it's torn off. This one is also quite good, it'll probably weigh about 3 pounds too, Cheng Ye boasted while glancing at the comments section. However, he found that the viewers in the live stream did not express the envy he had expected. Instead, they were chatting normally about everyday things, as if the large lobster in his hand couldn't arouse their interest. This puzzled Cheng Ye. What's wrong with me today? Such a large lobster is only found in coastal areas, or if you specifically go out to buy it. Otherwise, you would hardly find such large lobsters on the market. Why aren't these people curious at all today? Walking back to shore, Cheng Ye glanced at the eagle's sister who was walking back and forth with her large wings spread wide. Walking back, I found Dabao and Xiao Weenwen, the 2 little guys, sitting quietly in the same spot. It seemed to be guarding something, and it was very well behaved. This made Cheng Ye seem to understand something. Did I really get pinched? He's been down there for several minutes now. Usually, Dabao and Xiao Weenwen either play with the lobsters in the basin. They should be running around on the riverbank. This is how it is now. One of the little guys must have gotten pinched by the lobster. I just don't know if it's Dabao or Xiao Wenwen. When Chang Ye arrived at the little one's side, he saw Dabao licking his little tiger paws. Oh, it's Dabao. I glanced at the dismembered lobster and the eagle's sister walking back and forth on the riverbank. Knowing Dabao's habits, Chang Ye immediately laughed. When Chang Ye went into the water, he already knew that one of the little ones would get caught in the water, especially Dabao. After all, Dabao maintains a curious attitude towards everything. They dare to touch anything. This time, the giant lobster will certainly be no exception. But the giant lobster is nothing compared to the small crabs, flowers, plants, and butterflies. After putting the lobster into the iron basin, I watched as Dabao kept licking his little tiger paws with his tongue. He said with a smile, "You got caught, didn't you? Was it fun? Don't blame me for this, I warned you not to move around." At this moment, the audience heard this sentence. Intentional? Are you trying to harm your own child? Wow, the joker was actually ourselves. Why are you even teasing the little one? Dabao is so cute. This guy usually seems so gentle and refined, but turns out he's a little mischievous too. But I like it, haha. Indeed, when there is no real danger, parents are the greatest danger. This applies not only to humans but also to the relationship between humans and animals. Luckily, Wenwen didn't touch it. Actually, I just saw that Xiaowen wanted to touch it too, but Dabao touched it first and then got pinched. Is Dabao caught in the trap? He's doing this to remind his sister, setting a good example. Dabao, thank you for explaining it to me. After placing the lobsters in the container, Cheng Ye squatted down and picked up Dabao's little tiger paw to take a look. Just a tiny bit. I reckon the little guy reached out his paw the instant he was pinched. Nothing's wrong. As for Dabao's current aggrieved look, that's easy to handle. I went back to my backpack and took the little guy's meat bowl. He picked up the dismembered lobster. Lobsters are generally easier to peel when cooked, they are very difficult to peel when raw. But this lobster has already been processed by Sister Diao. Cheng Ye held down the shrimp's head with his left hand and the shrimp's body with his right. With a strong twist, the lobster's body and head were separated. The two arms have already been removed by Sister Diao, they'll be cooked together in a pot later before the little ones eat them. Then peel off the lobster's skull, exposing its internal organs. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen will definitely love this. The shrimp body was just opened by Sister Diao, so there was no need to use the military knife to open it. With Cheng Ye's finger strength, he could pry it open. As Cheng Ye brought over the meat basin, Dabao's originally aggrieved tiger face immediately changed, and he looked just like Xiao Wenwen. She squatted down next to Cheng Ye and waited. Where was the wronged look from just now? After preparing the shrimp meat, cut it in half and place it in the small metal bowls of Dabao and Xiaowen respectively. I walked back into the woods where I had just put the clothes. Looking back at Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, whose eyes were fixed on the basin, Cheng Ye couldn't help but laugh. Two gluttons. We'll clean you up when we get back there before you eat. Look how anxious you all are. Despite saying that, Cheng Ye still quickened his pace a bit. He actually wanted it too, but could we tell anyone? After saying that, he greeted Sister Diao on the shore. Back at the edge of the woods, Cheng Ye took out 2 dry towels from his backpack to wipe the 2 little ones down. Even though it's been in the sun for a while, it's still better to wipe it off. You should also wipe yourself clean. But when Dabao saw the towel Cheng Ye took out, he stopped in his tracks, which had been closely following Cheng Ye. The 4 little legs took a step back in unison. Little Tiger's eyes shifted from staring at the shrimp in the iron basin to staring at the towel. In an instant. Do you run away and avoid being rubbed with a towel, or do you obediently get rubbed and then get eaten? These 2 choices were constantly nagging at Dabao. But just as the clever Dabao was struggling, Cheng Ye had already wiped Xiao Wenwen clean. He scooped Dabao up in his arms. Give the little guy a good rub with a towel. After wiping the tiger's face, clean its ears, wipe its body, and then its short tail. After quickly wiping it down, Cheng Ye placed Dabao next to the meat basin. Eat. At this moment, Dabao tilted his little head and looked at Cheng Ye. A clever mind was filled with doubt. Wow, 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 that's it? Before, it took a really long time to wipe it off. It let out 2 howls, its little nose twitching. Following the aroma of meat, Little Tiger bit into the lobster meat and began to chew. Never mind, I'll think about it later. It's no problem for the clever Dabao. Haha, didn't Dabao take 2 steps back just now? I didn't see wrong, did I? Yes, I saw that too. The little guy must be remembering how he gets rubbed at home. Young man Dabao, were you serious about taking half a step back? Little Wenwen eats so politely, unlike Dabao, who wolfs down his food. Dabao, ugh, even eating quickly gets me scolded. Watching the 2 little ones eat meat, Cheng Ye started preparing the lobster. The shrimp meat is quite large, given how fast the 2 little ones eat, it will definitely take them a while to finish. As for him, that's a real treat. I brought plenty of seasonings with me. He weighed the remaining 3 lobsters in front of the camera. This larger one weighs about 4.5 pounds, and the remaining 2 should weigh about 3 pounds each. Sister Diao didn't eat that lobster, so she must have already eaten her fill when she came here. De Bao and Xiao Wenwen will share 1 lobster. After they finish eating, we'll give them some milk, and that should be enough. During this developmental period, it's better to drink animal milk. If I eat 3 large lobsters by myself, it'll be a perfect lunch. As he spoke, Cheng Ye searched for dry branches and withered grass in the woods. Then use a military shovel to make a smokeless stove on the ground. Light the dry grass. Wait until the dry grass burns a little more intensely before putting the branches in. Soon, the fire was blazing. Smash the lobster's head hard once. Bang, bang, bang. With his current strength, this punch should have given the lobster a concussion. Knock them all out, otherwise they won't move when you steam them. I picked up a lobster that had been knocked unconscious and measured it with my palm. This shrimp is probably 40 centimeters long, so we won't cook it. After all, we don't have the necessary conditions, and the river is quite clean. Holy crap, I'm so envious. Hey streamer, do you need an assistant? I'd love to work with you, I'm not afraid of hard work. Aren't you afraid of getting tired? You're clearly just craving something sweet. I'm not afraid either, I still have the energy. Have you all forgotten something? Even if the streamer really wanted you, are you sure you'd dare to go? Sorry, I guess I'll just stick to my job then. These 3 large lobsters would probably cost several thousand yuan outside. Eyes it time to cook it. Cheng Ye picked up a thinner twig from the ground, turned the shrimp belly up, and then lifted its tail. Insert the branch into the body from the bottom of the leaf near the tail, and then pull it out. All that could be seen was a stream of liquid being expelled from the lobster. Cheng Ye said this while urinating on the other 2 lobsters. We still need to line up the birds for them, and then we'll do it again. Lobster urine is very smelly, and if it's not expelled, the quality of the entire lobster meat will be affected. After urinating, Cheng Ye took out a piece of ginger. Take out the small cutting board that you prepared earlier, and chop the ginger, garlic, chili peppers and other seasonings. Get on the pot. Take out the iron pot and scoop some water from the river into it. Place 2 thin tree branches horizontally and vertically on the iron pot as supports. Slice some ginger into the pot. Then put the lobster on top. Cover the pot with the lid. The lobsters are too big to be steamed all at once, they have to be steamed one by one. After all, you can't rush things. Use a military shovel to clear a patch of air and remove all the weeds from the ground. Pile some pebbles in an open space to form a circle. Place some flammable dry grass inside the enclosure. It will be used to heat the oil later. More than 10 minutes later, Cheng Ye was just about to continue watching the chat and the bullet comments. Suddenly, I smelled the enticing aroma of lobster wafting from the side. He sniffed the air, twitching his nose, and said with a smile, "It's ripe." Smelling the aroma, Cheng Ye lifted the pot lid. The aroma of lobster mingled with steam wafted over, making Cheng Ye squint and take a deep breath. Light the dry grass and heat the oil. Pour it into the small bowl that just contained minced garlic, chopped chili peppers, and soy sauce. Sizzle, sizzle. Take a camping blanket out of your backpack and spread it on the ground. Then I took a pair of clean gloves out of my backpack and took the lobster out of the pot. We have no other tools, so we'll just have to make do with what we have. Then put the other large lobster into steam. Looking at the lobsters laid out in front of him, Cheng Ye immediately broke off a claw. Break the meat open and use chopsticks to scoop out a piece. Dip it in the sauce. Put it in your mouth and chew it slowly. Ba ba ba. The shrimp meat was firm yet tender, which made Cheng Ye chew it a few times and then eat it. 2 words, delicious. After saying that, he continued to use chopsticks to scoop out the shrimp meat. Dipped in sauce, the shrimp meat is displayed under the camera lens, showcasing its tenderness. As the drooling audience watched, he slowly put it into his mouth. Slurp. Smack smack. Viewers in the live stream witnessed this scene. When I saw this scene on camera, I couldn't help but drool without any restraint. Although I hate making smacking noises while eating, I'd be willing to if it's something like this. This is supposed to be an outdoor food forum, but I think I've come to the wrong place. I can accept it, it's just a matter of swallowing my saliva. Keep up the good work. Let me tell you, the shrimp meat has a slightly sweet taste. It's really delicious. It's just a lobster meal, I'm not craving it. It's not like nobody's never had one before. If someone treats me, then never mind. Don't tempt me, I'm not going to buy it. My wallet, I'm sorry, I really wanted to know what this lobster tasted like, I'm sorry to have to make you suffer. As Cheng Ye watched the comments in the live stream, he ate even more heartily. What we're saying is that freshwater lobsters like this are very rare to see because freshwater lobsters have to eat small shrimp. Because in the deep mountains near the edge of this primeval forest, there are many river shrimp and other aquatic animals in the river because no one catches them. These big guys probably ate a lot of other small shrimp in the river. One bite of mine might contain the nutrition of many people. After Cheng Ye finished speaking, he continued to scoop out the remaining shrimp meat from the shrimp claws and eat it. After finishing eating, he didn't forget to show the audience the hollowed-out shrimp claws that had all the meat removed. After finishing the demonstration, Cheng Ye picked up another one. Let's eat this plain, without any sauce, and try it out. And so, Cheng Ye, without a care in the world, tempted the viewers in the live stream. When it came time to show the shrimp body, Cheng Ye had completely forgotten to show it to the audience. After breaking open the shrimp shell, take off your gloves and put down your chopsticks. Grab it directly with your hands. Dipping sauce. Put it in your mouth. Complete it in one go. The shrimp had a lot of meat on its body. Cheng Ye took a big bite, filling his cheeks, and only managed to bite off half of it. After chewing carefully, swallow slowly. Only then did Cheng Ye finally show the audience the remaining half, completely satisfied. The shrimp meat is really firm and chewy. Although the shrimp roe is slightly bitter, it goes perfectly with the shrimp meat. After saying that, Cheng Ye put the other half directly into his mouth, closed his eyes, and chewed slowly. The steamed bun in my hand suddenly didn't taste so good anymore. I ordered takeout. I really can't take it anymore. I can't hold on any longer XDM. By this time, the two little ones had finished eating the shrimp in the bowl. Dabao was lying on his side, holding the shrimp's head in his arms with his little tiger paws. The little tiger's head was buried inside the lobster's head, its tongue sticking out. Smack smack. After finishing her meal, little Wenwen sat obediently on a squatting position, while little Short Tail swept the floor from both sides. She opened her little mouth and stuck out her tongue, licking her lips repeatedly. I savored the taste of the shrimp meat from earlier, but his eyes were fixed on the steaming iron pot where lobsters were being cooked. After Cheng Ye finished eating the lobster meat, he looked at Xiao Wenwen. It's kind of funny. No, I won't eat it. I'll just get you another bottle of animal milk. I won't eat the shrimp. Cheng Ye wiped his mouth, then looked at the pot emitting the aroma of shrimp and swallowed hard. Upon reaching the backpack, he took out the beast milk he had redeemed from the system shop. It was poured into Dabao and Xiao Wenwen's small iron basin. The thought of the system made Cheng Ye angry. He already had over 2 million popularity points. I'm thinking of continuing to improve my physical fitness. Unexpectedly, the unscrupulous merchant system only told him after the exchange was successful that now one attribute point costs 1 million. However, after seeing the system's explanation, Cheng Ye understood it somewhat. His physical parameters have now reached the highest threshold for a normal person. After all, his physical attributes were already 5 times that of an ordinary person. It will only get harder and harder to improve further. This is something that makes Cheng Ye feel somewhat depressed whenever he thinks about it. What can relieve worries? Only delicious food. Soon, the once peaceful live stream was filled with wails again. In the live stream room, Cheng Ye's family is in the wild. Sister Diao was leisurely taking a walk in the sun. After seeing the bowl of milk, Dabao gave up on conquering the shrimp heads. She started drinking milk from a basin, just like her younger sister, Wenwen. Cheng Ye continued steaming the last large lobster, while sharing the deliciousness of the lobster with the live stream audience. This was accompanied by praise coming from the live stream. Cheng Ye was also laughing as he ate. Just as Cheng Ye finished eating the shrimp claws and picked up the shrimp body meat to tempt the audience. Stop showing off, our wallets really can't take it anymore. Host, turn around and look. Behind, in the bushes. I'm not eating anymore. Look, it looks a bit like a wolf. Seeing these comments, Cheng Ye, who was about to speak, was speechless. They paused abruptly. Not again? Looking at these comments, Cheng Ye subconsciously glanced at Dabao and Xiao Wenwen beside him. The two little ones were still engrossed in eating. They didn't seem to notice anything dangerous approaching. The same was true for the eagle's sister on the riverbank. It did not issue a warning to itself. Logically speaking, given the little one's and sister eagle's observational abilities, it's impossible for any dangerous animal to approach unnoticed. But the frantic scrolling of comments in the livestream made it believe that something was really approaching. There's only one possibility left. Because the drone broadcasts images to them from the air, it has a wider field of view. That should still be some distance away. Moreover, this thing is very good at hiding. Cheng Ye put down the lobster meat in his hand and moved closer to the little guys. He turned his body, trying to see clearly what was coming from there. They moved slowly and gently, their legs crossed. The body also changed direction in an extremely slow manner. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen seemed to notice Cheng Ye's actions and stopped eating. They all raised their little heads and tilted their heads to look at Cheng Ye. Dabao and Xiao Husu still had some animal milk stuck to them. Oh woo, wow. Cheng Ye gradually gained a view of what was behind him. He quickly turned his eyes to look for the creature mentioned in the comments. You call this thing a wolf? Upon seeing who it was, Cheng Ye couldn't help but complain. Are you sure this isn't revenge on me because I tempted you like that just now? After seeing who it was, Changya finally felt relieved. No wonder Sister Diao didn't warn herself. This stuff is in someone else's recipe, so what's there to warn about? If Sister Diao hadn't just eaten 2 big fish and was too full, I doubt this little guy would even survive to get that close. I squatted down and wiped the milk stains off Dabao's tiger whiskers, then patted Xiao Wenwen's little head, pointing to the animal milk in the iron basin for the little ones. It's okay, keep eating. Isn't it a wolf? Then what is it? I just clicked +1 in response to the comments above. I thought it looked a bit like it, so I said so, and who knew you guys would just follow suit, hahaha. Actually, we can't really blame ourselves. The only one to blame is the streamer for being so inhumane before. Changya was speechless when he saw the explanations in the comments. How did the pot end up back on my head? Controlling the drone, Changya got a clearer view of the little guy in front of him. Hiding between 2 large trees to the diagonal rear, they peeked their heads in this direction. It is somewhat thin, with long and thick hair. Its tail is very long, longer than its head and body combined. It's probably around 70 or 80 centimeters long. Its mouth and ears are both pointed. The eyes look eerie, with vertical pupils and different colors in each eye. The one on the left is amber, and the one on the right is pure white. But what's most amazing is that this little guy is only black in the nose. The body hair is also pure white. It seems this little guy was attracted by the smell of his own lobster. Holy crap, a white fox. Does this really exist? I heard from experts that the appearance of white foxes is not a good thing. Changya's initial joy at seeing such a cute little guy was immediately dampened by the comments on the screen. It's just a genetic issue, how did it become a bad thing? It's just because their bodies can't produce melanocytes. This happens to any animal, not just foxes. The only downside is that they are slightly weaker than their counterparts and have a harder time surviving in the wild. Changya was quite unimpressed by the idea of experts. Because many so-called experts are just armchair theorists, they just talk the talk. Irresponsible. Many viewers agreed with Changya's words. Indeed, experts are probably the most unreliable people around. I even wanted to take Xiao Wenwen and Dabao Huniu with me before. It's funny to think about it now. But to be fair, this little thing is really cute. Seeing that the albino fox dared not approach, Changya raised the lobster meat in his hand. Judging from its small size, it's probably hungry. Seeing Changya raise his hand, the albino fox cautiously hid. But after a while, it slowly poked its head out again. Clearly, being hungry, the food in Changya's hands was very tempting to it. But Changya wasn't in a hurry, since it's very difficult to get an untamed wild animal to lower its guard. And so, the man and the fox remained locked in a stalemate for more than a minute. The albino fox, driven mad by hunger, was ultimately defeated. They cautiously began to approach Changya's side. But they were clearly still very cautious, walking very slowly, observing almost every step. Just as they were about to get close to Changya, Dabao seemed to have finished eating, and lifted up the little tiger's head, opening its blood-red mouth. It stuck out its tongue and kept licking the milk stains around its mouth. After licking it, it arched its back and stretched. Seeing Changya's actions, they followed his gaze to the direction of the albino fox. Wow! Wow! Hearing that sound, Changya knew something bad was about to happen. Sure enough, the moment I heard that sound, the albino fox, which was originally very wary, immediately ran back. It was moving very fast, clearly in its albino state. It is this skill that has allowed them to survive in the wild for so long. Changya watched the albino fox escape. Knowing that foxes are extremely wary, he knew that this time it was clearly hopeless. However, he didn't feel sorry for him, nor did he blame Dabao or anything like that. This is something you can't force. Eat the shrimp meat in your hand in one bite. Then take the lobster out of the pot and place it on a cloth, then pry open the shells. After breaking open its hard shell, the lobster meat is exposed. I put it on the ground, to see if the little guy, who was starving, would come looking for it later. After all, Changya had eaten 2 large lobsters, so he was already full at this point. Needless to say, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen are even more so. We started by eating some of the fish that Sister Diao caught, then we ate shrimp and some milk. Little Wenwen is now burping after finishing her milk. After placing the shrimp meat in the container, Changya looked in the direction the albino fox had gone. I can't keep waiting for it to come back. If we stay here, that little guy definitely won't dare to come. The things are here. Let's see if this little guy dares to come back. Right, Dabao? Wow! After eating, Changya's body was almost completely dry. I put on my clothes and pants, and put the seasonings back into my backpack. While Changya was packing his things, the comment section was filled with discussions about the white fox they had just seen. That fox was so beautiful. Who could resist the allure of a vixen? How can you blame King Joe for this? No one could have withstood it. Was that the feeling of seductive glances just now? For the first time, I feel like vixen is a compliment. Come here, your majesty, let me feed you grapes. King Joe, see? I told you I was right. My beloved concubine is a beauty. Fox director, have you ever considered my feelings when you look like this? Who wouldn't be confused by this thing? Guy, aren't you going to wait for it and take it with you? I think the guy is afraid of the tiger girl, that's why he doesn't dare to bring her along, ha ha ha. After packing his things, Changya got dressed and put on his backpack. Put the two little ones' milk bowls in their bowls. He laughed as he saw the comments. It's not like I said I wanted to take them with me and they just came with me. The fox is an undomesticated animal, unlike the cat. Unless you start training it when it's a puppy, it's very difficult for it to become affectionate with people. Although its body odor is not as strong as you might imagine, its excrement is extremely smelly. You could smell it from hundreds of meters away. If I lived alone, that would be fine, but I also have Huniu, Dabao, and Xiao Wenwen at home. So if you can see it, just give it a little food, don't try to keep it as a pet. When Changya first saw the white fox, he did indeed have the idea of raising it. Just like the comment said, anyone who sees this will be tempted. Of course, he's definitely not afraid of Tiger Girl or anything like what the comment said, because he knew that if he really wanted to raise them, he would have to make a lot of preparations. He doesn't have the energy to deal with these things right now. After putting his things away, Changya looked at the two little ones at his feet. The two little creatures, who were squatting in the same spot, were staring intently in the direction the white fox had just fled. Seeing the two little ones, Changya greeted them and said, "All right, stop looking. With you guys around, how dare they come out?" After saying that, he walked towards Sister Diao. After eating for so long, Sister Diao's wings should be dried by now. Watching Changya leave, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen looked back one last time in the direction the white fox had gone. Then she turned around and, with her short legs, followed closely behind Changya. Little Wenwen arrived at Changya's feet before Dabao. Oh woo! Dabao was a little slower. Because of his heavy, slightly bulging belly, Dabao's running speed was slowed down a bit. Wow! Hearing the sound, Changya looked down at Dabao's adorable face and couldn't help but chuckle. What are you yelling about? You're stuffed, aren't you? You're such a glutton. But thinking about it, it seems that what I just fed the little ones was indeed a bit too much for their current physical condition. But you can't blame me. Normally, everyone only eats until they're about 80% full. If you really can't eat, then don't eat. But Dabao is different, he'll eat anything you give him. If Changya hadn't stopped him, the little guy probably would have drunk the beast milk. I was still thinking about eating the shrimp meat that it had just prepared and placed on the ground. Dabao, who was standing next to Changya, saw his father talking to him. Although he couldn't understand what Changya was saying, Dabao felt that his dad was definitely praising him. It must be. I was eating my food obediently just now. She even helped her dad chase away a small animal. It's definitely him praising himself. Wow, wow, wow. Listening to this sound, and watching Dabao shaking his head and wagging his little short tail, Changya smiled slightly, which reminded him of a saying that had been circulating. This might just be a case of foolish tiger having foolish luck. When I arrived at Sister Diao's side, I saw Changya walking over. The eagle's sister spread her wings and called out a few times to Changya, who was walking slowly. Chirp, chirp. Diao Ji called out to Changya a few times, then glanced at Xiao Wenwen, who was following closely at Changya's feet. He glanced again at Dabao, who was walking ahead, swaying his tiger-like body from side to side. Then, it flapped its huge wings. After taking off slowly, it seemed to be doing warm-up exercises. It circled several times at a distance of about 4 meters above Changya. Ju. After seeing this, Changya understood what Sister Diao meant. Having just come ashore after swimming, it had been walking on the ground for a long time after drying its wings. If it weren't for waiting for Changya, it probably would have flown back to the sky long ago. Although the eagle's sister would fly down from time to follow him, but Changya knew that Diao Ji belonged to the sky. Soon, after circling twice, the eagle's sister vividly demonstrated why it could become the king of the sky. In just a few breaths, it disappeared as a white dot under the lens. Why did Sister Diao leave? Why didn't she stay with the streamer? Yeah, it was following me just fine up front, so why is it moving now? To be honest, don't let Sister Diao's usual laziness fool you, her speed is truly astounding. Changya glanced in the direction where Sister Diao disappeared and said with a smile, "That's normal. Sister Diao belongs to the sky, so she can't just walk with me all the time and not fly in the sky. Besides, now that Sister Eagle has eaten her fill, she'll definitely need to take a walk. This little riverbank is really not enough for Sister Eagle, who travels thousands of miles a day. Moreover, with Sister Diao's eyesight and flying speed, finding me will be a piece of cake." Haha, you're right. Knowing Sister Diao's personality, she's probably just going for a walk after eating. She's off patrolling her territory, huh? Haha, didn't the young man say that Sister Eagle is a gatekeeper? Since he had just finished eating, Cheng Ye wasn't in a hurry to continue his journey. Instead, he chatted casually with the audience in the live stream room. They traveled slowly along the way. The little ones followed Cheng Ye for more than 10 minutes. Dabao's tummy, which has excellent digestion, has gradually shrunk and is no longer bloated. And so, just like before, he and Xiao Wenwen started their chase and pick game again. The little ones were chasing each other so fast that Cheng Ye had to walk 2 steps faster to keep up. But Cheng Ye was very happy. What does this mean? It signifies that she has the care of her dad. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen are growing up very well. Look, Dabao is no longer chasing after a butterfly at this point. There were 2. Little Wenwen followed her brother, running quickly through the woods. Proud JPG. After letting the little ones run around on the ground for a while, Cheng Ye then pulled Dabao and Xiao Wenwen into the cloth bag in front of his chest. We still need to keep moving. Because of this route, the first part is pretty much the same as on the map. Cheng Ye's main purpose in this trip was to explore the unmarked, unknown areas. After holding the little ones in my arms, they proceeded directly towards their destination at the fastest possible speed. While the little ones were in Cheng Ye's arms, they tugged at the edge of the cloth bag. It peeked out with half its head sticking out, facing the wind, looking ahead. The wind blowing in their faces made the fur on Dabao and Xiao Wenwen's little heads fall backward. The little tiger whiskers were almost pressed tightly against his cheeks. Dabao opened his mouth to the wind, as if he wanted to eat the wind in front of him. After blowing on it for a while, Xiao Wenwen pulled her head back into the bag. She shrank back into the bag and raised her little head to glance at Cheng Ye. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Just quietly watched Cheng Ye running. A few minutes later. Originally, I was using my little tiger paws to scratch the cool Dabao. At this moment, it reluctantly pulled its little tiger paw back. Wow! Wow! The wind was too strong, I couldn't catch it. I'll try harder next time. After yelling, it shrank into the cloth bag, just like Xiao Wenwen. Viewers who saw this scene on the live chat burst into laughter. Is Dabao trying to catch the wind? Ha ha ha, does he want to become the child of the wind? Little Wenwen just called out to the older brother, but I only saw her mouth open and didn't hear any sound. I don't know, I can't see very clearly, only half of its head is showing, and it's only tilted its head slightly. Dabao's little head was all blown back by the wind, it looked ugly, ha ha ha. How fast did this little boy run to get Dabao all this way? I don't think I could catch up on a bicycle, a small electric scooter would be more suitable. The guy finally stopped pretending, haha. Guess if he'll tell us he's exhausted after the run. Cheng Ye, focused on his journey, didn't look at the comments. After traveling for almost 2 more hours, Cheng Ye was indeed quite tired. I slowed my pace a bit, but it doesn't mean stopping to rest immediately. Moreover, it was almost like jogging, gradually slowing down the pace. At this moment, Cheng Ye also had a chance to glance at the comments. After seeing the discussions in the live chat, thinking about what she was going to say later, she gave a slightly awkward laugh. We need to change the subject. Let's rest for a bit up ahead. Do you know why I've been running for so long, but now I'm going to rest, and I'm walking at a slow pace? The host asked the wrong person. Those of us who have nothing to do practically spend all our time in bed. Running? I'll never run in my life. I'll just lie in bed and play on my phone. I think I tried that once. I sat down to rest right after running, and it was incredibly uncomfortable, I almost fainted. Cheng Ye slowed his pace as he spoke. It's normal. Even if you're jogging for a few hundred meters, you'll feel uncomfortable if you stop suddenly. In severe cases, you might even go into shock. So when you have the chance to go for a run, make sure to walk for a few more minutes to cool down and get your blood circulation back to normal before stopping to rest. As Cheng Ye spoke, his pace slowed down more and more. After walking for a few more minutes, we came to a dark place. Cheng Ye stopped and put Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, who had been eagerly waiting, on the ground. Little Wenwen was alright, it only howled at me a few times. It expresses their desire to continue. Dabao tried to jump down from the sack several times, but Cheng Ye stopped him each time. Even after being pulled down, Dabao was not discouraged and continued to fight back tenaciously against Cheng Ye's vicious hands from time to time. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen shook their little bodies after coming to the ground. The little tiger's head bobbed back and forth. After shaking off his fuss, Dabao was quickly attracted to something. It darted away in a flash. Xiao Wenwen glanced at her brother who had run away, then looked at Cheng Ye who was standing to the side. Oh woo-oo, oh woo-oo. Cheng Ye heard the little guy's voice and saw Dabao already picking at the rose branches, then waved his hand. Go! Seeing Cheng Ye's actions, Xiao Wenwen wagged her little tail and trotted towards her brother with her short legs. Cheng Ye watched the 2 little ones playing, a slight smile playing on his lips. He put the backpack behind him on the ground. He picked up the water bottle from his waist and filled an iron bowl with water. He took a little salt out of the saddlebag and sprinkled it into the water. After a long run, remember to drink some salt water to effectively replenish your body's energy. After saying that, Changya picked up the iron bowl. A rhythmic gurgling sound kept coming from his throat. The iron bowl, which was originally full of water, was emptied in no time. Ha! Changya breathed a long sigh of relief after drinking the salt water. Feeling the mountain breeze on his face, Changya raised his hands and clenched his fists. He couldn't help but let out a groan. After stretching, Changya suddenly heard the voices of two little ones. Oh woo, wah-a-a-a-ah, wah-a-a-ah. Looking in the direction of the sound, they did not see the two little ones, because the direction from which the little ones' voices came was blocked by this rose family plant. Through some gaps, Changya finally caught a glimpse of the two little ones. To be precise, the little ones are swallows with their backs to them. Changya put down the iron basin in his hand and fastened the kettle to his waist. He then walked towards the two little ones. Looking at the rose bush blocking the way, it had grown very tall and large. If you try to pull it by hand, the branches will stick together, which is very difficult. Most importantly, these things have thorns, and you might accidentally hurt your hand. Changya picked up the military knife at his waist and transformed into a highly skilled sword immortal. They killed every last rose bush that blocked their path. It cleared a broad road for the little ones to take back later. Soon, Changya spotted the two little ones. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen were both looking up at the bright red fruit on the tree in front of them. Dabao seemed to have found his target, sticking his little bottom out. His eyes were fixed on the fruit on the tree. The little leg took a step back, then stretched and extended. Jump! Both little tiger paws reached up, trying to pull the fruit off. Unfortunately, this height is still a bit too high for Dabao at this age. With a loud clang, Dabao, who had just jumped, fell to the ground. At this moment, Wenwen, who was also preparing to jump like her brother, was also ready to jump. Hearing the noise behind him, he turned around. Upon seeing Changya, he gave up on jumping. While turning its head and howling at Changya, it also looked at the fruit on the tree. Oh woo-oo! Hearing Xiao Wenwen's cries, Changya smiled. I thought you guys were doing something else, turns out you just found peaches. When I got to the little ones, I saw that Dabao and Xiao Wenwen were both looking up at me. Why are you looking at me? You won't eat it even if I pick it. You're still jumping so high. If I really pulled you down, you'd probably just play with it for a bit and then throw it away. Both Dabao and Xiao Wenwen belong to the feline family. All felines are carnivorous, a trait determined by their chromosomes. Their chromosomes determine that they cannot recognize sugars, which are the source of nutrients in plants. So the little guys eat meat, they won't eat these peaches. Now they're jumping so high, trying to pick them down. It was just out of curiosity about the peaches growing on the tree. Haha, Dabao jumped pretty high. Indeed, for Dabao's physique, this height is quite good. It's a pity that little Wenwen didn't jump when she saw the older boy coming. I'm quite curious how high she can jump. Why aren't they eating? Do tigers really only eat meat and not vegetables? Little Wenwen is so smart. When she saw the older boy coming, she put her back down even though she had already gotten into a jumping position. Oh, how come there are peaches? Aren't peaches supposed to ripen in July and August? Shouldn't this be the flowering season? No, you guys didn't know that peaches ripen in all seasons. Looking at the vast expanse of peaches, Changya spoke as he approached the peach tree where Dabao had just jumped. It's April or May now, and these peaches are already ripe. They should be considered early ripening peaches. As he spoke, Changya pressed down a branch with his hand to get a clearer view of the peaches. It has a light yellow exterior with red patches of varying sizes. She looks a bit like a shy, blushing little girl with freckles. It also has many tiny fuzzy hairs, like a wedding dress draped over the little peach girl's body. Looking at the bright red peaches on the peach tree, Changya couldn't resist picking one. I picked the peach, wiped it on my clothes, and took a bite. Take a big bite. With a click, peach juice dripped down Changya's lips. Bia. Changya took a big bite, and after eating it, he couldn't help but take another big bite. 1 word. Sweet. 2 words. So sweet. After eating half of the fruit, Changya revealed the reddish-pink flesh to the camera. See this flesh? Normal peaches ripen in July and August. But these early peaches are also very sweet, especially the rich, moist taste when you bite into them. As a foodie, I feel like it's challenging my taste buds. As they spoke, Changya and his wife ate the remaining half of the peach. Awesome! Watching Changya eat peaches, he seemed to enjoy them so much. Dabao, standing to the side, seemed a little unhappy. Then, with its rear end sticking out, it started rummaging through the peaches on the tree. This time, it put all its strength into it and managed to grab a branch with its little tiger claws. Just as I was about to catch it. But the branch, bearing a weight it shouldn't have had at its age, bent over instantly. Dabao fell to the ground again. Meanwhile, little Wenwen saw her brother fall down again. It came to Changya's side and used its little tiger paws to tug at Changya's trouser leg. With its little head tilted back, it looked at Changya with its big, watery brown tiger eyes. Oh woo-woo, oh woo-woo. Changya, who had just picked another peach, heard Xiao Wenwen's voice and saw Xiao Wenwen's appearance. A smile appeared on his face. This little guy, he's got that trick up his sleeve. He squatted down, tapped the little guy's head, and glanced at the peach in his hand. Fine, take it and play with it. As he spoke, he placed the peach in his hand on the ground. Unlike Changya, Wenwen didn't immediately eat the peach after receiving it. Instead, it let out a howl at its brother. Using its little tiger paws, it picked up the peach and treated it like a ball. After slapping it away, it trotted over on its 4 short legs. Another slap. They were having a blast. Meanwhile, Dabao watched his younger sister having so much fun. It learned its lesson and stopped jumping up to pull at the branches. Instead, it came to Changya's side, wagged its short tail, and tilted its big head up. Wow! 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 Changya had just picked a peach when he heard Dabao's voice. Then he gave the peach to Dabao. Okay. After receiving the peach, Dabao, like his sister, began his soccer journey. Haha, Dabao, so it's that easy to get this ball? What was I doing before? Tiger, who knows how to act cute, has peaches to play with. Little Wenwen is so cute. I'm totally smitten by the way she looked at the boy just now. Dabao, aren't I cute? I'll give you another chance to put your words into words. I thought Dabao and Xiao Wenwen would eat the peaches, but it turns out they just wanted to play with them. When can I place an order? Are these peaches for sale? The peaches I buy here aren't sweet. Many peaches these days are artificially ripened, so they're not sweet. These, young man's, are wild and different. After picking another peach, Changya looked at the vast peach orchard and then at the comments section. I'd rather not sell this. I'm too lazy to pick it anyway, and it's not worth much money. I'm not interested in money. After speaking, Changya took out a map, observed the surrounding environment, and confirmed which point on the map this location was. Mark it on the map. Okay, I've made a note of this place. I'll come here whenever I want to eat peaches in the future. There must be more than just early peaches in this large peach orchard. After saying that, he picked a few more peaches and put them in his pocket to eat on the way. But then, Changya suddenly heard a familiar voice coming from the deep mountains in the distance. Wow! Ugh! The sound wasn't far away, and Changya heard it clearly. The 2 little ones who had been playing with the ball stopped and looked in the direction from which the sound was coming from. Upon hearing this, Changya looked in the direction from which the sound came. Thinking of the exact same voice he had heard before, he smiled. It sounds like the sounds I heard from the golden monkeys when I came back earlier. Judging from the sound, it doesn't seem to be very far away. It seems we're almost at our destination. After Changya finished speaking, he returned to the place where he had just put the things. He took out a large bag and went back to the other side of the woods to pick a bag of peaches. Wild golden monkeys are not as docile as those in protected areas. If we meet later, we can consider this a gift we brought. Let's see if we can use these peaches to get closer to our monkey king. The audience in the live stream gets excited when the topic of golden monkeys comes up. Of course, it's inevitable that some monkeys from the mountains will be brought up for comparison with golden monkeys. Looking at the discussions on the live stream, and thinking of what golden monkeys look like, Changya couldn't help but sigh and say, if I really had to compare the golden snub-nosed monkeys from different places, I would say the ones from the Kindling Mountains are the most authentic. Their colors are the most vibrant, and their luster is as bright and smooth as silk. Moreover, the people around here don't call them spiritual beasts, filial beasts, benevolent beasts. Everyone knows Li Shizhen, right? His compendium of materia medica records, indeed, it is a benevolent beast. It lives in trees, looks like an ape, has a white face and black cheeks, a long beard and colorful fur, and a tail longer than its body. It has no branch, and when it rains, it uses the branch to plug its nostrils. They delight in traveling in groups, with the elderly in front and the young behind, sharing food, loving each other in their dwellings, gathering together in life, and going to each other's graves in death. The benevolent, humble, filial, and kind creatures that Lu Zongyuan spoke of are the golden monkeys. As Changya hurried toward the sound he had just heard, he spoke. Not only Li Shizhen's compendium of materia medica, but also the typing Guanji contains a record about golden monkeys. It can be said that golden monkeys are always very popular, no matter the time. Indeed, such adorable monkeys are a rare sight these days. A monkey from Mount Ime, if you can't handle the game, don't just say so, just name names. Golden monkeys are probably only found in our country, right? It seems like Annam was a state-owned country. I heard it existed before. Changya looked at the comments and chuckled softly. The golden monkeys in Angwo, although they are called golden monkeys, their fur is mostly dark brown. Only the abdomen, head, and inner sides of the limbs are light yellow, and there are fluffy manes on the sides of the ears and cheeks. Most importantly, their faces are extremely peculiar, with very wide cheeks. In particular, the nose is extremely upturned and flat, and the exposed skin is sky blue, especially around the eyes where there are very obvious light blue ring-shaped markings. The addition of large, pink lips makes it look extremely exaggerated. Compared to some of ours, it's simply. Changya was very fond of his golden monkey. As the saying goes, of all virtues, filial piety is the most important. The golden snub-nosed monkey is known as the filial beast. They showed great respect to their elders and maintained a proper order of seniority. When there is food, the old golden monkeys are always given priority to eat. When they pick wild fruits or other food, they will first offer them to the old monkeys squatting at the top of the tree. The other monkeys will only eat after the old monkeys have finished eating. These social cultures have been passed down from ancient times to the present. Changya also greatly admired him. Thinking of this, Changya quickened his pace. I just don't know what the difference is between the golden monkeys in the primeval forest and those in outside protected areas. Suddenly remembering something, Changya spoke into the live stream as he walked. Do you know what monkey wine is, or have you ever heard of it? I'm not talking about the monkey wine on the market now. Those monkey wines are basically made artificially and can't be considered monkey wine at all. I drank a little when I was a child, and I even got a scolding from my grandfather for drinking that little bit of alcohol. But there was no other way back then. I heard from my grandfather that monkeys stored food in their caves to survive the winter, but later when there was enough food, these fruits were forgotten. The fruits in the cave fermented slowly and formed fruit wine. Grandpa said that when he went into the mountains, he could smell the aroma of this wine from about 100 meters away. Grandpa also said that these monkey wines could only be stored for one season, and it would be a waste if they weren't drunk. Back then, kids were naturally curious about alcohol, especially since Grandpa made it sound so mysterious. I noticed he was reluctant to drink, so adhering to the principle of not wasting, I drank all that was left in his wine jug. Thinking back on that feeling now, it's still quite unforgettable. Later, when I grew up, I tried drinking some high-end red wines and such, but it was never the same taste. It's April or May now, and in this primeval forest, the diligent golden monkeys must have gathered a lot of fruits to prepare for the winter. If there are too many fruits, they can be used to make monkey wine, and it's almost fermented by now. Let's see if we can run into it this time. If we do, we'll be in for a treat. The purpose of this trip is to patrol the territory near the golden monkeys and see if there are any traces left by poachers entering the mountains. But Changya's fondness for golden monkeys is indeed genuine. And then there's monkey wine. The taste is indescribable. Many ancient books describe monkey wine in great detail, inspiring imagination. But Changya still felt that without actually drinking monkey wine, one would never truly understand its flavor. Ah, so the monkey wine sold in the market is artificially made. I thought monkey wine was wine brewed by monkeys themselves. Ha ha ha, no wonder monkeys could brew wine, now I know. The streamer has also drunk expensive red wine? I didn't know. What has he drunk? He's probably new here. I don't know what he's drunk, but when I followed him as an outdoor streamer, I personally saw him open a bottle of red wine from Chateau Lippin. Me too. I'll ask Brother Chang later whether these expensive wines or this monkey wine taste better. Anyway, whatever it is, we won't be able to drink it, ha ha ha. The sun is quite strong around 2 or 3 p.m. Although the primeval forest has many large trees that provide some shade, reducing the amount of sunlight that can be seen through. But after running around for a while, De Bao and Xiao Wenwen chose to stay back at the cloth bag on Changya's chest. Every now and then, it would peek out, sticking out its little pink tongue. It was breathing like a little dog. Looking at the two little ones, Changya knew it was time to take a break. If we don't rest for a while, the two little ones will get very thirsty. Tigers really dislike heat, and the two little ones aren't showing any signs of discomfort. But Changya knew that the two little ones must be feeling very uncomfortable and wanted to drink water. Changya stopped in a shady spot under a big tree, put the backpack under the big tree, and then put the two little ones on the ground as well. They took out the small iron basin and water bottle from their backpacks. Alright, let's rest here for a bit. They had been traveling for a long time, although Changya wasn't very tired. But his body's instincts told Changya that he should stop and drink water. Most importantly, the road ahead will be even more difficult, because the further you go into this primeval forest, the more difficult it becomes. Looking ahead, the forest is a mixed coniferous and broad-leaved forest featuring precious tree species such as red pine, birch, ash, and Mongolian oak. The roads are no longer as empty as they used to be. They are all narrow, old mountain paths. Some of the trees are towering and their leaves completely block out the sunlight. This made the surrounding area appear somewhat eerie and terrifying. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves on the tall trees. It emitted a series of clear, rustling sounds. If it were nighttime and an ordinary person came to this forest, they would see these tall plants swaying. They'd probably be scared half to death. Just like the Guanyin statues that can be seen everywhere around here, each one has grown into a tall, tree-like shape. The outline of a single leaf is larger than the dining table. At night, it's like a cruise-like figure waving around in front of you. Of course, this only applies to what is visible. If you're bold enough, you can ignore these things. But the most terrifying thing about primeval forests like this isn't these things. The most dangerous things are those that cannot be seen. I like these unseen insects and venomous snakes lurking at my feet. Or some plants are dangerous in a primeval forest. Although Changya possesses the talent of being compatible with all things. But the incident with the hungry wolf made him realize that this talent was only useful for cold-blooded animals. It's not exactly a panacea. For some insects, this might be a different story. In a subjective sense, it cannot be considered an attack on oneself, it is merely a curious bite, but just that one bite could be fatal. Fortunately, Changya brought a lot of wood ash with him. To avoid this situation, sprinkle wood ash nearby during breaks. Fortunately, we can now see signs of golden monkey activity. There's no need to venture any deeper into the primeval forest. If Changya were to traverse the entire primeval forest like this, Changya believes he doesn't have that ability yet. On the one hand, there are now 2 little ones with me, so in addition to taking care of me, I also have to take care of them. I also have to take care of Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. On the other hand, he didn't bring many supplies with him to begin with. There have been attempts to conquer the forbidden area of the Kindling Mountains, known as the Aotai Line, but the result was that in just 5 years, as many as 46 people went missing or died. Is this what a primeval forest is like? I wouldn't be surprised if a wild beast I don't recognize suddenly jumped out. This, paired with the song The Ghost Bride, her gaze, is like the stars shining. I saw it, and my heart is racing. If I sleep here tonight, will I even see the sun rise tomorrow? Why don't Dabao and Xiao Wenwen seem scared at all? They're still looking around, and their little tiger paws are pawing at each other. That's a good question, but don't ask it again. Do you really think it's human nature for someone to be afraid of this? Haha, if it were Tiger Girl here, or if the little ones were a bit older, they'd probably be afraid of the things in this forest. Watching the live stream where people were discussing Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, Changya couldn't help but look at the 2 little ones beside him. It still needs to grow, but it's not like there's no chance, right? When the little ones grow up, I'll try to cross this primeval forest by myself, with supplies in tow. Seeing Changya's gaze, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen couldn't help but tilt their heads to look at him. Oh woo-oo, wow. Even after they finished yelling, the 2 little guys' pink tongues were still sticking out, panting. We just arrived here to cool off, although the temperature has dropped. But the 2 little ones still need some time to adjust. Changya placed the 2 small pots that had just come out on a flat open ground. Bang! Remove the lid from the kettle. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen heard this sound. The little tiger immediately hopped around a few times, tilted its head back, and stared longingly at the water bottle in Changya's hand. Seeing how impatient the 2 little ones were, he said indulgently, Okay, what's the rush? I haven't even had a drink yet, but I'm giving them to you guys first. After saying that, he bent down and filled the basin with water. They were all fully stocked, with no one having too much or too little food. Looking at the basin full of water, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, who had been thirsty for a long time, were exhausted. After arriving at the water basin, it stuck out its little pink tongue and dipped it into the water. Plop, 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 plop. After pouring water for the 2 little ones, Changya also took a big gulp. Have a peach. As he spoke, Changya prepared to rummage through his backpack to find the bag that had just contained the peaches. But then I suddenly noticed that there were several small, bright red fruits growing nearby. Hey, wait a minute, it seems we don't need to. Look what this is. As he spoke, Changya walked over to the fruit trees. Looking at the plant in front of me, which resembles a small tree, with clusters of fruit hanging from its branches. It looks incredibly delicious and tempting. Changya quickly searched his mind for the origin of this thing. This looks like granny sheep? Upon closer inspection, the bright red color and the shape of the fruit somewhat resemble a small red heart, resembling a goat's milk. Changya then laughed. Yes, it's been so long since I've had it. I only ate it when I was a child, and I almost forgot about it. Because this terrain really doesn't seem like Grandma Long Sheep's place. Changya wasn't sure at first. Grandma Sheep? What's that name? Grandma of a sheep? What the hell? It's just the name of this fruit, it has absolutely nothing to do with a sheep's grandmother. I've eaten it. Finally, one of the things this guy found is something I've tried. It tastes sweet and sour, very delicious. This is really delicious. It's a great exercise for obese people, a beauty aid, and it also seems to be a good traditional Chinese medicine ingredient. I've only eaten it once, when I was little. It seems the goat larvae do indeed ripen around April. I'll go back to the village another day and go look for them on the mountain. It looks delicious, it makes my mouth water. Changya picked some goat milk and put it in his mouth to taste. It still tastes the same as when I was a child, sweet and sour, and the texture is similar to that of cherries now. They're basically ripe, they'll probably fall to the ground in a while. As he spoke, Changya placed the sheep granny in front of the camera so that the audience could see it. This is a very common food, many people have probably eaten it. It was one of the few wild fruits that many people could eat during their childhood. After Changya finished demonstrating to the audience, he put the rest of the sheep milk into his mouth. After eating, they broke off branches and picked the fruit in handfuls. This is a good thing. At this moment, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen also noticed Changya's actions. Wow! Looking at the two little ones' curious expressions, Changya smiled and placed the two goat calf mugs near Dabao and Xiao Wenwen's mouths. Eat up, eat up. This fruit is quite thirst-quenching, and the little ones can eat it without any problem. It's just a matter of whether they like it or not. With a bite of the goat's milk with her little tiger teeth, Wenwen's brows furrowed instantly. He quickly stuck out his tongue and spat out the goat milk from his mouth. She quickly returned to the basin and vigorously washed, licked, her pink little tongue in it. Just when Changya thought Dabao would do the same, all we could see was that Dabao was tilting his head and opening his mouth. It looked at itself in a posture of waiting to be fed. Changya smiled and stuffed a few more of the goat milk into Dabao's mouth. It seems this foodie really does accept anything offered. After feeding Dabao, Changya watched him shake his head and eat from Grandma Yang, and smiled slightly. I remember when I was a child, I would look forward to the ripening of the yang trees on this mountain every year. Because back then we were in the countryside, and after a winter, there was hardly any fruit to eat in the village. So in April, when spring arrives, everyone starts to crave food. The elderly and elders in the countryside love children very much. They always say that grandparents love their grandchildren more, so they always save the best food for us. So every time they come home from farm work, they always bring us some delicious food. Back then, when they came back, most of the children in our village would wait at the village entrance. They would pull out handfuls of Grandma Yang's drinks from their pockets and give them to us, and we would eat them one by one as fast as we could. Sometimes we can't wait, so we go up the mountain in groups to pick them. That method of eating mutton should be similar to the current method of eating mutton. No sooner had Changya finished speaking than he saw Dabao making the same mouth-open gesture as before. It seems there are some differences, they cook for themselves. And Dabao, this little guy, is waiting for me to feed him. After giving Dabao a few more, Changya also plucked a large handful from the plant himself. While eating Grandma Yang's food, I watched Dabao chewing, and waited for Xiao Wenwen to wash the dishes in the basin. After a while, after finishing his meal at Grandma Yang's restaurant, Changya clapped his hands and wiped them clean. Pick up the little metal bowls from the ground and put them back in your backpack. He then tucked the water bottle into his waistband, looked at Dabao who had finished eating and was still opening his mouth, and said in an annoyed tone, "Okay, stop eating. It's not good for you to eat too much." After saying that, he ignored the little guy, packed his things, and got everything ready. While picking the goat's milk, Changya heard the golden monkeys calling again. If all goes well, we should be able to see these adorable little creatures after walking a little further. Having eaten and drunk their fill, the two little ones returned to their usual lively selves. They started chasing each other again, just like before. I saw all sorts of strange plants, or flowers and grasses, by the roadside. It trotted over on its four short legs, then leaned in and sniffed around. Or they might be scratching at it with their little tiger paws. Changya was responsible for following behind the two little ones to determine whether those things were harmful. If it's harmful, then run up and grab Dabao and Xiao Wenwen by the back of their necks. Once lifted up, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen immediately acted like well-behaved children. The little tiger's paws were bent in front of its chest, and its short legs were dangling. The little tiger looked at Changya with its adorable eyes. "Oh woo, wow, 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 that little face is just so incredibly cute." When Changya heard the little ones let out a soft roar, it was as if they were pretending not to know what they had done wrong. He couldn't help but laugh. Just like when I was a child. After brushing off the tree debris and some stray hairs stuck to the two little guys' bodies and bottoms, before putting it back into the cloth bag in front of his chest. Let's put it here for now. If we handle it separately, it could be dangerous if I can't keep an eye on it. Although these things won't really harm the little ones, they will make them uncomfortable for quite some time. The viewers in the live stream laughed as they watched the little ones playing and then being held obediently in the sack. Haha, it seems that whether it's the king of beasts or just cats, as long as they're felines, they become incredibly obedient when you grab them by the scruff of the neck. As a newcomer, I could tell at a glance that this streamer was no ordinary person. Sure enough, I immediately saw that the streamer dared to provoke a tiger. That's it? Dabao and Xiao Wenwen are just kids. I dare touch them too. But when you see who knew, that's the real deal. Being new here is normal. When I first arrived, I was quite startled when I saw Tiger Girl and her family. It seems like we're getting more and more new viewers lately. Dabao poked his head out again, ha ha ha. Little Wenwen is so cute, I love her so much. After walking a while longer, Chang Ye suddenly heard a voice in his ear. Chirp squeak dash. Chirp squeak dash. It was gentle and melodious, its soft chirping sound like a casual chatter. Rustling. Hearing this voice, Chang Ye quickened his pace. It seemed like they had spotted something, so they looked into the distance. Then I saw a creature on a large tree branch, its entire body golden yellow with long fur on its back. It resembled an animal draped in a golden raincoat, with its claws bent over its chest. Looking at the little guy's figure, even without hearing the voice in my mind, Chang Ye also knew that this little guy was a noble among monkeys, a fellow native of Mount Ime, a golden snub-nosed monkey. Just as Chang Ye was about to happily introduce the golden monkey to the audience, a golden snub-nosed monkey, a Class I protected animal, has been detected in the host's current environment. There is a danger. Once the danger is resolved, the golden snub-nosed monkey will be automatically added to the host's encyclopedia. Golden snub-nosed monkey listed as a vulnerable species in the Red Data Book of Endangered Animals of China, Animal Category. Listed as endangered on the IUCN Red List of Threatened Species, 2012. Unlocked the Dragon Kingdom's S-Level Protected Animal Encyclopedia, Progress 396. A Class I protected animal in the Qinling Mountains distribution area of China, Progress completed 2314. Is it dangerous? Upon hearing this, Chang Ye's heart suddenly tightened. Let's look back at the location where the golden monkey was just discovered. Sure enough, a group of golden monkeys were seen in front of the first golden monkey, all looking in one direction. Each of the four sides occupied a position, enclosing the central area. They were all calling out anxiously. Looking at this, Chang Ye frowned deeply. They ran quickly toward the direction of the golden monkeys. Seeing Chang Ye's anxious expression, the viewers in the live stream were all a bit confused. Just a second ago, they were happily talking about golden monkeys with them. It looks like we've encountered some kind of danger. What's wrong with Brother Cheng? Why did you run over so fast? Aren't you afraid these golden monkeys will ostracize you? It seems like something's happened. We were just saying that when we spotted the golden monkeys, we should try to get close to them. Yeah, why are they rushing over there like this? Shouldn't they at least get to know each other first? Could the golden monkey be in some danger? I remember when we found the eagle's sister, Brother Cheng was searching everywhere like this too. I think they must have encountered some kind of danger, and the streamer wanted to go help. I think I saw a golden monkey looking in Cheng Ji's direction. Golden monkeys are usually quite docile, so they should be fine. Not necessarily. After all, this is a primeval forest, untamed, and we haven't seen any human species here. While the audience was discussing, Cheng Ye was already close to the golden monkey stations area. Upon hearing that the golden monkeys were in danger, the anxious Cheng Ye only then realized that he had already entered the golden monkey's territory. Moreover, he was being watched by many eyes. Feeling the gaze of the group of golden monkeys, Cheng Ye stopped and stood still to observe their movements. They also discovered the golden monkey that was surrounded by them and was considered in danger. Looking at the golden monkey and the surrounding golden monkeys, Cheng Ye immediately understood what was going on. Judging from the appearance, this golden monkey is currently in the process of giving birth. Generally, before the female monkey gives birth, several other female monkeys surround the parturient. A temporary birthing room was set up, and some of the female monkeys kept looking out, alert to any movement outside. The male monkey paced back and forth on the tree branch, keeping watch. It looked almost exactly the same as what he had seen. De Bao and Xiao Wenwen, who were in the cloth bag in Cheng Ye's arms, sensed that Cheng Ye had stopped. They all poked their little heads out to look. The little creatures peeking out quickly attracted the attention of the golden monkeys. After seeing what the little guys looked like, the male monkeys that had been jumping around in the tree stopped. They all started calling out to their nearby companions, their eyes filled with fear. Chirp, squeak. Chirp, squeak. The little ones weren't happy to hear that. They all used their little tiger paws to grab the edge of the cloth bag. It poked its whole head out and began baring its teeth at the golden monkeys that were calling to them. Oh woo-oo, oh woo-oo, wow, wow, wow. With a fierce and menacing look, Cheng Ye could already feel De Bao kicking his chest with his legs. Judging from his appearance, De Bao seemed to want to climb out of the bag and have a discussion with the golden monkeys. Seeing this, Cheng Ye quickly pushed De Bao and Xiao Wenwen back into the cloth bag. After being pushed back into the cloth bag, Xiao Wenwen saw Cheng Ye's gaze. Then it stopped calling out. Although it was silent, its little mouth was still opening and closing. The little head tilted slightly upwards, and the little tiger whiskers looked at Cheng Ye. Looking at Wenwen's expression, Cheng Ye explained gently, "We're here to help, so be good inside, okay?" Oh woo. Cheng Ye glared at De Bao, who was still trying to struggle and stick his head out. De Bao, sensing Cheng Ye's gaze, wilted. It made a whimpering sound and slunk back in. Looking at De Bao's expression, Cheng Ye gave a wry smile. He reached down and half lifted the two little ones, leaving only half of their little tiger heads exposed. It only shows up to the eyes. he said, pretending to look fierce. Alright, you're not allowed to come out anymore, understand? Just stay here. De Bao and Xiao Wenwen, with only half their head showing, listened to Cheng Ye's words and looked at his appearance. The two little ones opened their mouths slightly. It made a soft sound. Ah! Roar! Looking at the two little ones, Cheng Ye knew they should be alright. Although the two little ones are still young, they are already quite advanced for these intelligent golden snub-nosed monkeys. They knew that De Bao and Xiao Wenwen were the king of beasts, the tiger. If De Bao and Xiao Wenwen are always exposed to the outside, their instinctive reaction will be to regard De Bao and Xiao Wenwen, as well as themselves, as enemies. Golden monkeys are a type of primate and are very intelligent. It can be said to be the species most closely related to humans. So Cheng Ye put De Bao and Xiao Wenwen inside the cloth bag, which was a way of expressing his sincerity. Seeing Cheng Ye fussing with De Bao and Xiao Wenwen, the group of golden monkeys stared wide-eyed at Cheng Ye. Oh, squeak squeak. Seeing that the golden monkeys were all staring at him, Cheng Ye raised both hands halfway up. After making a gesture of surrender, it pointed to the pregnant female monkey giving birth over there. Cheng Ye's eyesight is now very good. He can see from afar that the pregnant golden monkey's belly is already extremely large. But no matter how the mother monkey makes the birthing movements, the golden snub-nosed monkey baby can never be seen. All you could see was the mother golden monkey straining, occasionally letting out a pitiful howl. Hearing this voice, Cheng Ye couldn't help but feel a little anxious, and he slowly moved closer to the expectant golden monkey. He then pointed to the spot where the expectant mother golden monkey was standing, towards the surrounding golden monkeys. Regardless of whether the golden monkeys nearby could understand him or not, Cheng Ye said, "I'm here to help." Just as Cheng Ye was about to get within 5 meters of the mother monkey, a slightly larger golden monkey suddenly jumped in front of Cheng Ye. It bared its two sharp fangs, stretched out its arms, and roared at Cheng Ye a few times. Cheng Ye looked at the golden monkey in front of him. He remembered that the golden monkey had been jumping back and forth between the two trees just now. He also looked the most uneasy. If all goes as expected, this is the golden monkey's soon-to-be father. Seeing that he was about to get close to the golden monkey mother and baby, the monkey jumped down to stop him. Upon seeing the golden monkey blocking Cheng Ye's way, the two little creatures, who had been obediently staying inside the bag, immediately began to peek out. Sensing the movement, Cheng Ye immediately looked down at De Bao and Xiao Wenwen. The two little creatures stopped what they were doing, looking at the golden monkey in front of them with a disgruntled expression. But then, the mother monkey that had been wailing pitifully suddenly fell silent. His limbs were outstretched, and his hands went limp. Upon seeing this, the male golden monkey that had been blocking Cheng Ye's way immediately turned around and jumped over. Cheng Ye was also startled and quickly walked over with the male golden monkey. Seeing the collapsed mother golden snub-nosed monkey, the midwives who were also giving birth nearby, one of them started putting his finger inside the pregnant monkey's nose. It seemed to be testing its breath. A few seconds later, the midwife started calling out to the golden monkey that had just arrived. Her voice sounded somewhat anxious, and she gestured wildly towards the male monkey. Cheng Ye looked at the fallen golden monkey, though he couldn't understand its gestures and cries. But Cheng Ye knew that this pregnant woman should still be alive. She fainted or something because she was in too much pain from not being able to give birth to the baby monkey. At this moment, Cheng Ye slowly approached the fallen golden monkey. They took De Bao and Xiao Wenwen out of the bag. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't let those two little guys come out and scare the golden monkeys. But now this pregnant woman is in an extremely dangerous situation. If I try to communicate with these golden monkeys again, it will only delay things. This pregnant woman is very likely beyond saving. Put both little ones on the ground. De Bao and Xiao Wenwen seemed to understand what Cheng Ye meant. After approaching the pregnant female monkey, it began to bare its teeth at the midwives surrounding the pregnant woman. Oh woo, W.A. Although the little guys are still small, they have an innate aura of being the king of beasts. These midwives instinctively fled to the vicinity. Standing about 2 meters away from De Bao and Xiao Wenwen, I watched them from afar. There was fear in its eyes, and it began to communicate with its companions by making noises. When the male monkey saw De Bao and Xiao Wenwen, he took 2 steps back. But the next second it arrived next to the fallen pregnant woman. Stretch out your long arms, stand up straight, and try to make yourself look taller. It started howling at Cheng Ye, De Bao, and Xiao Wenwen, and it would occasionally call out to its nearby companions. Seeing this, Cheng Ye told De Bao and Xiao Wenwen to stop yelling, pointed to the unconscious pregnant woman behind the male monkey, and then pointed to his own belly. I'm here to help you. Let me through, I can save them. This male monkey didn't run away, that's impressive. He's a real man. De Bao and Xiao Wenwen actually look quite fierce, just a bit small, which is great. Why don't we just go straight there? I'm afraid the mother golden monkey won't be able to hold on. That definitely won't work. If this golden monkey really makes a move, the other golden monkeys nearby will definitely follow suit. Yes, don't forget, these golden monkeys are incredibly intelligent. And as the young man mentioned before, these golden monkeys are untamed, they're just persevering. Look at this handsome guy. I believe in him. After gesturing, Changya observed the male monkey's reaction. If this male monkey continues to obstruct me, then I'll have to resort to force. The male monkey looked at Changya's gestures, then at Dabao and Xiao Wenwen at Changya's feet, and the female monkey behind him. After looking at it a few times, she slowly moved to the side, revealing the mother monkey behind her, who was looking at Changya. Seeing this, Changya told Dabao and Xiao Wenwen to stay where they were. He quickly walked over to the mother monkey. He used his finger to check the mother monkey's breath. Breathing is still going, just a little rapid. Seeing that the mother monkey was alright, Changya began to observe the fetus. Only one forelimb can be seen protruding from outside the vulva. Touch your stomach with your hand. You can feel the two forelimb wrist joints and the normal fetal head. Fortunately, both the fetus and the mother monkey are fine, but the fetus has fallen to the lower position. Is it because the baby monkey's abdomen is facing upwards that the mother golden monkey has such difficulty giving birth? Subordinate? What does subordinate mean? I do know what superior means. I just looked it up on Baidu, and golden monkeys have the highest frequency of dystocia, difficult birth, among animals, and are also the monkeys most prone to miscarriage. I remember a few years ago, a baby monkey died in childbirth in the reserve, but the mother golden monkey held onto it for 5 days and refused to abandon it. He's unconscious, is he really alright, streamer? After observing Changya carefully once more, Changya finally felt relieved. He put down the backpack behind him. Take out a small rope from inside. I tugged at it hard, it's quite sturdy. There are no birthing ropes available right now, so we can only make do with this one that's tied up to resemble one. He looked around and picked up a short wooden stick. By touching the mother golden monkey's belly, the location of the fetus was determined. A short wooden stick is placed horizontally between the limbs of the fetal monkey. Then tie the wooden stick to the fetal monkey's limbs with a rope. Twisted wooden stick. The fetal monkey was rotated along the longitudinal axis. You can do this too? Although I've seen the streamer do many unbelievable things before, I didn't expect him to do even this. The streamer already told us, didn't he? He knows a little bit of everything. Having long been used to this, I casually picked up the water glass next to me, took a sip, and uttered 2 words, awesome. But will this really work? After completing the corrective exercises, Changya looked at the female golden monkey who still had her eyes closed. The mother golden monkey was only temporarily unconscious, so she should wake up in a few minutes. After saying that, Changya called over to Bao and Xiao Wenwen. The 2 little guys came closer and patiently waited for the golden monkey to wake up. He picked up the water bottle from his waist and took a sip. Then he took out the bag containing the peaches from his backpack. Looking at the male monkey waiting nearby, Changya took out a peach and handed it to him. But the male golden monkey did not reach out its paw to take it. Instead, it glanced at Changya warily. There were also Dabao and Xiao Wenwen at Changya's feet. They then turned their attention back to the unconscious female golden monkey. A few minutes later, the golden monkey, which had been unconscious, slowly opened its eyes at this moment. Squeak chirp. The waking mother golden monkey seemed to sense the changes in the fetus. He propped himself up and glanced down. Then she looked at the nearby midwife and called out. The midwives who had just scattered and fled heard the mother monkey's cry. He glanced hesitantly at Changya, Dabao, and Xiao Wenwen. Upon seeing Changya smile, and seeing that Dabao and Xiao Wenwen remained silent, it slowly approached the mother monkey who was preparing to give birth again. Soon, the mother golden monkey began giving birth again. Upon seeing this, Changya, the nearby golden monkeys, and the viewers in the live stream all became tense. Animals typically give birth very quickly, and golden monkeys are no exception. The baby monkeys are born very soon. The unborn monkey in the womb finally broke free of the amniotic sac and was born with a cry. After witnessing the mother golden snub-nosed monkey successfully give birth to her baby in an instant, the live stream chat exploded with comments, as if everyone was celebrating the birthday of this golden monkey that had just arrived in the world. Ding, your account has been successfully registered. We wish you a pleasant life in this world. Wow, it's so tiny and cute. The little paws are still moving, so cute, ha ha ha. Congratulations to the young man on earning the title of midwife. Wow, golden monkeys give birth so quickly. It only took a few seconds. From the moment the young man helped with the delivery to when she woke up and gave birth, it was only a short while. How wonderful, how adorable. A new life. Changya's face lit up with a smile as he watched the baby golden monkey being born. At this moment, the golden monkey mother glanced at her baby golden monkey. She propped herself up, separated the umbilical cord, ate the placenta to replenish her nutrition, and then lay down to rest. The husband who had just been surrounding the golden monkey mother also began to take care of her. Take out the fruit that I had prepared beforehand and hand it to the golden monkey mother to supplement her nutrition. He groomed his wife and comforted her. Some midwives are also helping to take care of the golden monkey babies that have just come into the world. It kept licking the foreign objects and mucus off the baby golden monkey with its tongue. Chang Ye watched this scene quietly from the side. He knew that at this point, he was no longer needed to help. The golden snub-nosed monkey group has long had a certain social structure. Meanwhile, De Bao and Xiao Wenwen were watching this scene. The little brown tiger's eyes glanced at the newborn golden monkey baby, then at the golden monkey mother. Then he looked at the newborn golden monkey baby. Her little eyebrows drooped slightly, full of doubt. He took a small step forward, tilting his head, to get a clearer view of the baby golden monkey. Upon seeing this, Chang Ye quickly spoke to the two little ones. De Bao, Xiao Wenwen, come back first, don't disturb others. De Bao, who already had one foot in the air and was still thinking of continuing to walk forward, heard Chang Ye's voice. He immediately shrank back dejectedly, seeing that his younger sister had already walked back and that Chang Ye was watching him. Turning its head around, it returned to Chang Ye's side. The two little ones, who were being stroked by Chang Ye, both tilted their heads back and looked at Chang Ye's neck. Oh woo-oo, oh woo-oo, wow, 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 daddy, what's this little thing? So tiny. Looking at De Bao and Xiao Wenwen, Chang Ye smiled and gently patted the two little ones' heads. You were about the same when you were little. I thought of how difficult it was for the golden monkeys to give birth at the beginning, and then I saw De Bao and Xiao Wenwen, who are now healthy and growing up. Chang Ye couldn't help but think of that big guy who just lay lazily in the yard when he had nothing to do. But Tiger Girl is really awesome. Squeak! The baby golden monkey that came into this world also uttered its first cry. It was strong and clear, but with a touch of childishness. Upon hearing this sound, the golden monkey mother, who had been resting in her father's arms, turned her head to the side. Looking at the baby golden monkey that made a sound, I half stretched out my hand. The midwife who had already licked the baby golden monkey clean saw the golden monkey mother's actions. After glancing at the little guy, she handed the baby golden monkey to its mother. The baby golden monkey, nestled in its mother's arms, kept rubbing against her. Seeing the baby golden monkey's actions, the mother golden monkey did not feed it, but instead looked at another golden monkey next to her. Squeak! Upon hearing the sound, the golden monkey skillfully picked itself up from its mother's arms. Then she held the baby golden monkey in her arms and began to breastfeed it. The baby golden monkey opened its little mouth and instinctively bit into a food bowl and began to slowly suckle. Chang Ye couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. I never expected it to actually be like that. At this moment, the viewers in the live broadcast room were all puzzled after seeing this scene. What's going on here? Why isn't the golden snub-nosed monkey mother nursing her own milk, but instead letting other golden snub-nosed monkeys do it? Yes, what happened? Is the golden monkey mother too weak to nurse? I don't know, this is the first time I've seen something like this before, I don't understand either. The streamer brought peaches, right? Why don't we give some to the golden monkey mom to supplement her nutrition? We must be seeing things correctly. The golden monkey feeding the baby isn't its mother, is it? Yes, you read that right, but it's really strange. The golden snub-nosed monkey mother doesn't nurse, she lets other golden snub-nosed monkeys nurse her. This is the time to ask the guy from Wananeng. Judging from his smile, I think he definitely knows. Hey bro, tell us what happened. While watching the heartwarming scene with De Bao and Xiao Wenwen, Chang Ye noticed the barrage of comments on the screen. If you knew anything about them, you would already know this. Because about 87% of the golden snub-nosed monkey cubs are not nursed by their mothers. Instead, they were raised by female monkeys that were related to the golden snub-nosed monkey mother by blood. Almost all female monkeys will nurse the offspring of another female monkey. This allows the baby golden monkeys to grow up healthier and develop faster. Because milk secretion requires a lot of energy from the mother, most other mammal mothers are unwilling to feed the offspring of other females. But this often happens to the entire golden snub-nosed monkey population because they are very intelligent and know how to help their babies grow better. As Chang Ye spoke, he observed the golden monkeys nearby. This group has probably been breeding for a long time. There are several golden snub-nosed monkey babies here that are only a few months old. And who knows, these baby golden monkeys might even be half-brothers of the one that was just born. The golden snub-nosed monkey that helped feed the baby may also be its mother. After observing the behavior of this male golden monkey, Chang Ye concluded that it was very likely the leader of the golden monkey troop. After all, when it saw De Bao and Xiao Wenwen just now, it was just as afraid as the other golden monkeys. But it still dared to face De Bao and Xiao Wenwen head-on. With the safe birth of the baby golden monkey, the mother monkey is no longer in danger. The male monkey, which had been confronting Chang Ye, glanced at the golden monkey mother and baby. He turned to face Chang Ye and walked towards him. They stopped when they saw Chang Ye, De Bao and Xiao Wenwen. But then she continued walking over to Chang Ye, raised her hands above her head, and bent them. Squeak, chirp. Looking at the male golden monkey, Changya smiled slightly. This big guy was just so hostile towards me, and now he's making this gesture. However, Prono was able to understand why it had acted that way before. After all, this is its responsibility. In the animal world, the golden snub-nosed monkey is known as a good husband and father. Changya looked at the female golden monkey who was still lying weakly. She took the peach and placed it in front of the male golden monkey. Although the group of golden monkeys had already prepared fruit for the mother monkey to supplement her nutrition. However, Changya just took a look and found that although it could supplement the nutrition of the golden monkey mother, but there weren't many, they were mostly nuts and out-of-season fruits. These peaches, which she had just picked from the tree, were clearly the best nutritional supplement for the golden monkey mother. Looking at the peaches Changya handed over, and then at the golden monkey mother and the nuts she had prepared, I noticed. Without hesitation, the male golden monkey repeated the same action. He took the bag from Changya and went to the golden monkey mother's side. The early ripening peaches inside the peaches were given to the golden monkey mother to supplement her nutrition. He stood by and watched the mother golden monkey eat. Upon seeing the mother monkey eating peaches, the slightly larger golden snub-nosed monkey, which had been watching the spectacle from the tree, grabbed a branch with one hand. After hopping around a few times, it arrived in front of the male golden monkey. Their eyes were fixed on the early peaches inside the peaches. It squeaked a few times at the male golden monkey, then looked at the other golden monkeys around where it had been standing. He then reached his hand into the bag. Upon seeing the tall golden monkey's actions, the male golden monkey, who had been watching its mother eat peaches, snatched the bag from the ground. Its eyes were wide open, staring at the tall golden monkey. Its mouth was closed, but you could still hear it making a cooing sound. The tall golden monkey looked at the male golden monkey but remained unmoved, and reached out to snatch the bag from the male golden monkey's hand again. After the male golden monkey dodged, its shoulders began to twitch, and its cooing sounds became faster and faster. The stalemate continued for a while, just when Changya thought the two golden monkeys were about to make a move. The tall golden monkey eventually hunched its shoulders, lowered its head, curled up, and lay down. After glancing at the peaches in the male golden monkey's bag, it reluctantly returned to its original spot. Squeak, squeak, chirp, chirp, squeak, squeak, chirp, chirp. After calling out a few times, it led the few golden monkeys around it and leaped through the forest. They disappeared in no time. After the tall golden monkey left, the surrounding groups of golden monkeys also departed in small numbers or groups. The remaining male golden monkeys and a few others stayed put and waited. After seeing the tall golden monkey walk by, viewers who had been curious immediately started asking questions in the live stream. Holy crap, what just happened? I feel like I understand it, but then again, I don't. Yeah, I thought a fight was going to break out, hahaha. I really want to see what it's like when first-class protected animals fight each other. They almost came to blows. I thought golden monkeys were gentle and harmonious animals. They scared me to death. So here's the question, if these two golden monkeys start fighting, which one should the streamer side with? Ha ha ha. They're all top-tier protectors of their ancestors, siding with either one would be wrong. I'll just sit back, eat some melon seeds, and watch the show. Host, please tell us what happened? Why did everyone leave? Really. Looking at the comments and then at the departing golden monkey, Changya pondered for a moment. How should I put it? If the entire area where the golden snub-nosed monkeys were just now was a village, then the male and female golden snub-nosed monkeys here now are a family celebrating a wedding. These departing golden monkeys can be considered as the neighbors who came to eat at the feast. Because golden monkeys are typically polygamous, usually consisting of one male monkey and 7 or 8 female monkeys, along with their offspring, they leave in groups to return to their respective homes. Just now, there was a standoff over there where someone was trying to steal the peaches I gave to the golden monkey. Usually when they are fighting or confronting each other, they will weigh whether they can defeat the other if they really start fighting. If not, run away and admit defeat. The way the tall golden monkey looked just now when it admitted defeat meant that it was convinced and asked for mercy. It's obvious that this male golden snub-nosed monkey is very strong in this village. Just now, the tall golden monkey wanted to go over and snatch the peach. Changya noticed that there were 2 baby golden monkeys, probably about 2 months old, next to the tall golden monkey. Moreover, just as he was leaving, he noticed that the 2 little golden monkeys turned back to look at the peach. He looked reluctant to leave. It's easy to see that the tall golden monkey was trying to help its offspring. However, the male golden monkey did not get his wish. But Changya also knew that the male golden monkey was not wrong, as its mate had just given birth. This is the time when it most needs to replenish its nutrition, especially considering its family. Changya just counted, and there are 13 golden snub-nosed monkeys, including the newborn baby monkeys, half-grown monkeys, mother monkeys, etc. Compared to a normal monkey troop, theirs is considered a fairly large troop. The peaches he brought probably weren't even enough for his entire monkey troop. After eating 3 peaches, the golden monkey mother was clearly full. The remaining peaches were quickly distributed by the male golden monkey to the rest of the family. The number of peaches in the bag dwindled until the very last one, which the male monkey didn't keep for himself. Instead, it was given to a half-grown golden monkey, about 4 months old. As the last peach was being distributed, Changya sensed the movement of Dabao and Xiao Wenwen on the ground. Dabao had already stepped out with his front legs, and his little tiger eyes were fixed on the golden monkey holding the last peach. She glanced at the peach in the golden monkey's hand, then raised her head to look at Changya. Wow! The sound was very low and short. Changya smiled as he looked at Dabao. I know this little guy wants this peach. It's not that I intend to eat it, I'd probably rather use it for playing with. The 2 peaches had been poking and prodding it by the little guy Mao Jian for a long time. If Changya hadn't arrested them and let them go, Changya estimated that the 2 little guys would play with those 2 peaches until they were ruined. Sweetie, we're going to eat these. I'll pick more for you when we get back, okay? Hearing Changya's words, Dabao, who had already taken half a step forward, also pulled back. She obediently squatted down at Changya's feet, following her younger sister. Wow! Oh woo-woo! Changya estimated that the golden monkey troop would reach that forest in half a day, based on their travel time. When we get back later, I'll take a look and bring this male golden monkey with me. In that case, these golden monkeys will probably be able to eat fresh fruit this summer. After finishing nursing, the baby golden monkey was handed over to its father by its second mother. Under Changya's gaze, all I could see was the male golden monkey, holding the baby golden monkey, slowly approached Changya. She gently placed the baby golden monkey in front of Changya with both hands. His red and swollen lips were slightly parted, making a buzzing sound. Looking at the male golden monkey, Changya could easily understand what it meant. Looking at the baby golden monkey in front of him, Changya suppressed his excitement. Is this to give me a hug? Her red and swollen lips parted slightly, making a buzzing sound. The golden monkey father, holding the baby golden monkey, cupped his arms upwards. Squeak! Changya stopped pretending to be coy. This was a newborn golden monkey baby. I doubt anyone could resist this temptation. Holding the baby golden monkey's head in one hand and supporting its bottom and thighs with the other, I gently lifted it up. Looking at the baby golden monkey in his arms, Changya couldn't help but smile. Although it was just born, this baby golden monkey already has an adorable appearance. Although the fur is somewhat sparse, it feels very soft to the touch. The sunlight filtering through the dense forest shines on the baby golden monkey, making it exceptionally dazzling. Thick lips and a short tail a few centimeters long. It has a round mouth and a nose that, like its parents, is upturned. The adorable melon seed-shaped face glowed with a pale blue fluorescence, complemented by its pair of bright, sparkling eyes, as clear as sapphires. This made the baby golden monkey look even more beautiful and charming, which made Changya like the little creature even more. Just as Changya was preparing to show the viewers in the live stream the adorable baby golden monkey, suddenly I felt something forcefully pulling at my trouser leg. Looking down, I saw Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, one on each side of the tiger. Each of them used their little tiger paws to tug at their own trouser legs. However, their eyes remained fixed on the baby golden monkey in Changya's hands. Especially Dabao, he's already using both of his little tiger paws. Upon seeing this, Changya couldn't help but laugh. You should know that this happened right after the golden monkey baby was born. Dabao, this little guy, is already very curious about baby golden monkeys. If Changya hadn't been holding the little guy's hand, he probably would have already run off to see someone else. Now that he's holding this little one, Dabao can't possibly resist. And so, she joined Xiao Wenwen in pulling at her trouser legs. Noticing the movement of the 2 little creatures, Changya looked at the male golden monkey. Can I show it to them? I promise there won't be any problems. Given the intelligence of a male golden snub-nosed monkey, it would certainly understand that Dabao and Xiao Wenwen are the king of beasts, the tiger. Now Changya wants to put his child in front of the king of beasts for a look. So we definitely need to ask the baby golden monkey for its opinion. The male golden monkey listened to Changya's words, then looked at Dabao and Xiao Wenwen at Changya's feet, and nodded. Squeak, squeak. Looking at the golden monkey's expression, Changya knew that it had agreed. Holding the baby golden monkey, I slowly squatted down. As soon as Changya stopped, Dabao, who had just seen the golden monkey baby clearly, immediately stretched out his little tiger paw, wanting to touch the newborn baby. But Changya immediately stopped him. After pushing away Dabao's little tiger paw, Changya then looked at Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, who were staring intently at the baby golden monkeys, and said with a serious expression, "You can only look, not touch, understand?" Even after being stopped, Dabao was not discouraged. He tilted his head and stared intently at the baby golden monkey in Changya's arms. After looking at it once, it moved around a bit, changed direction, and continued to stare. Little Wenwen just squatted there watching the baby golden monkey, neither yelling nor stretching out its paws. She would glance at her older brother moving around for a while, then tilt her head and look at the baby golden monkey. Then he looked at the male golden monkey standing next to him. After looking back and forth for a while, the little guy finally tilted his head up and looked at Chang Ye. Oh woo-woo, oh woo-woo. Looking at Xiao Wenwen's expression, Chang Ye immediately understood what she was talking about. However, after seeing some comments, Chang Ye smiled and said to the camera in the live stream, "Can any viewers guess what our little Wenwen is trying to express?" Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were seeing what Dabao and Xiao Wenwen looked like. Dash, are we finally going to have Xiao Wenwen interact with us? So exciting! Dash, I know, Daddy, this is its baby. It looks so strange. As a 10-year longtime fan, I can say that what it is doesn't matter. What matters is that I can hug little Wenwen, or a golden monkey. This golden monkey doesn't look like its dad or brother at all. Is it possible that the little tiger is hungry? Haha, if it's Dabao, maybe, but if it's Xiao Wenwen, probably not. Dabao, this is blatant slander. Come and fight me one-on-one if you dare. To be honest, not counting Dabao, I think I could at least go 70/30ths against Huniu in a one-on-one fight. Looking at the comments in the live stream, Chang Ye shook his head and smiled. Chang Ye agrees that this audience member is on par with Tiger Girl 70/30ths. Tiger Girl was 7/10 full in 3 minutes. Of course, this applies if the audience member is a little overweight. A 20/80th split is also possible. However, what these comments said was indeed quite accurate. At this stage, both Xiaoan and Dabao are simply curious about the golden monkeys and their babies. Or rather, it's a stage where you're just curious about everything. For example, why can the eagle fly? Why do little crabs walk so slowly? Why can my mom eat so much? Why is daddy so handsome? After observing the baby golden monkeys with Dabao and Xiao Wenwen for a while, Chang Ye then returned the little creature to the male golden monkey. In the world of golden snub-nosed monkeys, after the mother monkey gives birth to her baby, baby golden monkeys can attract the attention of the other females in the family, especially now, when they've just been born. Those aunties who haven't given birth to golden monkey babies will suddenly feel maternal. Just now, when I was holding him, Chang Ye noticed several pairs of eyes looking at the baby golden monkey in his arms. Anyway, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen's curiosity has been satisfied. Having had his fill of handling the golden monkey, Chang Ye simply returned it. A gentleman does not take what others love. After Chang Ye returned the baby golden monkey, some of the already curious female monkeys gathered around the baby monkey. Those eyes never left his side for even a second. They kept staring at the baby monkeys, and some even reached out to touch them. But the baby golden monkey is such an adorable little creature. Who doesn't like it more and more the more they touch it? In order to get to hold the baby golden monkey, these female monkeys went to great lengths to please the mother golden monkey. After catching the baby golden monkey, she carried it around. Then they kissed the baby golden monkey with their big lips. There's never a moment of peace. This also caused the baby golden monkey to squeal and scream. Hearing the baby golden monkey's cry, the mother monkey clearly couldn't bear it anymore. He stood up, went to the helpful ant and took the baby monkey back. But after only a short while, the baby golden monkey was taken away by another helpful auntie. Of course, despite their playful nature, these mother monkeys were very careful when holding the baby golden monkeys. I was afraid that I might hurt or injure the baby golden monkey. This amused Chang Ye and the viewers in the live stream. I have to say something fair for the golden monkey baby. I'm really fed up with you old fogies. Can't you just let me stay quiet? While the baby golden monkeys are adorable, these mother monkeys are way too enthusiastic. It reminds me of when I was little, being carried around by all my aunts and uncles, drool all over my face. So far, 3 helpful aunties have succeeded. I'd like to see how many more times the golden monkey baby will have to cause trouble. Forget about these helpful aunties, look at Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. If they could be held, I suspect they'd want it too, ha ha ha. My mom told me that when I was little, the aunties in the village doted on me, but as I got older, they all started to dislike me. Me too, I just don't know if baby golden monkeys are like that, ha ha ha. Chang Ye couldn't help but laugh as he looked at the comments on the screen, especially when I think about how I was just like what the comments said, someone who was loved by everyone when I was little. His aunts would bring him food when they came to his house. As they grew older, the aunties did indeed bring things with them. He only brought Chang Ye a beating. They came to complain to their grandparents. Thinking of this, and looking at the golden monkey babies being fought over, Chang Ye said with some envy, even when the baby golden monkeys get a little older, the mother monkeys still love to play with them. Moreover, each of these mother monkeys believes that they have a responsibility to discipline the golden snub-nosed monkey babies. If the baby golden monkey wanders a little too far and leaves the territory, these helpful aunties will pull it back by its tail. I'm so afraid it'll run away and get lost, especially if it's a kind auntie who has just given birth but whose babies no longer need breast milk. They might even snatch the baby monkey from its mother's arms and insist that she nurse and raise it. If the golden monkey mother is unwilling, they will inevitably fight, but usually the male monkey will come out to stop it. After all, this is a bit too enthusiastic. but it is this kind of social behavior that allows the golden monkey babies to grow up healthily in this home from a young age. After saying that, Changya looked at the peaceful scene of the golden monkey family. Changya also took out his notebook and began to record this trip. There are also corrections to the labels on the map. After Changya finished doing all that, he discovered that the male golden monkey had come back to him. It wiggled a few times, holding the peach pit from the peach that Changya had just given them to eat. Then it pointed in a direction and made a whimpering sound. Changya thought for a moment, then pointed tentatively in the direction of the male golden monkey. "Are you asking me to go somewhere with you?" Squeak, chirp. The male golden monkey called out and began to walk in the direction it was pointed to. After walking a few steps, he turned back to look at Changya. Squeak. Looking at the golden monkey, Changya knew he had guessed correctly. He spoke softly to Dabao and Xiao Wenwen at his feet. "The road here is not easy to travel. Are you going to walk by yourselves, or do you want to get into this bag?" Hearing Changya's words, Dabao did not hesitate at all and walked forward on his 4 short legs. Xiao Wenwen glanced at the cloth bag on Changya's chest, then looked at her older brother who was already walking ahead. The little tail wags back and forth. Then, with her short legs, she followed in her brother's footsteps. "Oh woo-oo, my brother can walk by himself. I can do 0 too." Changya looked at the little guy and smiled with satisfaction. He adjusted the shoulder strap of his backpack, looked at the male golden monkey walking ahead, and followed it. He was still very curious about where the male golden monkey wanted to take him. After walking for a while, the male golden monkey looked back and seemed to realize that Changya could keep up with its pace. It squeaked a few times. Then he jumped up and used his long arms to grab a tree branch. "Press down with your arm." Using the rebound force of the branch, he leaped onto a hanging branch on a tree a few meters ahead. After grabbing the hanging branch with one hand, he swayed backward and flew towards the branch in front of him again. When flying in the air, its long tail sways slightly behind it to maintain its balance. After a few leaps, the male golden snub-nosed monkey stopped and looked back at Changya. Squeak squeak. This immediately increased the distance between them and Changya by about 10 meters. Changya looked at the golden monkey calling to him, and thinking of the golden monkey's dancing figure just now, he couldn't help but say, if the previous patterned chipmunk was the fairy dancer of this forest, then this golden monkey is the golden elf and dancing king of this forest. That graceful figure. Wow, that jump just now, it must have flown at least 4 or 5 meters. That's amazing. No wonder it has such long arms. If it were us, and we didn't grab a branch, wouldn't we have lost them by now? Haha, if they don't catch them, they'll just have a feast. It's no big deal. IVE talked about attending banquets so much in this live stream that I'm tired of it. I just wonder if anyone's actually tried it out. Wow, that was fast. It jumped so far in no time. Having seen it all before, am I really that fast? Compared to this streamer, this speed is child's play. Haha, that's true, but you guys seem to have forgotten what about Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. Just like the comment said, it was when the male golden monkey started leaping at the very beginning. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, with their 4 short legs, ran so fast that only after images could be seen, but it was still possible to keep up. After all, the little guy has grown up a bit now, and his explosive power is still quite good. But after the male golden snub-nosed monkey leaped a few times, the 2 little ones stopped and looked at the male golden monkey in the distance. She turned around and looked at Changya behind her. Oh woo-oo, oh woo-oo, wow, wow, wow. Looking at Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, Changya couldn't help but smile. He waved to the little ones. "You guys go ahead, don't wait for me. This speed is nothing to me, why are you waiting for me?" Seeing that the little ones were still not moving, Changya had no choice but to start running slowly. As Changya's figure drew closer and closer, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen turned around and ran towards the male golden monkey on their short legs. At first, she would look back at Changya. Then the person looking at him was no longer Changya, but the younger sister, brother, next to him. They were chasing each other, with Dabao sometimes in the lead and then Xiao Wenwen taking the lead. The only constant was that Changya was always chasing after the 2 little ones, about 2 meters behind them. If we really had to have a competition, who do you think would be faster, Dabao or Xiao Wenwen? I can't tell, but I feel like Dabao will be a little faster, since Dabao is a bit stronger than Xiao Wenwen. I think it's Xiao Wenwen, after all. Xiao Wenwen's speed almost caught up with Diao Ji's takeoff before. Have you forgotten that one time when they were going home, Xiao Wenwen controlled her speed and followed behind Dabao? No, the time Dabao kept deviating from the normal route to chase butterflies and bees, which used up too much of his energy. I feel that Dabao is the type to have explosive bursts of energy, while Xiao Wenwen is the type to have sustained power. It's just a matter of how long they can keep going. That's true, I feel the same way, but I think the fastest would be the streamer. Upstairs, how do you know the streamer is fast? Seriously? This is possible? Because the 2 little guys weren't actually that fast for Changya. So Changya was following in the footsteps of the little ones while watching the live stream chat. Just as he was about to interact with the viewers in the live stream, the sudden change in the tone of the conversation caught him completely off guard. How did our discussion about Dabao and Xiao Wenwen's speed turn into this? Seeing that the situation was getting increasingly strange, Changya, who originally didn't want to start, could only quickly speak up. Let's stop this topic, or my live stream might be shut down. Let's talk about Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. If you ask me, Dabao is the type that lasts a long time, while Xiao Wenwen is the type that explodes. Do you guys remember when we were hunting the king rat snake? Little Wenwen's burst of speed that time was faster than Dabao's. The fact that Dabao can keep running around when we're on the road and can even lead our large group means that it has a very good range. And when I held Dabao and Xiao Wenwen before, I touched the bones and muscles of the two little ones. Xiao Wenwen's hind leg muscles are denser than her foreleg muscles. Dabao's are almost all the same. Just as Changya was discussing with the viewers in the live stream, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen were almost at the base of the big tree where the male golden monkey was. Just as Changya said, Xiao Wenwen was the first to reach the base of the tree. Dabao followed closely behind. This fully demonstrates that Changya's point of view is correct. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, who had already arrived under the big tree, didn't care much about who got there first. After they arrived, they all looked in Changya's direction and howled at him. Oh woo, oh woo, wow, 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 Daddy, hurry up, we're already here. So slow, we're the fastest. Hearing the two little ones' cries, Changya smiled helplessly and quickened his pace to run over. They watched as Changya and the two kings of beasts caught up. The male golden snub-nosed monkey then continued to swing towards the forest. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen also stuck out their little bottoms, ready to start running, but Changya grabbed him and put him in a cloth bag. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, who had come to the cloth bag, used their little tiger paws to scratch at the edge of the bag. It tilted its little head up and looked at Changya, letting out a few howls. So well behaved. It was just about to start running with its butt sticking out, but as soon as the streamer caught it, it stayed still. Of course. How could our daughter and son not be well behaved? Dash, are you still half asleep? You've already turned this place into yours. Someone come and wake him up. Let me handle this, I've been feeling a bit feverish lately. Dash, those two little guys are so smart. I have a feeling they can understand what the host is saying. Indeed, I feel that Dabao and Xiao Wenwen are even smarter than those primates. Is Dabao smart? Ha ha ha. Changya glanced down at the two little ones, then looked at the male golden monkey that had already swung far away. You two stay put, they're waiting for us. If we hurry, you two little ones won't be able to keep up. Changya knew that the two little ones had enough stamina to keep running, but he still put the two little ones in his cloth bag. Now the little ones have that speed and stamina. It is an improvement on the milk of super gene beasts. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen are now much stronger than the average tiger cub. The super gene beast milk not only enhanced the little guy's physical strength, but also increased the brain capacity of the two little guys. Who knows, these two little guys might grow up to be ancient cats someday. But at this point, some viewers in the live stream were already discussing Dabao and Xiao Wenwen's intelligence and growth rate. But Changya has always chosen to ignore it, so now he wants to treat the little guys like normal tiger cubs. After all, you know how outstanding your own child is. As for showing off in public, that's something only a fool would do. After following the male golden monkey for about 20 minutes, they then arrived at a dense forest. This dense forest is full of big trees, some so big that it would probably take 3 or 4 of them to hug them. Even the smaller ones would probably require 2 people. However, some trees have already fallen. The male golden monkey that entered the dense forest did not continue swinging in the trees. Instead, it came to the ground and looked around, as if searching for some kind of mark. At this moment, Changya also put Dabao and Xiao Wenwen down, following behind the male golden snub-nosed monkey. They walked very slowly. After walking for a while, the male golden monkey seemed to have found what it was looking for. It turned around and squeaked a few times at Changya, then waved. They quickly headed towards a certain place. At this moment, Changya, who was just about to set off to catch up with the golden monkey, was accompanied by Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. At this moment, they all twitched their noses in unison, sniffing the scent in the air. Smelling the fragrance, Changya took a deep breath. Suppressing his inner joy, he quickly led Dabao and Xiao Wenwen toward the male golden monkey. Could it be? Changya's heart was pounding. He couldn't believe that his guess was actually right. Upon approaching the male golden monkey, he eagerly asked, "Did you just find the taste you were looking for?" The male golden monkey nodded. Changya followed the aroma and found it was monkey wine. Although its specific effects are unknown, in terms of aroma alone, it is definitely a top-quality wine. This time, he was incredibly lucky. He was starting to wonder if God was on his side. However, he still decided to give it a try himself. He was certain that this monkey wine was an absolutely top-quality brew. Moreover, the monkey wine that the male golden monkey brought this time is the highest grade. Chang Ye didn't hesitate and reached out to pick up the monkey wine. Put it in your mouth. It melts in your mouth and is sweet. Moreover, this wine has an extremely rich aroma. Chang Ye couldn't help but drink a few more sips. After finishing, he closed his eyes to savor the rich aroma of the wine. The aroma of this wine is absolutely wonderful. At this moment, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen also came over and looked at Chang Ye. Oh woo, wow, wow, wow. Looking at the little ones, Chang Ye smiled and took out a small iron basin and placed it on the ground. I poured a little monkey wine into it. The little ones immediately buried their heads in it and stuck out their pink little tongues. Pat pat, pat pat. Chang Ye slowly opened his eyes, looked at the two little ones beside him, and said, Dabao, Xiao Wenwen, this monkey wine tastes wonderful, doesn't it? Upon hearing Chang Ye's voice, the two little ones tilted their heads up. Oh woo, wow, wow. He let out two soft growls, then continued licking the monkey wine in the bowl. The little ones were all enjoying the aroma of the wine. Chang Ye smiled as well. I couldn't help but take a few more sips. Suddenly, the rich aroma of the wine intensified, making his tongue feel slightly numb. Look, aren't Dabao and Xiao Wenwen drunk? They're so cute. Yes, little Wenwen can barely stand anymore. This is the first time I've ever seen a drunk tiger cub. It's really rare. Look, little Wenwen is rolling around on the ground. It's so funny. Look, Dabao is blowing bubbles. It's hilarious. Ha ha ha, this is so funny. I think little Wenwen is so cute. I wish I had a little one as cute as her. I want one too, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. Xiao Wenwen was already drunk at this point, and was rolling around on the ground. It looks like an adorable cat lying on its back. However, Chang Ye dared not let it continue like this, so he quickly reached out and picked up Xiao Wenwen. Don't move around, or you'll fall. As Chang Ye spoke, he gently patted Xiao Wenwen's belly. However, at this moment, Xiao Wenwen was still hiccuping from the alcohol, waving its front paws incessantly. Seeing this, Chang Ye could only shake his head with a wry smile. These two little guys are really never still for a moment. At this moment, Chang Ye saw the little guy snoring again, so he reached out and touched Xiao Wenwen's head. Xiao Wenwen immediately woke up again, staring at Chang Ye with her big tiger eyes. Chang Ye saw the little guy slightly open his eyes and squint. You two little ones, want more drinks? Of course not, you two are still young, just a little bit to try the taste is fine. The host is keeping this a secret, this monkey wine must be delicious. I really want to try it. Little Wenwen is so cute, quickly give it some water. Hey, look what Dabao is doing. Ha ha ha, it's trying to sneak a drink, but it can't open it, poor thing. Ha ha ha, Dabao is so funny. He actually did something so stupid. This monkey wine is really strong, it gets drunk after just one cup and also gets an upset stomach. Not bad, not bad. This is the first time I've seen Dabao sneak a drink. Its clumsy antics are so adorable. Haha, Dabao, keep it up. Chang Ye was also amused by the little ones. Little Wenwen's face was bright red, making her look especially pretty. However, at this moment, Xiao Wenwen's eyes also turned purple, becoming purple pupils. Its big eyes looked like violets in the night, full of mystery. Seeing Chang Ye staring at it, it tilted its little tiger head and slightly opened its mouth. Oh woo. After drinking a little monkey wine, Dabao was already swaying from side to side, wagging his short tail and looking at the cloth bag in front of Chang Ye's chest. Wow, wow. At this moment, Xiao Wenwen lazily got up and growled at Chang Ye. Seeing this, Chang Ye first placed Xiao Wenwen in the cloth bag in front of his chest. He smiled and looked down at Dabao on the ground. After seeing that Xiao Wenwen had already entered the cloth bag in front of Chang Ye's chest, Dabao let out another low growl. It used its little tiger paws to tug at Chang Ye's trouser leg. Little tiger looked at Chang Ye with pitiful eyes. Dabao, this little guy has become smarter, he even knows how to poke at the streamer. Of course, after all, Dabao can be quite clever sometimes. Is it possible that Dabao was simply a little drunk? This reminds me of my cat. When we're having cat drinks, the way he looks is almost exactly like Dabao now, ha ha ha. I never expected my usually mischievous Dabao to do this. Seeing Dabao and Xiao Wenwen's expressions, the viewers in the live stream couldn't help but laugh. Chang Ye stopped teasing Dabao, placed Dabao in the cloth bag in front of his chest, and said, You two little guys should stay inside and wake up. Listening to Chang Ye's words, Xiao Wenwen looked at Chang Ye with her round, brown tiger eyes. Oh woo woo. Upon seeing this, Chang Ye shook his head and smiled. Just then, Chang Ye suddenly heard a rumbling sound coming from Dabao and Xiao Wenwen's stomachs. He knew the two of them must be hungry, after all, they hadn't eaten much during their long journey. Chang Ye said to Xiao Wenwen and Dabao, Stay a little longer, sober up, and I'll give you some animal milk to drink later. Upon hearing the words animal milk, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, who were already slightly tipsy, were a little excited. At this moment, they all raised their little tiger heads, using their little tiger paws to paw at the edge of the cloth bag, looking at Chang Ye. Oh woo, oh woo, wow, wow, wow. There was no longer any hint of being tipsy. The words beast milk had completely jolted him awake. Looking at the two little ones, Chang Ye smiled helplessly. What a pair of little foodies. Actually, even without mentioning to Bao and Xiao Wenwen, Chang Ye was also a little hungry. You should also prepare some food for yourself. Chang Ye called out to the male golden monkey, indicating that he could proceed afterward. They continued walking towards the primeval forest. De Bao and Xiao Wenwen were already crouching at the edge of the bag, watching. His eyes were slightly narrowed, clearly indicating that the effects of the monkey wine were still minimal. Every now and then, it would lick its little tiger paws with its tongue. Chang Ye couldn't help but pat the two little ones' heads. It's still a bit small, it needs to grow. But when they grow up, let's not talk about Tiger Girl and Eagle Sister anymore. With De Bao and Xiao Wenwen by his side, he could rule the world in these mountains. Thinking about it, Chang Ye couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth slightly. After walking for a while, Chang Ye suddenly saw some light in front of him, light that shouldn't belong to the dense forest. It's a very large area. Chang Ye frowned slightly and strode towards the light ahead. When he reached the light, he saw only a vast, empty wasteland. Looking at this wasteland, Chang Ye, who had initially felt some joy, instantly turned gloomy. His lips were slightly pale, his fists were clenched, and his body trembled slightly. His eyes stared blankly at the desolate open space in front of him. Why did the forest, already so deep, still suffer? At that moment, the viewers in the live stream also saw what Chang Ye had seen. What happened? How could this be chopped up? What happened to this forest? Where are the trees? All that's left are tree stumps. Damn it, these illegal loggers can cut down trees in such deep forests. How disgusting are they? Such a large grove of trees, all gone? Looking around, it seems like 5 acres are completely gone. The deeper the forest, the more valuable the trees. These illegal loggers are truly disgusting, they're leaving countless animals homeless. Some of these tree stumps look so new. I feel like these illegal loggers must have been watching for a long time, and they probably cut them down during a gap in the ranger's work schedule. These bastards are truly disgusting. Some of the tree stumps were huge, these trees must have been at least 100 years old. How could they just be felled like that? Sigh. Looking at the scene before him, Chang Ye felt a pang of anxiety in his heart for some reason. There must be at least 1,000 trees here. Some of the larger tree stumps are so large that it takes 2 or 3 adults to hug them. Even the smallest ones, no bigger than 3 fingers, Chang Ye could imagine what a lush little sapling it would be. But only one tree stump remained. Just like the comments said, the cut surface on the tree stump looked very fresh. It must have been during the gap period before he arrived that he was dismissed. Some plants that should have been living in the shade of the trees were now lying here and there, some to one side and some to the other. It seemed as if it had been crushed by something. Beside them lay many broken branches, scattered haphazardly on the ground. Basically, apart from the trunk, all the other branches were cut off and thrown away. I guess these branches are too small, so they didn't want them. But if you look down on it because it's too small, why cut down those tiny saplings that were barely 3 fingers long? I really can't understand it. This is clearly the most complete primeval forest in our country. Why bother destroying it? If you really want to cut down trees, raise these to make money. You can contract those mining areas, that's another way to make money. Moreover, the trees in this forest are not particularly valuable. Why, of all things? Chang Ye spoke loudly and softly in the live broadcast room at times. His voice was choked with emotion, and it was unclear who he was talking to. Seeing this young man like this, I suddenly felt a pang of sadness. I don't know why. My heart aches for him. He used to be such a cheerful and smiling person, and now, this is the first time I've seen a young man like this. Besides feeling sorry for him, all I can do is curse those illegal loggers. China has a large population, and there will always be a few bad apples. Looking at the scene before him, Chang Ye gently put down his backpack. He sat there listlessly, lost in thought. I sat there for a long time. The two little ones, who had fully regained consciousness, supported the cloth bag with their tiger paws. They slowly climbed onto Chang Ye's shoulders, one on each side. Little Wenwen stuck out her pink tongue and kept licking Chang Ye's face. De Bao also used his little tiger head to gently rub Chang Ye's chin. It nuzzled a few times, then tilted its little head to look at Chang Ye's expression. After licking Chang Ye a few times with her tongue, Xiao Wenwen used her little paws. She lifted him up, patted the back of Chang Ye's head, and her little mouth was slightly open. Oh woo. The voice was very low. After calling out, she turned around, tilted her head, and looked at Daddy's expression. She seemed to want to know if she had comforted Daddy. When Xiaoan fell down before, Daddy seemed to comfort me in this way. Then I felt happy, and I stopped feeling sad. If I touch Poop like this, Poop will probably be happy, right? After feeling De Bao and Xiao Wenwen's actions and gazes towards her, Chang Ye couldn't help but chuckle. I took a deep breath and slowly calmed myself down. What's done is done, and there's nothing he can do to change it. But afterwards, as long as he was there, this kind of thing will never happen again in this forest. Looking at the two little ones, Chang Ye put them in his arms, one in each hand. Looking down, her eyes were full of tenderness. He stroked the heads of the two little ones with his big hands, just like he had stroked Wenwen. How sweet! You even know how to comfort me. They truly are my good daughter and son. From now on, we must protect this mountain forest together, okay? De Bao and Xiao Wenwen both sensed that Chang Ye's mood seemed to have improved. She raised her head and nuzzled against Chang Ye's large hand that was stroking her head. Oh woo-woo, oh woo-woo, wow, 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 count me in. I want to protect this most pristine forest in our country. Are you going? Where's your hometown? I'll send a gift. Haha, you guys ruined such a heartwarming scene again. I'll follow suit. P.S. I apologize for the lack of updates recently. I should be updating normally from now on. Of course, I hope everyone can give me some encouragement, like helping me watch a charity video about a gift or something. It doesn't cost any money, it only takes half a minute. Consider it an encouragement to the author. This should be the author's last request. Asking too many times will annoy everyone. I'm also very grateful to the handsome men and beautiful women who sent me gifts before. Love you all. Chang Ye felt much calmer after being nuzzled by Xiao Wenwen and De Bao. This is truly stepping into this place. The forest should have been very dense. Looking at these still very small tree stumps, and even quite a few tree roots that have been dug up by those illegal loggers. These deep pits were formed when old trees, some decades or even centuries old, were cut down and their roots were dug out. And these tree roots are used to make the root carvings that are now available on the market. These root carvings are so valuable. This is all because these tree roots have been formed over decades of wind and rain. It should be home to many birds. In terms of seniority, it could even be considered the old man of the forest. It was just cut down by these illegal loggers. Listen to Chang Ye explaining these things to everyone in a calm tone. The humorous comments in the live stream room suddenly changed direction. The way the host was saying it almost made me cry. These illegal loggers deserve to die. Yeah, look at this huge expanse. I'm never buying root carvings again, especially those advertised as being from wild, century-old trees. I really can't look at my root carving the same way anymore. Seeing it reminds me of the bald heads in this forest. No buying, no harm. Or, could you tell me how to identify these tree stumps? I'll definitely report any rare tree species I see in the future. Yes, take out your notebook. Okay, but we still need to fill in these deep pits. Chang Ye looked at the several deep pits in the vicinity and took out a portable shovel from his tool bag. The felling of large areas of trees can easily lead to loose soil, which is also detrimental to the forest environment. Chang Ye put De Bao and Xiao Wenwen aside and said, "If you're hungry, go find something to eat." De Bao and Xiao Wenwen clearly sensed that their father was a little down. The two little ones didn't run away as usual, but silently followed at Chang Ye's feet. You can tell from the fallen leaves and remaining tree roots nearby that the largest pit was planted by a king holly. As the name suggests, it is an evergreen tree, and this tree looks to be over 100 years old. If it hadn't been cut down, it would probably be the greenest sight in the forest during winter. I remember there's a king of holly trees in Shangluo. If you have the chance, you should go and see it. Chang Ye explained to everyone while filling in the deep pit. I've seen this king of holly trees. Visiting it in winter is incredibly therapeutic. Greenery is truly a winter salvation. Such a large tree, over 100 years old, was cut down. But what are those yellow flowers next to that little tree? They look so familiar. Yes, that little yellow flower is very eye-catching. The anchor leans closer to take a look. Why does it look a bit like a poppy to me? It really is true. At this moment, Chang Ye also noticed the small yellow flowers on the side. It does look like a poppy, but look closely at these little fruits. These aren't opium poppies, they're wild poppies. They were probably dropped by illegal loggers. Otherwise, this thing wouldn't grow here. Chang Ye put the flower into his backpack, but he knew in his heart that it probably wouldn't survive. It is said that the beauty of wild poppies is hard to find, and these illegal loggers will discard them at will. It's really heartbreaking. Chang Ye carefully put away the flowers and continued working. Hey streamer, look over there. Brother Chang, come quick and see what De Bao and Xiao Wenwen are doing. These two are so cute. What are they doing? Is this an attempt to help? Are tigers really called large felines? That's incredibly intelligent. Chang Ye watched as the barrage of comments kept urging him to watch De Bao and Xiao Wenwen. Looking back, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Not far away, De Bao and Xiao Wenwen imitated Chang Ye's actions, using their paws to dig and try to fill the hole. These two little tigers are, after all, tigers. Their fierce movements combined with their silly and cute appearance are quite funny. What's more, these two happen to be on opposite sides. The pit was eventually filled in, but both tigers were covered in mud from being dug up by each other. Dabao, Xiaowen, what are you doing? Come here quickly. Upon hearing Chang Ye's voice, the two tiger cubs glanced at each other's little pits. The little short tail wagged back and forth, and the little tiger head tilted slightly as it ran towards Chang Ye's direction. After arriving at Chang Ye's side, it immediately started barking at him. Oh woo, how about that? Aren't we awesome? Wah-ah-ah-ah, wah-ah-ah-ah. Daddy, praise us. After yelling, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen both looked at the hole they had filled. That expression was self-evident. She was clearly trying to curry favor with Chang Ye. Chang Ye looked at the two mud tigers in front of him, then at the small hole they had filled in. The gloom in my heart immediately dissipated, and I will definitely never let this happen again with these two little ones. Chang Ye looked at the two tiger cubs who were trying to take credit, and still reached out and rubbed their little tiger heads. That's awesome. That's amazing. They've already started to share the burden with me. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen were so excited by the praise that they circled around Chang Ye. Unsurprisingly, he splashed mud all over Chang Ye. Ha ha ha, these two tigers are acting so fiercely, why do they look so cute? Look at all that mud on the streamer, ha ha ha, I can't help it. This is so cute. No wonder he's our daughter/son. He even knows how to fill in the gaps. Ha ha ha, the son of a mouse knows how to dig a hole, the son of a tiger knows how to fill it up. Look at Xiao Wenwen, her paws have all turned black, she's been working really hard at filling them in. Since this is already dirty, we might as well fill in the rest. Chang Ye looked at the mud splatters on his body and shook his head helplessly. Let's fill a few of these first. Dabao, this one, Xiao Wenwen, this one. After assigning tasks to the two tiger cubs, Chang Ye took out his map and marked it with a red exclamation mark. I'll have to find some time to bring some saplings over next time. With the help of Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, these big holes were quickly filled. Chang Ye put his things away and clapped his hands. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, come here. Great job. Well done. Come on, let's go take a bath. My own clothes aren't that important, the main problem is that Dabao and Xiao Wenwen will have mud stuck to their fur that they can't wash off. This is going to give Tiger Girl a headache. No, that's not right. The one who should be having a headache is yourself. Chang Ye looked up at the sky. He took out his phone again to check the time. That's about it, I've accomplished my main mission for this trip. It's time to take Dabao and Xiao Wenwen back home. There will be another chapter tonight. Chang Ye looked at the mud spots on his body. I remember when I used to go out to play with my grandfather, I would come home covered in mud. Now I know why my mom loves these two little tigers so much. It's probably the same reason I was when I was a kid. Is the streamer sure it's because of this reason, and not because of Dabao and Xiao Wenwen's cuteness? Isn't Brother Chang a bit of self-aggrandizement? These two little tigers standing tall and proud in front are so adorable. They look like two guardian deities. So cute. I bet Tiger Girl will have a headache when she sees me covered in mud. Isn't this just to take it for a bath? But we still need to go find the golden monkey from earlier. Chang Ye naturally didn't forget to take the golden monkey to the grove with fruit. Dabao, Xiaowen. This way. Chang Ye pointed in the direction of the golden monkey troop from before. The grove of golden monkeys chooses a place to reproduce, so that grove must be their home. If we go back now, we should still be able to see them. As soon as Chang Ye finished speaking, he saw Dabao and Xiao Wenwen running away happily, wagging their tails. I guess they saw the golden monkey from earlier. These two are probably going to have to race against each other again. Sure enough, as Chang Ye rounded the trees, he saw a group of golden monkeys swinging back and forth in the trees. The newborn golden snub-nosed monkey was surrounded by a group of mother monkeys. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen rushed straight towards the Monkey King. This startled the golden monkeys around them. In an instant, they all jumped up into the tree. Squeak, 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 squeak. Listening to these sounds, Chang Ye strode forward and scooped the two little ones into a cloth bag. You two little ones, running so fast, people might think you're here to snatch the kids. The Monkey King was initially very wary, but only spoke up to reassure the monkey troop when he saw that it was Chang Ye and the two little tigers. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Chang Ye, with the two tiger cubs, did not go forward again, but waited for the Monkey King to come over on his own. If you accidentally offend a group of monkeys in the wild, never make gestures or get too close to them, otherwise they may mistakenly think you are going to attack them. The monkeys in this troop have just had their babies born, so they are naturally very sensitive. And although the Monkey King remembers us, as animals, if you try to take his child, it doesn't matter what kindness you have shown him, he will attack you. At this point, it's best to wait until the Monkey King has calmed down, or until the troop of monkeys has calmed down, before leaving. The viewers in the live stream were also startled when they saw the monkeys' posture. The way those monkeys bared their teeth really startled me. Indeed, even though Dabao and Xiao Wenwen are very young, they are still kings of beasts and can easily frighten other animals. Thinking back to that white fox, it ran away without even daring to eat anything. We were completely charmed by Dabao and Xiao Wenwen's adorable clumsiness. Seeing the entire troop of monkeys suddenly swarm to protect the baby monkey was quite moving, but Wenwen and Dabao were just going to find the Monkey King for a race. A little tiger who's always been strong-willed. Changya looked at Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, who kept trying to peek out of his bag. Look how scared you've made the monkeys. Oh woo? Oh woo? What does that mean, Dad? Wow. Did we do something wrong? The monkeys think you're trying to steal our baby monkeys. Look, they don't dare come near us anymore. Although the Monkey King calmed the troop still led the baby monkeys away from Qingjai. Changya held down the restless Dabao and Xiao Wenwen and waved to the Monkey King. I'll take you somewhere. Changya took out peaches from his backpack, pointed to the peaches, and then pointed to the location of the peach grove. Then he turned around and walked towards the peach grove. They only released Dabao and Xiao Wenwen after they left the monkey troop's territory. As soon as Dabao and Xiao Wenwen came out of the cloth bag, they looked at Changya with their big, watery eyes. Little Wenwen also let out a low growl. Wow! Dabao kept circling around Changya. Seeing her brother like this, little Wenwen also started walking with her short legs to follow behind him. It started circling around Changya. The two little ones clearly looked accusing. Changya couldn't resist teasing the two little guys and reached out to vigorously rub the heads of the two tigers. When the Monkey King comes out later, can you take him to find peaches? Dabao saw the peach in Changya's hand and wanted to pounce on it and bite it. Changya waved the peaches in front of them for a while, then pointed to the Monkey King who was approaching from behind. That's when he handed the peach to Dabao. Oh my god, this is so cute. How can a tiger be so smart? These two are so clever, and they even have little tempers. Those eyes are so wide, I'm completely speechless. I really want to hug her and give her a good rub. Day 10,087 of envying Brother Chang. What's it like petting a tiger? Brother Chang, are you still hiring? Ha ha ha, it really is a race against the Monkey King. Look, the two tigers and the monkey are at it again. As soon as the Monkey King approached Changya, the two little ones grabbed peaches and chased after him. Dabao even bit into a peach and rushed ahead as the first one. The Monkey King kept glancing back at Changya from time to time, just like when he led him to find the monkey wine. This peach grove probably hasn't been bearing fruit for long, otherwise it would have been taken over by other monkey groups long ago. Since it's still unclaimed, we can take the Monkey King there. If other monkeys want to take over the peach forest in the future, they'll have to see if they can beat the Monkey King. But judging from the size of the Monkey King, it'll be no problem for him to dominate for a few years. Is the streamer sure he's not just doing this so he can reap the rewards later? Ha ha ha, the streamer is using the monkey to dominate the peach orchard. This streamer is the first to have a golden monkey do things for him. When Dabao grows up, he'll definitely run faster than Huniu. Look at how fast his little legs are kicking. However, I have a feeling that the Monkey King is letting Dabao and Xiao Wenwen go. He could have easily shaken them off before, but now he's taking his time. The speed of golden snub-nosed monkeys is beyond our imagination. I've never seen a golden monkey reach its fastest speed before. Looking at the unhurried Monkey King, Changya knew perfectly well what was going on. The Monkey King was afraid that the two little ones in front of him would lead him astray, which is why he kept checking on himself to make sure. This Monkey King is confirming the route with me, probably because he's worried that Dabao and Xiao Wenwen will get lost. No wonder he's a monkey who's become a father. I hadn't thought about being hungry when I discovered the forest had been cut down, but now I suddenly feel a bit hungry. This peach grove was discovered by Dabao and Xiao Wenwen not long after Changya and the others set off. It's still quite a distance from where we are now. Changya stared at the stunned Monkey King in front of him. This further confirms that these peach trees were probably planted some time ago, and this year is only their first year bearing fruit. Otherwise, given the golden snub-nosed monkey's range of activity, they would surely know that there is such a large peach orchard here. The viewers in the live stream were puzzled by the Monkey King's appearance. Such a large peach orchard should logically be fought over by monkeys, so why does the Monkey King seem unaware of it? However, Xiaobao and Xiaowen definitely don't like peaches. Look how they've ruined this one. These two kids have amazing energy. They've been running around all day and still have the energy. I guess they'll be coming over soon to drink from that bowl of milk. But why wasn't the peach discovered? That's strange. Changya looked at the questions raised by everyone and began to explain. Peach trees are deciduous small trees belonging to the genus Prunus of the Rosaceae family. Moreover, it takes at least 3 years for peach saplings to flower and bear fruit after being planted. This grove, this is probably the first time it has borne fruit, and this peach grove is so large here. It's highly likely that it was artificially cultivated. Forest rangers generally do not interfere with the growth of the forest unless, as Changya spoke, he recalled the desolate scene he had seen before, a scene that shouldn't belong to a forest. Could it be because of those illegal loggers again? Very likely. No wonder there weren't any small animals around when there were so many peaches here. I curse these people once again. This is outrageous. Can't the streamer think of a solution? This is outrageous. Now I'm even getting angry at Bald Qiang. Yes. Well done, Xiang De and Xiang Er. I no longer feel sorry for Bald Qiang. Changya watched the constantly scrolling barrage of comments, all condemning the illegal loggers. Adjusting your emotions is the first step to speaking again. That may not be the reason. It's also possible that there were other wild animals in this peach grove before, which is why there are so few other small animals in this area. After all, this peach orchard is a paradise on earth. Changya gave everyone a brief explanation and then walked towards the Monkey King. I picked a peach and handed it to it. It's quite safe here, and it's not too far from our house. If you encounter any danger, you can come to us. Changya pointed in the direction of the cabin. This group of golden monkeys is a class I protected animal in China, and there have been signs of illegal logging in the direction where they originally lived. It is very likely that these golden monkeys were also discovered by these people. Changya's idea to relocate the monkey troop stemmed from a desire to protect them. Meanwhile, Dabao, with a peach in his mouth, chased after Xiao Wenwen in the peach grove. The Monkey King seemed to understand Changya's words, turning his head to look at Changya with a half-understanding expression, and then looking in the direction of his own monkey troop. There wasn't much reaction, it headed straight for the center of the peach grove. I peed. Changya was relieved to see its reaction. We've talked about this before. Before Changya could finish speaking, the viewers in the live stream started vying to answer. I can do this. I can do this. The Monkey King has given his approval, hasn't he? This is about leaving behind his own unique flavor. I know that too, it's a declaration of sovereignty. The Monkey King is moving in. I think if I stay with this streamer for a few months, I could even apply for a forest ranger position. I'm tempted. Yes, to assert sovereignty, but why pluck the feathers? Is it also to assert sovereignty? Why are they plucking the feathers? 72 transformations, please? In fact, monkeys not only use urine as a way to assert their dominance, they also leave some hair in it. In short, it's all about telling others that this is their territory, and that once the whole troop of monkeys arrives, they might roll around here or something. Dabao. Little one is here for dinner. These two kids have been playing all day, and they still have a lot of energy. Changya took out the basin containing the two tiger cubs, and the clattering sound it made immediately attracted the two tiger cubs. Dabao threw away the peach he was biting and ran towards Changya with Xiao Wenwen. Changya looked at the two little ones and took out the last bit of beef. Eat this? Dabao and Xiao Wenwen's eyes lit up instantly. Oh woo woo, oh woo woo, give me some poop. I want some. Wah-ah-ah, wah-ah-ah, eat. I want to eat meat. Changya cut a few small pieces and handed them to Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. The two kids immediately took a bite, forgetting even to eat the milk in the bowl next to them. Slow down, no one's going to take it from you. Ha ha ha, who would dare to compete with a tiger for food? Snatching food from a tiger's mouth? Even if it were Dabao, I wouldn't dare. I'd be afraid of becoming Dabao and Xiao Wenwen's food. I'd really like to see how they react if someone took their food away. Life advice, be less curious. Don't be afraid, next time you see a tiger eating, just slide tackle it. What is this? A banquet? Where are you? I'll take 200, no takeout. I'll go too, but I don't eat much. Sure enough, as soon as he said that, the live stream started to go wild again, and a large number of people flocked to the banquet. Changya looked at the army of people eating at the banquet in the live chat and was both amused and exasperated. Curiosity killed the cat, everyone should cherish their lives. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, go back and take a bath. Changya saw that the Golden Monkey King had already run back, so he probably didn't need to worry about it anymore. So they took Dabao and Xiao Wenwen downstream to the stream not far away. The two kids, full of energy after eating and drinking their fill, ran merrily all over the woods. Changya didn't bother with them, he was already covered in mud, so a little more grass wouldn't hurt. I want to see how Tiger Girl reacts when Dabao and the little guy go back like this. It's quite a coincidence. No sooner had Changya finished speaking than a tiger's roar that shook the mountains and forests was heard. Tiger Girl's back? Looks like she got something big this morning, right? Just as expected. Changya watched as the tall figure in the distance walked towards him with an imposing cat-like gait. What's in its mouth? That's clearly a sheep. And it was a perfectly intact sheep. This tiger girl must have encountered a flock of sheep. You ate your fill and then brought one back for me? You'll have to bear the consequences if you can't handle it. Take them back, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen are over there. Changya pointed to the two little mud balls running ahead. When Tiger Girl saw Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, she barked twice at Changya's perfunctory tone. Aw. He sped up and chased after Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. Changya clearly saw that Hunio paused noticeably when she looked at the two little ones running towards her. Roar! Is this my baby? I'm just saying I'll update twice a day, and if I get certified as a top author, I'll add an extra update. Will anyone agree to that? Changya clearly saw that when Hunio caught up with the two tiger cubs, she paused noticeably. Before, when Tiger Girl took care of these two kids, she would at most wrap them in some grass, but this time, these two little mud balls probably surprised her. Tiger Girl looked at the two little mud tigers rubbing against her, then glanced back at Changya, who was leisurely strolling behind her. Oh woo-woo. He immediately dropped the sheep he was holding, picked up the two tiger cubs, and went off to play. The viewers in the live stream burst out laughing at Tiger Girl's actions. Ha ha ha, did you see Tiger Girl's look? Brother Chang, you've done something naughty. Did they take to Bao and Xiao Wenwen to take a bath? It doesn't look like it looks like they went to play nearby. Of course. Look at Tiger Girl's disgusted expression. Tiger Girl, listen to me, thank you. Tiger Girl must be wondering, are these two cubs still her adorable little tiger cubs? Haha, I always thought Tiger Girl was imposing, but now she looks kind of cute. Has the person upstairs forgotten when Tiger Girl chased the wolf pack? Remember that wild boar? The king of beasts is so cute. Have we become too arrogant? Haha, although Tiger Girl is the queen of beasts, she is also the mother of Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. Think back to when you first met them, weren't they very fierce? They're only like this now because they trust you. Animals often have the most genuine emotions, so you shouldn't easily abandon any pets you keep. Changya picked up the sheep that Hunio had left behind and walked towards the wooden house. Let's just have a simple dinner. It has to be said, the sheep that Tiger Girl picked was really fat. It must weigh at least 100 pounds, and the hair is quite long. Swish! Swish! As Changya was thinking about how to cook the sheep, he heard a soft rustling sound coming from the grass behind him. What's this? Changya walked towards the source of the sound for a while before the system issued a notification. Alert! Saiga antelope, a Class I protected animal in China, has been detected. The Saiga antelope is a Class I protected animal in China and is listed as a vulnerable species in the Red Data Book of Endangered Animals of China Animal Category, listed in the IUCN Red List of Threatened Species 2012. Unlock Dragon Kingdom S-Level Protected Animal Encyclopedia 596. A Class I protected animal in the Qinling Mountains distribution area of China, progress completed 4/14. Saiga antelope? Wasn't that antelope already extinct in the country? Changya was pleasantly surprised to run into him here. Changya looked at the sheep he was carrying on his back and felt rather embarrassed. Changya put the sheep he was carrying into a cloth bag and left it by the roadside. This is how we slowly move forward. Pushing aside the haystack in front of them, a tall, proud antelope with slender limbs came into view. Changya looked at the Saiga antelope in front of him, but didn't get too close. Instead, he controlled the drone to approach it. Look, everyone, this antelope is scientifically known as the Saiga antelope. It has a yellowish-brown back, and its rump, tail, and belly are white. Its limbs are relatively thin. But it's not summer yet, so the antelope's wool hasn't completely shortened. In winter, they would keep their wool long and thick to keep warm. But this antelope seems a bit strange. Logically, antelopes are very fast, which is why they can survive, but with the changes in the grassland environment, there is also the large-scale poaching by domestic poachers, who kill antelopes simply for their horns. This is a precious medicinal herb, and it is the root cause of the extinction of wild antelopes in China. I never thought there would still be wild antelopes in the Qinling Mountains. Looking at the antelope's condition, Changya already had a guess in his mind. However, if I were to approach it rashly, even with the blessing of being friendly to all things, I would probably scare it away. Changya controlled the drone to slowly approach the antelope and circled it once. The viewers in the live stream were able to observe the antelope closely, and the chat room was already flooded with comments. This is so beautiful. It looks like something out of a painting. It looks like a down-on-its-luck mythical beast. Look at those ram horns, they're so beautiful. Poachers truly deserve to die. They've driven such a beautiful animal to extinction in our country just for antelope horns. But why does this antelope look like it's in so much pain? It really is true, it feels like it can't even run. The host seems to be checking, everyone please be patient. Changya controlled the drone to circle the antelope from head to toe. Fortunately, the drone was transparent at that moment, otherwise it might have startled the antelope and it would have disappeared in the next second. Changya finally focused his attention on the wound on the antelope's leg. This looks so much like a wound caused by an animal trap. Could it be another poacher? Changya secretly planned in his mind that he would have to find some time to check the traps and various animal snares made by poachers in the forest next time. After all, there haven't been any forest rangers in this area for several years, and poachers have become quite brazen. Changya grabbed a handful of grass from the side and rubbed it on himself to dilute the bloodstains that had just been on him. This is how you slowly get closer to the antelope. Don't be afraid, I'm here to help you. Changya pointed to the antelope's wound and showed it the medicine in his hand. However, the antelope was clearly still frightened and looked at Changya with wary eyes. It's fair to say that if Changya hadn't possessed the affinity for all things, the antelope would have already attacked him. Don't be afraid, I'll put some medicine on you. Antelopes have very slender limbs, so it's likely that it got caught in a trap in the forest, which probably injured its bones, which is why it moved so slowly. Fortunately, he was slender and fast, otherwise the poacher would have succeeded. The antelope looked at Changya in front of it, watching him slowly approach. The antelope did not retreat or react excessively. Only then did Changya feel safe approaching the antelope. You have an injury on your foot. Changya pointed to his own feet and then to the antelope's legs. The antelope smelled the medicine in Changya's hand, and then smelled Changya's leg. Only then did he slowly sit down, exposing his wound. Brother Chang, why does this antelope have such a big nose? Yeah, he sniffs everything like a dog. But these antelope horns look really beautiful, and they're also a valuable medicinal herb. No wonder so many people hunt them. I want some myself. What are you saying upstairs? This statement immediately sparked a collective attack from everyone. Changya glanced at the constantly scrolling comments, but had no intention of paying attention to them at the moment. He took out the medicinal herbs he carried with him and plucked 2 small twigs from the side, then began to apply the medicine to the antelope. It might hurt a little, just bear with it. If it were an ordinary animal, one with fleshy legs, the treatment probably wouldn't be this painful. However, the antelope's limbs were so slender that the trap pierced through the muscle layer and directly injured the bone. That's what made the antelope too weak to run any deeper. Changya carefully applied the medicine to the antelope's wound in several applications, and then bandaged it. However, given the unique characteristics of antelopes, bandaging them is not a simple matter. The task was to avoid disrupting the antelope's movement while ensuring the medication on the wound wouldn't fall off. Looking at the antelope's leg, Changya suddenly remembered seeing his grandfather handle something similar when he was playing with him before. It seems to be made of vines. Changya looked around, just about to get up to pick up a withered vine from the side. Then I heard Dabao and Xiao Wenwen's voices coming from behind. Oh woo, Daddy, we're here. Wah-ah-ah. We've washed the poop. Changya saw the 2 tiger cubs running towards him and quickly held down the restless antelope in front of him. Don't be afraid, they won't eat you. But the antelope wouldn't believe the saying that tigers don't eat sheep, and kept struggling. Dabao, Xiao Wenwen, stop. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen quickly stopped not far from Changya. Tilting his head, he looked at Changya with 2 big, puzzled eyes. Oh woo? Oh woo? Wow. Wow. Changya looked behind the 2 little ones but didn't see Tiger Girl. Somewhat puzzled, where did Tiger Girl, that big guy, go? Where is Mom? Dabao and Xiao Wenwen both turned their heads at the same time and looked in the direction of the cabin. Oh woo, oh woo. Changya looked at it and smiled. As expected of Tiger Girl, she went back to bed as soon as she got back. However, he was relieved and continued to comfort the antelope. Although Dabao and Xiao Wenwen are still cubs, they still frightened the antelope quite a bit. After all, the aura of the king of beasts is still there. They won't come, don't worry. If Tiger Girl came over, the antelope would probably just push her away and run away. Changya took the vines next to him and used them to make a simple support for the antelope. Then gently wrap it with gauze. Using vines as a support is not as hard as wood, which makes it inconvenient for antelopes to move and run. The vine has its own flexibility, and it will break naturally when it does. The injury is probably almost healed, so we can loosen the gauze at the same time. Only after Changya did all this was he able to release the antelope. Okay, you can go back now. The antelope looked at Changya in front of it, then at Xiao Wenwen and Dabao behind it. I quietly moved my legs a little to make sure it was okay to move them. It gently nuzzled Changya with its head, then disappeared in a flash. Dabao, Xiaowenwen, come here. Changya then called the 2 little ones over. You're so obedient. Let's go back and take a shower first. The 2 kids are covered in mud that's practically glued to their bodies. If they don't get a bath soon, it'll be a real problem. Tiger Girl didn't even take her 2 tiger cubs to get a bath, ha ha ha. Isn't this waiting for Brother Chang to go wash up? Brother Chang has successfully taken over Tiger Girl's job. Was that person just kicked out? What nonsense are you spouting? Exactly, isn't this just ruining the atmosphere? Changya looked at the chaotic comments and said, shouldn't we find a live stream administrator to manage this? This isn't a solution. Changya didn't have this much traffic when he streamed before, so he definitely didn't need any administrators. But now, with more and more people watching live streams, what if these people start talking nonsense in the live stream? Spreading incorrect information is bad for both yourself and the Kindling Mountains. I'll have a good chat with you guys when I get back later. Changya led the 2 little ones to the river near the wooden house they had found earlier, because if they didn't take a bath soon, they would dry out. As soon as they arrived at the riverbank, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, who had already learned to swim, splashed around. then it dived into the water. Changya watched the two little ones rolling around and beckoned Dabao over. After washing the mud off Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, it was almost dark. Changya looked at the two clean little guys in front of him, and only then was he satisfied and led them back to the cabin. The viewers in the live stream, who were initially arguing fiercely, were completely charmed by the two clean-cut tiger cubs. This is my first time here, and it's so cute. Is it a little tiger? Dabao is so clean. After seeing the muddy tiger cub all day, I almost didn't recognize him. But does this mean we have to eat a whole roasted lamb? Yeah, streamer, you should go back and wash it too, these clothes are probably going to get stiff. After Dabao and Xiao Wenwen finished washing up, they also looked at Changya with longing eyes. Are you hungry again? Let's go back and drink our milk. Changya carried the sheep and led the two clean little ones towards the cabin. On the way back, looking at the comments on my phone, I decided I needed to find an administrator. Otherwise, it would be bad if these people spread negative energy in the live broadcast room and set a bad example. If anyone wants to be an administrator, please send me your information. I'll take a look and find a suitable candidate when I have time. We really need to find an administrator, it's too chaotic now. Does being a manager mean you're like a godmother to your children? Can streamers who become managers play offline? Yes. Can we see Dabao and Xiao Wenwen? I'm signing up. I'm coming too. How about we send a notification to the fan group and invite everyone to participate in the interview? Changya shook his head as he looked at the comments. Please make sure you're sure before sending them to me. Of course, I'll give you a little reward. So it's probably impossible for everyone to come and see Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, since this area is a national protected forest. And if too many come over, will this forest turn into some kind of tourist attraction? This completely goes against our original intention. This is one of the few primeval forests that has not been developed. Nobody wants such a beautiful view to be ruined, right? The viewers in the live stream were also willing to listen to advice. Seeing that Changya had said so, and looking at the lush forest in the camera, they understood. I can already imagine that if it is really developed, these forests will probably all disappear. That's true, let's just observe and not cause any more trouble. Yes, this forest is the most beautiful and pristine forest I've ever seen. What will happen to these plants if it's developed? So curly? I want to go too. After Changya explained the situation to everyone, he put the sheep into the wooden house. Go up to the attic on the second floor to get the barbecue grill. I remember it was placed up there. When Dabao and Xiao Wenwen saw Changya go upstairs, they took their little steps. I followed Changya up the stairs, one step at a time. When Changya and his group returned, Hunniu was already fast asleep upstairs. Only when he heard Changya's voice did he groggily open his big tiger eyes. When Dabao and Xiao Wenwen saw that Hunniu was awake, they quickly ran over and cuddled on Hunniu's belly. Tiger Girl licked the two big babies and the little Wenwen with her tongue and stroked their fur. Then I fed the two little ones. Changya smiled when he saw it. He took the barbecue grill and went to prepare his dinner. A short while later, looking at the time, the two little ones should have finished drinking their milk by now. That's how I called the two tiger cubs downstairs. Come and have some meat, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. Changya, holding the chunk of raw meat he had just chopped off, went into the house and called the two little ones. Dabao glanced at the piece of meat in Changya's hand, then at the bowl of rice in front of him. After nuzzling Tiger Girl's head, it dashed off towards Changya. Oh woo-woo, Daddy, I'm here. When Xiao Wenwen saw that her brother had run away, she continued to rub against her mother, asking Hunniu to stroke her fur. Tiger Girl glanced down at little Wenwen, then nudged her with her head. Roar! Upon hearing Hunniu's voice, Xiao Wenwen ran towards Changya. Tiger Girl watched as the two little ones went down, opened her blood-red mouth, and let out two barks to clear her throat. Roar roar! He bent over, clenched his fists, leaned forward, and stretched out a big yawn. I slowly walked downstairs and came to the floor in front of the house. I changed into a more comfortable position and went back to lying down. When the viewers in the live stream saw Tiger Girl's lazy demeanor, they couldn't help but complain again. If I hadn't seen the story of Tiger Girl chasing the wolves, I would have really thought Tiger Girl was just a sleeping tiger mom. The three tigers are so cute. I can't resist. Ha ha ha, why don't you go pet a tiger next time you see one? Am I offending the powerful? I don't even want to offer you a feast. But Tiger Girl is really lazy. She played around a bit before, but she's already asleep today? Tiger Girl, mind your own business when it comes to tigers. But Tiger Girl's mouth is really big. I reckon one bite from her would be about half my size. Ha ha ha, is this the start of a sacrifice? Seeing that everyone's focus on Hunniu was gradually veering off course, Changya simply turned the camera around. Let's just have a simple roasted lamb leg today. Changya also chopped some small pieces of raw meat for Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. These two little ones are so energetic, and they get hungry so quickly. They've already eaten several times today. But we have something more important to do today. Let's take a look at the lamb leg first. Changya pointed the camera directly at the lamb leg on the barbecue grill. The lamb leg has a very standard arc shape, the meat is very firm, and the arc is very smooth and complete. Moreover, this lamb leg was a perfectly intact large lamb leg that Changya had removed, and it was slowly shrinking little by little as it was roasted over the fire. The lamb leg was big and fatty, and the barbecue grill was on high heat, so it sizzled and gushed oil. You can see the meat slowly lose its color and turn into a very tempting dark brown. Even the surface crust was slightly curled up from the baking, and you could clearly see the rendered fat. Following the shape of the lamb leg, drops of water dripped onto the barbecue grill. The dripping sound of burning charcoal doesn't seem to be coming from a barbecue grill at all. This was met with a barrage of criticism from the viewers in the live stream. I definitely need to buy a phone that can smell things in the future. Seriously, this oil. I can't resist, it smells so good. Help! I can't take it anymore, I need to get another midnight snack. Where's the streamer? Are they abandoning us? This oil is absolutely delicious. It's like a drop of water that has touched my heart. Why don't you let us take care of Dabao instead? Who can stand this? First time here, is this a mukbang? Just before everyone's mouths were about to water off their screens, Changya finally came out with his phone. I need to call Uncle Gong and see if we can send a batch of saplings up here. That land can't be left empty forever. If we wait for the forest to grow naturally, it will probably take 5 or 6 years before new saplings grow. Sometimes human intervention can be beneficial to the development of forests, as long as the overall laws of the forest are not disrupted. This is also one of the duties of forest rangers. Changya smiled as he looked at the barrage of accusations against him. It's just a simple roasted lamb leg, right? Dabao and Xiao Wenwen had finished eating their meat and were circling around Changya. Little Wenwen even lay directly on Changya's lap. Changya simply pointed the drone at the two little ones. If you don't want to see my dinner, then you can watch Dabao and Xiao Wenwen instead. The two little ones, now full and satisfied, rubbed against Changya. At that moment, the call to Uncle Gong was answered. Xiao Cheng, what's wrong? Did you run into some trouble? No trouble at all, Uncle Gong. I just wanted to ask if the bureau has any suitable saplings? Could you send some saplings in? Uncle Gong on the other end of the phone was also somewhat puzzled. Do you need saplings? We do have some, but why do you suddenly want to plant trees? Did you discover something wrong? As the director of the Forest Protection Bureau, Uncle Gong was naturally very sensitive to this kind of thing. Changya didn't intend to hide anything and simply recounted what he had seen that afternoon. Xiao Cheng, this matter definitely needs to be taken seriously. The day for your work report is coming up soon. Why don't you tell me your thoughts in detail then? How about this? I'll have someone send you some saplings tomorrow. But there are quite a few fruit trees in the warehouse right now, would you like them? It's quite a coincidence. Something similar happened before, and I even led some people to plant quite a few peach trees. I guess they'll bear fruit this year, right? Did you see it? Uncle Gong recalled the saplings in the warehouse. Changya thought of the peach orchard where he had taken the golden monkeys. So that's where you, Uncle Gong, planted it. It's already bearing fruit, and there are quite a few golden monkeys there too. The fruit tree seedlings are quite good, but the woods here are more suitable for planting apples, persimmons, and the like. Uncle Gong, could you please have someone pick some out tomorrow? This was exactly what Changya was thinking. It didn't matter what kind of trees he planted. Why not plant some fruit trees? That way, the animals in the neighborhood can have a good meal too. Golden monkeys? That's great. It seems you get along very well with these animals, that's good. Uncle Gong knew that Changya had adopted Tiger Girl. With Tiger Girl protecting Changya would definitely not be in any danger in the forest. Then I'll have someone deliver it to you tomorrow morning. Do you want me to bring a few people over to help you? Sure, but 1 or 2 will do. Changya thought that with such a large area, he really couldn't finish the work by himself. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Changya finally hung up the phone and started eating his dinner. There will be another update tonight, and the author keeps his word. This time, Changya was very kind and didn't point the camera at his roasted lamb leg. Instead, it's to let everyone see Dabao and Xiao Wenwen acting cute. This is absolutely adorable. When Changya finished dinner and washed up, he came out. The 2 tiger cubs were already drowsy, but they still waited for Changya at the door of the room. Changya scooped up the 2 cubs and brought them into the room. You've been acting up all day, you must be tired. Changya lay on the bed with his 2 cubs, enjoying a rare moment of relaxation. I looked out at the starry sky. The weather has been sunny and bright these past few days, and the starry sky at night is truly breathtaking and awe-inspiring. Changya controlled the drone, showing the live stream viewers the starry sky through the window. A gentle breeze outside the window stirred the curtains, occasionally obscuring the drone's view. This also makes the vast starry sky even more attractive to the audience. The cabin was very quiet at night, with only the occasional bird calls from the forest outside and the twinkling stars in the sky. It was as if in response to the birds that inhabited the forest. The scenery captured in the live stream was also breathtaking for viewers. The entire starry sky enveloped the forest, gently and silently. This is absolutely gorgeous. The scenery is breathtaking. Starry forest, Da Bao, Xiao Wenwen. What is the direction of life? Now I understand why wealthy people like to live in remote, mountainous areas. This is something no city can compare to. I really want to go back to my grandma's little village. The scenery there is just like that. Brother Cheng, could you leave it on? Looking at it gives me a really relaxing and reassuring feeling. The world seemed quiet and peaceful, everything felt wonderful. Yes, this is so helpful for insomniacs. It looks so relaxing and makes you feel sleepy. +1+1 person wrote a petition in blood begging the streamer not to end the broadcast. 3,289 people wrote a petition in blood begging the streamer not to end the broadcast. Cheng Ye lay on the bed looking at the requests in the live chat. After thinking about it, it's not entirely impossible. This kind of scenery is something you can't see at all in the city. Sure, but to avoid disturbing you, I'll put the drone outside, or I'll turn the sound off. It would be fine to leave it outside. The sound is also very pleasant. The birdsong and the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves were absolutely beautiful. I have severe insomnia, and I actually fall asleep before 10 p.m. Cheng Ye looked at these comments and fell into thought. In fact, most people in the city suffer from insomnia because they are under too much pressure or they are overthinking. Actually, as long as you find a way that suits you and relax appropriately, these are all very helpful for treating insomnia. Okay, I'll put it outside the window. Remember to turn the volume down, otherwise you won't be woken up by the alarm clock tomorrow morning, you'll be woken up by Sister Diao. After arranging the drone, Cheng Ye prepared to go to sleep. Looking at Da Bao and Xiao Wenwen beside him, the two little guys are already asleep, with the wool they just scratched still on their paws. With its eyes tightly closed, the sleeping tiger looked much more well-behaved and adorable than during the day. They're so cute, they look like two dolls. Early the next morning, Cheng Ye didn't sleep well that night, his mind constantly on the poachers and illegal loggers. Cheng Ye woke up while it was still barely dawn, but thinking that he still had to go to that forest during the day, Cheng Ye decided to lie in bed and close his eyes to rest. Maintaining 8 hours of sleep is also Cheng Ye's secret to having good energy and spirit throughout the day. As he lay there with his two tiger cubs beside him, Cheng Ye actually fell asleep. When I woke up again, I was awakened by shouts from outside. Little Cheng. Upon hearing the sound, Cheng Ye guessed that it was most likely Uncle Gong's saplings that had arrived. Sure enough, when I got up and opened the door, I saw the porters not far from the wooden house. At this moment, Uncle Gong appeared from behind. Uncle Gong? Why did you come here in person? Did I wake you up? Cheng Ye stepped forward to greet Uncle Gong. No, it's just about time anyway. I brought you some breakfast. How have things been lately? Nothing troublesome has happened, right? Uncle Gong handed the soy milk and fried dough sticks he was carrying to Cheng Ye. This was Cheng Ye's favorite breakfast when he was a child. Your grandfather used to tell us that your favorite food is soy milk and fried dough sticks. Have some breakfast first, and then take a look at these saplings. I've already checked them, and they're suitable for the climate here. Cheng Ye took the things from Uncle Gong's hands. Thank you, Uncle Gong. It's been a long time since I've had soy milk and fried dough sticks here. My grandfather used to bring me here often and gave me these. Take me to see that peach orchard later. Your grandfather and I planted the first batch of peach trees here, but it seems that too much rain caused the first batch of saplings to not survive. As soon as Uncle Gong finished speaking, he saw two tiger cubs emerge from behind Cheng Ye. Although Uncle Gong was mentally prepared before he arrived, he was still surprised to see two tigers at first glance. That really gave me a fright. Seeing Uncle Gong's reaction, Cheng Ye called Da Bao and Xiao Wenwen to his side and poured a basin of milk for the two little ones. You should drink your milk first. Uncle Gong, don't worry, they are very well behaved. I'll take you to see them after we finish eating. We can probably still see quite a few golden monkeys, but they just moved, so it's not convenient for us to get too close. Let's keep our distance and take a look. As Cheng Ye spoke, he picked up his drone. Cheng Ye thought that there wouldn't be many people after hanging it up all night. Unexpectedly, everyone was already chatting animatedly. I saw a golden eagle wake up today. It's so handsome. Yeah, I didn't see Da Bao and Xiao Xiaowen get up yet. They must be so cute. I slept so well last night. I'm even thinking about buying a house back in my village. It was so therapeutic, and I even watched the sunrise. Yes, this golden eagle isn't as diligent as Tiger Girl. It goes out to eat early in the morning. Tiger Girl, no praising one while belittling another. The bureau chief is here. Hey bureau chief, do you still want to hire anyone? Are we going to plant trees over there today? What kind of trees should we plant? How about some citrus trees? They're thirst-quenching and delicious. These citrus fruits probably can't be grown here. They're sweeter when grown further south. That small patch of land was more suitable for planting apricot or apple trees, and these fruits are sweeter and juicier, which the animals in the forest would also like. Changya adjusted the drone's direction. After quickly packing my things, I took Uncle Gong and the two little tigers out. This time, the porters didn't leave immediately. Uncle Gong really wouldn't let Changya carry so many saplings by himself, so he insisted that the porters go with the two of them. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen looked at the porter and Uncle Gong with great curiosity and went over to take a look at the two of them. This really startled the porter. Fortunately, Changya reacted quickly, grabbing the two little ones by the back of their necks and stuffing them into a cloth bag. The two little ones poked their heads out of the bag, looking very curious about the stranger. "Awoo. Who is this, Daddy? Why, someone I've never met before." This was the first time the two tiger cubs had ever seen a porter. Before, when the porters came up, Changya would always come out to get the things himself. The porters didn't stay that long either. Changya smiled as he looked at the two tiger cubs and rubbed their bewildered heads. "These are porters, helping us bring our things up. We're going to see the Monkey King and the others, and then we'll go to the place where you filled the hole yesterday." The two little ones nodded as if they understood, their big tiger eyes wide as they followed behind the group. Uncle Gong looked at the two little tigers behind him and felt really itchy to be one. "Xiao Cheng, can I touch them?" Uncle Gong has been the bureau chief for so long, and this is the first time he has been so close to a tiger. Not to mention protecting animals. "Of course, Uncle Gong, they won't hurt anyone. Of course, this is on the premise that Changya is by your side." Uncle Gong then stopped and cautiously reached out to touch the little tiger cub in Changya's bag. Changya also reached out and patted Dabao's head, and let Uncle Gong pat the relatively obedient Xiao Wenwen. After glancing at Changya, the two little ones let Uncle Gong pet them a few times. In Uncle Gong's eyes, he had seen quite a few ferocious tigers. "This is the first time I've ever met such an obedient and adorable tiger cub. Oh my, they're so obedient." But the next second they seemed a little out of sorts, and both little ones couldn't help but yawn. "Wow!" This startled Uncle Gong, who quickly withdrew his hand. Little Wenwen looked at Uncle Gong with a confused expression. Changya looked at Xiao Wenwen and smiled. "You scared Uncle Gong." The viewers in the live stream were incredibly envious of the interaction between the group. "Aw, I touched it. I'm so envious. Right now, I just want to be Uncle Gong. Uncle Gong, you are my god. I'm tired of saying the word envy. Uncle Gong, do you know how many people's dreams you fulfilled? The two tigers are so cute, they look so sleepy. I really want one. Does anyone make a plush toy of it? I second that proposal. I second that. How about we start a side hustle, streamer?" After walking for a while, Changya heard a soft rustling sound behind him. Changya looked to the side and sure enough, the Monkey King was watching him from the peach grove not far away. "Wait a minute, let's put the saplings down and rest for a bit. Uncle Gong, look, this is the peach orchard, and that's the king of the golden monkeys in this area. Their group of golden monkeys just had a baby yesterday." Uncle Gong looked at the dense peach orchard not far away, and the Monkey King who was staring at his group. Uncle Gong looked at the peach orchard, seemingly lost in thought. My eyes inexplicably reddened. Changya, seeing Uncle Gong's expression, guessed what was going on. This is probably a reminder of the days she spent protecting the forest with Grandpa Changya. "Uncle Gong, let's go take a look ahead and move the saplings over there first." Changya held down the two restless little creatures inside his cloth bag. These two tiger cubs love racing with the Monkey King. Look how impatient they are. Uncle Gong reached out and rubbed Wenwen's head again. "You're so obedient. It's good that they're protecting you, it keeps you safe. Please be careful and tell me if you have any problems." Uncle Gong kept telling Changya about the precautions to take in the woods, even though Changya already knew all of them. But Changya still listened attentively with his two tiger cubs. Finally, just before Dabao lost his patience, the group arrived at the place that had been looted by illegal loggers the day before. This is the place. This area used to be home to some rare tree species. Uncle Gong sighed helplessly as he looked at the area. "This is probably not an isolated case, we just haven't discovered it yet." Dabao and Xiao Wenwen seemed to sense Uncle Gong's emotions and rubbed against his leg. He comforted Uncle Gong in the same way he had comforted Changya before. "It's all right, Uncle Gong. What's done is done. From now on, with me, Huniu, Dabao, and Xiao Wenwen, we will protect our dragon vein." Uncle Gong looked at Changya, who was calm and composed in front of him, and Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, who were adorable, on the other side. "All right. Uncle Gong believes you won't let this happen again." Dabao and Xiao Wenwen were also responding to Uncle Gong from the side. "Awoo, we protect the forests. Wow, protect the poop." The viewers in the live stream watched this scene, against the backdrop of the somewhat desolate logging. I'm about to cry because I'm missing some background music. I don't know why, but there's a sense of tradition. Uncle Gong used to grow peach trees, and now Brother Cheng grows orchards. Yes, being a forest ranger is truly a noble profession that we don't see. De Bao and Xiao Wenwen are so smart. Is it because they've been with humans since they were little that they're so intelligent? De Bao and Xiao Wenwen are really good at comforting people. If I had such a cute little devil when I was unhappy, I wouldn't even need to comfort me. No, I won't be unhappy at all. I want to celebrate my baby's first 10,000 days. Cheng Ye had no time for sentimentality. He simply sorted the saplings the group had carried and placed them on the open ground. Seeing that the saplings had been distributed, Cheng Ye took out the map he had previously compiled and handed it to Uncle Gong. Uncle Gong, wait a few days and I'll do some statistics. By the time I report back, I should be able to give you a simple map. Great, great. We only have a very simple map taken by satellite, yours is already quite detailed. I have some things to do today, so you can keep this sapling here. And this is a small tree, or... Cheng Ye waved his hand. It's alright, Uncle Gong, I can manage. Xiao Mu will go back with you. I'll ask for your help if I need anything. The saplings have all been delivered, so Cheng Ye isn't worried about not being able to finish the job by himself. Moreover, she has the help of De Bao and Xiao Wenwen. Okay, then I won't argue with you anymore. Remember to tell me if anything comes up. Uncle Gong patted Cheng Ye on the shoulder, then squatted down and patted De Bao and Xiao Wenwen. De Bao and Xiao Wenwen, protect the forest well, you're little forest rangers now. Uncle Gong gave the instructions again before he and Xiao Mu drove off in their tricycle. Gong Shu and the porter had barely driven a short distance when Cheng Ye heard a system notification. Alert! Takin, a Class I protected animal in China, has been detected. The takin is a Class I protected animal in China and is listed as a vulnerable species in the Red Data Book of Endangered Animals of China, Animal Category, listed in the IUCN Red List of Threatened Species 2012. Unlocked Dragon Kingdom S-Level Protected Animal Encyclopedia 696. A Class I protected animal in the Qinling Mountains distribution area of China. Progress completed 4/14. Cheng Ye put down what he was holding. He had thought about this when he saw the antelope yesterday. Will takin also come down to forage at this time? After all, their living habits and environments are quite similar. I never expected to actually run into this today. Moo! Meow! Cheng Ye sensed something was wrong with the sound, so he put down the sapling in his hand and walked toward the source of the sound. The audience in the live stream naturally heard the sound, and everyone was quite puzzled. Isn't that the sound of a goat? Could this be the antelope from yesterday? Has it returned to repay a debt of gratitude? How could that be? If it sees De Bao and Xiao Wenwen, it'll probably run away in a flash again. That's true, after all, there are two tigers here. What's that sound? It really sounds like a goat. That's how the goats sound back home. It's just that it wasn't loud. This doesn't sound right, does it? It sounds like something bad has happened? No way, it seems like this forest isn't very safe after all. No wonder so many animals have become protected species, and some have even gone extinct. Were they all eaten by their natural enemies? Cheng Ye shook his head as he looked at the comments. It's not that the forest is unsafe, the forest follows its own laws of survival. And these animals naturally have a food chain. For example, when Tiger Girl and Golden Eagle hunt for prey, it is part of the forest's food chain. We will not interfere, but we certainly cannot hunt these rare wild animals. The law of the jungle is actually quite similar to human society. Cheng Ye explained the relationships in the forest to everyone, but in short, it all boiled down to one sentence. These animals follow their own laws of survival in the forest. Extinction or endangerment is very rare unless something changes on Earth. Otherwise, most rare animals are caused by human interference or harsh environments. We must also constantly reflect on ourselves. We marvel at the beauty of nature while simultaneously destroying it. Cheng Ye's words plunged the live stream into deep thought, and the previously constantly scrolling chat now only refreshed with a single message every now and then, until a herd of takins appeared on the live stream camera. Cheng Ye looked at the herd of takins, stopping a short distance away without getting too close. They simply maneuvered the drone toward them. Everyone, take a close look. Is this a cow or a sheep? Cheng Ye noticed that many of the takins in the group were pregnant cows, and guessed that the takins had probably come down to find nutritional supplements for the pregnant mothers. What are these? There are so many. Yes, this looks like the sheep from yesterday, even its bleating is similar. But the sheep yesterday wasn't this big, was it? Yeah, the wool was this long yesterday too. Is this a new breed? It looks a bit like a cow, look at its head and horns. It's a hybrid, neither fish nor fowl. These are takins. This is the first time I've ever seen so many takins. A takin? That looks huge. I felt like he could kick me away with one kick. This thing is both ugly and cute. Ha ha ha, the comment upstairs really cracked me up. This is a herd of takins, and many of them are pregnant mothers. Changya controlled the drone to show everyone the takin mother's belly. See? Takins are quite similar to humans when they are pregnant. They carry a calf for 9 months before giving birth. They will give birth in May, so they will come down to find some easy to store food and fruit to prepare for the takin mother. It's like a pregnancy kit. We mustn't disturb them right now, otherwise they'll easily become agitated while protecting the pregnant takin. These bulls have terrible tempers, especially in July and August. They fight every day to win over the females. Only the winners can mate, and the ones we see here are the victors. Changya looked at the restless Dabao beside him, took out his cloth bag and put the 2 tiger cubs inside. Dabao, don't rush out. See that lookout? If he sees you, he'll come and fight you. Changya rubbed Dabao and Xiao Wenwen's heads and made a shushing gesture to the 2 tiger cubs. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen looked at Changya with confused expressions. It called out softly twice, its voice very low. Awu? Awu? W-A. However, its little tiger eyes still curiously observed the takin. Changya operated the drone to inspect the herd of takins. It was confirmed that none of the takins were injured or showed any signs of giving birth. This is how I can confidently introduce the herd of cattle in front of me to everyone. Actually, the antelopes we saw before should also live in herds like this, but the one from yesterday must have gotten lost. Takins don't get lost when they travel, they are very disciplined. Look at these, the ones in front and behind are all strong bulls, and in the middle are cows and calves. And they won't attack humans unless they see Dabao, but it'll be a different story. They'll probably all run away in fright. The viewers in the live stream got excited when they heard that the attack wouldn't harm humans. If I see it in the future, can I touch it? This fur looks so soft and cuddly, and their calls sound so gentle. You dare touch so many? It would be better if you only touched one. Yes, if you encounter one, you can pet it. Finally, there's a wild animal that doesn't attack people. Are you misunderstanding something? Even if you don't attack first, if you provoke them, they'll definitely retaliate. If that horn comes at me, I'm afraid I'll die. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen are still the cutest, this thing really looks ugly. My son and daughter are adorable, of course, they're so well behaved. If you encounter a lone cow traveling alone, everyone should run away as fast as they can. This lone bull is different from a herd of bulls. If you mess with the lone ranger, you'll probably really be dead. Don't be fooled by this guy's shouts, these takins aren't known for their gentle temperament. When Changya saw what everyone was thinking, he couldn't help but laugh. Although the takin looks ugly cute, it is still a first-class protected animal. Please, everyone, give me some face and stop being so obsessed with looks. Changya led everyone to observe the takins for a while, and left the takin herd's resting place before they were spotted. Of the 6 treasures of kindling, we've only seen 2. I wonder if we'll ever have the chance to see a giant panda again. I've never seen a wild giant panda. I'm curious because I've heard that there are very rare brown giant pandas in the Kindling Mountains. Awoo, awoo, W-A. Daddy pats me. Daddy, I want to go out. When Dabao and Xiao Wenwen saw Changya heading into the woods, they couldn't stay in the cloth bag any longer. Staring at its little tiger legs, it wanted to get out, and kept tugging at the edge of the cloth bag with its hands. Changya held down the 2 little tiger heads. You're not allowed to play in the mud when you're out, or you'll have to take a bath when you get back. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen looked at Changya with serious expressions, blinking their big tiger eyes. Oh woo, what? Wow. As it turns out, no one can stand being looked at by these 2 little guys. Changya rubbed their 2 little heads and then put them down. Sure enough, the 2 little ones were happy as soon as they landed. It circled around Changya in circles. Let's go plant trees with Daddy. I'll give you milk later. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen were immediately happy when they heard about drinking milk. With her short legs, she ran towards the saplings, and every now and then she would look back to see if Changya was following. I think the Kindling 6 treasures should be updated. After all, Tiger Girl and Dabao are treasures too. They should be called the Kindling 7 treasures. Changya watched the little tiger running ahead. If you don't understand, what are the 6 treasures of kindling? We've seen 2 already? Can the golden eagle be counted? How about we call it 8 treasures? Does Babeo sound a bit dim-wit? These 6 treasures are probably species that people believe are still alive, right? I used to think the South China tiger was extinct. Yes, we should call it 8 treasures. A brown giant panda. I saw in the news before that one has been protected. I wonder if there are any others in the Kindling Mountains. A brown national treasure? I'm going to stay with Brother Cheng to the death. I'm determined to try all 8 treasures in Brother Cheng's live stream, but what are the other 6 treasures? There's a giant panda. Shouldn't the golden snub-nosed monkey also count? Does this cow count? Yesterday's antelope probably doesn't, because we thought it was extinct. Today's activity is checking in at the takin farm. You guys have checked in here. The 6 treasures refer to the giant panda, golden monkey, crested ibis, takin, musk deer, and leopard. It's probably very difficult to see the musk deer now, but we can still come and see the takin by its call. However, the forest musk deer is a treasure with an extremely low profile in the forest. These guys are incredibly timid, and they always act alone. Plus, their current numbers probably don't allow them to travel in packs. The musk deer is like some of our autistic friends, hiding from humans and rarely encountering people. If you really want to check out Babeo, it'll probably depend on luck. Chengya did not explain the reason for this phenomenon, since the national authorities had not given a particularly clear answer. However, Chengya also knew in his heart that this was most likely related to musk. The forest musk deer is the only carrier of musk, and the reason why the forest musk deer has become an endangered protected animal is also inseparable from this musk. Soon, the man and the two tigers returned to the place where the saplings had been placed. Chengya piloted the drone directly into the airspace above the forest. I rolled up my sleeves and got to work. There are indeed many persimmon and apple trees here. This area will be incredibly beautiful when it turns red in the future. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen licked their fur and saw Chengya digging in the dirt again. I almost ran over to help dig the dirt. Chengya stopped the two children and separated them. Dabao, you dig this one, dig a hole. Little Wenwen, you dig this hole. If these two goblin dig together, they'll probably end up covering each other in mud. Tiger Girl will start to doubt herself again. The viewers in the live stream watched as one person and two tigers busied themselves in the forest. And not far away, takins are leisurely foraging for food. In addition, there are birds that occasionally appear in the woods. Everyone suddenly felt as if they had retreated to the mountains and forests. This scene is so beautiful that any frame could be used as wallpaper. I always have a profound feeling when I look at the forest from a high place. It's completely different from looking at the city from an airplane. Looking at the city from an airplane, you see only hustle and bustle and lights. After a while, it becomes boring and lonely. But watching the forest and Dabao and his friends truly brings warmth and a sense of spiritual cleansing. But is it true that the streamer is recruiting managers? Yeah, I've already finished my resume, but it seems like the streamer's private messages aren't enabled. Has Brother Cheng forgotten about this? Can we enjoy the scenery first before rolling it up? No. Besides, Brother Cheng even pays me a salary. Isn't this like a paid vacation? Will Brother Cheng watch it tonight? Could you do me a favor since we're classmates? Exactly. Brother Cheng, could you please pull some strings? Before Chengya could even refute these people, the comment section was already buzzing with excitement. No, we demand fairness and impartiality. Yes, it needs to be completely transparent. First come, first served. You definitely need to pass the test. Chengya watched as these people started competing in the barrage of comments again, watching the barrage scrolling endlessly. They brought the drone down and pointed the camera at the two tiger cubs. Don't argue about this. I'll open your private messages later so you can send your resumes. It'll definitely be the best option. Look how hard Dabao and Xiao Wenwen are working. I guess I'll have to take a good shower when I get back. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen stopped digging in the dirt when they heard Chengya's voice. Oh woo woo, aren't I awesome, Daddy? Wah-ah-ah. We've dug it up. The two tiger cubs stretched out their paws and licked them, trying to remove the mud from their paws. Sitting beside the hole he had just dug, licking his paws, he finally managed to lick away most of the mud and put one paw down. Just as he was about to lick the other paw, the paws that had just been licked were now covered in dirt again. Dabao looked at his own paws and became more and more agitated as he licked them. Chengya looked at Dabao and touched his forehead. What's wrong with you acting so stupid? Chengya stepped forward, picked up Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, and placed them on the grass next to him, then rubbed the little tiger paws against the grass. The mud on its paws quickly disappeared, replaced by the pale green of grass. Seeing this, Xiao Wenwen followed suit. It rubbed itself against the grass and deliberately stepped on the colorful wildflowers nearby. The once pink and tender little paws have turned into various colors. Chengya initially had the two tiger cubs dig in the soil to keep them from running around. Otherwise, Dabao would probably chase after any little bird or rabbit he sees. The hole that Dabao had painstakingly dug had long been reburied bit by Dabao himself while licking his paws. Chengya simply let the two kids play on the grass. At first, the people in the live stream were arguing about submitting their resumes. Looking at Dabao and Xiao Wenwen's adorable and silly appearance, how could they possibly have the mind to argue? This is so cute, help. This is where Tiger Girl failed in her duty. She didn't teach her two cubs how to defeat the mud. Tiger Girl is probably sleeping soundly. Tiger Girl probably hasn't gotten up yet. Tiger Girl, no scapegoating. After settling the two tiger cubs in, Chengya finally opened his private messages on his phone. I've already opened the application. Just send me your resumes. Each person can only send one message, so don't accidentally send the other resumes and they won't be able to be sent. Chengya didn't want to be bombarded with information again later. After arranging all that, Chang Ye selected a few saplings and placed them into the pits he had dug. This is an apple tree. This area is subtropical, which is perfect for growing apples. And the current season is just right, with low temperatures and dry conditions. By summer, these saplings will probably be quite tall. At that time, the apple trees can find shade by leaning against the surrounding big trees, so they won't get dried out. And the apples we usually see are bright red, right? That's because they only turn red when there's plenty of sunlight. Fruit farmers usually lay a layer of black plastic under apple trees so that the apples can also photosynthesize underneath. I estimate that we'll be able to eat the fruit in 2 or 3 years. As Chang Ye planted the saplings, he explained to everyone, and before they knew it, he had planted most of them. Chang Ye looked at the remaining saplings and patted the dirt off his hands. Let's come back and plant these tomorrow. There's something important to do today. De Bao, Xiao Wenwen, come here. Chang Ye looked at the 2 tiger cubs chasing butterflies in the distance. Upon hearing the sound, De Bao and Xiao Wenwen immediately turned around and rushed towards Chang Ye. It must be said that the 2 tiger cubs were incredibly fast. The viewers in the live stream felt a dark shadow suddenly fly past them, and then they saw De Bao and Xiao Wenwen acting cute around Chang Ye. When did these 2 grow so fast? They've changed so much in just a few days. You've always been this fast. I just usually wait for Brother Chang when I run. Yeah, it's always been fast. Don't forget Tiger Girl's speed. I'm completely mesmerized by these 2 adorable creatures. Don't be fooled by their appearance. They can be quite frightening when they open their gaping maws. But what was the important thing the host just mentioned? Are you guys still chatting? I've already sent out all my resumes. What? So fast? As expected of the king of rolls. I am going too. As Chang Ye watched the constant stream of new messages popping up on his phone, he immediately put it on silent. Then adjust the drone's angle and pointed at the adorable De Bao and Xiao Wenwen. He then summoned the system. System, check the current total popularity score. Host's remaining popularity points are detected at 30,000. Newly accumulated popularity points are 610,000. Total popularity points are 640,000. Okay, exchange it for a detector for me. Chang Ye remembered seeing the detector in the system store before, but at that time, upgrading equipment and keen perception were more important, which is why he didn't redeem it. Universal detector, 399,999 popularity points, beginner level. Can detect objects within 300 meters based on the host's thoughts. Please confirm the redemption. Sure. Chang Ye had his eye on this item long ago, even though it was quite expensive. However, it is indispensable for checking traps and animal snares in the forest. Congratulations, host, on your successful exchange. 399,999 popularity points have been deducted. Current remaining popularity points, 240,001. Chang Ye looked at his remaining popularity points and browsed through the system shop. I discovered that I can't redeem the things I want right now. However, this universal detector is already very convenient. Chang Ye looked at the thing in his hand that looked like a mini vacuum cleaner. It could extend and retract to be used as a cane. However, it's highly unlikely that Chang Ye will need this. Chang Ye held the detector in his hand, just about to test its effectiveness. I didn't expect that this would happen as soon as the detector was turned on. The detector lit up with a red light, and the system's voice also sounded. Please recall the type or form of the item you wish to inspect in your mind to activate the universal detector. Okay. Chang Ye thought to himself about all the animal traps he had ever seen. Activation successful. The next time you use the device, simply turn it on. The detector will automatically recognize your needs. This thing is actually quite intelligent. Beep 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 beep. Beep beep. Chang Ye had barely finished speaking when he heard the sound emitted by the detector. It's obvious that they detected what Chang Ye was thinking. Lay animal traps. Chang Ye scooped up the 2 tiger cubs and followed the directional instructions on the detector. After all, the beast was within 300 meters of her, and if the 2 tiger cubs were caught, Tiger Girl would not stand for it. Just as expected. Following the detector's instructions, Chang Ye indeed found several animal traps of different sizes and specifications in several bushes. Some of the animal traps also had food and white powder on them. This powder is definitely some kind of drug or sedative. Chang Ye was controlling his drone, aiming it at the animal traps in the haystack. The antelope we saw yesterday was injured by this thing. There are probably still quite a few in the forest. Our task today is to check it out and get rid of any nearby ones. If you see something similar in the wild in the future, remember to destroy it, but of course, don't hurt yourself. Chang Ye destroyed all the animal traps in front of the live stream audience and stuffed them into his backpack. With the hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live stream, I would like to encourage everyone to educate those around them about the law if they encounter poachers. Whether or not wild protected animals are caught in these animal traps, they are considered poaching and are punishable by law. After Chang Ye cleared the animal traps from the haystack, the detector in his hand finally turned green. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen watched Chang Ye's actions with curiosity. Dabao stretched out his paw from the bag, wanting to touch the iron thing. Chang Ye didn't immediately stop Dabao from doing this, he just watched it. Brother Chang, stop him. Is Dabao going to touch me? No, Dabao. Curiosity can be deadly. Is Brother Chang going to mess with his kid again? Dabao saw that Chang Ye did not stop him. It stretched out its paw and slowly touched the grass on the animal trap. As expected, an accident occurred. Dabao was pricked by the spikes on the animal trap as soon as he touched Chang Ye's hand. Oh woo! Oh woo! This stab startled Dabao so much that he immediately showed his fingernails and opened his mouth to bite the thing. Chang Ye simply picked up Dabao and put it on the ground, keeping it away from the animal trap. Does Dabao hurt? You mustn't touch things like that in the future, understand? Oh woo woo! Dabao was still very angry about the animal trap, but he didn't dare to reach out and grab it again. He just yelled at the animal trap. Oh woo! Oh woo! What dares to hurt me? Chang Ye reached out and rubbed Dabao's head to comfort him. This thing is very dangerous. You can't touch things that aren't from the forest. Look, your claws almost got pinched. After being comforted by Chang Ye for a while, Dabao nestled at Chang Ye's feet and licked its paws. Little Wenwen was also circling around Dabao, wanting to see if her brother was hurt. Oh woo oh woo. His pitiful appearance melted the hearts of everyone in the live stream. Dabao looked so pitiful. If it had actually attacked that thing just now, it probably would have been seriously injured. Yes, a tiger's retaliation is instinctive, and many tigers have certainly been injured because of this tiny creature. Why didn't Brother Chang stop him just now? Dabao is a tiger, not a baby in swaddling clothes. He definitely needs to be aware of these dangerous things, otherwise, given his curiosity, he'll most likely touch them when he encounters them. Yes, Dabao is a tiger, so we definitely can't protect him that well. Poor Dabao, licking his paws pitifully. These animal traps look shaky, but I never expected them to be so sharp. Yeah, this thing was supposed to be used to catch mice, right? The sale of such large animal traps should be banned. These animal traps were originally used to catch mice and rabbits, but people found them quite useful. Gradually, some vendors started selling these large animal traps. The one Dabao just touched is a serrated trap. As the name suggests, it's all serrated, and these serrations are very sharp. It's covered in rust spots that grow in the damp forest. Even if an animal escapes the trap, these rust spots will make it difficult for the wound to heal. They might even die right near the animal trap. Chang Ye looked at the animal traps in his bag with a sense of helplessness. These poachers really can come up with all sorts of dirty tricks. Chang Ye tidied up the haystacks and continued walking around with the detector in hand. Dabao rubbed against Chang Ye's leg and continued to follow him. Xiao Wenwen, however, was different from usual. Instead of sticking to Chang Ye, she stayed close to Dabao. Judging from this, are you afraid that Dabao will get hurt again? We hadn't walked for long when I was about to tell everyone about the various traps in the wild. Then the detector in his hand started flashing again. As the detector flashed, a loud bang was also heard. BAA, 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 BAA moo, BAA. Oh woo oh woo. What's wrong with me, Dad? Wow. It sounds similar to the sound I heard this morning. After Dabao and Xiao Wenwen stopped, they looked at Chang Ye and ran towards the source of the sound. Upon hearing this sound, Chang Ye immediately put away the detector. That sounds like a takin. Something must have happened. Let's go check it out. Really? Chang Ye turned a corner and saw a herd of takins not far away. However, the takin herd was not as calm and leisurely as it had been in the morning. Instead, they were extremely anxious and worried. Even the takins they usually keep watch over are gone. At that moment, they were all swarming around something. Chang Ye Cheo flew the drone over them, and that's when they finally discovered them. It was a cub that fell into the trap. Fortunately, the cub was too young to touch the spikes in the trap. It just got a little scraped and was so frightened that it couldn't climb out of the trap. This trap is quite deep. I doubt the calf can climb out. Usually, an adult takin would go down to rescue it. But this pit is both small and narrow, so it's going to be difficult to deal with. Chang Ye reached out and scooped the two tiger cubs into a cloth bag to prevent them from frightening the herd of takins. Then they slowly approached the takin herd. Meow, meow. The takin herd quickly spotted Chang Ye on one side. The surrounding bulls immediately surrounded Chang Ye and bellowed warning bells. Chang Ye looked at the takin in front of him and said, "Don't be nervous, I'll help you." Chang Ye pointed to the trap in the center of the herd and took out a rope from his backpack, handing it to the takin. The takin took the rope Chang Ye handed it, put it on the ground, smelled it, and then bit it. Only when we are sure there is no danger can we relax. They pushed the rope in front of Chang Ye. Chang Ye also realized that this was probably the leader of the takin herd. Seeing that he had been accepted, Chang Ye took the rope and walked towards the middle. The takin had stayed right beside Chang Ye, clearing a path for him. Don't move, don't be afraid. It was only when Chang Ya was next to the trap that he was able to accurately estimate its depth. This was probably a trap for catching small prey, but I didn't expect a takin calf to fall in. Luckily, it didn't run into any of the animal traps, otherwise the calf would have been in danger. But given how the calf is trying to climb, it's only a matter of time before it runs into an animal trap. Chang Ya looked at the big trees around him, then tied one end of the rope directly to one of them. When Chang Ya returned to the trap, the calf inside was already quite weak. Lying paralyzed in the burrow, the helpless cow gazes at the herd above. The takin calf's condition greatly worried the adult takins around it, especially the bull next to Chang Ya. I almost wanted to jump down and head the calf up. Chang Ya grabbed it and gestured to him the size of the hole and its own size. If an adult takin goes down, the surrounding rocks and soil are more likely to injure the calves. Chang Ya tried throwing the rope down to see if he could lasso the baby takin's body. But the little takin was already exhausted and was now lying at the bottom of the hole, listlessly looking up. There wasn't even a sliver of an opening for Chang Ya to make his move. Without further hesitation, Chang Ya put down the cloth bag containing Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen also crawled out. Oh woo woo, so many cows. Wow, what's wrong with the poop? The appearance of the two tiger cubs really startled the takin herd. Although Dabao and Xiao Wenwen did not show any malice. However, the imposing presence of the two tiger cubs still quite frightened the surrounding takin. The takins that had been watching the calves around the trap immediately took a step back. The male takins on the periphery also gathered around at this time. They surrounded the pregnant takin again. The bull's eyes were also fixed on Dabao and Xiao Wenwen without moving. But despite the cattle's fear, they didn't abandon the takin calf and simply ran away. The bull beside Chang Ya didn't move an inch, still watching the baby takin below from the cave entrance. He just stared warily at Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. It also gave a warning snort to the two tiger cubs. Meow, meow. Chang Ya pulled Dabao and Xiao Wenwen behind him and gestured to the male takin. The male antelope was only now gradually relaxing its attack. Don't be nervous, they won't hurt you. You hold on to this, I'll go down and pull the rope, then you can pull it up. Chang Ya put the rope in the takin's mouth. Looking at the clumsy takin in front of him, he turned around and explained it to Dabao and Xiao Wenwen again. My own child is always smarter and more trustworthy. Chang Ya tied the other end of the rope around his waist. Without hesitation, he climbed down the rope into the trap himself. Chang Ya remained calm, but the people in the live stream were worried for him. As Chang Ya executed his series of maneuvers, the live stream chat exploded with comments. I can't see what people are posting at all. The number of viewers in the live stream kept increasing. The anchor jumped in right away? What if the takin can't poop? Yeah, Brother Chang is just too brave. What are you afraid of? Look, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen are holding the rope in their mouths, aren't they? It's true, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen are so well behaved. But Brother Chang is truly brave, even I'm afraid of those takin's horns. This trap is so cleverly designed it's beyond words. Brother Chang, you're my god. You're so bold. Seriously, Brother Kicken is my idol today. Once Chang Ya reached the bottom of the trap, he immediately picked up the baby takin. He put the rope he was wearing around its body. Dabao, Xiao Wenwen, pull. Upon hearing the noise, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen gripped the rope tightly and pulled backward. However, the pit is still quite deep, especially since the two tiger cubs are still infants. It would be impossible for just the two of them to pull up a young antelope that was already capable of foraging for food. It's really quite difficult. Dabao looked at the takin next to him that was still too afraid to approach and cried out, "Oh whoa, help! My dad's still down there." The male takin went to the trap to check, and only after confirming that the calf was alright did it pick up the rope. They followed Dabao and Xiao Wenwen's example and pulled back. The strength of an adult takin should not be underestimated, and the takin calf was quickly pulled out of the trap. When Dabao and Xiao Wenwen saw that only takin calves had come out, they immediately became anxious. The two tiger cubs quickly gathered around the trap and looked down. Meanwhile, Chang Ya was climbing up with his ice axe. Dabao peered down into the trap with his tiger head, and bumped right into Chang Ya, who was climbing up. Chang Ya climbed out of the cave and looked at Dabao and Xiao Wenwen who had jumped on him. Well done, you'll get some meat later. The two tiger cubs were even more excited when they heard that they would be eating meat later. He nuzzled against Chang Ya, his head resting on his body. Chang Ya rubbed the two big tiger heads in front of him. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen finally got off Chang Ya, completely satisfied. It's nothing, I was just a little frightened. I'll be fine after eating something. Chang Ya took out a few fruits from his backpack and handed them to the male takin. The male antelope would take the fruit from the wild animal's hand and feed it to the calf. Chang Ya untied the rope and glanced at the takin calf a few times. Only then did she lead Dabao and Xiao Wenwen to the side. Come and have some milk from the basin. Chang Ye sat to one side and took out the bowls for the two cubs, then poured in animal milk. So I picked up my phone to check the comments. Watching the scrolling speed of the comments in the live stream, I knew this guy was probably just praising De Bao and Xiao Wenwen for being smart. They were discussing their own actions just now. Actually, this kind of thing is not uncommon for Chang Ye. After all, poachers are everywhere. Driven by profit, these people will come up with any dirty tricks. When Chang Ye was a child, his grandfather also used this method to save a little fox that had fallen into a trap. Therefore, Chang Ye developed the habit of carrying an ice axe with him at all times. If you're going hiking in the future, it will be very useful to bring this along. There are also those that combine with hiking poles on the market now. It might even save a life in a critical moment. The viewers in the live stream were amazed by Chang Ye's calm demeanor. It was as if he himself hadn't jumped into the trap and caught the takin. No wonder the streamer can be a forest ranger. His physical and mental fortitude are truly unmatched by ordinary people. Honestly, if I saw this, all I could probably do was call 120, the emergency number in China. Calling 120 in this forest probably won't do any good. Let me learn some skills for a few years before applying for a forest ranger position. When is Brother Chang going back to look at his resume? De Bao and Xiao Wenwen were absolutely amazing. That takin really does look a bit clumsy, but thankfully we have our De Bao and Xiao Wenwen. Otherwise, we'd have to wait for the streamer to come up before pulling the calf up, and the little takin would probably be terrified. But the little takin probably never imagined it would be saved by a tiger. This is enough to brag about for a whole cow's life. That little takin is really bragging. If you encounter this situation in the forest, you really shouldn't rush to help. If you upset the animals, you could easily be attacked. But at this point, calling 12 asterisk would probably make it very difficult for them to arrive in time. Besides, if an animal is injured, calling 12, there are no rescue teams or veterinarians available. Calling 119 might be more realistic. There are probably quite a few of these traps around here. Judging from the sensitivity of the animal traps, they've probably been there for a while. Chang Ye controlled the drone to look at the herd of takins behind him. After I left with De Bao and Xiao Wenwen, the surrounding takins all gathered around and looked at the baby takin. I estimate that once the takin recovers a bit, the herd will head back. They must have been quite frightened this time. It will be a long time before we see them again after they come out this time. Unless there are special circumstances, it may not appear again until next year when the calves are born. It wasn't just that they were frightened by the trap, some of the female takins were also about to give birth. Male antelopes will find a relatively safe place to guard the herd in order to protect their newborn calves and mothers. They won't be appearing on the outskirts of the forest for a while. Chang Ye looked at De Bao and Xiao Wenwen, who were drinking their milk with great enthusiasm in front of him. Once these two little ones grow up, I'll be able to roam freely in the forest. Even without the universal harmony, few animals would dare to attack them. The South China tiger alone is already a strong deterrent to them, not to mention that Chang Ye has two more with him. Oh woo-woo, oh woo-woo. Chang Ye was thinking about what he should eat later when he heard De Bao's voice. Then, seeing her baby had just finished drinking milk, she took off running out. Oh woo. When Xiao Wenwen saw that she had run away, she looked at Chang Ye and then ran after him. Chang Ye looked in the direction the two little ones ran off, but could only vaguely make out a gray shadow. De Bao still hasn't learned his lesson and went off to chase rabbits. The viewers in the live stream thought the two tiger cubs had rushed out to hunt for food, judging from their speed. I thought De Bao went to catch something. De Bao ran off so fast. Seriously, they just vanished without a trace. What were they chasing? A rabbit? I think so. Didn't the streamer say he went to chase rabbits? Little Wenwen's combination of wanting to stick close to the streamer but also wanting to go out and play is just too cute. Yeah, this is so cute. I want to take him home. But when will De Bao and Xiao Wenwen be able to hunt for themselves? De Bao and Xiao Wenwen are only 4 months old now. Normally, tiger cubs can only hunt when they are 8 or 9 months old. De Bao and Xiao Wenwen will probably be a little earlier, but they don't have that awareness yet. They just like chasing each other for fun. After all, De Bao and Xiao Wenwen drink animal milk every day, so their bodies are already quite firm. It runs incredibly fast. It wouldn't be out of the question if it were to hunt. De Bao and Xiao Wenwen are back. Chang Ye carefully put away the two tiger cubs' small bowls and walked in the direction they had run off to. These two definitely won't run too far. Chang Ye Cheo controlled the drone to rise into the air, originally wanting to see where Dabao and Xiaowen had gone. This sight surprised everyone. These two tiger cubs weren't chasing a rabbit, they were chasing a... What is that? Is it a wolf? That can't be right. If they were wolves, they would have already fought them. Besides, De Bao and Xiao Wenwen definitely wouldn't be chasing something that fights with Huniu. But this thing looks a bit scary. What are they doing? What are those two tigers and one fox doing? I don't know, we're just staring at each other like that. Why isn't that dark, shadowy thing running away anymore? Is this fear? She's not exactly scared, but the way she looks gives off a feeling of being ready to die. Why does this expression look a bit like when Tiger Girl was protecting her cubs? Changya watched the scrolling comments on the screen and quickened his pace toward Dabao. As Changya approached, the system's voice appeared just in time. Alert! A genetically mutated wild fox species, the silver fox, has been detected. The silver fox is a genetic mutation of the red fox, belonging to the Canidae family of the order Carnivora. Unlocked Dragon Kingdom S-Level Protected Animal Encyclopedia 596. A Class I protected animal in the Qinling Mountains distribution area of China. Progress completed 5/14. Dabao, Xiao Wenwen, come here. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen exchanged a glance, then looked at Changya and then at the big black dog in front of them. She ran straight into Changya's arms. Changya rubbed the two little ones' heads. You two run pretty fast, why did you stop now? Dabao nudged Changya's hand with his head, and Changya looked in the direction he was pointing. You want to see someone else's baby? How could a wild silver fox possibly let you see its baby, you idiots? Changya couldn't help but chuckle at the curious looks on Dabao and Xiao Wenwen's faces. These two tiger cubs are very curious about other cubs. Changya, holding Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, stepped back and gestured to the silver fox that he meant no harm. This is what it means to bring the drone down and film the silver fox. Changya checked the encyclopedia that the system had just popped up. Name: Silver Fox. A genetically mutated species of the red fox, belonging to the Canidae family of the order Carnivora. It lives in forests and is an omnivore. Personality: cunning, suspicious, and alert. The silver fox is even more vigilant. High reproductive survival rate: silver foxes go into estrus once a year, producing 3 to 5 pups at a time. If domesticated, a silver fox can be held in your arms and is very easy to get close to. Since the silver fox is not a protected animal, the system's encyclopedia entry is not very detailed. This isn't the wolf you're guessing. It's a fox, just not the common orange one or the rare white one that everyone knows about. But there's one place you've definitely seen him a lot: for shops. Take a close look at this female fox's fur. Doesn't it look familiar? Changya also observed the fox guarding the tree hole. This fox's fur is remarkably lustrous. Its fur is mostly black, with some faint silver hairs visible. Moreover, the silver fur is distributed very evenly, with even more silver fur on the rump. So it makes your butt look completely bare. It also has a silver ring on its face made up of silver hairs that symbolize its breed. Before Changya arrived, the silver black fox was in a state of alert and ready to attack. Its tail was also held high behind it. Although this might lower their guard, they don't completely lower their tails. You can clearly see that the downy hair on its tail is grayish-brown. The very tip of its tail is a pure white. What makes this silver-black fox special is that it has a lot of pure white fur on its limbs. Many people are now catching wild silver foxes to raise in captivity. Then they're made to reproduce, all for the sake of their fur. We can see quite a few silver foxes now, but wild ones are becoming increasingly rare. This silver fox is clearly a hybrid. Its father or mother might even be a white fox. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen nestled beside Changya's legs, enjoying his touch. Changya watched as the fox in front of him slowly lowered its guard and took out his detector. This fox gave birth to babies here. I'll check out the surrounding area. If the mother fox gets trapped, the baby foxes will also be in grave danger. If we encounter any poachers at this time, they will definitely take this litter of pups away. No matter how well domesticated foxes are fed, they can never match the intelligence and grace of wild foxes. This is also a masterpiece nurtured by nature. At first, the viewers in the live stream thought the thing looked like a wolf, but it was also a bit ugly. However, after Changya's explanation. Moreover, as soon as the camera zooms in, everyone can see the silver and white fur on this silver-black fox. Especially the pure white tail is very captivating. I've seen quite a few foxes, but this one is definitely the second most beautiful. Yeah, I don't know why, even though there are only 3 colors on her clothes, she looks like she's wearing a lot of different colors. It really is, it looks so good. I've seen this kind of fur in stores before, but I've never seen anything this beautiful. The streamer already said that this might be a hybrid of a white fox and a white fox. No wonder, these domesticated foxes don't even have any white foxes, let alone crossbreeds. That's true, but I think some of the fox cubs in the back are white. You have such sharp eyes. Yes, there really is one. Look at the one at the very back. Could the poop of this batch of fox cubs be the same white fox we saw a couple of days ago? It's actually possible. That's such a coincidence. Changya looked at the comments and laughed. I didn't show it to you guys, but you guys actually noticed. There is indeed a white fox cub inside, but we won't disturb it. I guess they'll move on in a few days. After all, this place isn't very deep, so it's not safe enough. No sooner had Changya finished speaking than the detector in his hand went off. Changya grabbed a branch and rummaged through the haystack next to him, and sure enough, several more animal traps appeared. This looks so new. It's probably been in the animal trap for less than a week. These poachers are really bold. They probably had their eyes on this silver fox before it even gave birth. What they probably want is that litter of fox cubs. It seems we can't wait a few more days to move the nest. It's best to move it today. Changya looked around and saw no other human footprints. They probably arrived a few nights ago, when the dew was heavy and the trees were very dense. The dew dripping down was no different from rain. Changya put the animal traps in the bushes into his backpack and continued to wander around the area with the detector. There are probably a lot of traps around here, no wonder that White Fox ran out earlier. I guess he's out looking for a new place to stay. The White Fox is always very clever, while the Silver Fox is very cautious and prudent. Few people can catch these two together. This poacher is quite clever. They laid so many traps right where the fox cubs were born. While they were talking, Changya discovered two more animal traps. These animal traps are not serrated, they are designed to catch foxes without harming them. After all, if there's bleeding or the fur gets torn, the quality will be greatly reduced. However, once trapped like this, escape is extremely difficult because these types of animal traps are set very tightly. Not only is it difficult for them to break free, but they also usually directly press down on the animal's internal organs, making it difficult for them to get up and escape. It was extremely cruel. These traps are really vicious. If a baby cub gets caught in one, it's unlikely it will survive in the wild. Sooner or later, it will become goods or commodities. These poachers are disgusting. I just watched how this trap works. It's something no human could come up with. This is outrageous. What if they crushed someone to death? They just want the fur. If it gets crushed, they'll just skin it alive. Help! This is really cruel. Why are these poachers so brazen? Shouldn't we have a helicopter stationed in the sky to guard them? Anyone who poaches should be caught. So how are we moving today? The White Fox hasn't come back yet. Maybe the White Fox just moved to a new place? They probably went looking for a new place, but haven't found one yet. Even if we can't find a suitable place, we have to move it. The poachers could come at any time. What if they steal the baby away? Move! Changya continued searching the vicinity with the scanner, eventually returning with several animal traps, while the Bao and Xiao Wenwen learned their lesson. They didn't touch the thing at all. If they saw it, they would just call Changya over from where they were. After Changya disposed of the animal traps and put them into his backpack, he planned to head towards the Silver Fox. It's quite a coincidence. As Changya approached the tree, he heard a soft rustling sound accelerating behind him. Is the fox father coming back? As expected. A few seconds later, the White Fox appeared before everyone's eyes. The White Fox looked at Changya with a puzzled expression, clearly not expecting to see him again. Have you found it? Let's move it first, or else. Changya pointed to the fox cubs inside the tree hole and then to the White Fox. At this moment, the Silver Fox also came over and stood next to the White Fox. They no longer guarded the fox cubs at the cave entrance, which clearly showed that they trusted Changya. Changya watched the two foxes whispering to each other without disturbing them. I just went closer to the tree hole to see the fox cubs inside. When Xiao Bao and Xiao Wenwen saw Changya approaching, they quickly came over and stared at the fox cubs inside with their big tiger eyes. This startled the two foxes. She quickly returned to the entrance of the tree hole and kept an eye on Bao and Xiao Wenwen. Bao and Xiao Wenwen looked at the big fox blocking their way and were about to open their mouths to scare it. Changya grabbed him by the back of the neck and stuffed him into a cloth bag. Awoo. Daddy, I want to see. Wow, they're blocking our way. Bao nudged Changya's hand with his head, signaling Changya to separate the two large foxes. Changya followed Bao's movements and rubbed its big head. You can see from inside the bag. If you come out, you might scare them. We'll let you out later. Changya's action finally put the two foxes in front of the tree hole at ease. It licked its own fur and lay down on the spot. The viewers in the live stream thought the two foxes were about to start moving house, but they didn't expect them to lie down like that. What does this mean? Did he just lie down? Good night? Really? You're not moving? I saw a white fox on my first visit. It's so beautiful. Bao is so cute. Doesn't he realize he scared someone? Has he forgotten he's a tiger? Seriously, I'm always amazed when I see a white fox. It's so beautiful. This isn't a live stream, it's like watching a real-life animal documentary. You won't find a tiger this cute in the animal kingdom. The white fox is so white it practically glows. It looks really cool. That's right, the white fox ran away in a flash before I even had a chance to get a good look at it. But why did they lie down? Aren't they moving? Changya shook his head as he looked at the puzzled comments on the screen. Turn the drone toward the white fox that was resting behind it. The white fox had closed its eyes and was as still as a statue. It's not that I don't want to move, it's just that I need to rest because I'm going to move. I guess the place they moved to is a bit far away, and foxes don't rest halfway. The chances of leaving fox cubs behind halfway are too high. Moreover, foxes survive by speed, so when they move, they naturally rush straight to their destination with their cubs, without stopping along the way. Otherwise, if attacked, it would be extremely dangerous to both protect itself and its cubs. This is probably because the adult fox saw humans or something dangerous near its den, otherwise it wouldn't have moved so easily. These poachers know this, which is why they've set so many traps around here. But white foxes are always smart. They only walk on paths they've already walked before, or paths that are absolutely safe, which is why they haven't been hurt by these traps. Changya still planned to go with the white fox, since white foxes are also nationally protected animals. This is extremely rare nowadays. It would be such a shame if it got eaten on the way to the new house. Changya took out a piece of bread from his backpack to fill his stomach. He had originally planned to take Dabao and Xiao Wenwen fishing, since they had really enjoyed the lobster last time. But escorting the fox family to their new home is still the most important thing right now. Changya tore off some strips of meat and fed them to Dabao and Xiao Wenwen in his cloth bag. Dabao's little paws were already itching to get going, and he kept kicking the cloth bag to urge Changya on. Don't rush, don't rush. Little Wenwen, on the other hand, obediently licked her own paws. Wah-ah-ah. After Changya finished feeding the 2 tiger cubs, the 2 foxes that had been lying down also got up. Oh woo-woo-woo. Changya heard the sound and turned around to look. Sure enough, the white fox carried out the cubs one by one and placed them on the grass. It was only at this moment that everyone could see the true colors of the 5 little foxes more clearly. These 2 large foxes are already very beautiful, and their cubs are even more exquisite. 5 little foxes, 3 of which have black and white fur, and 1 of which has a completely white tail, are very beautiful. The remaining 2 are white foxes, with some gray and silver fur mixed in with their heads. It appears very noble and exquisite. The little foxes were so beautiful, they looked like they had jumped out of a painting. Meanwhile, the white fox was busy destroying the tree hole, since it was filled with its own scent and fur. When foxes leave their dens, they always cover up their original burrows. To put it cleverly, it's because they were afraid the hunting dogs would find them by following the scent. Changya also threw the surrounding tree branches into the tree hole, and then casually tossed in a few moss-covered stones from the roadside. The white fox nodded in satisfaction. Changya looked at the white fox in front of him and casually reached out to pat its head. The fur is indeed very smooth. At this moment, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen struggled out of the cloth bag. The little fox peeked out at the grass. It was probably only a month or 2 old. They can only walk with difficulty, and that's when they're most adorable. It made soft, whimpering sounds on the grass. Wah-ah-ah, 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 wah. The little fox is making a whimpering sound when it's being affectionate with the big fox. The big fox's cry is usually the howling sound we just heard from the white fox. But if you hear a low, sharp whimpering sound coming from the forest, be careful. This is the fox's warning and prelude to an attack. It's probably because it feels you're a threat or that you're too close, so it makes these kinds of noises. Awoo. Daddy, these little foxes are so cute. Wah-ah-ah. Can we play with the poop? Changya looked at the 2 tiger cubs' movements and eyes and said, if you play with them, you might not be able to control your strength and end up slapping them to the ground with 1 paw. Then the 2 big foxes will have to fight you to the death. These little foxes are really weak right now. They wouldn't move at this time unless they were truly threatened. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen waved their paws, seemingly understanding but not quite, before reluctantly putting them down again. And at this time, Changya felt something at his feet. Changya looked down and saw that the white fox had carried his 2 cubs to his feet. Are you asking me to carry this for you? When the white fox saw Changya reach down, it picked up its 2 cubs and gently rubbed against Changya. Changya opened his palm and placed it in front of the white fox, looking at the 2 little foxes that the white fox had placed in his palm. Aren't you afraid of Dabao and Xiao Wenwen anymore? Changya took the 2 little foxes and carefully placed them in his arms. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen also released their cloth bags. The 2 little guys rubbed against Changya's trouser legs, but their eyes were fixed on the fox cub in Changya's hands. Let me show you. Since the white fox has asked me to help take care of you, it seems that it trusts you. I wonder if this will affect your status in the forest when you grow up. Changya also brought the drone down and pointed it at the 2 little foxes in his hands. Meanwhile, the big fox was carrying its own cub in its mouth, leading the way for Changya. Silver Fox would occasionally turn its head to check if Changya was following. Don't worry, I can keep up. You don't need to wait for me. Changya followed the fox at a leisurely pace. After the 2 tiger cubs finished looking at the little fox, they followed the adult fox and ran towards their new den. However, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen would still check Changya's distance from time to time. If Changya was a few steps behind, they would circle around in place waiting for him. Meanwhile, everyone in the live stream was keeping their eyes glued to the fox cub in Changya's hand. I can't believe it. the little fox is so cute. They really look like elves. They really do look alike, but the white fox is still prettier. It's so exquisite even though it's small. Honestly, good looks can really put food on the table. I love it so much. How can I own such an adorable puppy without breaking the law? Dream on. My daughter and son are so cute, they even know to play in one spot while waiting for their dad. This forest is like an elf kingdom, I absolutely love it. But why did the fox suddenly give the cub to the streamer? Has the streamer captured the white fox's heart again? It's not that simple. The white fox has probably been observing us for quite some time, otherwise it would have fought with Dabao as soon as we got close. Changya followed the white fox ahead for quite a while, slowly walking deeper into the forest. The trees around us are getting denser and denser. Changya simply turned on the detector in his hand. It would be good to be able to set off any traps or animal snares along the way. Although it's April now, the temperature inside the forest isn't high. Moreover, it was deep in the forest. The place the white fox had chosen this time was extremely secluded. It kept going around in circles, with all sorts of detours and turns. The viewers in the live stream had been watching for a long time and were already confused, but Changya was also keeping a watchful eye on things. As we slowly entered the deep mountains, I adjusted the live stream feed. The only thing visible in the live stream was the background of the two tiger cubs running. The surrounding environment and some special large trees could not be seen. This is also to prevent malicious people in the live stream room from trying to find White Fox by watching her live stream. At that point, there won't be any way to prevent it. Actually, white foxes generally live in these places. This time, it's probably because she's about to give birth that she's come to a place with more food on the outskirts. The original tree hole was actually a good hiding place, but for some reason it was targeted by poachers. Otherwise, the best option would be for them to raise the fox cubs there until they are a bit older before moving them into the forest. After all, it's easier to find food over there, and we can also find some fruit to supplement the silver fox's nutrition. This white fox is a family-loving one. Finally, as he rounded the last patch of grass, Changya saw the cave in front of him. The cave isn't actually very big, but it's incredibly well hidden. Putting aside the winding road, the big tree outside the cave is their best protection. Squeak, 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 squeak. Hearing the sound, Changya looked up and said, "There are squirrels up here. This family of foxes is going to scare the squirrels half to death. So you've even found yourself a cafeteria?" Changya touched his forehead, feeling a little embarrassed. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen looked at the unusually dense trees and felt a strange sense of excitement. It kept circling around Changya's legs. When Changya came over with the white fox, he kept the live stream camera following the two tiger cubs. The two tiger cubs were circling around Changya, and the drone was also following the two tiger cubs. The way they spun around at the same speed as Dabao and Xiao Wenwen made the viewers in the live stream cry out for help. No, Dabao, stop. Auntie's going to faint. Ha ha ha, what is the streamer doing? First time here, what is this, a hypnosis live stream? Ha ha ha, at this speed, all you can see are the two little tiger cubs' butts. Butts are okay too. Butts are cute. Hurry up, host, I'm about to faint. Help. This is unbelievable, haha, why are Dabao and Xiao Wenwen suddenly so excited? Is it possible that Tiger Girl previously lived in this kind of environment with Dabao and Xiao Wenwen? It's actually quite possible, but it's really confusing. Changya watched the constantly scrolling barrage of comments and then brought the drone over. Don't you guys usually love watching Dabao and Xiao Wenwen act silly? Dabao and Xiao Wenwen smiled at Changya, then stopped spinning around and snuggled up to him, acting all cute. Wow, Daddy, this place is so much fun. Oh woo, we feel like we've been here before. Looking at the two tiger cubs like this, Changya guessed that it was probably because the place where Tiger Girl and the two tiger cubs first lived was very similar to this place. That's why these two tiger cubs were so excited. Don't run around, you'll scare the little fox. Changya looked at the two large foxes that were busy behind him. The viewers in the live stream finally looked normal when they saw the camera. After once again marveling at how cute Dabao and Xiao Wenwen were, they started complaining about Changya. Brother Chang, this isn't how you act silly. Feeling drowsy. I mean, I'm laughing so hard I'm dizzy. I never expected you to be like this, Brother Chang. Brother Chang, you're playing pranks on us again. Brother Chang, just for this reason, you have to record me. I'm personally announcing that I'm now a manager. I'm also personally announcing, it's me. I just caught up. Changya saw that the comments section was filled with people vying for admin positions again, so he waved his hand and went to look at White Fox. When Changya arrived, he returned the two cubs he was carrying to the White Fox. Meanwhile, the White Fox was quite busy. This little cave would be perfect for a family of white foxes, but we'll probably need to build a nest first. Changya reached out and scooped up a handful of withered leaves from the surrounding area, placing them at the entrance of the cave. He then left the rest to the white fox and the silver-black fox. After all, it wouldn't be good to leave too much of your own scent in this cave. If you encounter any animals building nests in the wild, it's best not to help them if you can avoid it. It's better for the nest to only have their own scent. This is also good for the cubs. Changya pinched the soil on the ground. This mud is still quite wet. It hasn't rained recently, and given Behu's picky personality, there must be a water source here recently. Changya pulled Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, who were still playing wildly on the side, over. Let's go catch some fish. Changya looked at the color of the fallen leaves on the ground and walked in the direction where the leaves were more lush. After walking for a short while, they indeed saw a small river. This river isn't deep yet. Let's see if there are any fish in it. Are Dabao and Xiao Wenwen hungry? I'll give you a bowl of milk later. As soon as Dabao and Xiao Wenwen saw the river, they jumped in and splashed around. Hearing Changya's voice, he came running over excitedly. Oh woo, okay. Daddy, this water feels so refreshing. Wah-ah-ah-ah. There's fish poop. There's fish. The water had already been muddied by the two tiger cubs, but you could still see the big fish swimming below. There really are fish, and they look pretty big. It's time to eat. Changya had been busy for most of the day. Although he wasn't very tired, it was definitely well past lunchtime. Changya took out a portable harpoon from his backpack. This is the first time I've ever used this. I don't know if I can catch any fish. Brother Chang, this is something I'm good at. I can do that too. I used to be able to spear small fish with that bamboo stick. Yes, but the water is too murky, it's a bit unreliable. Wait a minute, host, let me edit this. Yes, first. Before the comments section could even volunteer to teach a beginner how to use this harpoon. Then I saw Changya adjust the length of the harpoon, lift it up and look at the flowing river. Throw out the harpoon. Hit. The harpoon stood upright on the riverbed, spearing the fish. The harpoon was standing upright, clearly indicating that it had struck something. Either he speared a fish, or Changya was unlucky and speared some trash. But clearly, the result was the latter. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen looked at the harpoon that suddenly appeared and reached out their paws to touch it. Oh woo, what is this poop? Wah-ah-ah-ah. It doesn't seem to move, so it's not fun. Seeing that the pole wouldn't move, the two tiger cubs lost interest in it and went back to playing in the water. Changya stood on the rocks by the river for a while, then retrieved the harpoon. The moment the harpoon was raised, a lot of water splashed up along with the fish in the harpoon. Just as Changya had predicted, it was indeed a big fish. The black fish had many brown patterns on its body, and its body was also covered with a lot of weeds. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, seeing the fish struggling on the harpoon, also curiously came over. Oh woo, can we eat poop? Wow, Daddy is amazing. The two tiger cubs stared at Changya with their tiger eyes, just like Changya's little fans. Changya gripped the harpoon firmly and reached out to rub his two heads. You guys had a good time. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, their heads covered in water, rubbed against Changya's hand. He wiped all the water from his head onto Changya's hands. Alright, go have fun. Changya patted the two tiger heads before starting to clean the aquatic plants off the fish. Judging from this, it was probably foraging in the seaweed when I caught it. Changya calmly took the harpoon up. The viewers in the live stream were speechless. Given Changya's smooth and effortless movements, no one in the live stream was willing to believe that this was really the first time Changya had used this thing. Everyone just deleted the entire tutorial they had just created. Is this for real? Is this the first time using it? Ha. I haven't finished editing yet. How did it get? Have they caught them? Isn't this a bit too fast? Dabao and Xiao Wenwen stirred the water like this, and Chang Ji, you can still see fish. I'm convinced. Isn't this fish from Westlake? I think I've eaten it before, but I've never seen one this big. What kind of fish is this? It doesn't look appetizing. I'm not jealous at all, really not. This fish is huge. It looks so tender. I'll never trust streamers' claims about Versailles again. I was just about to Google how to spear a fish, and when I got back from Google, I saw this huge one. Changya smiled as he looked at the comments. I guess I'm a naturally gifted player. Sorry everyone. Grilled fish. However, a friend just said that this is indeed a common fish in Westlake. This fish has a very rustic name, tubu fish. Also known as the sand goby, it belongs to the family Gobiidae in the class Actinopterygii. If you have people from Suzhou here, this is the goby you are talking about. This fish's winter habit is to lie prone on the bottom of the water, swimming along the surface of the riverbed, hence its rustic name, which suits it well. These fish swim up in the spring to forage among the aquatic plants. That's how I caught them. It's already hard for them to escape from the aquatic plants, let alone when they run into me. Changya is now showing off. If you go to Jiangnan, you can try this fish. It's plump and tender. I'll show you later how the white, silvery flesh compares to tofu. Speaking of tofu, it reminds me of a famous dish. Can anyone guess what it is? The people in the live stream were secretly plotting loudly, they absolutely mustn't eat anything that Changya is eating later. Hearing Changya ask them to guess the dish names, they immediately forgot all about it. I guess. It's fish soup. Is it grilled fish? Grilled fish isn't exactly a famous dish, it's available everywhere. Exactly, this grilled fish hardly qualifies as a famous dish. A famous dish? I think I've heard of this tubu fish, and I think it's related to dubanjang, fermented broad bean paste, right? Duban, fermented broad bean paste, wouldn't be used to make soup, would it? It must be fish soup. But I've forgotten what it's called. What on earth is that? Dabao and Xiao Wenwen have really gotten themselves completely soaked in the water this time. Looking forward to seeing the towel. Ha ha ha, Dabao is running away again. Is it fish head tofu soup? Watch Dabao's epic battle with the towel. You guys have quite the imagination. This dish is called snow cabbage and bean paste soup, and it's famous because of the bean paste. But the bean paste isn't actually bean paste, it's this stuff. Changya held the fish in his hand up to the camera and tore off 2 pieces of fatty flesh from the fish's cheeks in front of the camera. The duban mentioned in it is this thing. It looks quite like duban, doesn't it? The fat plate is where the mudskipper moves most frequently when breathing, but how come a fish only has these 2 small crescent-shaped areas? Besides pickled mustard greens, the only other ingredient in the pickled mustard green and fermented bean soup is the fatty pork belly from the cheeks. This simple dish requires quite a bit of fish. That's why this dish is famous. If you have the opportunity, you should definitely give it a try. Changya squeezed the meat in his hand and put it in a bowl to put in when he made fish soup later. Changya quickly prepared the fish, took out a small pot from his backpack, and threw the fish head into it. I just picked up a few twigs and dry leaves, started a fire, and then I didn't need to worry about it anymore. The rest of the fish body remains the same. Simply skewer them on a clean twig and set them aside to roast later. Dabao, Xiao Wenwen, stop playing and come here. If these 2 tiger cubs keep playing in the water, they'll probably scare away all the fish in this area. When Dabao and Xiao Wenwen heard Changya call them, they licked their paws in the water. This is how they came from the riverbank. Dabao looked at the towel in Changya's hand, and his tiger-like face immediately scrunched up. Changya placed the 2 tiger cubs in a sunny spot among the leaves. That's when he took out a towel to wipe Dabao's head, but he only wiped it for a short while before letting go. Dabao braced himself against Changya with both paws, ready to run away at any moment if he wiped Changya down again. Changya patted Dabao's head just for a little while. Stay here in the sun and don't run around. Dabao looked at Changya, who was still standing there obediently. But when Changya turned around to wipe the water off Xiao Wenwen, Dabao immediately followed. Come here, Wenwen. You 2 are really a pair of clowns. Changya called Xiao Wenwen over and walked into the sunlight not far away, intending to give the 2 tiger cubs a good cleaning. Otherwise, given Dabao's lively nature, he would probably be covered in mud and water before he could even wipe himself clean. Beep 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 beep. Awoo? Awoo. Wow. Wow. It called itself Baba again. The 2 tiger cubs in Changya's arms stared blankly at the detector in Changya's bag. They seemed puzzled as to why this thing was red. There are even ones this deep? Changya was a little surprised. After all, he had followed the white fox into the depths of the forest for so long. It's safe to say that very few people frequent this area anymore. Changya never expected these poachers to come here. Let me wipe you down first. Even if this exists, it must have been set up a long time ago. Changya remained in place, controlling the drone to inspect the fallen leaves and haystacks within a 300-meter radius. These were all recently fallen leaves, and there were no signs of human intervention. Now I can rest assured and take my 2 kids out into the sun. The forest is so dense that even at 1 or 2 p.m. when the sun is at its strongest, you can't feel much sunlight inside. These trees are not pruned by humans, they simply shed their leaves and sprout new ones as nature changes with the seasons. It grows very lushly. The branches of the big tree overlapped one branch, and the leaves overlapped one leaf. The trees completely block out the sunlight, so there are small shrubs under them. Because they don't receive enough photosynthesis, they don't grow very tall. Otherwise, Changya probably wouldn't have had such a smooth experience when he came in with the white fox. Changya gave the 2 tiger cubs a quick wipe and then took them to sunbathe. The midday sun was usually quite glaring, but it felt exceptionally pleasant inside the forest. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating the ground covered with fallen leaves and falling on Changya. The wet fur on the 2 tiger cubs gradually became fluffy again. Changya leaned against a big tree, squinting at the tiger cubs that were also resting in front of him. The man and the 2 tigers were leisurely basking in the sun. It wasn't until the fish soup Changya was cooking wafted over that the aroma filled the air. Changya patted the mud off his clothes, got up, and walked over there. It seems that even without so much fermented bean paste, this fish soup is still very delicious. The viewers in the live stream were watching this small pot of fish soup, which was bubbling away. Moreover, the fish soup is snow white in color, and it looks very tempting even without any seasoning. Even some of the meat in the fish head becomes transparent after cooking. Changya took a few leaves to cushion his hands, then took the fish soup off the table and placed it on a stone to the side. The stones along the riverbank are quite flat, like a natural dining table. Changya poured a little fish soup into the bowls of the 2 tiger cubs, and then tore off a piece of meat and put it in. This is just the beginning of grilling the fish. Changya used several stones to surround the fire, and just then, he placed the fish in the middle of the stones to roast. If you're grilling fish outdoors, be sure to keep the fire source out of reach, and never use tree branches to grill the fish, otherwise you'll fall in. Changya had the foresight to replace the tree branch with a harpoon. The harpoon is made of fire-resistant material and is also extendable. It's the best choice to serve as a barbecue grill. Changya watched as the fish skin gradually curled up, and kept turning the fish over. To prevent burning, the fish, which was originally the size of an arm, gradually shrank as it was grilled, and the meat changed from being slightly translucent to a tender white. Changya poked the fish meat with his hand, and the outer skin immediately broke. The snow-white fish meat inside was revealed. Changya extinguished the fire directly and used the remaining heat to dry it a little longer. The viewers in the live stream were just watching Dabao and Xiao Wenwen sunbathe when the camera suddenly switched. Then I saw the grilled fish in Changya's hand. This is the first time I've ever seen fish grilled like this. The color of this fish soup is absolutely stunning. Dabao is so cute. Is he sleepy from sunbathing? Haha, I feel so drowsy from the sun. It's okay, they won't be drowsy when they drink their milk later. This fish looks so delicious, so fragrant and tender. From now on, I'll always come during mealtimes. You probably can't see the streamer eating from upstairs. Haha, the streamer's mealtimes are a bit chaotic. But this fish looks so bouncy and chewy. Although this fish is usually used to make fish soup, it is also delicious when grilled. It is fragrant and tender. This type of fish has a lot of meat and few bones, so it is actually more suitable for grilling. After Changya put out the fire, he tore off a piece of the fish's belly. The fish meat was so tender that it was even juicy inside, but the skin looked crispy. Dabao, Xiao Wenwen, come here. Changya poured some more animal milk for the 2 cubs, letting them drink it along with the fish soup. The 2 tiger cubs were originally drowsy and sleepy from being in the sun, but at this moment, drinking the animal milk mixed with fish soup immediately revitalized him. They drank the milk much faster than usual. Meanwhile, Changya was focused on eating the fish in his hand, occasionally taking a sip of the thick fish soup beside him. Unsurprisingly, it made the viewers in the live stream extremely hungry. Unfortunately, this is not something you can eat just anywhere. This smells so good. I never thought I'd crave tiger milk. Why does the streamer's wilderness map look different from other streamers? Haha, this isn't a desert, there's plenty of food to eat in the forest. But where can I buy this? I'm so hungry. Me too. I really want to eat it. I can already feel the freshness and tenderness of the fish through the screen. I'm buying tickets to Westlake right now. Brother Chang single-handedly boosted the development of tourism nationwide. It's probably driving the development of food everywhere. But, have the white foxes finished moving yet? I'd like to see the new place. We probably won't show this new den to everyone. Let's keep some privacy for the white fox. We still need to find the trap we just detected later. Changya hadn't forgotten that there was a trap nearby. Changya was also curious about what exactly they were trying to catch in these deep mountains. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, have you finished eating? Dabao and Xiao Wenwen licked their lips. She pushed her own basin in front of Changya. Awoo. After finishing the poop. Wow, tasty. It's delicious, isn't it? It's nice to have this occasionally. Keep it. Changya took his small pot to the riverbank, filled a basin with water, and poured it onto the stones. The cold water made a hissing sound as soon as it touched the stone. This startled Dabao. He stared wide-eyed at the stones. Xiao Wenwen immediately stood in front of Changya to protect him. Wow! Changya couldn't help but chuckle at how wary the 2 babies were. Only after confirming that the fire was out did he bend down and pick them up. You've never seen a rock that makes a sound before, have you? Let's go. Changya carried the 2 tiger cubs and continued walking forward, watching Dabao's short legs rubbing against him. They simply put the 2 cubs into the cloth bag. Dabao finally calmed down. After Changya put Dabao and Xiao Wenwen into the cloth bag, they kept looking back at the stone behind them. His large tiger eyes were full of doubt. Let's go, let's check out the traps in these deep mountains. Changya took the detector and walked back to the spot where he had just been sunbathing. As soon as you get close, the detector starts flashing red. Changya waved the tree branch repeatedly in the grass, but they never heard the sound of the trap springing up. Changya kept walking forward, circling around, but didn't find any animal traps in the bushes. Chang Ye looked at the detector that was still lit up. Looking at the footprints I just left, there must be a trap in this circle. Chang Ye placed the 2 tiger cubs on the ground and controlled the drone to fly into the air. He was also intently watching the screen on his phone. Using his own footprints as a guide, Chang Ye had explored all the areas with bushes. As the drone slowly ascended, the surrounding forest came into view. Chang Ye stared at the center of the circle, which was 300 meters in diameter. This place looks a bit strange. I didn't notice it before, but why is there such a thick pile of fallen leaves here? Logically speaking, the wind is strong in the woods at night, which should blow the fallen leaves away. However, the fallen leaves in this area are noticeably thicker than in other places, only when viewed from above. Chang Ye picked up a random stone from the side and threw it over. Bang, bang. Really? The sound of the stone hitting a fallen leaf was not the same as the sound of it hitting the ground. It made 2 distinct thuds. Chang Ye pulled De Bao and Xiao Wenwen behind him and slowly approached the trap. Use a twig to brush away the dead leaves on the surface. However, what appeared was not the large hole that everyone had guessed. Instead, it was layer upon layer of long-rotted fallen leaves. This trap looks quite old. It's likely that the person who made it forgot they were ever here. Chang Ye used a twig to clear away the leaves around him. Soon, the net covering the rotten leaves fell directly into the hole. Chang Ye poked the animal traps underneath with a twig, triggering the mechanism to close them. That's when they simply threw the branch down. Now the animals won't get hurt. These animal traps are all from a long time ago. This one looks like it's at least 5 or 6 years old. I don't know whether to praise him for setting up this trap well or not. If you're going to say it's bad, this thing is very sturdy, isn't it? But if you're going to say it's bad, it was indeed well hidden, and if it weren't for the tree branch falling into the netting around it, I reckon a few animals would have fallen into the hole. But with this pressure, the fallen leaves pile up in heaps, and because the net is under the weight, it sinks down, so even if there is wind, not many leaves will be blown away. This caused all the leaves to rot on the surface of the net. If we had discovered it any later, mushrooms would have grown on it by now. Speaking of mushrooms, there are probably some in our mountains. We can come and search for them after it rains. When De Bao and Xiao Wenwen saw the large hole that had suddenly appeared in front of them, they craned their heads and looked into the hole. Oh, it stinks in here. Poop. Wah, wah, it stinks. Poop, run. You too, don't get so close, the smell of these leaves will suffocate you. Seeing the expressions on the 2 tiger cubs' faces, Chang Ye picked them up and moved them aside. You're curious about everything. Let's go back and plant some more trees. Today's primary task remains unchanged. The porter helped move all the saplings over, and Chang Ye planned to do the rest of the work himself. Anyway, it doesn't really matter if the saplings are planted a day earlier or a day later. De Bao and Xiao Wenwen ran ahead to lead the way for Chang Ye, 2 clueless kids. Sometimes I don't know if I was attracted by the butterflies or if I took the wrong route. Chang Ye watched as De Bao and Xiao Wenwen ran in the opposite direction of the fork in the road ahead, then chased after them and grabbed the 2 tigers by the back of their necks. They were brought back to the right path. With the way you've led us, when will we ever get to the orchard? Oh woo, we can do it, Dad. Wah, wah, it will be very soon. Chang Ye rubbed the 2 tiger heads and patted them to encourage them to keep running forward. What's wrong with the streamer? Does he know the way? Why do all these trees look the same to me? Yeah, what's the difference between these trees? I can get lost even in my small hometown, let alone here. That's true, De Bao and Xiao Wenwen know the way too. This animal grew up in the forest, so it's normal for it to know the way. How did Brother Cheng find his way? Yeah, they came so fast, how could anyone remember that? I admire the streamer's stamina and intelligence. De Bao definitely knows the way, he was probably attracted by the butterflies. This is my first time here. Is this the Wizard of Oz? Are we going back to planting trees again? Yes, let's plant some today. It's better to plant the saplings as soon as possible. Besides, it's been sunny for so many days now. If it rains in a few days, we can water these saplings. When Chang Ye returned along the same route with the 2 tiger cubs, he witnessed a hilarious scene as they passed the white fox's new den. The white fox was tidying up its new home, while the squirrels in the trees near the cave entrance were carrying their food away. This is the crushing power of the food chain. The 2 tiger cubs led Chang Ye for more than 10 minutes before they finally reached the place where the saplings had been placed. Chang Ye looked at the saplings he had planted earlier, walked to the base of each sapling, and stomped on the ground several times. They didn't start taking new saplings until they were sure the soil under the sapling had become firm. De Bao and Xiao Wenwen watched Chang Ye's actions, feeling both puzzled and amused. Looking at Chang Ye's actions, and then at his own pause. Oh woo, Daddy, I'm here. I can too. De Bao and Xiao Wenwen stared at Chang Ye with their tiger-like eyes for a while. Then, eager to get started, he rubbed his paws together and began stomping his feet under the sapling, just like Chang Ye. The tiger left many small tiger paw prints on the muddy ground under the saplings. Could this be considered a tree planted by a tiger? This is so cute. I want to take it home. How about Dabao comes to my house to plant some trees? A tiny little forest ranger. However, many viewers in the live stream found Cheng Ye's actions strange. Watching Cheng Ye, Dabao, and Xiao Wenwen's actions, many questions popped up in the live stream chat. Why step on it? The sapling looks quite sturdy. Oh right, why? The sapling wasn't leaning, so why step on it? Haha, Dabao almost tripped over himself, that's so stupid. The tree planted by Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. What a smart daughter and son. Cheng Ye looked back at the two little ones running around under the tree and decided to let them be. This does indeed make the soil more compact. You definitely need to tamp the soil down around this kind of tree. I forgot because I was interrupted earlier. If you tamp the soil down firmly to remove any air, it will make it easier for the sapling to take root here. That way, even if it rains or the wind blows, we don't have to worry about the saplings. After all, the weather in the forest is unpredictable, and you can't rely on weather forecasts to predict it, as they aren't always accurate. Cheng Ye was planting trees, while Dabao and Xiao Wenwen were playfully helping him tread the ground. She would occasionally run over to Cheng Ye and act all cute. It will probably take 2 or 3 years after this tree is planted to see if it can bear fruit, and this is just a sapling. If it's grown from seeds, it would probably take 5 or 6 years for the fruit to grow. Then the fruit farmers pick them, pack and sort them, and send them to supermarkets and other places, where you can buy them. So you often see that when the fruit harvest is poor, the price of fruit will go up. Fruit doesn't just flower and bear fruit after a year of planting, as many people imagine, so there's a reason why some fruits are expensive. If you have a yard in your hometown or at home, you can try planting one. Cheng Ye recalled that when he was a child, he used to eat fruit as a snack. Later, his grandfather simply encouraged him to plant a lot of fruit trees in the yard. These fruit trees grew up alongside me. As Cheng Ye planted the trees, he introduced the different types of fruit trees to everyone. Before they knew it, it was getting dark. Cheng Ye looked at the remaining few apricot saplings and then looked around. It seems like this area is almost full. If we plant these few more, it will be a bit crowded. Cheng Ye clapped his hands and wiped the dirt off his body. They grabbed Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, who were still running around, by the back of their necks and lifted them up. You two seem to be having a good time running around. You've been running all day. The claws have all changed color. Cheng Ye lifted the paws of the two tiger cubs and looked at them. The patterns on the paws were no longer visible. This area is all yellow mud, and Dabao looks several centimeters taller standing on this pile of mud. Cheng Ye placed Dabao and Xiao Wenwen on the grass to the side. I wiped it off. He also rubbed himself in the dirt. Oh woo woo, wah, wah. Dabao stretched out his paw and felt the height-increasing insole on his paw. Look how thick this mud is. Dabao reluctantly wiped the mud off. Little Wenwen rubbed against Cheng Ye's legs and then snuggled up to him. Cheng Ye picked up Xiao Wenwen and rubbed the fur on her head. It's been a tiring day, but petting its fur makes me feel less tired. These words surprised everyone in the live stream. What did Brother Cheng just say? Tired? This is truly the first time I've heard this word come out of Cheng Ge's mouth. Honestly, I completely forgot that Brother Cheng is still a human being. Ha ha ha, how mean you are, upstairs. Brother Cheng left home this morning, and it was already getting dark. It would be abnormal if he wasn't tired. Yes, we've been working on this for ages. Being a forest ranger is physically demanding. Honestly, I really need to exercise more. I'll go for a job interview when I can run 20 kilometers without getting out of breath. You can't stop breathing, or you'll just die. Attending a banquet? Here we go again? 200. Cheng Ye looked at the jokes on the screen and reflected on his day. The footage in the live stream was all edited by Cheng Ye. Of course, they didn't know the actual route of Cheng Ye and his group's activities today. Following Cheng Ye and Hu Zhe's pace, they went with the White Fox to Move House. For the live stream audience, only half an hour had passed. However, if someone with slightly less physical strength tries to walk that route, it's not uncommon for it to take 3 or 4 hours. Cheng Ye smiled and did not refute the crowd. Forest rangers must have a tough job, otherwise it wouldn't have taken so long to find a suitable person. Even if we find someone willing to endure hardship, they'd probably want to leave as soon as they see that little wooden house. By the way, are your resumes almost done? I'll take a look when I get back, and I expect to get a result in the next couple of days. Cheng Ye gave the tiger cubs some water, then took the remaining saplings with him and headed towards the cabin. We'll plant these apricot trees behind the cabin so it'll be convenient to pick them later. Cheng Ye looked in Dabao's direction. Is Dabao going to find the Monkey King again? Has Dabao forgotten that the Monkey King moved? Dabao stopped and looked at Cheng Ye when he heard the sound. Oh woo. What's wrong? This way. Cheng Ye carried Dabao and walked towards the main road. Little Wenwen followed Dabao around. Cheng Ye looked at Xiao Wenwen and patted him. This way, lead the way for Xiao Wenwen. Upon receiving the task, Xiao Wenwen immediately ran in front of Dabao. Dabao couldn't stand this provocation. Oh woo-woo, oh woo-woo. He quickly chased after her and ran ahead of Xiao Wenwen. However, this time Xiao Wenwen had received a mission from Cheng Ye, so naturally she wouldn't give way to Dabao. Seeing that Dabao had overtaken him, he immediately accelerated and rushed past again. Wow! And so they played back and forth, the two tiger cubs having a great time. Dabao was so focused on racing with Xiao Wenwen that he had no interest in going to find the Monkey King. When the viewers in the live stream saw the two tiger cubs running around again, they started another guessing game without any prizes. I knew Xiaowen always gave in to Dabao before. Look at that speed. Look at how fast those legs are running. They're practically blurry. I knew it. Little Wenwen's taken on a mission, and now she's feeling responsible. That is. Little Wenwen is really good, but Dabao doesn't seem to get tired at all. He always manages to go over the limit for a little while longer. I'm voting for Wenwen this round. Guess if Tiger Girl is still sleeping at this time. Is that a golden eagle up ahead? It really seems so. Go check it out. Chirp chirp. Chirp. Cheng Ye heard the shouts coming from above and looked up. As expected, he's the son of the sky idiot. It was dusk, and the sky was not yet completely dark. The sunset glow in the west shone on Sister Diao, captivating everyone's gaze. The eagle itself is not small, and when it flies high in the sky, it looks just like a fighter jet. The sunset glow in the west shone on the feathers of the golden eagle's wings. A refracted light emitted a faint golden glow, which shone as the eagle flapped its wings. The gold color was constantly changing, as if a golden eagle was drawing a rainbow in the sky. The golden eagle quickly located Cheng Ye and his group, but did not continue flying forward. It was just hovering high in the sky. The eagle circled in the air, and even the eagles that were originally going to pass by couldn't help but detour in another direction. The viewers in the live stream were amazed by the golden eagle's appearance, commenting on how incredibly cool it was. That's so cool! I finally believe those myths. The ancients were right. Seriously, that's so cool. I'm scared of eagles, but golden eagles are so cool. I dare not possess this. I'm afraid it will devour me. That flap of wings felt like it blew right into my heart. He's so handsome. Suddenly, my adorable parrot at home doesn't seem so appealing anymore. Help! These guys on the streamer are seriously amazing. Brother Chang, please show us more golden eagles. They're so handsome. I've never seen such a handsome bird. The sunset shining on it made it look like a celestial bird descending to earth. So beautiful and handsome. So cool. Cheng Ye whistled in the direction of the golden eagle. Sister Diao appeared at this time, and in this direction. It's quite possible that they came out looking for themselves. Really? As soon as Cheng Ye whistled, the golden eagle slowly descended in their direction. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen also noticed the commotion. Xiao Wenwen stayed where she was, waiting for Cheng Ye, while Dabao raised his little tiger head and looked up at the sky. W.A. Oh woo! Oh woo! When Dabao saw that Xiao Wenwen had stopped, he deliberately ran forward a little further before stopping. By this time, the silhouette of the wooden house was almost visible. Cheng Ye reached out and beckoned the golden eagle over. Did they come out to find us? Chirp chirp. Cheng Ye patted Diao Ji's belly. This girl must have eaten an unusually large meal. It's possible to go out for a walk to digest your food. Let's go back. Cheng Ye looked at Dabao, who had run ahead of him, and patted Xiao Wenwen's head. Go and lead the way. Xiao Wenwen received Cheng Ye's gesture, rubbed against Cheng Ye's hand, and then ran away in a flash. Dabao was still leisurely licking his paws, watching Xiao Wenwen walk past him. With a whoosh, it ran off. He quickly followed. Meanwhile, Sister Diao hovered above Cheng Ye, following their steps at a leisurely pace towards the wooden house. Brother Cheng, are you going to teach Dabao a lesson? Brother Cheng, please don't lead Wenwen astray. Exactly. Little Wenwen is so well behaved, we mustn't let her lead you astray. Ha ha ha. Dabao was quite relaxed at first, but suddenly he couldn't hold back anymore. This is hilarious. That's really funny, ha ha ha. Was Dabao ambushed? This is hilarious. Ha ha ha. As expected, it has to be Brother Cheng. Dabao never expected that he would fall for Brother Cheng's tricks. Brother Cheng is so biased. That's right. What kind of trick is Brother Cheng using? It's a normal tactic. Dabao's competitive spirit needs to be tempered. Cheng Ye threw the saplings and animal traps he was holding into the yard. Bang! There are an unusually large number of these animal traps. It seems that the detector I redeemed this time was quite useful. Otherwise, even if only half of these animal traps were used, many animals would still be injured. If some of these are rare protected animals, then it would be a dereliction of duty on my part. When Cheng Ye put the animal trap on the ground, it woke up Hu Niu. Tiger Girl, who had been holed up inside the house, shook her head and slowly walked out. Dabao just lost the game and is feeling wronged right now. As soon as he saw Tiger Girl come out, he rushed to her side and started acting like a spoiled brat. A woo woo, a woo woo. Little Wenwen also snuggled up to Tiger Girl and rubbed against her. Wow hoo. Tiger Girl licked the fur of her two cubs, looking at their bodies covered in grass and mud. I simply lay down on the spot and started licking the fur of Dabao and the little guy. Meanwhile, the golden eagle looked at the animal traps and curiously pecked at them with its beak. Bang! Bang! Changya didn't stop them from touching the thing, since it had already triggered the mechanism and wouldn't spring up and trap anything anymore. And those sharp spikes, these sharp teeth are only about equal to the eagle's mouth. After playing with the animal trap for a while, Sister Diao realized it was just a bunch of useless iron things. Feeling bored, he went back to the rooftop to sleep. After licking the two tiger cubs' fur, Tiger Girl pushed them directly in front of Changya. Seeing what Hunia was doing, Changya scooped up the two tiger cubs and put them into their bathtub. Changya took this pot out of the attic not long ago, and I don't know what he's going to do with it. It was only used to store water outside for a while, but Dabao always liked to jump into it. Changya simply used it to bathe the two of them. Anyway, Dabao likes to jump in there too. Go wash yourselves clean, even Tiger Girl is disgusted with you too. Changya looked at the two children in front of him. Meanwhile, Tiger Girl had already gone to the side to drink some water, stretched, and then went back into the house. Changya put Dabao and Xiao Wenwen down and went into the house himself. It's still quite early today, perfect timing for some stir-fried lamb. Changya took out some frozen mutton from the refrigerator, casually chopped it up, and then went to the vegetable garden in the backyard to pick some green vegetables and scallions. These vegetables are growing quite well. When Changya returned from the backyard, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen had already finished washing up. She only called out to Changya in her sweet, childlike voice when she saw him coming. A woo woo, poop, wah, wah, we're all done washing up. Changya put down what he was holding and scooped the two tiger cubs out. As soon as Dabao landed, he ran straight into the house towards Huniu. Dabao, you run pretty fast. Hiding like this while trying to avoid a towel, aren't you ashamed? Changya carried his little Wenwen to where the towels were kept, and saw Dabao in the room acting cute towards Huniu. A woo woo. No, no, it won't get lost. Wah ah. My brother is embarrassed. The viewers in the live stream were laughing so hard they couldn't stand up straight, watching Dabao and Huniu's antics. Dabao is hilarious. Ha ha ha, a tiger is afraid of a towel, how embarrassing for a tiger. However, Dabao has learned how to act cute like Xiao Wenwen. The way Tiger Girl handed her cub to the streamer just now was so natural. Tiger Girl is as carefree as ever. Even when Changya was still on his way, many people in the live stream were already speculating about his future. Is Tiger Girl still not back or is she sleeping? This time, the mystery has been solved. I guessed right. I knew Tiger Girl was sleeping. Given Dabao's personality, he probably finds the towel annoying, right? Haha, I just really hate towels. Little Wenwen is such a sweetheart, I love her so much. Envious. Little Wenwen is so obedient. Both kids are so well behaved. Little Wenwen didn't reject the towel at all. Changya simply wiped it dry and then put little Wenwen down. Let's go find Dabao. I guess Tiger Girl will feed them milk later. I'll tear up some beef for them to eat. It's time to prepare my own dinner. Changya rolled up his sleeves, intending to wash the vegetables. It's been a while since I've cooked for myself properly. Wash the vegetables and chop the scallions, ginger, and garlic. Changya looked at the chili peppers in his hand and picked at them. They simply cut it all off. This stir-fried mutton is only delicious when it's spicy. Changya looked at the mutton in front of him, thankful that Tiger Girl had brought him a super big one. We can make the remaining mutton into smoked meat when we have time, so we can eat it whenever we want. We can also send some back to our parents. Changya adjusted the drone's position directly onto the pot. This time, even Versailles won't be Versailles anymore. They'll just openly and blatantly tempt everyone. Heat oil in a wok. Add mutton. When the mutton was put into the pot, a lot of oil splattered up. Fortunately, Changya had anticipated this and put on an apron. Otherwise, a lot of oil spots would be splashed out. The bright red mutton begins to shrink and change color rapidly as soon as it comes into contact with the high temperature in the pot. A faint fragrance wafts out. Changya poured all the cooking wine and other seasonings that had been prepared earlier into the pot at once. Lamb still needs some seasoning, since it has a gamey smell. But the fish we had at noon doesn't need any seasoning at all, it's delicious on its own. If you want to eat mutton, it's best to buy the kind that's home-raised, raised directly on the mountain or grassland. The meat will be closer to that of wild goats. But in the protected area, you must never touch it just because you're craving something, that's illegal. This is just what Tiger Girl left over, but we must never touch protected animals. Changya looked at the barrage of comments saying he wanted to eat. I thought of the antelope I had encountered before. If these guys encounter an antelope and get the idea, My live stream has completely reversed the purpose. Changya waited until the mutton was almost cooked before adding the scallions. Suddenly, the vegetables, which were originally only turmeric and brownish yellow, gained a touch of green. The bright green scallions made this dish look much better. This also made the viewers in the live stream drool. Is the streamer starting again? Seriously, I crave this every day. Oh no, this should be 2 or 3 cravings a day. What I'm talking about is how I managed to switch freely between being a forest streamer and a food streamer. Brother Chang, to be honest, if I want to work with you, you just need to provide meals, I don't need a salary. This is drooling. From now on, if I don't know what to eat, I'll just click here, and I'll order whatever the streamer is eating. The person upstairs is actually quite clever. Haha, can takeout and live streaming really compare? Where can I order takeout like this? I'm willing to pick it up myself. Is that smoke? Or is that my saliva? It'll be ready soon. I haven't made this in a long time, I don't know if it will taste good. Changya opened the pot lid and looked at the perfectly colored mutton. Plate it. However, they did not stop there. Changya didn't turn off the stove, but instead poured in some more oil. They threw the fresh lettuce next to them down. Add some cold water. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. When the scalding hot oil came into contact with cold water, it immediately made a sizzling sound. These greens are simple to prepare, just rinse them briefly and they're ready to eat. They were just picked from the field. That's the green part we're after. Soon, a meat dish and a vegetable dish appeared on Changya's dining table. Even Dabao and Xiao Wenwen came out because of the smell. Tiger Girl, smelling the aroma, wanted to come out and take a look. It got up, took a step, and stretched its paws. Oh woo-oo, he yelled out the window, and glanced at Changya. They retreated back to their original positions. Tiger Girl seems quite relaxed. However, the tiger's roar startled the nearby birds quite a bit. Puffed, squeak, squeak, whoosh, call out. The nearby woods startled many birds into flight. Changya watched Huniu's actions and said, "You should clear your throat. These birds are quite frightened." Changya walked into the house and rubbed Huniu's head. He rubs the little tiger's head every day and occasionally touches the female tiger. It feels more comfortable to massage this big one. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen peeked at Changya. Wow, wow, Daddy, where are we? Oh woo, we're also very easy to touch. Tiger Girl lazily raised her eyelids and glanced at the 2 cubs in front of her, then rubbed against Changya's hand. I closed my eyes and ignored them. Changya didn't disturb Huniu and went to eat on the side with his chopsticks. This dish looks amazing, oh my god. Changya sat down and immediately picked up a large piece of mutton for himself, stuffing it into his mouth. This mouthful of meat is so enjoyable. One more bite of greens, and it'll be perfect. It must be said that Changya's dishes were indeed very tempting. The brown, glossy lamb is paired with bright green scallions. Each piece of mutton is coated with a generous amount of chili peppers, making it look incredibly appetizing. The lettuce next to it is just a simple bowl of green vegetables, but its appeal lies in its novelty. It's lush and green, and looks even more refreshing next to the lamb. No rice in this? This is absolutely a rice-eating miracle. Yeah, this dish is so delicious. Did you eat upstairs? It looks so delicious. Right now, I'd rather be in Dabao's body. I'd definitely eat them all with one claw. That color. That's the unique green of fresh vegetables. I'm really going to order takeout. Another failed diet. At this time of year, Dabao's little warm beef seems particularly lackluster. This lamb is like a layered cake. I love this kind of meat that's both fatty and lean. Hey streamer, how about we sell some products? This bowl of rice is truly divine. Rice. The streamer didn't forget to steam the rice, did he? I have no plans to sell any goods, and I won't in the future either. Of course there's rice, how could there be a shortage of rice? Changya got up and walked towards the small stove next to him. The eyes of everyone in the live stream followed Changya's hand. Once you open the lid, you can clearly see a small pot of rice sitting on top. Before cooking the dishes, Changya specially steamed a small pot of rice for himself. How can we eat stir-fried mutton without rice? This rice was brought by Uncle Gong before. Changya turned the camera this way. The rice grains were perfectly separated, each one round and plump. The sheen looks fake. Changya served himself a large bowl of rice. The viewers in the live stream watched as Changya picked up a large mouthful with his chopsticks and put it into his mouth, and then add the mutton we just ate. The scrolling speed of the bullet comments suddenly increased exponentially. The screen was filled with drooling emojis. However, Changya had no time to pay attention to the comments. He was enjoying his dinner at the table with great satisfaction. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen were also eating beef below. The 2 tigers and 1 person's mukbang was so intense that everyone in the live stream couldn't take it anymore. Changya didn't even notice that the number of viewers in his live stream had slowly, gradually, surpassed 500,000. The total number of viewers today has already exceeded 1 million. Its popularity gradually climbed until it reached 2 million before slowly stopping, and it's still increasing now. Changya was still engrossed in eating his meat when the system's voice rang out. Changya took a moment to glance at the screen. The host's total popularity score has reached 2 million. Legendary veterinary skills unlocked. The system's redemption shop has been updated. Please check. Current remaining popularity points 1,240,001. Changya then looked up at the number of viewers in the live stream, watching the numbers climb steadily. Quite a few people have come to eat here. Let's not exchange them yet. Wait a bit. I should check the resumes after I finish eating. Those who haven't sent them yet should hurry up and send them out. Changya looked at the two cubs at his feet. Dabao had already finished eating his meat strips and was now slowly licking his paws. Seeing Changya looking at him, he raised his head and rubbed against Changya's leg. Are you finished eating? I'm finished too. Go wait for me over there. Changya patted Dabao's head, signaling it to wait for him on the side. Xiao Wenwen had just finished eating the meat and was following Changya around, watching him pack up his things. While clearing away the dishes, Changya also had to keep an eye on Xiao Wenwen at his feet. If you accidentally step on it, you'd be heartbroken. Meanwhile, Dabao, who had been lying down, saw his younger sister following Changya around. Oh woo, it looks like a lot of fun? Dabao couldn't hold back any longer and got up to follow Xiao Wenwen. Changya looked helplessly at the two kids at his feet. You two are really something, be careful. Oh woo, I'll stay with you, daddy. W.A. We are with you. Changya watched as the two tiger cubs rubbed against his legs, and he couldn't bear to chase them away. Follow along. Two such adorable tigers staring at you with their big, watery eyes. Who could resist? Next, Changya appeared in the kitchen, walking like a zombie, along with two tiger cubs circling around his legs. The two tiger cubs had a great time, but after Changya finished cleaning up, he felt like he couldn't walk anymore. Alright, come here. Let's go to the storage room and get a sofa. Changya picked them both up. Let's go, you'll get dizzy if we keep going around in circles. Changya carried the two cubs and walked towards the storage room. I looked up at the golden eagle on the roof. It had flown up into a tree. This guy probably ate too much tonight, he's still not asleep. Thinking of the golden eagle's belly that he had touched that afternoon, Changya couldn't help but wonder what it had eaten. Whoosh, brush, click. Changya listened to the voices coming from the woods not far away, which should be in the direction of the stream. Animals sometimes go there to drink water, but they never make such sneaky noises. Moreover, at night, the sounds made by animals that roam at night are the rustling of leaves as they quickly step on them. Changya watched the commotion over there, but after making a very soft sound, there was no further movement. Forget it, I'll just ignore it. Let's go find a sofa. Changya looked at the various stools in the storage room and searched around before finally finding a soft beanbag chair in the corner. That's fine. Changya put the two tiger cubs down, picked up the sofa, and headed towards the pool. This sofa has really been unused for a long time, it's covered in layers of dust. Changya gave it a quick wipe, and the sofa finally revealed its original orange color. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen followed Changya beside him, looking at the thing that was the same color as themselves. Dabao circled the sofa once, then kicked off with his front legs. He jumped right onto the sofa. Facing the back of the sofa, he simply opened his mouth and took a bite. Oh woo. Unsurprisingly, it bit into a mouthful of fur. Little Wenwen jumped up and rubbed her head against the sofa cushion. Little Wenwen, don't bite. Changya held Dabao and let him drink some water to rinse his mouth. Dabao felt the fur in its mouth and cried out, oh woo. What is this, poop? Little Wenwen watched Dabao's expression from the side. But for some reason, watching Xiao Wenwen circling around Dabao gave me the feeling that Xiao Wenwen was gloating. You bite everything. Changya picked up the bamboo stick next to him and pulled it onto the sofa, knocking out all the dust inside. That's when he led the two tiger cubs into the house. After looking around, I still put the small sofa in the corner facing the door. Before Changya could even sit down, the two little tiger cubs were already comfortably sprawled on the backrest. Dabao was still pawing at the fur in its mouth. Changya sat down and took a moment to feel the situation before taking out his phone to look at the resume. It's quite comfortable, and you can see the scenery outside while sitting. Let me take a look. Changya took out his phone, switched the live stream view, and clicked on his own message box. Sure enough, this point turned out to be a constantly jumping red dot. There's also the 99+ message below the information box, which can no longer be changed. You guys are really good at posting, but have you ever considered that I might not be able to keep up with it all? Changya randomly clicked on one. Looking at the page on my phone, I felt somewhat helpless. This isn't a resume, it looks more like a love letter to Tiger Girl's family. Changya pointed the live stream camera at his phone, and covered his name with his hand. Haha, I can really feel your love for Dabao and Xiao Wenwen between these lines, but management requirements are not just about this. The viewers in the live stream were also a little surprised to see such a dense screen of text. This is outrageous. This sounds like a short essay I wrote in high school. But this young lady really loves Tiger Girl's family, a true fan. Maybe they're just taking this opportunity to confess their feelings. Why is Dabao still picking at the fur in his mouth? Ha ha ha. Dabao's daily entry. This isn't being dramatic, this is clearly my sister's precious treasure. Sweetie, Dabao, let me pick one out for you. Brother Chang, take a look at mine. Are all people's resumes this exaggerated? But I have to say, little Wenwen is really well behaved, always sticking to the streamer. Chang Ye nuzzled his head against the little Wenwen nestled next to his head. Wah-ah. Little Wenwen nestled against the streamer's head and called out softly twice. This really touched the hearts of the audience. The live stream chat was flooded with comments, all cheering for Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. Meanwhile, Chang Ye continued looking at the resume on his phone, but new messages kept coming in, and Chang Ye looked at the number of files he had received. There were a total of 8,000 servings. Chang Ye immediately turned off his private messages again. I won't post the ones that haven't been posted yet. I'll let you know when I find something suitable. Chang Ye looked at the files on his phone and opened several in order. However, none of them were very suitable, as most of them were employed and did not know much about forests and animals. Chang Ye was still looking at resumes. This was just the beginning. Ring ring ring. I hadn't even looked at a few copies when the phone rang. Chang Ye looked down and saw that it was a video call from his father. Ha, Dad? What's wrong? It's not for you, your camera should be pointed at Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. Good. He really is his biological father. Dabao. Little Wenwen, here she is. After playing with the two tiger cubs for a while, Cheng's father finally remembered the real reason he had called. Are you looking for an assistant? I'm not really an assistant, I just help manage the live stream room, otherwise sometimes I'm afraid that people with bad intentions might spread bad things in the live stream room. Chang Ye's initial idea was to encourage everyone to cherish the environment and understand nature more. If some people with malicious intentions try to mislead the public in the live stream, this goes against the original intention. Moreover, viewers in live streams are easily misled these days. Sure, send me the resumes you received, and I'll have them help you pick some out. Just send me the edited text of the requirements. When it comes to serious matters, Cheng's father is quite serious. Cheng Ye was just thinking about his own perspective when his father's call came at a very opportune time. Alright, you can go now. Your mom and I are going to have some fun for a few days. If you need anything, you'll have to handle it yourself. After saying that, Cheng's father hung up the phone immediately. Cheng Ye looked at the messages on his phone. Your assistant will contact you shortly. You can work with him. As expected of you. Cheng Ye packed all the resumes he had received and sent them to him at once before getting up to wash up. The viewers in the live stream watched as the father and son performed a series of actions. Is this really the CEO of a listed company? It seems both reliable and unreliable at the same time. Holy crap, isn't that my boss? Ha ha ha, you're so lucky upstairs. Having a boss like Cheng's dad must be really fun. Assistant, let me tell you, thank you. 8,000 copies, wow, everyone really did. Awesome. Is Dabao drowsy and about to fall asleep? Dabao picked a great spot for himself, fitting perfectly between the cushion and the backrest. It's currently lying on the backrest, and its head keeps nodding. Dabao. When Cheng Ye returned after washing up, he saw the drowsy Dabao and called out to it. Dabao jumped off the sofa in a flash. Oh woo! Cheng Ye looked at it and smiled. She reached out and removed the hair from Dabao's mouth. Let's go to sleep. Picking up Xiao Wenwen from beside him, Cheng Ye went into the room. Everyone, that's all for today's live stream. Get some sleep. After Cheng Ye turned off the live stream, he lay down on the bed with his two cubs. He took out his phone and explained his requirements to Cheng's father's assistant. Ideally, they should have a lot of free time, know something about forests and animals, and preferably also have some knowledge of geography. No one with a criminal record or who has been involved in theft, illegal logging, or poaching is acceptable. Ideally, they should be proficient in using electronic devices and have management skills. Highly alert and quick-witted. After Cheng Ye sent over all his requests, Cheng's father's assistant stared at the thousands of resumes on their computers. Suddenly, I felt a headache coming on. Cheng Ye only remembered it when he finished dealing with his business, put down his phone, and was about to go to sleep. System, check out the updated exchange shop. Looking at his remaining popularity points of over 1 million, Cheng Ye had originally thought that it would take some time after he redeemed the detector. I didn't expect it to exist already. The items Cheng Ye redeemed over the past few days have made him increasingly curious about what new items the store will update. This is the previous one, and this this is an upgraded detection system? We're currently within 300 meters. What will the distance be after the upgrade? Host, if you choose to upgrade the detection system, it will be upgraded to issue an alert at a distance of 500 meters, and will also indicate the direction and location of the target during the search process. Is a detector considered a detection system? Yes, host. The detection system includes detectors. Okay, this one will do. Changya stared at the 6 zeros following the upgrade test result. 1, 10, 100, 1000, 800,000? Okay. Please confirm the exchange for the upgrade detection system. Current popularity points 1,240,001. Exchange for 89,000 popularity points. Sure. Congratulations, host, on your successful exchange. Remaining popularity points 350,001. The upgraded system detection system will provide the host with the animal's location and direction, an image, and automatically open the encyclopedia if a protected animal is detected within 500 meters. The detector's detection range has been expanded to 500 meters. If a target is detected on the host, it will provide the host with the target's location, orientation, and an image of the target. Display an image? That's worth the money. As Changya listened to the system's prompts, he watched his popularity score change from 7 digits to 6 digits. Although it hurts a little, the upgrade has provided me with a lot of help. After all, it's a good feature to provide directions and maps directly so that you don't have to spend time searching within a certain area. What else? What is this? Changya looked at the bottom one. Is this navigation? Changya looked at the GPS device, which was worth 250,000 popularity points. What kind of navigation system costs 250,000? Changya browsed the updated system store again. I didn't find anything else that I needed at the moment. We're back to the navigation bar below. I don't need navigation in this forest. If I really can't find my way, there's the sun and moon. So, I don't think I'll get lost. Changya looked at the navigation and was still somewhat curious. Exchange this for it. Changya's intuition told him that this navigation system was definitely not that simple. Please confirm your exchange for the GPS system. You currently have 350,001 popularity points. Exchange for 250,000 popularity points. Sure. Congratulations, host, you have successfully exchanged for the GPS system. Remaining popularity points 100,001. The GPS system, once activated, will calculate the corresponding distances and sea levels based on the host's movement trajectory, and then plot a map summarizing all the locations the host has visited. Once the map is generated, functions such as marking locations, calculating distances, counting trees, and identifying animal markers can all be performed using thought within the GPS system. Friendly reminder, the animals detected by the system, as well as the host's target, will also be displayed on this GPS-generated map, and the most convenient and efficient route will be generated based on the destination. Changya looked at these introductions. I knew this thing wasn't simple. Can this map information be entered? Changya took out the map he had drawn by hand over the past few days. Okay, host. Please confirm that you are entering the map in front of you into the GPS system. Sure. Changya watched as the map in his mind slowly expanded from a blank sheet of paper. Mark your current location as a cabin. Okay, marked. Soon, a pink house marker appeared on the map. Changya looked at the map, which was already taking shape. It seems I'll have to go to the woods again tomorrow and try to give Uncle Gong the detailed map when I go to report to him again. Changya looked at Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, who were already fast asleep beside him. He gently patted the heads of the 2 tiger cubs from behind. Xiao Wenwen groggily opened her eyes and looked at Changya, then moved closer to him. He nuzzled Changya with his head before closing his eyes to sleep again. Awoo. Meanwhile, Dabao, still asleep, kept his hand near his mouth, occasionally wiping it away. Changya turned his head and gently pried open Dabao's mouth. You really bit hard. Changya picked the hair out of Dabao's mouth, and only went to sleep when it was almost done. The next morning, Changya was still asleep. I've already received quite a few messages on my phone. They all urged Changya to start his live stream on the platform. Dabao stared at his phone, which kept lighting up. It stretched out its paw and patted the door, which unexpectedly unlocked the device. Changya woke up at this time. Seeing Dabao like this, Changya reached out and started a live stream for Dabao. Dabao looked at himself, who had suddenly appeared on the phone. Oh woo, what is this poop? Little Wenwen walked over from the side, still a bit dazed. Wow, brother, what are you doing? Hearing Dabao and Xiao Wenwen's voices, Huniu, who was standing nearby, looked up and glanced at the 2 cubs. Oh woo! Changya stepped forward and patted Huniu's head. You today? Never mind, I know without asking. Go to sleep. Changya initially planned to ask Huniu whether she wanted to go hunting with him or go hunting by herself. But it's obvious that once Tiger Girl has had enough sleep, she'll naturally go out on her own. The crowd that had been frantically urging for the broadcast in the comments section were stunned when they saw the tiger head suddenly appear on the screen. Ah, Dabao, Dabao. A kiss from Dabao's older sister, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. Today is a live stream from the two tiger cubs. Dabao is so cute, with such big eyes. Is that the fur from yesterday's chewing on the sofa in Dabao's mouth? Where's brother Cheng? They weren't washing up outside. Why are Xiao Wenwen and Dabao playing on their phones? Have these tiger cubs become sentient? Ha ha ha, watching my own live stream. The viewers in the live stream watched as Dabao's backside was facing the camera, while the two tiger heads kept spinning in front of the phone. This is the first time I've ever seen a tiger's butt. It's not that you can't touch a tiger's backside, but let's see if we can. So cute. I woke up this morning to find such adorable tiger cubs. So satisfying. Time to go to work. I really want to take it. When Changya returned after washing up, he saw his two tiger cubs engrossed in playing on their phones. You two are having a lot of fun, come and have some milk. Go plant the tree we brought back yesterday in the vegetable garden later. Changya poured a full basin of animal milk for both tiger cubs. The two tiger cubs were getting hungry faster and faster, so Changya increased their food intake. Let's cook some porridge. Changya adjusted the drone to face the sculpture outside the window, intending to cook porridge for himself. The rice used to cook the porridge was naturally the leftover rice from last night. Changya took the rice out of the refrigerator and looked at its appearance. Never mind, let's just make fried rice with eggs. I'll have to ask Uncle Gong where this rice is from, it's really good. Soon, the sound of spatulas clashing against pots and pans could be heard coming from Changya's kitchen. The people in the live stream were initially watching Sister Diao sleep, but then they heard this sound. I immediately became curious. The streamer isn't drinking porridge in the morning anymore? What's going on here? I don't know, is this some kind of innovative breakfast? Are they already trying to tempt us this early in the morning? No way. I'll order whatever the host eats for breakfast. +1 to the comment above, I haven't eaten yet either. You guys are quite clever. Suddenly, the seafood porridge in my mouth didn't taste so good anymore? Is the person upstairs a true successor to the streamer Versailles? But when will the management be elected? Probably in a couple of days, considering how many resumes there are. Where are Dabao and Xiao Wenwen? Eating breakfast. And here it is, it escaped. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen quickly finished their milk, and Changya watched as the two little ones came to find him again. But there was some smoke in the kitchen, so Changya told the two kids to go outside for a stroll. Dabao looked at the eagle on the roof and called out in his little voice. A woo woo, a woo woo, come play. Y-a-a-a-a-a, Y-a-a-a-a, brother, aren't you afraid it will bully you? Dabao wouldn't listen to Xiao Wenwen's advice and kicked his little legs, yelling at Sister Diao. The eagle's sister glanced at the two tiger cubs, then picked up a small twig from her den and threw it down. Dabao quickly dodged away. A woo, you attacked me from behind. Seeing Dabao's energetic appearance, Sister Diao exclaimed, chirp chirp. It flapped its wings and flew directly into the yard. The eagle's sister really flew down, but Dabao and Xiao Wenwen remained motionless. Dabao just thought it was fun and provoked the golden eagle. But this time, the golden eagle was really in front of them, and Dabao knew that the golden eagle was Daddy's friend. It's also impossible to attack it. This is a bit of a dilemma. Little Wenwen also circled around her brother, seemingly curious why Dabao hadn't made a sound. Wow, elder brother? A woo. The golden eagle tilted its head, looking at Dabao, and chirped, chirp chirp. Are you calling me? The eagle and two tigers were staring at each other in the yard. When Changya brought out his breakfast, he looked at the tiger cub in front of him. What are you guys playing? Red doll? Little Wenwen, come eat some meat, Dabao. As soon as Xiao Wenwen saw Changya coming, she rushed to Changya's legs and acted coquettishly. Wah-ah. Daddy, I'm here. Changya fed a piece of meat to Xiao Wenwen. Xiao Wenwen chewed on the meat, glanced at Changya, and then at Dabao. She wiggled her little tiger legs and ran over to sit next to Dabao. A woo. Changya placed the strips of meat he had just torn in front of Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. Eat some more. Meanwhile, Dabao and the golden eagle were still keeping an eye on their opponent. A woo. Why are you looking at me? Changya simply stood aside and watched these guys play the what are you looking at? What's it to you? Game. In the end, the golden eagle lost its patience. The golden eagle glanced at Dabao and then at the strips of meat that Changya had placed aside. In the blink of an eye, he snatched the meat strip from the bowl in one gulp. It flew directly onto the roof with the meat strips that Changya had prepared for the tiger cubs in its mouth. Watching Dabao slowly and methodically eat the beef in his mouth. Chirp chirp. Dabao watched the golden eagle's movements, and when the golden eagle made a move, it lunged forward on its front legs, and Dabao thought the golden eagle was going to race him again. I almost rushed out. Now it dawned on me, and I looked at my empty rice bowl. Then I looked at the golden eagle eating meat on the roof. Oh woo-oo, oh woo-oo, you. Dabao was immediately dumbfounded. Changya was also surprised that the golden eagle would tease the tiger cub like this. Ha ha ha, Dabao, you've lost out, haven't you? Xiao Wenwen, who was previously acting coquettishly towards Changya, now ran to Dabao's side. It called out to the golden eagle on the roof. Wah, mine is mine too. The golden eagle ignored the two tiger cubs and even scratched its own feathers with its claws. Oh woo, get down. Wah poop. Seeing the two tiger cubs about to climb onto the roof and tear off the tiles, Changya went back to the kitchen and got them some more beef. Dabao, Xiaowenwen, come here and eat. Upon hearing the sound, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen acted without hesitation. They stopped staring at the golden eagle. He rushed straight towards Changya. Wah, Papa is still the best. Oh woo, Daddy, she bullied the tiger. Changya settled the two tiger cubs before continuing to eat his breakfast. The lobster, lamb, and egg fried rice is quite delicious, you should all give it a try. The viewers in the live stream stared at the fried rice with egg in Changya's hand. Is this breakfast? Is this fried rice with egg? Where can you find such a divinely significant meal for breakfast? My goodness, is this little green dragon from the same river we had before? When should we go catch 2 more? I could only order fried rice with egg. I really didn't expect there to be a small green lobster. As expected, the streamer didn't let us down. We can't possibly drink porridge every morning. Brother Chang, actually, porridge is quite good. Why does Dabao always get entangled with golden eagles? Ha ha ha, he just loves to provoke them. The golden eagle took flight, and Dabao couldn't find it anymore. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen are so cute, they stole my meat. Ha ha ha, so cute. Help! Look at this meat, it's more than a bowl of rice. You're truly amazing. The golden eagle is really cunning. This is like snatching food from a tiger's mouth, isn't it? Isn't this still a prize? Everyone gets a share, ha ha ha. I originally just wanted to make a simple egg fried rice, but I thought I'd add some meat. But as I was doing it, I think I added too much. Changya was also thinking that he would have to work later, so it would be better to drink porridge. I'm afraid I'll have to eat lunch extra early today. Just as Changya finished eating, Huniu got up. Tiger Girl glanced at Changya Awa. When Dabao and Xiao Wenwen saw Huniu, they also came over and rubbed against their mother. Oh woo, wa. The golden eagle is bullying us. Are you telling on Tiger Girl? Tiger Girl wouldn't fight with a golden eagle. Tiger Girl looked at the two tiger cubs and licked and stroked their fur. After checking that the two tiger cubs were unharmed, it turned and ran straight into the forest without looking back. Changya watched Tiger Girl's speed. She is indeed as still as a virgin and as swift as a rabbit. Let's go plant trees with Daddy. Changya carried the two tiger cubs to the backyard. These tomatoes are almost ripe. Changya looked at the few tomato plants in the corner, they were already hanging red lanterns. We can pick 2 later. Let's plant the apricot trees next to them. This area is exactly 8 or 9 meters high, just right for planting 2 apricot trees. In 4 or 5 years, when they bear fruit, we can pick them from the roadside. There's a saying I don't know if you've heard, peaches take 3 years, apricots 4, pears 5, and jujubes can be sold for money in the same year. Uncle Gong's peach trees, which he planted 3 or 4 years ago, are now flowering and bearing fruit, and we were lucky to catch them this year. It will probably be 4 or 5 years before we can harvest the apricots from these trees. If we want to plant trees that produce fruit that can be eaten in the same year, we still need to plant jujube trees, but it seems there's only 1 jujube tree among this batch of saplings. We'll go to the forest at the end of the year, I reckon we'll be able to eat there then. The fruit you grow yourself should be sweeter, right? As Changya placed the sapling into the dug hole, he explained to everyone. Moreover, when planting apricot trees, it's important to note that fruit trees are not the same as vegetables. They can all be planted together. This area can only accommodate 2 fruit trees, otherwise it would be too crowded. Dabao, Xiao Wenwen, come on, step on it. Changya placed Dabao and Xiao Wenwen on the apricot saplings he had filled with soil, and stepped on them in front of them. The 2 tiger cubs immediately understood what Changya meant. Imitating Changya's movements, I ran around the saplings. Soon, many adorable tiger paw prints appeared under the sapling. Changya looked at the marks and said, "You've certainly given this sapling a nice coat. Well done." Hearing the exaggeration, the 2 tiger cubs worked even harder. Changya was about to plant another sapling when he swung his hoe. At that moment, the system spoke. Upon hearing the system's voice, Changya immediately put down what he was holding. Alert! The forest musk deer, a Class I protected animal in China, has been detected. The forest musk deer is the smallest species in the musk deer genus. Adult forest musk deer typically weigh between 6 and 9 kilograms and are about 600 to 800 millimeters long. Their shoulder height is often less than 500 millimeters. Personality traits: timid and cowardly, solitary in nature. Forest musk deer live alone, with males and females living separately, and cubs following the female. Physical characteristics: neither male nor female musk deer have horns. Male forest musk deer have very well-developed upper teeth that are long, sharp, and fang-like. Hair: the hair is coarse, stiff, and frizzy, normally wavy, and easily broken. The forest musk deer is a Class I protected animal in China and is listed as a vulnerable species in the Red Data Book of Endangered Animals of China, Animal Category. Listed in the IUCN Red List of Threatened Species 2012. Unlocked Dragon Kingdom S-Level Protected Animal Encyclopedia 796. A Class I protected animal in the Qinling Mountains distribution area of China. Progress completed 2316. Location information: located in the southeast corner of the host, 450 meters away as the crow flies. The image of the musk deer will appear and be marked on the GPS system map in 3 seconds. Looking at the information provided by the system, Cheng Ye thought, this information is becoming more and more comprehensive. It seems this upgrade was definitely the right decision. Soon Cheng Ye spotted the musk deer, which was 450 meters away from him. In the bushes of a nearby grove, a small head was peeking out, cautiously observing its surroundings. It has 2 ears like Totoro, but its body is somewhat like a deer's, the difference being that it doesn't have antlers or a tail. The musk deer truly lives up to its reputation for being timid. Its small size makes it even harder to spot when hidden in a haystack. Cheng Ye Cheo controlled the drone to approach the musk deer. Although the drone was transparent and would go unnoticed, Cheng Ye still seemed to subconsciously and cautiously approach it. The viewers in the live stream were also very surprised when the screen suddenly turned around. What are they doing? Have you discovered something? No way, wasn't the streamer just planting trees? How could he see things that far away? I don't know, but what is the streamer doing? When is the streamer going to find the Monkey King? Did Dabao run away? Looking for Tiger Girl? What are they looking for? Why does this shot look so sneaky? They're looking for something, aren't they? Didn't the streamer do the same thing when they found something before? Wait a minute, everyone. The viewers in the live stream were also on the edge of their seats, holding their breath involuntarily. You'll see when you get there. It's a very timid animal, so we have to be careful. Soon, the drone arrived above the musk deer. Cheng Ye slowly brought the drone closer to it. It's clear that this musk deer is observing its surroundings and is unlikely to move for a while. After all, the musk deer needs to ensure its safety when it comes out now, otherwise it would never leave this bush. What is this? A rabbit? Where can you find a rabbit that big? It looks like a sika deer. No way, the patterns are all different. His head looks like Totoro's, really. It looks like a combination of Totoro and a deer. It really does look strange. She seems a bit timid, but she's actually quite cute. Is this a protected animal? I've never seen one before. I've never seen anything like it before. It looks a bit silly. However, those teeth do look quite aggressive. Cheng Ye looked at the footage captured by the drone. This is the musk deer we talked about before, a very timid animal. You may not have seen or heard of the forest musk deer, but you must have heard of musk, right? The forest musk deer is the only carrier of musk. In those palace dramas, musk always appears whenever something happens. However, the correct use of musk is in traditional Chinese medicine, not for harming people. Musk is a secretion from the glandular sac of the male musk deer. After drying, it is granular, bit by bit. And it does have a special fragrance. Those who say it is colorless and odorless are lying. It can be made into perfumes and also used in medicine. In traditional Chinese medicine, musk can be considered a central nervous system stimulant. When Cheng Ye said that, everyone in the live stream understood. So it's called Lin Shi? Hearing musk makes me feel uneasy. Yes, so that's where musk comes from. No wonder it's called musk. But this little guy is really timid, he's hiding way too well. Yeah, if it weren't for drones, nobody would have been able to see it. This guy is definitely number one at hide and seek. But can musk really be used to harm people? Cheng Ye observed the musk deer while explaining to everyone. He simply tossed the sapling aside. There was no time to worry about it now. Meanwhile, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen were still playing happily under the tree. Actually, it is quite useful, but pregnant women should be careful and it is best to avoid contact with musk. After all, in the past, if a pregnant woman had a difficult childbirth, doctors would use musk to help her give birth to the already dying child. Cheng Ye looked at the encyclopedia that popped up from the system, which clearly stated that the natural enemies of the musk deer are leopards, minks, foxes, wolves, lynxes, and especially humans. The reason why the forest musk deer became a protected animal is because of human hunting. There are hardly any forest musk deer left now, let alone wild ones. This looks like a female musk deer. If we follow her, we might be able to see her cubs. Lin Shi was very timid and lonely, so he usually lived alone. Even male and female musk deer with cubs will not live together, the mother will raise her cubs alone, and they usually rest during the day, only coming out to forage in the morning and at dusk. We were lucky to run into them today, it was quite early, but musk deer don't usually come to this area, such a place with so many activity patterns. It's very likely that they ran into the heavens and earth and were chased after. The musk deer has quite a few natural enemies. Wolves and foxes are examples. If they encounter humans, they're doomed. No matter how well it hides, it's still hard for it to escape. If you see a musk deer in the wild, it's best to keep your distance. If you have the equipment, you can take some pictures. But don't get close. This little thing has very sensitive hearing. It will run away immediately at the slightest sound and find a safe place. As soon as Changya finished speaking, several golden monkeys appeared not far from the musk deer, leaping among the trees. Sure enough, as soon as the musk deer in the bushes heard the noise, it immediately shrank into the bushes where it was hiding. Changya raised the drone upwards, but there was absolutely no sign of the musk deer in front of the bushes. Almost no one could detect that the musk deer was hiding inside. Only after the golden monkeys swung away into the distance did the musk deer slowly peek out. If nothing unexpected happens, it will jump into the tree. Call out. With its front legs slightly bent, Lin Shi jumped with all its might, leaping 2 meters high. I stood on the branch of this leaning tree. Lin Shi's skills look very powerful, but they are all skills prepared for escaping. He'll jump up now and leave soon. You might get to see Lin Shi's amazing skills in scaling walls and roofs. At first, the viewers in the live stream thought that this musk deer looked quite harmless, despite having so many natural enemies. It feels so pitiful. But Lin Shi jumped. It instantly made everyone feel like they didn't deserve to pity it. Could we register it for a sports meet? A 2-meter jump from the spot, that's really impressive. This little thing looks small, but it has surprisingly strong explosive power. That's really explosive. Impressive. This musk deer is so cute. Who would have thought that musk comes from such a cute forest musk deer? Isn't the musk deer an animal that naturally has a pleasant scent? Will it attract butterflies? Do you think this is the fragrant concubine? Flying over rooftops and scaling walls? Maybe I should have it teach me kung fu? Did Kung Fu Panda teach him kung fu? But host, is there any chance we could see wild giant pandas? Changya couldn't help but laugh as he watched the increasingly outrageous comments on the screen. Pfft, your ideas are really something. Wild giant pandas might be a possibility, but I'm not sure. After all, there are not many wild giant pandas discovered now, and most of them are protected. Wild giant pandas with dark colors like the one we saw before are even rarer. Changya interacted with everyone, but his eyes were fixed on the musk deer on the screen. I just occasionally glance at the comments and interact with everyone. Call out. Call out. Sure enough, the musk deer stood on the tree and observed its surroundings. After confirming that there was nothing threatening him, he ran away at top speed. Changya controlled the drone to follow Lin Shi from behind. That's how you don't lose track of it. After all, if the musk deer is more than 500 meters away, I won't be able to detect its location anymore. Changya still wanted to know its exact location so he could keep a closer eye on it and provide some protection. After all, this musk deer is very likely pregnant with cubs. Changya still wanted to intervene in the case of this rare wild animal. As Changya controlled the drone to follow Lin Shi, he put down what he was holding and walked in Lin Shi's direction. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen are leaving. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen were happily splashing in the mud when they heard Changya's voice, and they immediately ran away. Oh woo-oo, where to poop? Wow, wow, here it comes. The 2 tiger cubs were overjoyed as soon as they entered the forest. Especially Dabao, he's like a wild tiger that's been unleashed. Little Wenwen is still the most obedient, and she comes back to rub against Changya every now and then. Changya watched the musk deer on the live stream. The direction they were running was clearly towards the cliff, a place Changya had never been to before. Changya's cabin is located in the middle of the mountain, while Lin Shi's cabin is on a cliff that is closest to it. However, at a normal physical condition and speed, it would take at least 2 or 3 hours to travel the distance. This musk deer certainly knows how to find a place. There isn't a single natural enemy of its here. The musk deer is already very fast, and it was also frightened just now, and it was worried about its cubs at home. This time, he rushed home without even taking a break. Changya looked in the direction Lin Shi had turned into. It must have made a nest on the edge of a cliff. The sensitivity of the forest musk deer is beyond our imagination. The existing data is based only on some discovered musk deer, but these musk deer are captured by humans. It must have been either injured or frightened, knowing it couldn't escape, making it difficult to accurately determine the true speed of the musk deer. Changya leisurely led the 2 tiger cubs over there. After all, they were just going to take a look. The musk deer is not in any danger, so there is no rush. Changya's conjecture was correct. They were almost at the edge of the cliff, and Changya watched as Lin Shi approached the cliff little by little. Then he jumped directly onto a high rock at the edge of the cliff. Changya watched the live stream and said, "This one is quite clever. Even if it's discovered here, it probably won't be able to jump up." The natural enemies of the forest musk deer are all very powerful animals on land, but the forest musk deer's leap makes it impossible for many animals to catch up. Although leopards may be able to jump, they can't possibly jump 2 meters high. Changya controlled the drone to ascend into the air, and sure enough, he spotted the musk deer among the layers of stone forest. Unsurprisingly, there were 2 small musk deer nearby. Musk deer usually give birth to 1 cub per litter, but this musk deer is quite remarkable, having given birth to 2. However, finding food is a big problem for it. There are many wolves and foxes out hunting this season. If a musk deer were to encounter one, it would probably be doomed. If the musk deer doesn't run back in time, it wouldn't be too difficult for the fox and wolf to catch up with it. Moreover, it would be even more dangerous if they encountered a pack of wolves. "I'll go and bring it some food." Changya turned and walked towards the wooden house. "I plan to deliver some fruit to Lin Shi when I get back. Otherwise, this season would be quite dangerous for the musk deer." The viewers in the live stream were still watching Lin Shi breastfeed her child. Meanwhile, in its own claws lay the food it had just been foraging for. The tender leaves that we could finish eating. This is so heartbreaking to see. This rock is truly a completely natural nest. But this place just doesn't look right. That's true, but this poor thing has so many natural enemies. Why does everything eat him? That's true, and judging from the looks of it, this large musk deer clearly doesn't have enough milk for its 2 cubs. Where's the streamer? Is the streamer going to feed them? The little musk deer is quite cute. It really does look a lot like Totoro. But this guy hid really well. He's a master of hide and seek. It's all about survival. This man wanted the musk. Is it possible that for every musk sample taken, there wasn't a single forest musk deer? If it saw Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, wouldn't it jump 3 meters on the spot and run away as fast as it could? That's probably why the streamer hasn't gotten close. I really want to give it the apple I'm holding. Looking at this reminds me of Tiger Girl for some reason. Looking at the musk deer and its 2 cubs, Changya was reminded of the time when Huniu fed the 2 tiger cubs. However, the viewers in the livestream did not disappoint and shattered this heartwarming scene. Haha, Tiger Girl could probably eat 3 in 1 bite. What are you saying upstairs? The musk deer is so cute, how can you eat it? That's so cruel. How could they eat a baby musk deer? The livestream was showing Lin Shi feeding her cubs, while Changya had also put on his backpack. I also put a lot of fruit in the 2 kids' cloth bags. Pick some tender leaves or moss on the way and put them there. It would be good to find a place with water to plant some moss. Changya quickly packed up and set off with Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. This musk deer is probably not getting enough nutrition. It will take some effort to feed its 2 cubs. Judging from the cub's expression, it's obvious that it can't get any milk out. Let's speed up and head over there. Changya put Dabao and Xiao Wenwen into the cloth bag to keep them from running around. After all, they had no idea where the musk deer was. However, the viewers in the live stream soon realized that Changya was clearly not heading towards the musk deer. It actually looks like it's closer to the water source. Wasn't the streamer going to deliver food to the musk deer? I don't know, this direction doesn't seem quite right. Perhaps they're looking for something? I remember the area where the musk deer ran was getting less and less wooded, but the area the streamer is running in seems to be getting more and more lush, right? Where are we going? But the streamer's speed is really fast. Yeah, that's speed. Fast? Fast in what way? No way, not again? Are they going to dig for moss? I remember the streamer saying before that musk deer eat moss. That's really true. The viewers in the live stream only realized what was happening when Changya stopped beside the moss-covered rocks by the river. Changya looked at the moss and simply pulled it up by the roots and stuffed it into a cloth bag. Dabao looked at the sudden appearance of a bunch of green grass. Awoo? Awoo? What is this? Little Wenwen stared wide-eyed at the grass, then leaned closer to smell it. He licked it. He opened his mouth and took a bite. Little Wenwen only took a small bite of the leaf, so naturally there was no reaction. In contrast, look at Dabao next to him. This time I was smarter. I waited until Xiao Wenwen took a bite before opening my mouth to eat. He ate without hesitation, directly biting off a third of what Changya had picked. But tigers don't eat that kind of thing. As soon as the moss entered his mouth, Dabao curiously chewed it. Awoo-woo, awoo-woo, this is absolutely awful. Dabao jumped out of the bag and spat out everything in his mouth. I even went to the river and drank several mouthfuls of water before I recovered. Changya looked at Dabao in front of him and said, "You seem to want to take a bite out of everything. Come." Changya carefully placed the moss he had picked before carrying Dabao over. I used a willow branch next to me to brush Dabao's teeth quickly. Awoo-woo, the poop is ready. Dabao jumped off Changya only after he felt the taste of moss in his mouth was gone, but this time he was much more obedient, simply following Changya's footsteps. So you've finally become honest? Let's go this way, so we don't get too close to them. Changya looked at the map generated by the system, which marked Lin Shi's route and current location. Changya then walked around the river towards a small grove of trees about 500 meters away from the musk deer. If we get too close, it might see us and hide inside, afraid to come out. It might even move away in a couple of days. Then we really won't be able to find it. Without having to catch the running tiger cubs, Changya quickly arrived at his destination. Changya took out a cloth bag and took out some of the fruit from it, keeping some for himself. Called Dabao and Xiao Wenwen to stop and tell them to stay where they are. That's when he started walking towards the musk deer with the fruit in his hand, slowly tossing some of the fruit towards the deer. Changya approached while watching the live stream. It was obvious that the musk deer hiding on the rock had heard the noise, and even stopped nursing its young. Not a single sound was uttered. It's like suddenly turning on silent mode. If Changya didn't have the affinity for all things, Lin Shi would probably have already led her 2 cubs away from the other side of the rock. Changya placed the fruit near the musk deer's rock before slowly leaving. Lin Shi listened to Changya's footsteps fading into the distance before slowly taking action. Placed the 2 cubs on a pile of hay to the side. However, the 2 kids were clearly not full, smacking their lips and looking unhappy. The musk deer leaped from the cliff face onto the rocks above. Everyone witnessed the musk deer's high jump skills once again. Although they knew the musk deer could jump, it still startled the viewers in the live broadcast room every time they saw it. Changya watched Lin Shi's movements from a short distance away. It's probably checking for danger. Normally, a musk deer would come out to check the situation and then immediately run back inside, but right now it needs to eat something nutritious, otherwise it won't have milk to feed its pups. That's why they'd come out to pick up the fruit, otherwise, they wouldn't. Lin Shi stood on the stone steps for several minutes to make sure that there was no danger to her around before she quickly jumped down. He grabbed a few fruits, pushed off with his front legs, and ran back. The drone footage shows Lin Shi munching on an apple and tearing apart the peach Changya had just left behind. The viewers in the live stream were all puzzled by Lin Shi's action. What are you doing? Why aren't you eating? Yeah, it's rotten now, isn't it? Is it still safe to eat? It seems the adorable musk deer isn't very good at eating. That's pretty strong. The peach broke as soon as I touched it, even though it looked quite nice. It looks delicious. It looks really good. Is it because the musk deer doesn't like peaches? Are you still a picky eater? But how do they eat this? Do they eat it differently than we do? Viewers in the live stream even began to wonder if there was something wrong with how they were eating the peaches. If Lin Shi were eating this herself, she would definitely have eaten it herself. But she has already stopped producing milk, so she will definitely give this peach to the cub. The cub can't eat it too, so she broke it. As soon as Changya finished speaking, he saw Lin Shi put down the apple she was eating. Take the peach that you just cut into pieces and continue to break it up. Then, the peaches were fed to the cubs little by little. This little musk deer looks to be only 4 months old. If it were a captive musk deer, it would start to use cow's milk instead of breast milk at 4 months old. After 4 months of breastfeeding and 4 months of formula feeding, it's about time to wean. Then you can start eating tender leaves and other small plants. Moreover, musk deer cubs are prone to illness, and once they get sick, the cure rate is very low. Otherwise, musk deer wouldn't be in such a hurry to risk going out to forage for food. Changya took the moss in his hand and walked towards a small puddle not far away. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen watched Changya busy himself and followed him with their short legs. Oh, Daddy, what are you doing? Wow. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen are still very obedient right now, otherwise, given Dabao's personality. If Changya hadn't reminded him, Dabao probably would have pounced on Lin Shi when she came out to pick up fruit. Spread some moss here. The water here will make it more moist, which will help the moss grow better. At least this will allow the musk deer to have something to eat for the next few days, so it doesn't have to go outside to find food. But we'll come back in a few days. If the moss is growing well, we don't need to come back. If that doesn't work, we'll bring it some more food. Changya planted the moss in his hand on the edge of the puddle. The moss was very resilient. They can quickly take root and survive as long as there is a little water. This shouldn't be a big problem. Changya washed his hands and touched the 2 tiger cubs next to him. You're so obedient. Let's go, I'll take you to find the Monkey King, okay? Dabao got really excited when he heard that. Oh woo. Changya patted Dabao's head. Keep your voice down. Sure enough, the musk deer, which had been feeding peaches, immediately stopped what it was doing. He stared blankly outside. Its hearing is very sensitive. This thing has been delivered. Let's go. Changya tidied up his things and placed the remaining fruit outside the stone. This is the direction they are heading back with Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. Let's go. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen followed Changya with small steps. Changya looked at the surrounding bushes, then took out the universal detector and held it in his hand. I want to check if there are any traps or anything like that around here. The system's map is gradually being generated as Changya walks along. Even the species of trees are labeled. Although Chang Yuran walked forward, he still left the drone with Lin Shi. The viewers in the livestream were watching as the musk deer carried the fruit one by one into its den. The musk deer must be very curious to know where this kind person came from. This is far too much. Is this considered forest delivery? Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. So cute, bouncing around like that. Little musk deer looks worried, surely it won't go without milk now. But the streamer can't exactly bring food every day, can they? Didn't you see upstairs? The streamer just planted some moss nearby. It even eats moss? How can something so easy to care for be endangered? That's a question for those who hunted them. Ultimately, it's all the poacher's fault. Most poachers come to capture musk deer under the guise of wild musk, but in fact, those that are raised in captivity can also be used for medicinal purposes. There's not much difference. If you need it, just buy it from official channels and don't believe those random things. Changya watched as Lin Shi carried all the fruit inside, and now she had started breastfeeding. Only then did I feel relieved and get the drone back on track. The group had now reached the familiar main road. Dabao looked around and immediately tried to run back to the woods where the Monkey King had been. Fortunately, Changya reacted quickly and lifted him up. You've gone the wrong way, this way. Changya placed Dabao on the road to the peach grove. They moved a long time ago, let's go this way to find it. Awoo. Dabao stared at Changya with wide, confused eyes. It was obvious that he recognized that this was not the road to the peach grove. Little Wenwen, will you lead the way? Changya looked at Dabao, who was not moving, and reached out to pat Xiao Wenwen, who was sitting next to his leg. Go to the peach grove to find the Monkey King. Xiao Wenwen looked at Changya and rubbed against his hand. That's how you run forward. Waa. Good. Seeing that Xiao Wenwen had already run away, Dabao didn't think much about it and just ran after her. Changya followed behind the two children, carrying a detector. As it turns out, the musk deer really did find itself a very safe nest. Changya hadn't found any animal traps along the way. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Awoo. As soon as Dabao arrived at the peach grove, he wanted to rush towards the monkey troop, but fortunately, the Monkey King had learned his lesson this time. He ran out and stopped Dabao. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak. Awoo. Dabao looked at the Monkey King blocking his way, completely bewildered. Dabao, slow down, or you'll scare them away. Changya stepped forward and rubbed Dabao's puzzled head. Looking at the golden monkeys hanging all over the peach tree, Changya immediately spotted the baby monkey he had helped deliver earlier. This little monkey is as popular as ever. In a nearby tree, several mother monkeys were surrounding their now stretched baby monkey. Meanwhile, the baby monkey's mother was nestled in the tree eating peaches. A group of female monkeys nearby were helping to look after the baby monkeys. The baby monkey will have its fur licked in this mother monkey's hand. Later, another female monkey will help me catch the fleas. In a little while, her mother will carry her over to eat peaches. She can be described as being showered with love and affection. The little monkey is always popular in the monkey troop. This welcome will continue until the next baby monkey is born. Then this little monkey will become one of the mothers in the group, and will also cherish the next newborn baby. There are always their own rules in the animal world. Changya maneuvered the drone over there and looked at the little monkey. Newborn monkeys look like dolls, they're tiny, but their fur is already quite long. Golden monkeys naturally have golden fur, and newborn monkeys have extremely clean fur. And these aunties lick his fur every day, making his body incredibly shiny. Moreover, he has big, bright eyes, and he's curious about everything. She stares at everything with wide, innocent eyes. It's so cute. When it sees something it wants to eat, it opens its mouth wide, revealing 2 teeth, and waits for a female monkey to feed it to its mouth. Meanwhile, the Monkey King and Dabao started playing a game of chasing each other. But this time was different. The Monkey King never left the peach grove. Changya saw many other monkey groups eyeing him menacingly in the vicinity, clearly wanting to fight the Monkey King. But since they couldn't win, they could only wait on the sidelines. Once the Monkey King leaves, he will secretly make his own mark there. It left its own scent to provoke the Monkey King. However, the Monkey King had to protect the little monkeys at this time, so naturally he wouldn't fight with them. Changya controlled the drone to look at the golden monkeys around him. The number of golden monkeys in the Monkey King's group is actually not large, but their victory lies in the strength of the Monkey King. As it stands, none of the monkeys around here are capable of fighting the Monkey King, otherwise these monkeys wouldn't be standing still. The Monkey King occupies this small peach grove, and it's likely that he'll have to fight it out from time to defend his territory. Once we leave, there will always be strong monkeys to challenge us. Who knows when we'll come back and the monkeys in this peach grove will have changed. The viewers in the live stream were marveling at the little monkey's cuteness, so they were somewhat surprised to hear Changya say that. This little golden monkey is so beautiful and exquisite. The bewildered monkey is so cute. Is this what it means to be weighted on hand and foot? I'm so envious of this little monkey's treatment. What an adorable baby monkey. Is it possible for any golden monkey to be domesticated? Is the person upstairs dreaming? There probably isn't anyone who can defeat the Monkey King right now, right? Brother Chang, could you ask Dabao to help them? Let Tiger Girl scare them away. The Golden Monkeys battle. After the Monkey King left, Dabao was left without anyone to race. Where's Brother Chang's monkey wine? Yeah, could you help the Monkey King establish a title of overlord? That's great, it's winner takes all, after all. Changya looked at the wildly imaginative thoughts in the comments. Once the Tiger Girl arrives, the Monkey King will probably run away with his cubs without the other monkey troop fighting. Dabao and the others can play with the Monkey King because the Monkey King is certain that Dabao will not harm them. But when Tiger Girl arrives, the first thing to do, without thinking, is to run away. This Tiger Girl's aura is no joke. Changya looked at Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, who were playing with Peaches again not far away, and the helpless Monkey King on the other side. This is food for the Monkey King and his friends. Watching Dabao and Xiao Wenwen play, the Monkey King was truly a little heartbroken. In the end, he simply turned his head away, refusing to look at the two tiger cubs. He went to sleep on a big tree nearby. Changya couldn't help but laugh when he saw the Monkey King's expression. You two have really left the Monkey King speechless. Let's go, we've had our fun, let's head back first. Changya, remembering that he hadn't finished planting his tree yet, casually picked a few peaches and put them in his backpack. After all, the peaches from before had all been given to Lin Shi to eat. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen were also carrying their own peach toys, following at Changya's feet. The peach that Dabao was holding in its mouth had already had its skin pierced by its teeth. With each step Dabao took, the peaches began to ooze juice, leaving a fragrant scent on the ground. Little Wenwen followed closely at Changya's feet, going wherever Changya went. Wah-ah-ah-ah. Wah-ah-ah-ah. Something seems off about the poop. Xiao Wenwen shrank her nose and nudged Changya's leg with her head, signaling Changya to wait a moment. Changya looked at Xiao Wenwen, who had suddenly stopped beside him, and asked, "What's wrong?" Changya turned his head to look at Xiao Wenwen. Looks like a formidable monkey has arrived. The peach grove was just a warm and cozy place, but now an uninvited guest has arrived. The Monkey King was originally sleeping in the big tree, and also keeping watch. He was now standing in front of his wife and children, staring intently at the golden monkey that was darting toward the peach grove from not far away. Squeak! Squeak! The little monkeys that were initially eyeing the area warily have long since disappeared. The Monkey King raised its voice and let out a sharp cry, warning the golden monkey that was rushing towards the peach grove. Squeak! Squeak! Upon hearing the Monkey King's voice, the other female monkeys also raised their voices. Squeak! 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 Suddenly, the golden monkey's piercing warning cries echoed through the woods. However, it was clear that this had no effect on the golden monkey that was determined to seize the territory. The Monkey King placed his baby monkey in a bush to protect it, and then walked forward to the area around the peach grove. Squeak! 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 Changya adjusted the drone to the monkey troop's direction, and only then could he clearly see the golden monkey that was darting towards them. This golden monkey is really strong. It looks much stronger than the one that fought with the Monkey King before. This is probably a bit dangerous. If you see this situation in the wild, you must not go up and say you're helping someone. Otherwise, the monkey troop will attack you as well, which is very dangerous. It's best to stay away. Changya didn't move forward either, but stayed where he was to see what was going on. After all, I delivered this baby monkey myself, so it's not too late to help the monkey troop if they end up in danger. However, Changya would definitely not take sides in this matter of fighting for territory. Let the Monkey King let his strength speak for itself. Changya noticed that the golden monkey that had come to challenge the school was followed by quite a few female monkeys. This monkey that came to take over the territory brought all the female monkeys with it. It probably thinks it's got the place in the bag. It looks like this monkey has already taken over quite a bit of territory. This is a tough one. The viewers in the live stream also became tense along with the Monkey King. Is this for real? I knew such a beautiful peach orchard would be fought over. But it's a baby monkey. Should Brother Chang go and bring it over? No, I already said we can't interfere. Besides, it's too late to hug him now. Look, he's already right in front of us. Wow, they brought all their female monkeys along too. Does this mean they're planning something big? Didn't many people challenge the Monkey King to a fight before, and none of them succeeded? The other estimates are probably the same. Can the previous one compare to this one? This one is so strong, it's only slightly weaker than the Monkey King. And the Monkey King also has to protect his cubs. This is somewhat of a disadvantage. Go Monkey King! This is the directness of the animal kingdom fighting over territory without hesitation. Changya looked at the baby monkeys in the camera lens. When these two groups of monkeys fight, the leader usually strikes first, and then the mother monkeys join the battle. Let's take a look. However, the monkeys from that forest came to fight the Monkey King. It's not that the things in that grove were particularly good, there were other reasons too. Changya recalled the forest he had visited earlier, and indeed there wasn't much fresh fruit for the golden monkeys to fight over. That's because the Monkey King and his troop are actually moving around every day. There are 7 or 8 groups of monkeys in that forest. Their territories change every day because they need fresh food. Monkeys have a large appetite, which leads to overlapping territories among many groups, which is what causes the disputes. But this is a peach orchard. This small patch of peach trees is actually not very big. If it's just the Monkey King and his troop here, it's enough for them to eat for a long time. But if other monkey troops also live nearby, this peach orchard will probably be picked clean very soon. That's why the Monkey King protects this peach orchard so much, so that his monkey troop can live peacefully for several months without having to search for fresh food everywhere. Otherwise, so many monkey troops wouldn't have come to provoke the Monkey King, attempting to establish their own territory nearby. The golden snub-nosed monkeys, who had come with great force, also declared war on the Monkey King at this time. Squeak! 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 The shrill sound pierced everyone's eardrums, and everyone in the live stream immediately turned their volume down silently. That monkey has such a loud voice. It's terrifying. Are these monkeys fighting in the middle of the night? If I heard that at night, I'd be terrified. It really is, it's so jarring. The baby monkeys are definitely cuter. Yeah, the little monkey is cuter. Its voice is almost as loud as the Tiger Girl's roar. If Tiger Girl were to appear at this moment, it would truly be a comedy. Tiger Girl is probably eating out, she's not really interested in watching other people fight. Haha, eating out, that's such a vivid description. Those who quietly lower their voices, gather here. Upstairs +1. This situation is actually quite frightening. Won't it hurt the baby monkey? Probably not, but Dabao isn't really interested in fighting. Changya looked at the 2 tiger cubs next to him who were playing with peaches. It was Xiao Wenwen who discovered it at first. I guess the 2 kids thought the monkey was playing, and their attention was all on the peaches, so they didn't care about anything else. Changya looked at the 2 cubs, picked them up and put them aside to play, while he watched the little monkey that the Monkey King had placed in the bushes. As long as it doesn't threaten the little monkey, we won't help, okay? Changya adjusted the drone to the right angle so that everyone in the live stream could see the golden monkey's movements, and he could also notice the baby monkey next to him. Squeak! Squeak! The golden monkey that came to seize the territory finally lost patience with the Monkey King. They launched the first attack. With one hand gripping the tree branch, it stretched out its other claw and reached for the Monkey King. Clearly, the Monkey King didn't want to fight the golden monkey directly, so he grabbed a branch and swung to a nearby tree. The Monkey King is trying to lure the golden monkey away. He's probably afraid that if the 2 monkeys fight, he won't be able to take care of the baby monkey. Seeing the Monkey King run to one side, the golden monkey quickly swung its arm and followed. Squeak! Squeak! When the Monkey King saw the golden monkey following him, he immediately stopped worrying. It opened its mouth wide, revealing its fangs, and lunged at the golden monkey. The golden monkey grabbed a tree trunk and swung to one side to avoid the Monkey King's attack. But soon, the Monkey King launched a new attack. After all, he is the Monkey King, and he truly deserves the title. No matter how fast the golden monkey is, it can't outrun the Monkey King's claws. Squeak! Soon, wounds from the Monkey King's claws appeared on the golden monkey's body. The golden monkey avoided the Monkey King before looking at the wounds on its own body. He immediately became angry. The gaze it gave the Monkey King grew increasingly fierce. It licked its wounds and charged directly at the Monkey King. The Monkey King was not to be outdone, and without even dodging, he directly engaged the golden monkey in battle. The 2 Monkey Kings here are fighting fiercely. Meanwhile, the female monkeys on the other side also started a melee. However, the fighting on the mother monkey's side was relatively more civilized than that on the Monkey King's side. So far, there has been no bloodshed. They were just locked in a fierce battle. The baby monkey's mother stayed close to her child, preventing any other mother monkey from taking her offspring away. The live stream viewers were also focused on the little monkey. Squeak! 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 However, since there are so many female monkeys on the other side, the mother of this baby monkey will inevitably be attacked. Soon the baby monkey's mother could no longer care for her baby. The mother golden monkey opposite clearly had ill intentions towards the tiny baby monkey. When 2 groups of golden snub-nosed monkeys fight, some female monkeys will snatch the babies of other female monkeys, and sometimes they will even take the babies away directly and keep them for themselves. Moreover, the baby monkeys quickly become familiar with the scent of other female monkeys, so they are not averse to other female monkeys. It won't hurt the baby monkey, but if the other side takes it away, it will probably be very difficult to get it back. But don't worry. Changya watched the live stream and saw that the mother monkey had been entangled by the other monkeys. I really don't have the energy to worry about the baby monkey. Squeak squeak. The baby monkey's unique sound quickly attracted the attention of the monkey troop opposite. Changya wasn't in a hurry, he simply patted Dabao and Xiao Wenwen beside him. Dabao, Xiao Wenwen, go and get the little monkey. Don't worry, everyone. Even if the other side snatches this little monkey away, nothing will happen to him. But let's still protect the Monkey King. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen immediately dropped the peaches they had just been playing with when they saw Changya pointing at the little monkey. It ran straight towards the baby monkey. Oh woo-oo, okay, daddy. Wow, wait for me. The viewers in the live stream finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the chat messages returned to their normal scrolling speed. Why are there still people trying to snatch children? Isn't this the same kind of situation as those aunties who were scrambling to hold the babies before? But it won't do if these monkeys take the monkey away. Dabao, go and fetch the baby monkey back. I don't think Dabao would eat monkeys, right? I definitely won't eat it. Brother Chang always has a way. This Monkey King is truly the Monkey King. Look at the golden monkey next to him, it seems to be running out of energy. Of course, the Monkey King is the Monkey King after all. Many others have challenged the Monkey King to fight before, but they were all chased away by him. The Monkey King truly lives up to his name. Looks like they're going to win. Go, Monkey King. Come back and protect the mother monkey. There are so many monkeys on the other side. Changya smiled as he looked at the comments. You guys are really good at mediating disputes. Changya looked at the Monkey King and the golden monkey beside him. It was obvious that the golden monkey was standing on a tree trunk to the side, constantly dodging the Monkey King's attacks. Although the Monkey King was somewhat tired, he did not back down in the slightest. Squeak! Squeak! The Monkey King, watching the golden monkey on the other side, let out a harsh, discouraging cry. However, it looks like the Monkey King is going to win, since the golden monkeys had already run quite a distance before they arrived. Facing such a formidable opponent, they definitely won't be able to handle it. This golden monkey is quite formidable. It's impressive that it could fight the Monkey King for so long. This is just a normal game between golden monkeys. Territory disputes happen frequently. If we encounter them, we should just let them compete among themselves. Meanwhile, the appearance of Dabao and Xiao Wenwen on the other side of the female monkeys also surprised the troop. Of course, this has less of a deterrent effect on the monkey troop of the Monkey King, who have already been frightened by Dabao and Xiao Wenwen many times. After all, they knew that their eldest brother had a good relationship with Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, so he didn't react much at this moment. He was just focused on facing the monkey opposite him. However, the monkeys opposite them had no intention of fighting at this moment, and immediately stopped what they were doing and retreated. Squeak! 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 While retreating, they kept making distress calls, clearly appealing to the golden monkeys for help. However, by this time, the golden monkeys had already been led to another side by the Monkey King. Even if they wanted to come over, they would have to get rid of the Monkey King first. Dabao looked at the noisy monkeys and shook his head in annoyance. Little Wenwen followed her brother straight to the haystack where the baby monkey was, gently picked it up, and ran towards Changya. Little Wenwen's action startled even the female monkeys on the Monkey King's side. Seeing Xiao Wenwen carrying the baby monkey and running away, the baby monkey's mother rushed over to follow Xiao Wenwen. Other female monkeys, though clearly very eager, were deterred by the presence of others vying for territory. They had no choice but to hold on to their position for now. Little Wenwen found it very amusing to carry the baby monkey in her mouth, and happily ran towards Changya. They had no intention of paying any attention to the mother monkey behind them. Wah-ah-ah, here's your poop. Soon, Xiao Wenwen and Dabao returned to Changya's side with the little monkey. Changya took the bewildered little monkey from Xiao Wenwen's mouth. Meanwhile, the monkey's mother, who had rushed over with Xiao Wenwen earlier, also saw Changya at this moment. Only after Changya picked up the little monkey did he slow down. Squeak! Squeak! Don't worry, I'm just keeping an eye on it for you. I'll return it to you later. Changya held the baby monkey in his arms and pointed to the Monkey King towards the baby monkey's mother. The mother monkey watched her baby monkey from the tree branch for a long time. Only after calling out to Changya twice did he walk towards the monkey troop. We'll just help look after the baby monkeys. Whether they fight for territory is up to them to decide. But when Dabao and Xiao Wenwen went over just now, they must have scared the monkeys on the other side. Changya looked at the once arrogant and domineering monkeys, who were now cowering and dared not approach rashly. Squeak squeak squeak. When the baby monkey's mother returned to the troop, she used her calls to let everyone know that her baby monkey was alright. That's good now. The female monkeys on the Monkey King's side were finally free of worries, no longer concerned about their baby monkeys being stolen. Looking at the timid and hesitant appearance on the other side, they launched the attack directly. The golden monkey troop never expected that their attempt to steal the baby monkeys would instead attract the attention of tigers. They haven't even recovered from what Dabao and Xiao Wenwen have said yet. They were relentlessly chased and beaten by the female monkeys on the Monkey King's side. Squeak squeak squeak. Squeak squeak squeak. The Monkey King roared at the already injured golden monkey. The golden monkey looked at the Monkey King's energetic appearance, and then at the monkey troop that had been crushed not far away. He swung his arm and grabbed the tree trunk, returning to his troop of monkeys. Meanwhile, the Monkey King returned to his territory to protect his mother. I guess this golden monkey is leaving. He knows very well that he can't beat the Monkey King. It seems the Monkey King will have some peace and quiet for a while, since there are quite a few monkeys watching. They definitely won't dare to challenge the Monkey King to a fight again anytime soon. The Monkey King has once again established his authority. Changya turned his head and carefully observed the Monkey King's actions, then changed his opinion. It seems the Monkey King won't be able to resolve this so easily this time. He'll probably have to come back a few more times later. The viewers in the live stream witnessed a fierce battle and were truly impressed by the golden monkeys. That's so fierce, oh my god. If that tooth had bitten me, I'd probably be dead. Is this tactic of fighting for territory to the point of utter destruction? This is so exciting. If the baby monkey gets taken away, will it start calling the Monkey King over their daddy? How despicable. Isn't this human trafficking? The Monkey King is still the best. Look at all those muscles. The other monkey looks pretty strong, but he still can't beat the Monkey King. To be robbed on one's own territory, how can one live up to the title of Monkey King? That's right, the Monkey King, you know. But why do the monkeys around here also seem eager to try? Yeah, look, the little monkey in that corner is peeing under the tree. Is this a provocation? We haven't even had one leave yet, and another one is already here? This is where the golden monkey's intelligence lies, you might not be able to tell. However, the golden monkey on the other side was injured and definitely couldn't defeat the Monkey King, but the Monkey King's hind leg was also injured. You might not notice it yet because of its long fur, but if you look closely, you'll see that the Monkey King is clearly somewhat hindered when it jumps. Changya looked at the small clump of fur that had solidified on the Monkey King's hind leg. It is clear that injuries were sustained during the fight. The golden snub-nosed monkeys, having returned to their own troop, now looked at the ferocious-looking monkeys opposite them. Squeak! Squeak! He gritted his teeth and smacked his lips at the Monkey King. Then it turned and flew away into the distance, and the female golden monkeys, seeing that their leader had left, had no heart to fight anymore. They quickly fled in droves, following the golden monkeys. However, Changya did not immediately go forward to return the baby monkey to the Monkey King, but instead sat down on the spot. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen stared with their tiger-like eyes, curiously looking at the little monkey they had rescued. Awoo. The poop is so small. W.A. Its fur looks just like ours. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, you did a good job this time. How about we go back and have some milk later? Changya reached out and ruffled the hair of Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. As Dabao and Xiao Wenwen consume more and more nutrients each day, their body hair becomes increasingly thick. It feels very comfortable to the touch. Your fur grows really fast. Changya looked again at the baby monkey in his arms. Although the baby monkeys have quite long fur when they are first born, they always feel ball to the touch. This streamer is putting down one person to praise another. Monkey cub, there's no harm without comparison. But why isn't the Monkey King hugging his own baby? Should we let the streamer take it back? Probably not. Didn't the streamer say it wouldn't be that fast? There might be other monkeys coming up. This is so tiring, fighting every day. Just for these peaches? The Monkey King is impressive, but now that he's injured, won't some other monkey take advantage of the situation? Those fighting sounds were really scary. Does the sound of spiky spikes come from the forest? Turns out it was monkeys fighting. Seriously, that golden monkey was really fast at escaping. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. If you've already lost, why wouldn't you run fast? Are you just waiting to get beaten up? In wars between golden monkeys, one side usually concedes defeat and then simply creates distance. The other side won't attack and then, they'll still uphold martial ethics. Changya was also thinking of showing everyone the baby monkey in his arms. However, the monkey troop that had been eyeing the Monkey King for a long time could no longer hold back. The Monkey King looked around at the monkeys who were trying to take advantage of the chaos. Squeak! 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 He roared at them at the top of his lungs, clearly warning them not to be arrogant. The surrounding golden monkeys thought that the Monkey King would be weaker after this battle, but they were surprised by the sounds it was making. It was as powerful as ever, and many monkeys around were immediately deterred. Even the golden snub-nosed monkey, which was much stronger than him, couldn't defeat the Monkey King. However, some overconfident monkeys still roared at the Monkey King. This is clearly a provocation. The Monkey King had no patience to play along with the other party. He simply stretched out his arms, swung the branch, and launched an attack on the monkey. This really frightened the surrounding monkey troop. The monkey that had just been roaring at the Monkey King was now so frightened by him that it retreated step by step. Squeak squeak. Seeing that no other monkeys dared to approach, the Monkey King headed towards Chang Ye's direction. Squeak squeak. Chang Ye looked at the Monkey King in front of him and placed the baby monkey in his hand into the Monkey King's hand. Don't go yet. Chang Ye saw the Monkey King about to run into the monkey troop, so he reached out and grabbed it. The Monkey King looked at Chang Ye, who was grabbing his hind leg, with a completely bewildered expression. Squeak. Chang Ye took out a water bottle and medicine from his backpack. They poured water directly onto the Monkey King's hind legs, washing away the sand from the wound and the blood from the fur. Part the hair on the legs, apply the medicine, and then restore the hair. This was when he finally released the Monkey King's leg. Go. The Monkey King felt the medicine on his leg and was able to endure the pain as he flew up the tree. This time, we could only carefully walk across the tree trunk. Chang Ye looked at the Monkey King's sudden clumsiness and said, "This medicine won't fall off. You're being too cautious. Just be normal." Dabao, standing under the tree, watched the clumsy Monkey King and laughed at him in his small voice. "Oh woo, Daddy, look how clumsy it is." Chang Ye grabbed Dabao and brought him back, fearing that if he didn't keep an eye on the guy, he would run away with the Monkey King again. Only after listening to Chang Ye's words did the Monkey King slowly swing back down the tree trunk. Chang Ye realized that there was nothing more for him to do with the remaining matters, so he took Dabao and Xiao Wenwen and headed towards the cabin. If you see an injured animal in the wild, it's better to find a rescue station. After all, you may not know much about animals and it's easy to get hurt by mistake. The way this Monkey King looks after the medicine is applied is so similar to how I looked when I had a cast on. Haha, it's true that monkeys are the most human-like creatures. A strangely adorable feeling. But will the Monkey King have to deal with all this every day from now on? That's possible. That must be exhausting. No wonder the Monkey King always stands so high. He's on guard duty, isn't he? Who cares? The Monkey King is bound to win. Dabao even teased them, it was so cute. Dabao and the Monkey King are a perfect match, though their relationship is complicated. Dabao is quite effective at scaring the opposing troop of monkeys. Of course, it's the king of beasts, after all. Let Tiger Girl come. Tiger Girl, don't chat while sleeping. Chang Ye took the two children straight back to the vegetable garden. Looking at the tree he had just placed next to him, he thought, should I plant this tree near the crested ibis? But I reckon the crested ibises will eat all the leaves before it even flowers or bears fruit. After all, the area around it is full of rocks and towering trees, so there are no tender leaves for it to eat. Besides, even if it can jump 2 meters, it can probably only pick a little bit. Forget it, I'd better keep a close eye on things. Chang Ye replanted the remaining apricot tree in the backyard. Meanwhile, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen were very helpful in tamping down the soil for Chang Ye. Chang Ye watched the two tiger cubs play from the side and casually picked a tomato next to him. These tomatoes are growing very well. At noon. Before Chang Ye could finish speaking, he heard a sound coming from the roof. Chirp, chirp. Chang Ye looked at the eagle above his head, while the eagle was looking at the tomato in her hand. You're going to eat? Chang Ye picked another one and threw it onto the roof. Chirp chirp. The golden eagle caught the tomato in one bite, and the red juice of the tomato flowed out of the golden eagle's beak. Only after finishing the tomatoes did I fly away, completely satisfied. When the golden eagle flew away, viewers in the live stream flooded the chat with messages urging Chang Ye to follow it and go check on it. What's Chang Ge doing with the golden eagle? Why don't we go with it? Yes. I really want to see golden eagles. They're so handsome. Brother Chang, hurry. The streamer can't fly, why are you all yelling like that? The live streamer can't fly, but the drone can. The golden eagle is so handsome. Tiger Girl and the golden eagle are just, oh my god. Is the golden eagle going fishing? The golden eagle is truly dazzling in the sun. It's so beautiful. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen are so cute, and the golden eagle is so handsome. I've collected everything I wanted, sob sob. Hey streamer, take a look at the golden eagle. Chang Ye looked at the comments in the live stream. Since he had nothing else to do at the moment, he simply agreed. They've probably gone out to find food. Let me take you to see the golden eagle catching fish. However, the golden eagle will probably circle around before it goes to catch fish. Chang Ye piloted the drone to the area where the golden eagles usually forage. At this moment, Sister Diao did not appear in Chang Ye's sight. Instead, it was the birds foraging on the other side of the river that caught Chang Ye's attention. At the same time, the system's voice sounded. Alert! Crested ibis, a class I protected animal in China, has been detected. A bird of the ibis family, genus crested ibis, historically known as the red ibis or crested ibis. Personality traits: relatively solitary and quiet, only calling during flight, silent during normal flight and foraging, generally solitary, rarely living with other birds. Physical characteristics: adult crested ibises are entirely white with some pale pink tinges, especially when flying. They have a crest of feathers that follows the shape of their head. Their face, including the facial features, is almost entirely featherless and a bright red, except for the tips of their beaks and lower beak, which are red. The rest of their body is black. Habits: they are accustomed to walking in water, live in damp places, and forage for small shrimp, small fish, and other animals, occasionally eating insects. They nest in tall trees. Feather: outside of the breeding season, the entire body is white, with a few pinkish feathers, specifically under the wings and on the tail. The crested ibis is a Class I protected animal in China and is listed as a vulnerable species in the Red Data Book of Endangered Animals of China, Animal Category. Listed in the IUCN Red List of Threatened Species 2012. Unlocked Dragon Kingdom S-Level Protected Animal Encyclopedia 896. A Class I protected animal in the Qinling Mountains distribution area of China. Progress completed 2317. Location information: located directly north of the host, at a straight line distance of 500 plus meters. The image of the crested ibis will appear and be marked on the GPS system map in 3 seconds. Chengya looked at the crested ibis on the other side of the river and slowly maneuvered the drone closer. After all, this is a rare bird to see. This type of bird is called the crested ibis. Due to environmental degradation and deforestation, people once thought it was extinct. But everyone should have seen this bird in their elementary school textbooks. There's a story behind how it was able to reproduce. Chengya picked up Dabao and Xiao Wenwen and carried them to the riverbank. After all, seeing the crested ibis on camera is completely different from seeing it with your own eyes. To truly appreciate the beauty of the crested ibis's vibrant colors, one must see it in person. In the 1980s, there were only 7 crested ibises in the entire country, but according to statistics, there were more than 7,000 by May of last year. However, many of them are bred in captivity and then released into the wild. This one is probably also bred in captivity and then released into the wild. But crested ibises are usually bred by humans until they can forage for themselves and then released into the wild. This crested ibis looks to be about 10 years old and should be a long-time resident of the Qinling Mountains. Chengya observed the skin on the crested ibis's legs, the shape of its claws, the length of its nails, and of course, the luster of its feathers. The color of this crested ibis's feathers is still very bright and the feathers are very shiny, which shows that it is a mature crested ibis. When buying birds, you can also look at the bird's claws, legs, and feathers to judge the bird's age. Many people in the flower and bird market say that the shorter the bird's claws, the younger it is, but it is not about the length of the claws, but about their sharpness. The older the bird, the less sharp its claws tend to be. In addition, young birds generally have brown, shiny skin on their legs, toes, and claws with a light red tinge. As Chengya spoke, he adjusted the drone to the position of the crested ibis's claw, and the crested ibis's legs, toes, and claws just matched what Chengya described. There were quite a few bird owners in the live stream, and when they heard Chengya talking about this, they immediately ran over to observe their pets. Brother Cheng, this is what my parrot looks like. I think I've been scammed. The bird I bought a few days ago must have had sharp claws. My cage is covered in claw marks. Ha ha ha, the person upstairs has a great image. Mine is too. This crested ibis has such beautiful colors. I'd only ever seen pictures of it before, and I thought it was dyed. I didn't expect it to be this beautiful. The color scheme is so predictable, and the wings are a gradient. Seriously, and that mouth looks like it's really good at catching fish. It seems to be in an elementary school textbook. Are the people upstairs elementary school students? I think I remember that too. Is it true that this bird can change color? It seems that scientists found a bird and then successfully bred it. Yes, some people do know about it. When the researchers discovered it, they were very excited and kept observing that nest of crested ibises. It was quite a coincidence that at that time, one of the chicks fell to the ground and was picked up by an ornithologist. It was a male lesser crested ibis. After that, this little crested ibis became a treasure of the research institute. It was artificially bred until it grew up before being released back to breed. A few more were discovered intermittently, but before artificial breeding, only 7 remained. Therefore, intervention is only necessary as a last resort, otherwise, another animal species might disappear. Soon Chengya led the 2 tiger cubs to the other side of the river, where they saw the crested ibis foraging for food in front of them. Chengya controlled the drone to film the crested ibis's movements, and it must be said that the crested ibis's movements were very elegant. The adult crested ibis also spotted Chengya, but did not fly away immediately, since Chengya did not show any intention to attack it. Chengya found a rock to sit on and decided to take a closer look at the crested ibis. It's already the end of spring, otherwise we might still be able to see the gray crested ibis. Crested ibises breed in the spring, when they use their beaks to extract a gray pigment secreted from the muscles of their necks and then apply it to their feathers, turning their heads, necks, upper backs, and wings grayish-black. This makes them less likely to be discovered by predators or humans, allowing them to safely build nests and lay eggs in tall trees such as cork oak. The crested ibis that is currently in everyone's view is a male, which is why its vibrant colors are not concealed. Otherwise, we really wouldn't be able to see those beautiful feathers. Although there are more crested ibises now, they are still being protected. Some of the animals that were released were in relatively remote and scattered locations. Therefore, the crested ibis is still a very rare species for a mountain. However, while admiring them, everyone should be aware that crested ibises often build their nests in very tall trees for survival. However, the tall trees where these birds built their nests were cut down by illegal loggers, leaving the crested ibis homeless. Changya showed the viewers in the live stream the target of the crested ibis in the river. Moreover, crested ibises rarely forage near rivers. It is because large areas of paddy fields suitable for crested ibises to forage have been turned into dry fields that crested ibises forage here. Many crested ibises that were not adapted went to farmland to forage and ended up being poisoned by pesticides. Moreover, the crested ibis only has one wild population, and once an epidemic breaks out, it can easily lead to the extinction of the population. In addition, its reproductive capacity is relatively low. Ordinary birds may lay 7 or 8 eggs in a clutch, or even more than a dozen. But crested ibises lay only 2 or 3 eggs in a clutch, and the survival rate is low. Although these birds look very beautiful, they are simply not very strong against their natural enemies. Since there are crested ibises in the Kinling Mountains, let's go find those tall trees and take some protective measures for them. At this moment, the crested ibis, which was leisurely strolling along the riverbank, suddenly flapped its wings and took flight. Chirp, chirp, chirp. When the crested ibis takes flight, the pale color of its wings makes it look like a colorful painting. The crested ibis in front of us took flight and plunged straight into the water with a bang. It picked up a small fish directly. Chirp, chirp. The crested ibis, carrying the fish it had caught, was about to fly ashore to enjoy its meal when, it's quite a coincidence. Changya looked at the golden eagle circling down above him. Aren't these two going to fight over the food? The golden eagle clearly had no such intention, but the crested ibis on the side watched the approaching golden eagle with great caution. As the golden eagle approached, the crested ibis became increasingly cautious. But this is clearly a bold crested ibis. The golden eagle had just approached the ground when the crested ibis launched the first attack. Chirp, chirp. The golden eagle's original target was the large fish in the river, but that was disrupted by the crested ibis. The big fish in the river had long since swum away. Chirp, chirp. The golden eagle looked at the crested ibis not far away with a puzzled expression and let out a confused cry. Changya watched the two birds confront each other. Golden eagle, come here. Upon hearing Changya's voice, the golden eagle decided to ignore the crested ibis and spread its wings to fly towards Changya. But what surprised everyone was, after taking flight, the golden eagle did not fly directly to the other side, but instead made a sharp turn and snatched away the small fish that the crested ibis had left aside. Haha, you really hold a grudge. Changya looked at the golden eagle that flew to his side. Now they are happily eating the small fish that the crested ibis caught. Let's go, or these two birds might start fighting. Changya looked at the bewildered crested ibis opposite him. If Dabao and Xiao Wenwen hadn't been there, it might have flown over. Chirp, chirp. The golden eagle finished eating the small fish and flew away immediately. The viewers in the live stream consistently praised the golden eagle for its handsomeness and majesty. I never expected the golden eagle to have this side to it. Haha, what a bold crested ibis. If golden eagles didn't refuse to eat birds, this bird would probably be extinct. Ha ha ha, the golden eagle always gets revenge. The golden eagle always looks so cool when it takes flight. The crested ibis is so beautiful. I think I've seen it while hiking before, but I didn't know what it was back then. I'm starting to really like them. The golden eagle is so handsome and the crested ibis is so beautiful. This can't be ignored if you just blindly follow trends. The crested ibis must be completely bewildered. Changya couldn't help but laugh when he saw the crested ibis opposite him. It's alright, it should get used to it. Chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp. The crested ibis called twice in the direction the golden eagle had flown away, but instead of continuing to forage for food, it picked up a small twig from the side and flew away into the distance. Changya had the drone follow the crested ibis, while he himself walked towards the cabin. It has a twig in its mouth, so it's probably gone back to build its nest. Let's see where it lives and then go protect it so it won't get eaten by snakes. There are still quite a few large snakes this season. If a snake climbs up a tree when the crested ibis isn't paying attention, it can easily swallow the ibis whole. Changya went straight to the attic after returning to the cabin and found a pile of plastic sheets there. After a quick packing, I set off with Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. When Dabao and Xiao Wenwen saw Changya walking out again, they stopped him at the door. Changya looked at the two tiger cubs. What's wrong? So you're asking for meat? Changya took out some meat strips that he had prepared earlier from his backpack and fed some to both tiger cubs. Oh woo, wow, poop is the best. After finishing the meat strip in his mouth, Dabao instantly regained his usual energy and ran straight into the forest. Oh woo woo, Daddy, I'm leaving. Xiao Wenwen looked at Dabao helplessly and did not follow him. Instead, she rubbed against Chang Ye's leg. Wow, Daddy, where are we going? Chang Ye patted Xiao Wenwen's head and looked at Dabao, who had stopped not far away. Go find Qiaomu and lay down some plastic sheeting. Chang Ye caught up with Dabao, who was running, and threw him into the cloth bag. This is the route for monitoring drones. The crested ibis has certainly chosen a good spot, not far across the river. Chang Ye followed the river and found a shallow spot where he waded across. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen started playing in the water as soon as they got close to the river. Chang Ye looked at the two soaking wet tiger cubs in front of him, and only after getting ashore did he pull the two tigers out of the water. You two are overjoyed whenever you see water. Dabao looked at the towel in Chang Ye's hand, and kicked his little legs, wanting to leave. Chang Ye grabbed Dabao's forearm just for a little while, otherwise you'll catch a cold from being soaked in sweat, and then you won't be able to go out. Dabao then stopped what he was doing, closed his eyes wide, and looked like he was about to head to the battlefield. Chang Ye laid a towel on Dabao and wiped him down briefly. They only let go of Dabao when his fur was completely dry. Dabao then opened his eyes and looked at Xiao Wenwen from the side. Little Wenwen showed no aversion to the towel, obediently lying to the side while Chang Ye dried her off. You two just happened to come out and take a shower. Alright, let's go. Chang Ye tidied up the two cubs and then headed towards the crested ibis. The crested ibis had stopped flying at this point. It stopped at the very top of a tall tree, and was now concentrating on building its little nest. The viewers in the live stream were impressed by the spot the crested ibis had chosen. That's so tall, that's really clever. If you can't beat them, can't you at least avoid them? There shouldn't be any snakes around here, otherwise they wouldn't have chosen this spot. Chang Ye shook his head as he looked at the comments. Although the tree is tall, snakes are reptiles, and they can climb just as high as crested ibises. A snake eating a crested ibis? Wow, how big must that snake be? I can picture it now, it's a little scary. What about Dabao and Xiao Wenwen? Probably on the way, live streaming the construction of a house. But even if it's high enough, it probably won't be able to escape the snake, right? The sound of birds building houses is so soothing, it makes me sleepy. Haha, this feels so relaxing. Her room is so tidy. I just did a quick search, no wonder it dared to fight with a golden eagle. This guy even steals someone else's nest. Stealing houses? Golden monkeys fight over territory, but this crested ibis is directly stealing other people's nests. Haha, I kind of want to watch it. Chang Ye looked at the comments and explained. The crested ibis builds its nest so high to avoid predators, such as cats and weasels, just to escape these predators. Otherwise, building the nest so high would be quite troublesome. Crested ibises do compete for nests, but they don't fight. The crested ibis's nest is too high, so finding a suitable tree branch to build a nest is not easy. If they see a nest that has no birds inside, it will be difficult for them to find a suitable branch to build a nest. If a bird's nest happens to fit their natural habitat, it will take over the nest, but often it takes over the nest of its own kind. At this point, the original owner has to find a way to drive away this little one that has taken over their nest. Usually, it's a civilized way to drive it away, but if that doesn't work, they'll have to fight it out. However, it's not as exaggerated as a golden monkey fight. It's just a small fight, but sometimes if the original owner can't win, he can only rebuild his own nest. Chang Ye looked at the crested ibis in his lens. Who knows, this crested ibis might have had its nest taken over by someone else. Haha, what did you say, host? Hahaha, poor thing, no wonder it was fighting with the golden eagle. Did it think the golden eagle was going to steal its food? That was definitely robbery. This isn't because the fish were scared away. Golden eagles normally don't fight with their own kind. Of course. Think about it, golden eagles can even catch sheep. Why would they fight with their own kind? Just bullying Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. Hahaha. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, my love. I'll protect Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. If you protect him, he might just swat you away with a single swipe of his claw. Tiger girl is still here, where did you put her? Chang Ye looked at Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, who were strolling leisurely beside him. These two tiger cubs have certainly been bullied by the golden eagle quite a bit, but the golden eagle has also protected them quite a bit. For example, there was the little green lobster. Dabao was caught by the little green lobster's pincers, and even now, he still yells when he sees a lobster. However, the two cubs are growing faster and faster, and now they are already taller than Chang Ye's knees. Xiao Wenwen seemed to sense Chang Ye's gaze and turned to look at him. Wah-ah-ah-ah. Has poop arrived yet? Chang Ye reached out and touched Xiao Wenwen. It'll be here soon. This is not far from the tree where the crested ibis builds its nest, and the map already shows the markings and routes. Chang Ye simply brought the drone back. When everyone saw Dabao and Xiao Wenwen again, they immediately started flooding the screen with posts again. Looking at the screen full of cuteness and desire, Chang Ye suddenly felt very proud. When these two cubs are obedient, they are naturally unmatched by any other animal. After adjusting the drone, Changya headed straight for the crested ibis's nest. But the closer Changya got to the location of the crested ibis, the more uneasy he felt. Changya looked at the marks at his feet. These look like snake tracks. This crested ibis really picked a spot. Changya looked at the saliva not far from him and switched the camera to that spot. This is probably snake saliva, and there are also traces of snakes in the grass here. It seems that the area has been attracted by the crested ibis and its natural predator. Changya wasn't worried about himself. After all, he had two tigers by his side. What snake would dare to provoke a tiger? It would probably be killed by Dabao with a single claw. Awoo awoo. Dabao looked at the nearby woods and, seeing that Changya wasn't leaving, ran around the area by himself. Dabao's run nearly scared the snakes that were hiding nearby. Changya listened to the rustling sounds around him, which were clearly the sounds of snakes crawling and scurrying about. Xiao Wenwen, as always, clung to Changya, circling around his feet. Dabao quickly realized something was wrong and stopped in his tracks, clearly having heard the noise coming from nearby. Dabao looked around at the haystacks and thought of the snake he had encountered before. He quickly ran back to Changya's feet. Oh woo-oo, Daddy, I'll protect you. Changya reached out and rubbed Dabao's head. It's okay, don't worry, these aren't big snakes, it's alright. Changya pointed the camera at the snake tracks left by the snakes crawling on the nearby grass and explained to everyone. There were probably snakes eyeing this crested ibis around here for a while, and there might have been more than one. But judging from the width of the crawling tracks and the curve of the grass that was flattened, it probably wasn't a large one. Look at these marks over here. They were made by reptiles crawling and rubbing against each other. If you see these kinds of crawling marks in the wild, remember to pay attention to the grass around you. Changya turned the drone back up, and the crested ibis there didn't notice anything at all. They are still diligently building their nest on it. Changya walked to the tree and looked around to make sure there were no snakes on it for the time being. That's when he took the plastic sheet out of his backpack. The viewers in the live stream were a little dumbfounded when Changya took out such a large piece of plastic sheeting. What is the streamer trying to do? Is this an attempt to protect oneself? The snakes around here probably wouldn't dare attack Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, right? Of course. Wouldn't that be overestimating one's own abilities? But what is this plastic sheet for? Are we going to steal the crested ibis back? I don't think so, right? The crested ibis really didn't react at all, but with the tree so high up, it's indeed a bit difficult to spot any movement below. Can this plastic sheet protect the crested ibis? Oh right, didn't the streamer say they were going to take some protective measures? Maybe. Changya held the plastic sheet in his hand and tossed it upwards, causing it to land directly on a tree branch above. Then they dragged the plastic sheet around the tree trunk for a whole circle before tying both ends together. From a distance, it looks like the tree has been dressed up. Isn't it too early to dress up the trees? Why is it plastic instead of lime? Shouldn't we be using lime? Is this tree particularly sensitive to the cold? I've seen this tree before. I know it. The audience in the live stream was really intrigued. What do you know? Stop keeping me in suspense and just tell me. Yeah, what exactly is going on here? Brother Chang, could you please explain? This looks like something you'd use to keep warm in winter. I don't think so. It's almost summer, so they definitely don't need to keep warm. These are the protective measures. How can this be protected? I'm a little confused. You'll find out soon enough. Changya looked around and said, there are a few more trees around here, let's take them all down together, otherwise taking down just one tree won't be very effective. Changya unfolded the remaining plastic sheeting and cut it to size. Then they used the remaining plastic sheeting to wrap the surrounding trees as well. Changya looked at the several large trees in front of him that were wrapped in transparent plastic sheeting. That's about right. Completed. He clapped his hands, satisfied, and left with Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. Ever since Dabao and Xiao Wenwen discovered the snakes in the neighborhood, they've stopped running around everywhere. Dabao then took on the role of Changya's bodyguard, keeping his two little ears perked up and following Changya closely. Xiao Wenwen was also with her brother, following Changya's side. Occasionally, when Dabao saw movement in the nearby haystacks, he would rush over and trample on them. Changya looked at his precious baby and smiled. It's alright, they won't dare attack us. You two wouldn't dare come over if they were here, and I also brought something with me. Changya took out the tobacco oil he was carrying. I'm carrying this. Ordinary snakes won't come near it, and this stuff is poisonous to snakes. They won't approach if they smell this. This stuff is actually the yellow soot that accumulates in a large tobacco pipe. It can be considered a kind of Chinese medicine. That's why everyone says that if you're going to drink Chinese medicine, you shouldn't look closely at what's inside. It's best to just gulp it down. Moreover, humans cannot eat this stuff themselves. Its main ingredient is nicotine, and as an alkaloid, nicotine will cause snakes to have high blood pressure and a rapid heartbeat after swallowing it. We all know snakes. We call them cold-blooded animals. High blood pressure can easily cause snakes to die. Moreover, this stuff has a strong stimulating effect on snakes and can easily cause them to die suddenly. If you need to go into the forest for work or other purposes, you can carry this with you. However, please keep it safe and don't throw it away. Moreover, it wouldn't be good if this stuff got spilled and other animals ate it, as it's somewhat toxic to animals. It's not used, it's just a medicinal ingredient in traditional folk remedies. The viewers in the live stream stared at the dark, grimy stuff in the tattered plastic bag in Chang Ye's hand. Is this thing really that effective? It looks like lime powder. Isn't this just cigarette ash? Yellow e-liquid? But this stuff looks a bit disgusting. Whether it's disgusting or not, if it's really useful, it must be a good thing. I'll also sprinkle some near my hometown then. This looks a bit like a spice packet for braising. Haha, is the person upstairs out of their mind? This stuff doesn't last long. If someone ate this, it might not just be the broth, but rather a tool for committing a crime. How does Brother Cheng notice everything? This thing can't be eaten by yourself. You might find it at a traditional Chinese medicine clinic, but you'll rarely see it elsewhere. This thing was an old tobacco pipe that Cheng Ye found in the warehouse. He took it out and made it into a snake repellent. Cheng Ye took out the snake repelling bag and placed it next to his backpack. De Bao and Xiao Wenwen used to stick to Cheng Ye all the time. As the smell spreads, it will slowly move to the side. Oh woo, what's this? Wow, this poop smells awful. De Bao scrunched up his little face and drooped his nose, trying to hide the smell. Come on, De Bao and Xiao Wenwen, go ahead. Cheng Ye patted the two tiger cubs, signaling them to walk in front of him. The group walked against the wind, which blew the smells backwards. The two tiger cubs walking in front couldn't smell the scent as much. Cheng Ye led the two tiger cubs quite a distance before finally putting the thing away. You'll see what this thing is for in a moment. Cheng Ye sat by the river with the two children and washed his hands to get rid of the smell. De Bao and Xiao Wenwen looked at Cheng Ye, wanting to get closer but hesitating. Xiao Wenwen took 2 more steps forward and then stopped. Oh woo. Xiao Wenwen looked at Cheng Ye and anxiously shouted, urging Cheng Ye to put that thing away. De Bao plunged into the river again, but this time he wasn't just playing in the water by himself. Instead, they poured the river water towards Chinjai's side. Cheng Ye looked at De Bao and laughed. Are you going to help me take a bath? This smells bad, but it won't affect either of you. It will be gone after you wash it off, don't worry. The audience in the live stream burst out laughing when they saw De Bao and Xiao Wenwen like this. Is Brother Cheng being rejected? Da Bao will wash away that smell for you, ha ha ha. Look at how Wenwen seems about to act cute but then stops herself. This stuff is hilarious. It's really powerful. I'll go collect some next time. If someone brought this to the office, everyone in the office would probably run away. This is just secondhand smoke, right? People shouldn't have such a strong reaction. Yes, animals are the ones most sensitive to this kind of smell, we probably aren't. No, I've seen my grandpa smoke before, but I've never smelled anything when I was nearby. Isn't this supposed to be for snakes? How come it works on tigers too? De Bao's disgusted look is so cute. Ha ha ha, I really want to take both of them home. Host, hurry up and wash up, look at how pitiful little Wenwen is. Yeah, little Wenwen is so cute. That hesitant look on her face. This thing is definitely useless against humans, but it's also definitely useless against tigers. Don't try to use it to defend against tigers. De Bao and Xiao Wenwen are still very young, so they are very sensitive to the smells around them. And since they live very close to me, the smells they usually encounter are milk and meat, or the smell of the forest. It's natural to feel a little uncomfortable when you first smell this. But this stuff is easy to wash off, and the smell won't stick to your body. You can just wrap it up in something and store it away. Otherwise, if you keep this thing at home to repel snakes, it's not good if you end up getting smoky on yourself. Cheng Ye used the remaining plastic bag to wrap the item and put it in his backpack. Cheng Ye washed his hands before picking up the two tiger cubs and asking, smell them, is there still a smell? No, right. Xiao Wenwen and De Bao slowly approached Cheng Ye, bringing their noses close together. De Bao kept his mouth tightly shut and sniffed as he approached Cheng Ye. Seeing De Bao's action, Cheng Ye immediately dodged his hand. Sure enough, De Bao spat out the water he was holding in his mouth. Does this mean I should wash Cheng Ye's hands? Cheng Ye pulled De Bao over and patted its head. You're quite clever. Cheng Ye placed his hand under De Bao's nose so that he could have a good sniff. Wow, that's all. De Bao wrinkled his nose and then barked happily twice. Seeing this, Xiao Wenwen immediately crawled to Cheng Ye's side. She rubbed her head against Cheng Ye's hand. Alright, it's about time. We're already here. Cheng Ye looked at the river in front of him. Let's see what else is in this river. Cheng Ye watched the live stream and adjusted the drone to face the crested ibis. Looking at the plastic bags under the crested ibis tree, there was still no movement at this point, which clearly meant that the smell of Cheng Ye's pipe had not yet dissipated. Moreover, De Bao and Xiao Wenwen made these snakes hesitant to make any rash moves. This made the woods seem exceptionally quiet. Cheng Ye adjusted the drone to its position, then rolled up his sleeves and walked into the river. The river here is quite shallow, unlike the river where Cheng Ye caught fish before. Those little green dragons were all in a relatively deep place, and Cheng Ye only saw them after diving down. However, the river water here only barely reached Cheng Ye's knees. Cheng Ye watched the small fish and shrimp swimming in the water, but didn't move his feet any further. Instead, they were watching a few goby wrasses foraging for food in the distance. The fish, completely unaware that it was being watched, was happily eating the small fish and shrimp that were trying to escape downstream. Cheng Ye stood still and did not cause any more ripples on the water. Instead, he quietly took out his harpoon and adjusted its length, waiting for the fish that are foraging to come closer. The small fish and shrimp were chased around by several Xiling goby fish, and now they were running directly towards where Cheng Ye was. Cheng Ye watched as the goby swam towards him. Seeing the direction the fish's tail was swaying, Xiling threw the harpoon at the goby just as it noticed Cheng Ye turning to leave. A splash immediately appeared on the water's surface, clearly indicating that the harpoon had hit its target. Soon the fish's blood flowed out along the harpoon and was carried downstream by the water. However, Cheng Ye did not go forward to take the harpoon back. Instead, they went straight ashore and waited near the harpoon. More fish will be coming later. The viewers in the live stream were once again amazed by Cheng Ye's skills. This streamer's skills are absolutely amazing. Where did you learn that? Maybe I should buy a harpoon too, so I don't have to go home with an empty bucket every day. You might buy it and end up going home with an empty fork. This thing is difficult to operate, but it seems very simple in Brother Cheng's hands. Cheng Ji's skills left De Bao and Xiao Wenwen speechless. They weren't just staring in amazement, those two kids were probably just sleepy from sunbathing. But what kind of fish is this? It looks a bit like a shrimp. What a strange fish. But this fish isn't very big. Is it a case of small fish eating shrimp and big fish eating small fish, Brother Cheng? Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. De Bao is starting to feel sleepy again. He's probably tired from running around protecting Brother Cheng. What an adorable baby. Cheng Ye looked at the comments and then at the boy on the shore who had stopped playing in the water and was now sleeping on a rock. They must be really tired. They'll be fine after a rest. Cheng Ye then turned the camera towards the crested ibis, but there was still no movement. Cheng Ye simply fixed the camera directly under the crested ibis tree, on the plastic sheet. Meanwhile, he was watching the fish on the harpoons in the river. This fish is called the Xiling kissing goby, which has a rather long name, but most people just call it a goby. They belong to the ambush-type fish. It often hides underwater, swimming around and waiting for a chance to feed. It eats small fish and shrimp, as well as aquatic insects, and sometimes even algae. You could say it eats almost anything. But what's even more absurd is that they also exhibit cannibalism. If this goby stays here, the fish that just came out to forage with it will definitely return. If they see this fish here, they will most likely go up and eat it. This is the biggest trap for this fish. When people see this kind of fish in the wild, they don't use small fish or shrimp to catch it, they usually use larger fish. Because the Xiling goby is quite agile, it will most likely slip away if you're not paying attention. Everyone, take a look over there at the crested ibis. I reckon the smell has mostly dissipated, and they're probably about to make a move. Of course, another reason is that De Bao and Xiao Wenwen left, and besides, it's mealtime now. It's time for snakes to hunt for food. Meanwhile, Cheng Ye was watching the live stream while also observing the fish in the river. The fish is no longer thrashing about, it's pinned to the bottom of the river by the harpoon. The small fish and shrimp around didn't dare to come closer, they just lingered nearby. After all, this stuff comes from our own bodies. But soon, the small fish and shrimp slowly dispersed. Rather than scattering, they fled. It's coming. Cheng Ye watched as the small fish and shrimp, which had originally stayed nearby, suddenly swarmed away. There is a reason for this, of course. I guess the fish are coming. Cheng Ye's words hooked the fishing enthusiasts in the live stream, who frantically urged him to bring out a drone in the chat. Brother Cheng, please adjust the drone. I want to watch fishing. I want to watch it too. This is truly the first time I've ever seen Brother Cheng use this method. The plastic bags over there don't seem to be moving. Should the anchor switch the camera to them? Yes. I want to see fish. But won't this fish get eaten by other small fish and shrimp? Can I eat this fish after catching it? Can this fish still eat other fish? Can it still eat its own kind? I've never actually seen a big fish eat another big fish. It's always the big fish eating the small fish and the small fish eating shrimp. Why is De Bao still sleeping? De Bao and Xiao Wenwen are both exhausted. Brother Cheng will give them milk later. Cheng Ye was intently watching the fish bait not far away, but he could feel the scrolling speed of the comments even without looking at his phone. They turned the drone's camera around and sent it directly underwater. Take a direct shot at the bait. This made the fishing enthusiasts in the live stream extremely excited. But looking at Chang Ye's calm expression, I felt inexplicably nervous. The small fish and shrimp around them all swam upstream, and ripples appeared at the bend downstream. They're here. Watching the ripples on the water slowly widen at the bend downstream, sure enough, several gobies were attracted to the area. It was probably attracted by the blood that just flowed down. This thing is quite fast. Chang Ye was sitting leisurely on the shore, while everyone in the live stream was holding their breath watching the fish. We're just waiting to see when Chang Ye will make his move. No rush, just wait until it eats. There was even time to take out the basins for Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. I poured some animal milk on both cubs. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen are probably tired, and they're also tired from playing in the water. Plus, the sun is warm, so they're a bit drowsy. They're not sick. Tigers don't get sick as easily as humans, and if they do, it's usually due to parasites. However, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen's current diet doesn't give them a chance to contract that disease, so there's no need to worry about them getting sick. They're probably just a little tired because they got up early this morning and ran around a lot today. Chang Ye looked at the two kids in front of him. They'll be fine after they've rested and eaten something. Chang Ye was talking, but his eyes were fixed on the goby swimming in the river. The goby, drawn by the aroma, is now circling around the harpoon. However, instead of directly biting the fish on the harpoon, it kept circling around the harpoon. However, the small fish and shrimp around them had long been scared away by the aggressive goby. If they don't step forward, they'll just have to leave empty-handed. That's fine. Chang Ye watched the goby fish gradually approach the harpoon, and the moment they bit the fish on the harpoon, Chang Ye walked directly into the river, approached the harpoon, and reached out to grab it. When the arm was raised again, he was clearly holding 3 fish in his hand. Chang Ye looked at the fish and laughed. This fish really does look like a shrimp. It looks clumsy, but it is a carnivorous fish. If you see this fish, you can catch it directly, because this fish is not rare. Furthermore, if you have a pond at home and need to release fish fry, you must catch the goby beforehand, otherwise the goby will eat all the fish fry and become harmful small fish. Chang Ye took the 3 fish ashore and put them away again using his fish grilling tools. After Chang Ye caught the fish, he immediately turned the camera back to the crested ibis. The camera in the live stream shows that the crested ibis is still slowly building its nest. The plastic bag under the tree remained untouched. Chang Ye simply took out the harpoon and threw the goby, which was used as bait, into the downstream of the river. After all, the fish had already eaten it, so he couldn't say he wanted to eat it again. This thing is quite small, and the reason it stayed at the bottom of the river is because the patterns on its body can protect it. Chang Ye stunned the fish in his hand and put it back on the riverbed to show everyone. If they don't move, or if we don't know beforehand that this thing is there, we won't be able to tell that there is a fish at all. The viewers in the live stream watched the fleeting image. Haha, the streamer really described it perfectly. I really didn't see any fish just now. However, this fish also eats fish fry. Even tigers don't eat their cubs, but this guy eats his own kind. This isn't because it was caught and was about to be eaten by humans. That's true, but is this stuff tasty? It looks so small. I wonder if it has many bones. Isn't this kind of fish only suitable for grilling? The fish the streamer ate last time was so tender. This fish really looks like a shrimp. It makes me want to eat shrimp. I think I just saw Dabao fall asleep. Why hasn't this plastic bag been touched yet? However, this crested ibis is really carefree. It didn't react at all and just went about its business diligently. That's true. This incident teaches us that we shouldn't concentrate too much in the future. It's a bit dangerous. Haha, not all crested ibises are dumb, right? Chang Ye was processing the fish in his hands while watching the crested ibis's reaction. Although the viewers in the live stream said there was no movement, Chang Ye stopped what he was doing, looking at the haystack not far from the tree. The haystack over there is moving. You'll find out what this thing is for in a moment. It was obvious that the snake came from a distance and was heading straight for the crested ibis. Actually, these snakes don't just appear on the ground, they may also appear high up in trees as they search for their prey. Think about it, have you ever seen a snake hanging from a tree? It's quite scary. Chang Ye stopped what he was doing and turned the camera toward a haystack not far away. However, the snake's front was not directly photographed, only some swaying grass was captured. Look at this grass, this snake is actually a whole size bigger than the one that was scared away by Dabao and Xiao Wenwen before. Chang Ye walked to the side and picked up Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, bringing them to his side. Dabao, Xiao Wenwen. He patted the 2 tiger heads. Get up and have some milk. Chang Ye looked at the 2 kids sleeping soundly and reached out to rub their heads. Dabao groggily opened his eyes, nuzzled against Chang Ye's hand, and snuggled closer to him. Little Wenwen opened her sleepy eyes, but this time she didn't snuggle into Chang Ye's arms. Instead, it stretched out its claws and stood up. They went straight for the bowl of milk next to them. Awoo awoo. Daddy, I'm hungry. Chang Ye looked at how fast Wenwen was drinking her milk and said, you guys are getting hungry faster and faster. Changya originally planned to wait until the two cubs woke up before feeding them milk, but now it's past their usual feeding time. They must be starving. Dabao woke up immediately when he heard Xiao Wenwen drinking milk. Whoa! She immediately stood up from Changya's arms and ran towards her own basin of milk. After making arrangements for the two cubs, Changya continued to keep an eye on the crested ibis. Meanwhile, everyone in the live stream was already bewildered and exasperated by the two kids waking up. Changya cleaned the fish in his hand before glancing at the comments section, which were indeed filled with posts about Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. This is so cute. So cute. I love it so much. I want to take this baby home. He's so adorable, all sleepy and confused. You scared me. I thought the two kids were sick, they'd been sleeping for so long. But how could this snake climb that high? Dabao is still sleepy. Is he being tempted by Xiao Wenwen? The two kids weren't sleepy before. Did they get up too early this morning? I guess so. Wasn't it Dabao who hosted the live stream for us this morning? Ha ha ha, that's really true. This is so cute, but over there it's quite dangerous. It's such a shame that such a beautiful bird was eaten by a snake. Brother Chang, aren't you going to help out? Is the purpose of that plastic bag to protect the birds? There's no need for protection. Besides, snakes are reptiles, and the bark on trees is very rough, so this friction is the best help for snakes to climb higher. You'll see when you see it. Changya didn't give everyone a direct answer, but instead looked in the direction of the crested ibis in the distance. The drone, following Changya's idea, turned its camera in that direction. Soon, the snake from the grass came into view. However, if everyone hadn't anticipated it and paid special attention, they really wouldn't have noticed the snake crawling among the dead leaves. The snake's gaze was fixed on the crested ibis building its nest high above. He slowly crawled down from the haystack to the base of the tree. The tree trunk covered by the plastic bag looked quite puzzling to the snake. I don't know how, but this thing suddenly appeared on the tree. The viewers in the live stream were on tenterhooks as they watched the snake slowly climb up the tree trunk. Changya, however, didn't even glance at him, focusing solely on processing the fish in his hands. She would even touch the baby drinking milk next to her from time to time. Smack! It wasn't until this sound rang out that Changya turned around and glanced at the live stream. Now you know, right? The snake was quite arrogant when it climbed up the tree trunk, but what happened next left it dumbfounded. The snake coiled around the tree roots, preparing to climb up the tree in a serpentine manner. At first, it went very smoothly, and the speed was even quite fast. When the surrounding snakes saw that a leader had taken action, they also began to emerge, climb up from different trees. But as the snake slowly approached the plastic bag under the crested ibis tree, it realized something was wrong. Hiss, hiss. The snake crawled up the tree trunk, and as it crawled, they soon realized that they hadn't moved an inch at all. Instead, it left its own sticky residue on the plastic sheet, making it even more slippery. But it refused to believe this evil, and tightly wrapped itself around the tree trunk in front of it, binding itself tightly to the trunk. But the result remained unchanged. No matter what posture the snake changed, they didn't move an inch further. It just kept sliding down the plastic sheet, and the snake was using all its strength to keep itself steady. Finally, it fell to the ground with a thud. He tilted his head back, staring at the plastic sheeting on the tree trunk. Hiss, hiss. Changya looked at the snake and said, "This snake seems to be angry with the plastic sheet, but the sheet won't pay any attention to it." The snakes crawling on the nearby trees all fell down with a thud. Not a single person managed to climb up. The snake, which had been hiding nearby, stopped in its tracks when it saw the plastic sheet. It's obvious they were dumbfounded by Changya's move. The snake, which originally intended to attack the crested ibis, gave up when it realized that this tree was not an option and went to another tree instead. But as it climbs, it discovers that Changya has also tied plastic sheeting to the upper part of the tree trunk. When it fell to the ground with a thud again, it had completely given up the attack. Hiss, hiss. The snakes nearby looked at the plastic sheeting and thought they might try to climb up a nearby tree. Unfortunately, Changya had tied all the taller trees around the area with plastic sheeting, leaving the snakes somewhat at a loss. Viewers in the live stream watched this scene, then looked at the unharmed crested ibis above. That's when it dawned on me this was the protective measure Changya had mentioned. Holy crap! What kind of move is that? I thought these snakes could climb up there, but this simple plastic sheet is enough to block them? I was so suffocated, ha ha ha. That's it. We sometimes wrap our fruit trees with these things because snakes and cats climb trees to steal the fruit, and this is to prevent them from climbing up. But this is the first time I've seen it used like this. Yeah, everyone else uses it to protect fruit, but Brother Chang uses it to protect birds. But this thing is actually quite useful. I've learned something new. Is this seemingly scary snake really that simple? But this snake is stupid. It couldn't climb up and kept coiling itself around. This snake relies on its flexibility to climb around trees, but the plastic sheet wrapped around the tree completely reduces the friction, so it can't climb up, let alone climb that high to attack the crested ibis. However, this wild snake has another skill. If there are two trees that are close together, with some branches that are quite close, it can swing itself across from the nearby trees, just like a rope. That's why you need to tie the surrounding trees together. I guess many of you know this, but they don't say it. Changya noticed this as he looked at the comments in the live stream. Many people have this kind of common sense. Changya was thinking about the several IDs that his father's assistant had just sent him that seemed to fit the management requirements. Sure enough, it was in the live stream room. Changya looked at what these people were saying. They eliminated the one named Dabaoze directly. Looking at this person's comments, if I came across a cute little tiger like Dabao, I'd definitely scoop it up and take it home. Moreover, many people later asked him if what he said was true or false. Instead of admitting it, the person became increasingly demanding. Definitely. I'll adopt one too. I'll catch one and keep it in my yard. This is so cute. I want to raise this tiger to be as docile as a kitten. Dabao is still a bit disobedient. It would be better if he were more obedient. Based on his statement alone, Changya would never allow him to be the manager. Changya initially adopted Tiger Girl because he himself lived in the forest. If I lived in the city and happened to meet Tiger Girl, then naturally none of these things would happen. Changya silently deleted the person's contact, intending to continue quietly observing the remaining candidates. Meanwhile, the commotion around the crested ibis was quite significant, given that the snake had tried so many times. If the crested ibis still doesn't react, then they're truly foolish. As the snake repeatedly falls from the tree, climbs back up, and falls again, the tree trunk vibrates. The crested ibis finally realized something was wrong. It didn't even care about its own nest anymore, and flew straight up to a higher place. Seeing that there were many enemies under its nest, how could the crested ibis possibly stay there any longer? Chirp chirp, chirp chirp. It flew directly into the distance until it felt completely safe before stopping. Chirp, chirp. Looking at the crested ibis that appeared opposite him, he said, "You don't need to move your nest. Don't worry, they can't get up there." The crested ibis looked at Changya, then at Dabao and Xiao Wenwen beside him, spread its wings and flew downstream. Chirp chirp. Meanwhile, Changya was focused on grilling his fish. He had only been watching the battle for a short while, and the fish was almost cooked. After extinguishing the fire, Changya picked up the fish, whose skin was already charred and fragrant, and began to gnaw on it. It must be said that this fish is an omnivore. But it actually tastes pretty good. Compared to the very tender fish he had eaten before, Changya preferred this grilled fish that was crispy and fragrant. There are actually many other varieties of this goby, but whether the other varieties are edible remains to be seen. Please don't catch them just because they look similar. It's better to learn about them beforehand, such as blue-striped goby, six-spot goby, orange goby, sea-whip goby, white-backed goby, etc. Various types of gobies exist, but if you happen to come across the Xiling goby, it doesn't mean you have to catch it. In many places, this fish is kept as a pet and processed into various byproducts. The Xiling goby was quite small, and Changya finished it in no time. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen had finished their milk and were looking at the grilled fish in Changya's hand. "Oh woo-woo, can I eat it? Wow!" Xiao Wenwen immediately sidled up next to Changya. It was obvious that the fish smelled so good that it whetted the appetites of the two tiger cubs. Changya looked at the fish in his hand and tore off the skin that had been sprinkled with seasoning. Only after the white fish meat was exposed did they break off a few pieces and feed them to Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. The two tiger cubs smacked their lips, savoring the delicious treat in their mouths. Changya looked at Dabao's squinty eyes, patted his head, and then tore off a piece of fish and handed it to the two tigers. "Is it really that delicious?" Dabao looked at the fish in Changya's hand and took it in one bite. "Oh woo-woo, tasty." Changya hadn't expected the two kids to like this fish, since they had only tasted fish a little bit before. Little Wenwen, on the other hand, finished eating the fish in her mouth slowly and deliberately. So she slowly approached Changya, nuzzled his hand, and asked Changya to feed her meat. Changya fed the two babies the fish before eating the rest himself. The two small fish were just enough to fill Changya's stomach. After putting out the fire, Changya checked the time. "It's already 2 or 3 o'clock. Let's go back and smoke the leftover lamb leg. Otherwise, this thing takes up too much space in the refrigerator. Of course, I also need to go back and make myself lunch." The viewers in the live stream weren't particularly tempted by the fish after listening to Changya's words. Then you hear Changya say he's going back to smoke lamb legs. Before even seeing the actual product, the viewers in the live stream were already swallowing hard, imagining what it was all about. Is this going to be a mukbang, eating broadcast? Dabao and Xiao Wenwen also love this fish. I'll have it next time. The same fish that Dabao and Xiao Wenwen like. Will I become as cute as Dabao and Xiao Wenwen if I eat the same fish? Stop dreaming, upstairs. The streamer's lunch got stolen, ha ha ha, they snatched it. I can't bear not to give them food, they're so cute. Da Bao and Xiao Wenwen really love eating this. Every time Wenwen acts cute, it touches her older sister's heart. So cute. Even eating fish is so cute. But how exactly is smoked lamb leg prepared? Can I buy a leg of lamb now and learn how to make it from the streamer? Why don't you check over there over by the crested ibis? Has the snake climbed up there yet? Probably not, unless the plastic sheet falls down. Why don't we go take a look? Before leaving, Chengya once again adjusted the drone to the crested ibis area. As expected, I spotted the crested ibis. The crested ibis has already built most of its nest, but it is not staying in its nest. And he was even carrying a fish in his mouth. Chengya brought the drone closer to the crested ibis. The fish in the crested ibis's beak looked increasingly familiar. It does know how to pick up bargains. The fish in the crested ibis nest that had been bitten twice was clearly the Xiling goby that Chengya had used as bait. It was picked up by this crested ibis. At that moment, the crested ibis was standing atop a tree, holding a fish in its beak, looking down at the snake below. Many of the snakes below had already crawled away, but the one that first tried was still guarding the bottom. Even after repeated attempts, the result was always the same. Each time, it would fall straight down from the tree with a loud thud. The crested ibis held the fish in its beak and watched for a while before slowly approaching its nest. He put the fish in his own nest. Chengya looked at the crested ibis and said, "This crested ibis is most likely going to guard this nest. This time it certainly won't give it up easily." After all, it witnessed the defeat of its natural enemy, and it confirmed that the tree was indeed safe. Just like the nest that the musk deer found for itself before, if it moves to a different place, it would make foraging for food much easier, and they could even move their food closer to their existing food sources. But it has determined that it is very safe behind that rock, which is why it would rather risk going out to forage for food every day than move out. And whenever it encounters danger, it jumps backward, and none of its natural enemies can get in. The crested ibis is the same. Its biggest threat is snakes. As long as snakes can't climb up, it's relatively safe. As long as it doesn't provoke the golden eagle, an omnivorous aerial predator, birds generally won't eat their own kind unless there are special circumstances. Chengya used a drone to check the plastic sheet he had laid out, which was quite sturdy at first. However, the snake kept crawling on it, and it was covered in a lot of slime. We'll have to come back and secure this plastic sheet next time, otherwise it might fall down if it rains. For those handsome men and beautiful women who read the previous chapter before midnight last night and found it missing content, you can take another look. It was uploaded incorrectly yesterday. After inspecting the plastic sheeting, Chengya carefully examined each of the fixing points. And I've memorized in my mind the places that might loosen and the positions that need to be fixed next time. After packing my things, I plan to head home. Meanwhile, the crested ibis had already returned to its nest, where it could now enjoy its meal to its heart's content. They paid no attention to the snake under the tree. Hiss. Meanwhile, the snake at the base of the tree looked at the plastic sheeting on the nearby trees and called out twice to the crested ibis at the treetop. In the end, he left, unwilling to give up. Hearing the calls coming from under the tree, the crested ibis instinctively wanted to flap its wings and fly away. But seeing the snake's furious expression, he stopped moving. It remained on its own branch, watching the snake descending the tree below. This is clearly smug and provocative. But at this moment, the snake below has no time to pay attention to it. After all, if it doesn't find a new target, the snake might starve to death. Puff puff puff. Hearing the flapping of wings coming from the live stream, I looked up. Sure enough, the crested ibis took flight again. Everyone looked at the crested ibis nest and the remaining fish inside. Why get up if you're not going to eat fish? Could it be that they're here to see the streamer off? Should we go find something else to eat? Was this the fish that Brother Cheng just used as bait? These crested ibises are so beautiful when they fly. Will there be a female crested ibis in its nest next time I come? It's not impossible, considering the conditions are so good. This is considered a high-end residence. Ha ha ha, forest safe house. I want to see how snakes catch birds without this plastic sheeting. I want to too. +1+1. All attention was focused on the crested ibis, as it was clearly flying towards Chengya's direction. The area wasn't far from the tree where the crested ibis was, so the ibis could always see the group's movements. Having just come face to face with Chengya, I naturally noticed the plastic sheet next to him. Seeing the screen full of +1 comments, Chengya carefully read through the bullet comments. You really want to see this? If you're easily scared, you can skip it. It might frighten you. It's actually very simple, you can imagine it, it's just swallowed whole and that's it. Even so, the drone was still sent to follow the snake. Meanwhile, the snake had already set its sights on a new target in a nearby haystack. Those are sparrows eating insects in the tree. The plastic sheeting that Chengya had tied to this tree is gone. Moreover, the snake itself is brown, and its stripes perfectly overlap with those of the camphor tree. The sparrows on the treetops were completely unaware of the snake's movement. They were still eating the small insects on the leaves. The brown snake slowly coiled up the tree trunk and climbed up, gradually approaching the branch where the sparrow was. Its entire body is S-shaped, and if everyone in the live stream hadn't been watching it closely, they really wouldn't have noticed its existence. We're about to make our move. This sparrow is quite big. I guess we'll have to poison it first before swallowing it and slowly digesting it. Changya had just finished speaking. The snake shot out like a bullet from a gun. Its body, which had been coiled around the branch, was instantly propelled away. It bit the sparrow's neck tightly. Chirp, chirp. At this point, the sparrow still had some awareness and was trying to struggle and escape. But by then the snake had already bitten it, and the more the sparrow struggled, the faster it would die. Changya moved the camera away from the live stream, since the scene was still a bit scary. Want to watch it again? I asked the viewers in the live stream, and then glanced at the number of people watching. This live stream, which just had over 100,000 viewers, suddenly jumped to 500,000. That's terrifying. First time here. What are we doing here? Wow, this is so exciting. No wonder, it's a good thing the crested ibis wasn't attacked. It's really a shame that such a beautiful bird was eaten. Sparrows are birds too, you guys are really obsessed with looks. But this sparrow is so big? Could it really be eaten in one bite? It seems I've never actually seen a snake eat its food by separating the pieces. It probably eats it all in one bite, right? That's a bit scary. How come this thing even has a mouth? Who initially suggested watching it? Wow, that snake is so fast. Its speed is incredible. Absolutely amazing. Shouldn't the anchor move the camera back? Yes, I've already seen it. We are not afraid. As Changya watched the drone's feed, he realized that the sparrow bitten by the snake had already stopped breathing. And this is the scene that everyone was clamoring to see. I'll move it over for you later. It's not feasible right now. This snake is currently secreting its venom to ensure that the sparrow is dead, and then it's about to start swallowing it. The maximum opening of a human mouth is about 30 to 60 degrees. If we try to open our mouths too wide, it can easily lead to dislocation. But a snake's mouth can open to about 130 degrees. That's the biggest difference. And the most important reason for this is that snakes have a bone in their heads that opens and closes, and this bone is different from that of other animals. The bones connecting a snake's head to its jaw are movable, as are the bones on either side of its jaw. But in other animals, they are fixed and cannot move, like us. That's why the snake's mouth can open so wide, swallowing animals much larger than itself. It is unrestricted in all directions, and to a certain extent, as long as the animal is not too big, it is fine. Changya then turned the camera to show the snake, allowing everyone to experience it firsthand. The viewers in the live stream were just clamoring for Changya to turn the camera around, but now Changya actually showed it to everyone. The previously active barrage of comments suddenly dwindled by half. How did the sparrow turn into stripes? So, all that's left is the tail. Why does this sparrow look like a cylinder? This snake is really strong, but won't its belly burst open? I've seen those stories online about snakes swallowing rabbits. I always thought they were fake. This snake doesn't seem very intelligent, but the way it eats is terrifying. 4. What if it were a giant snake? Could it eat people? That's scary. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen are still the cutest. The gleam of that snake's teeth gave me goosebumps. I'm really not good enough anymore. Not only Changya noticed the change in the number of viewers in the live stream, but the longtime fans who frequently watched the live stream also took notice. How did it become 500,000? There are way too many people here. Wow, this number really startled me. Won't more people like my beloved Dabao and Xiao Wenwen then? No way. You can't take my adorable Dabao and Xiao Wenwen away. Why are there so many people here? It was only a little over 10,000 before, how come it's over 50,000 now? Everyone's tastes are really a bit strange. Wow, these people are pretty brave. It seems everyone enjoys watching this kind of special stuff. And it's not like you can just swallow it directly. It definitely needs to be processed, otherwise these animals might burst the snake. Look, it's squeezing this sparrow into a long strip right now. And snakes don't have a sternum, even their ribs can move freely, so after swallowing, they can directly inflate their bellies to accommodate the food. Changya turned the camera away to show everyone the snake's belly. By this time, the sparrow was almost completely inside the snake's belly, and the snake's waist circumference was also increasing rapidly. The bulging and gurgling inside its belly does not affect the snake's crawling at all. Even the bulge in her belly kept moving downwards, down from her throat. They say a prime minister's belly can hold a boat, and a snake's belly might be just as big. When a snake swallows something, it secretes a lot of saliva. That's why if we see a snake on the road, we can usually see a lot of white saliva. This thing can also be swallowed by snakes. It's like it's been coated with oil, and it just slides straight down. Even calves and lambs, larger snakes can swallow them. Once swallowed, they rely on digestive enzymes to digest them. Digestive enzymes are actually snake venom. If we're talking about human venom, then it's bile. And you can see that snakes have short and wide lower jaws because they need to wrap their food after they've just eaten. Moreover, the sparrow's beak is very sharp and hard, so when it swallows the sparrow directly from the head. Since the head is relatively small, the body expands the belly so that the beak and head won't touch the esophagus, thus preventing scratches. As Cheng Ye spoke, he waited for the crested ibis to come over. De Bao and Xiao Wenwen had finished their milk and were full of energy. He was watching the small fish swimming in the river. If Cheng Ye hadn't repeatedly told them not to go into the water, De Bao probably would have already rushed in to chase fish. Oh woo, this is a poop-shaped. You are not allowed to go down. Seeing Cheng Ye looking into the distance, De Bao kicked his little legs, wanting to jump towards the river. But before he could even get into position, Xiao Wenwen stopped him. Xiao Wenwen looked at De Bao in front of her and stood directly in front of him. Oh woo, brother, you can't go down. Cheng Ye heard the sound, turned around, and saw the scene in front of him. He immediately reached out his hand. He picked up De Bao and put him in his cloth bag. If you see the towel has run away again, have you forgotten what you're supposed to do in the water? Actually, the sun is shining brightly now, so it's understandable that De Bao wants to go into the water to play. However, the problem is that they are going home soon, and there will be a lot of mud along the way. If De Bao gets soaked, he'll probably turn into a mud tiger when he gets back. Cheng Ye watched as the snake had eaten and drunk its fill and was preparing to return to its burrow before finally bringing the drone back. Meanwhile, the crested ibis on the other side quickly found what it was looking for nearby, picked it up, and flew towards Cheng Ye. Cheng Ye looked at the tree branch on the crested ibis's claws. This is a gesture of goodwill. As the crested ibis approached, the viewers in the live stream could clearly see the small twig it was gripping in its claws. What does this mean? Would you like a small twig? That snake was really smart. Yeah, it even knows to eat its mouth first. They must have been injured before they noticed it. But is this bird here to repay a debt of gratitude? They don't look like it, do they? Are they here to fight? What does this mean? It's just a small twig. Isn't this the same kind of branch he used to build his nest? I was a little surprised at the time that this bird would use a branch with buds still attached. This is quite exquisite, but what would Brother Cheng do with it? He doesn't make bird nests. Could it be that Hai wants Brother Cheng to build him a few nests? Probably not. Is this the kind of bird that's pushing its luck? These tree branches used by crested ibises to show affection to the opposite sex are probably for us, but they didn't know how to do it, so they just left it like this. Because among crested ibises, it's actually quite simple for male crested ibises to mate. All they need is a house, that is, a nest. So they will carry the branch they used to build their nest to show affection to another crested ibis. Cheng Ye watched as the crested ibis quickly placed the branch in its hand, then glanced at De Bao and Cheng Ye's bag. It then flew away with lightning speed. Chirp, chirp. Among the natural enemies of the crested ibis are cats. Even cats are afraid of it, let alone a large feline like De Bao. Cheng Ye watched the crested ibis fly, and even though he had been watching for a long time, he couldn't help but sigh. The crested ibis's appearance can truly be described as graceful and elegant, with dignified and graceful movements. It is already very rare for a bird to achieve this, not to mention its natural colors. Its feathers are as white as snow, and its wings shimmer with red when they flap. You would say that it is not an exaggeration to describe it as graceful and stunning. No wonder the crested ibis is also known as the beauty among birds. Cheng Ye put the branch that the crested ibis had given him into his backpack. You're pretty quick. Keep a close eye on that plastic sheet so it doesn't fall down. Cheng Ye waved to the crested ibis, then led Xiao Wenwen and De Bao back. De Bao was already itching to chase the crested ibis as it approached him. He was always eager to do this kind of thing. Isn't that De Bao's favorite? After leaving the river, Cheng Ye put De Bao down. As soon as he stood on the ground, De Bao stretched his paws. She stretched her calves and rubbed them against Cheng Ye's legs. They ran away in a flash. Then he ran ahead and sat under the tree, licking his paws as he waited for Cheng Ye and Xiao Wenwen. Oh woo, daddy, you guys are so slow. Seeing De Bao like this, Cheng Ye went over and rubbed De Bao's head. You really are a character. De Bao's fur was all messed up by Cheng Ye's rubbing, so it quickly licked its paws, rubbed against Cheng Ye, and pushed Cheng Ye's hand away. De Bao nudged Cheng Ye's hand with his head. Let me comb your hair. Come here. Cheng Ye found it quite amusing to look at De Bao's messy hair. But De Bao looked conflicted, thinking that if only he could reach the top with his tongue. I'm afraid De Bao would have already stuck out his tongue and licked it. Cheng Ye reached out and stroked De Bao's fur, while Xiao Wenwen came over and licked her brother. Oh woo, my brother is so stupid. Cheng Ye picked up both children and put them directly into the cloth bag. We took a detour to the side of the road leading to the peach orchard. Go check on the Monkey King. This fight has been going on for so long, it should be over by now. But as they walked, they still hadn't seen the peach orchard, nor the Monkey King. However, we did see the adult golden snub-nosed monkey that had attacked the Monkey King earlier, as well as a group of female monkeys. This golden monkey fought with the Monkey King, yet it still has the mind to steal other people's territory. Looking at the nearby trees and surroundings, he remembered that this area had not previously belonged to this group of monkeys. Instead, it was another, much smaller group of monkeys, because the original golden monkey was very young. Chang'e still had a deep impression of it, but this time he was chased away by the golden monkey. The mature golden monkey, however, showed no reaction to Chang'e and continued eating the fruit in its hand. However, the female monkeys around it had already run away and swung up to higher branches. It was obvious that the golden monkey had seen Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, who had appeared with the Monkey King earlier, and the monkey troop around it dispersed. I'm a little confused. Chirp chirp, squeak squeak, squeak squeak. No matter who it called to, no monkey dared to approach it. It was then that it looked at Chang'e below with inexplicable confusion. It's just one person. It wasn't until he saw Dabao and Xiao Wenwen peeking out from the cloth bag in Chang'e's arms that he realized what was happening. He instantly dropped all the fruit in his hand and stretched out his arms to swing high into the air. Squeak, squeak. Chang'e looked at the golden monkey and smiled helplessly. If you two go and steal a baby monkey, people will probably think you ate it. Chang'e didn't intend to disturb them, so he changed a mark on the map. He then led the two tiger cubs and continued towards the peach grove. After Chang'e and his two cubs disappeared, the golden monkeys slowly gathered together. Squeak, 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 chirp, squeak, squeak, squeak. Then Chang'e heard several roars that echoed through the sky. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Chang'e turned to look at the source of the sound, which was clearly the warning sound from the monkey troop. Upon hearing this sound, the viewers in the live stream immediately typed question marks on their screens. What's going on? Why is it barking again? Is this a warning to Brother Chang? But Brother Chang and the others left, so why? I don't understand. However, this sound was truly piercing, its penetrating power rivaled that of Tiger Girl. And this voice sounds a little different from before. Yeah, that's not the sound you hear when someone's fighting, is it? Definitely not. It's a fight, but nobody's fighting him right now. Why did it suddenly turn out like this? That's strange. But it's probably just a warning. Who it's being told is unknown. Was she frightened by Dabao and Xiao Wenwen? What is this? Dabao and Xiao Wenwen are so cute, what's scary about them? Even if this cub is cute, it's still a tiger. Who wouldn't be afraid of its imposing presence? Dabao and Xiao Wenwen are so cute, they're really adorable. Judging from Dabao's impatient voice, you can tell that the voice really is awful. I looked at Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, and then looked in the direction of the monkey troop we had just seen. And there's the Monkey King, who's rushing towards me but is at the top of the tree, Chang'e said. This is what golden monkeys use to warn nearby monkey groups, to make them more alert. Compared to Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, who are South China tigers, they are still a formidable enemy to the monkey troop. They had previously witnessed two tiger cubs carrying away the Monkey King's baby, so it's normal for them to be afraid of Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. Not every monkey has the courage of the Monkey King. Normally at this time, even if the golden snub-nosed monkeys want to take over the other monkeys' territory, they will issue a warning to the nearby monkey groups to be careful. Look, the Monkey King has come out to check the situation. Moreover, the monkey troop will also climb up the tree as a whole, usually hiding themselves at the very top of the tree. This is relatively safer. Chang'e put Dabao and Xiao Wenwen down. He pointed to the treetops not far away. The Monkey King was standing on the treetop, looking around, probably checking the situation. When Dabao and Xiao Wenwen saw the Monkey King, they ran straight towards him. Stand under the Monkey King's tree and call to him. A woo woo, wah ah. The Monkey King had no time to deal with the two tiger cubs at this moment, as he was still checking the surrounding area. It wasn't until it was confirmed that there were no other dangers nearby besides Chang'e and the two tiger cubs that they were able to proceed. That's when he stretched out his arm and swung down the tree branch. Squeak squeak squeak. The Monkey King looked at Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, and actually picked a peach from a nearby peach tree for the two tiger cubs to play with. This was the Monkey King's most treasured possession, and he couldn't bear to see his two tiger cubs waste the peaches. This time, she personally picked some for Dabao and Xiao Wenwen to play with. This appears to be a complete acceptance of the two tiger cubs, and it's also the Monkey King's way of expressing gratitude. Dabao held the peach in his mouth, but this time he wasn't tossing it around with Xiao Wenwen. The two cubs, carrying the peach in their mouths, continued running into the peach orchard. Chang'e looked in the direction of Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. These two tiger cubs went to find the little monkey. The Monkey King then climbed back to the treetop and emitted a gentler sound towards the distance. Squeak squeak. Then he jumped down and followed Chang'e. Changya looked at the Monkey King. Are you telling them we're not in danger? You've already dealt with the one you were fighting with? Changya did not see the troop of monkeys that had been eyeing him menacingly nearby along the way. It's obvious that something has happened that has frightened them. The Monkey King watched as Changya licked his paw. Suddenly, he sped up and walked forward. Changya looked at the tree where the Monkey King had finally stood. It was a perfectly normal tree. But there was a pile of monkey hair under the tree and scattered red spots on the branches and trunk. You injured the monkey. Is this blood from before? Changya reached out and touched the marks on the tree. They were clearly made not long ago. Even the scratches on the tree are still oozing resin. The Monkey King nodded at Changya, and then even jumped to a higher branch of the tree. It's obvious that he's in the posture of a victor. Changya casually picked a bunch of leaves and threw them under the tree to cover up the signs of the fight. You're quite impressive. Meanwhile, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen had already gone to join the group of female monkeys. After this fight, the female monkeys are no longer afraid of Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. When the two tiger cubs came over, they even brought the baby monkey over to show Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. The little monkey looked at the peach that Dabao was holding in his mouth, stretched out his hand, and whispered to Dabao. Squeak squeak. Dabao looked at Xiao Wenwen next to him, and then at the little monkey. She gently placed the peach from her mouth next to the little monkey. W.A. The little monkey looked at the peach that appeared in front of it, held the peach in both hands, and called out to Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. Squeak! Dabao and Xiao Wenwen stared intently at the little monkey for a while before blinking their tiger-like eyes and walking away. Dabao looked around at the female monkeys and walked over to one of them. Wow! Wow! The mother monkey looked at the peach in her hand, then at Dabao in front of her. Squeak! He tried handing the peach in his hand to the two tiger cubs. Wow! Little Wenwen stepped forward and gently took the big peach from the mother monkey's hand. That's when they went off to play with Dabao. The mother monkey's originally kind expression changed instantly when she saw her food being kicked around like a ball by Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. Squeak! The viewers in the live stream were completely charmed by Dabao and Xiao Wenwen's series of actions. This is so cute. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. So adorable. Can I take both of them home with me? I really love it. So cute. I wondered why Dabao wasn't playing with the peaches this time. This peach is usually kicked around like a ball by Dabao, but he actually gave it to the little monkey. These two kids look like older brothers and sisters. So cute. And this little monkey isn't afraid of Dabao and Xiao Wenwen at all. How can I get these two kids? I want to be a forest ranger too. I want to go up the mountain to see the little monkeys. This little monkey is so cute. The little monkey looks exactly like the Monkey King, like a giant, shrunken version. It seems like they're her biological children. Changya looked at the well-behaved Dabao and Xiao Wenwen in front of him and reached out to rub the two children's heads. You're quite something, little Peach got such a big toy. Alright, let's go back. Changya patted Dabao and Xiao Wenwen's bottoms, signaling the two tiger cubs to stop playing. Dabao glanced at Changya, then, with the large peach he had taken from the mother monkey in his mouth, walked towards the wooden house. Xiao Wenwen stayed close to Changya, occasionally rubbing against his leg. Changya munched on the peach in his hand, looking at the wild fruit on the tree. Every now and then, I would pick a couple of wild fruits and put them in my backpack. But as he picked them, Changya soon realized something was wrong. Changya looked at the very sticky fruit in his hand. Are there any animals that would eat such a sour fruit? What is this stuff? Is it animal saliva? Changya looked at the fruit that was still stringy in his hand and quickly threw it down to the ground under the tree. Little Wenwen looked at the fruit that had fallen at her feet, leaned forward, and smelled it. Wah-ah-ah. Can I eat poop? Seeing the movement of Xiao Wenwen's mouth, Changya quickly picked her up. But while one was being held back, the other, Dabao, rushed over. He took a bite of the fruit. By the time Changya picked Dabao up, Dabao was already grimacing from the soreness. Wow! Wow! Dabao stuck out his tongue, drooling continuously. Changya opened his water bottle and poured a lot of water into Dabao's mouth, which made Dabao feel a little better. You're pretty fast. You were almost home when you came back to eat this fruit. Changya couldn't help but laugh when he saw Dabao like this. Ha ha ha, you idiot, come and have some milk. Dabao watched as Changya poured the animal milk, completely disregarding his image at that moment. It plunged its head straight into the pot. Little Wenwen looked at Dabao with a puzzled expression. Wow! Wow! Can't I eat this? This stuff is so sour, and it's not even cooked, so it's definitely not edible. But we'll use this sourness to smoke the lamb leg later. You all think that everything I picked was delicious? Changya held up the fruit and showed it to everyone in the live stream. Don't eat this stuff indiscriminately in the future. Dabao is a bad example for you. This thing has a rather disgusting name, called snot fruit. I don't know if you've ever seen it. It also has many other names, such as salui, mirtsi fruit, pink heart fruit, star fruit, and another one that you should have heard a lot about is called wild loquat. However, this fruit is also a Chinese medicinal herb. belonging to the Aquilariaceae family. Generally, both the fruit and the trunk are used in medicine. Identify this tree. It is very dense and has single leaves that are broadly elliptic lanceolate. The flowers are usually pink. The fruit is a small berry like this, which is usually harvested in autumn and can be dried or eaten directly. But I'd like to give you a friendly reminder, this stuff is very sour, whether it's cooked or raw. As Cheng Ya was saying these things, the camera was focused on Dabao, whose head was now completely buried in the milk basin. While drinking his milk, Dabao glanced at Cheng Ya in front of him. However, the taste secreted by the tip of his tongue didn't keep him thinking for long. She quickly plunged into the milk basin again. The viewers in the live stream couldn't help but swallow hard, just like Dabao. This looks so unappetizing. Poor Dabao, ha ha ha. Luckily, Wenwen ran fast. This thing didn't look very appetizing. Indeed, it looks really unappetizing. Dabao is really brave, he'll take a bite out of anything. It's so sour it can't hold back anymore. Dabao was drooling just now, it was so funny, ha ha ha. This is hilarious. Dabao's image is completely ruined. I think I've seen this fruit before. We don't usually eat it, but I've seen some bears eating it at the zoo. But there are so many delicious things in the forest, surely we won't have to eat this? I mentioned that my Chinese medicine always tasted sour, I thought it had gone bad. Little Wenwen secretly rejoiced, it was just too funny. This is absolutely amazing. Dabao's sour taste is so cute. Cheng Ya looked at the comments in the live stream and at the fruit he had just thrown away. Thinking of the sticky saliva on it, he washed his hands with water before speaking. It seems that only bears would eat this fruit, but I haven't seen any trace of bears around here. If there really are bears, there will definitely be. Before Cheng Ya could finish speaking, he saw the spot not far from him that Dabao had previously blocked. It's just a bear's paw print. Cheng Ya stepped forward, touched the soil of the footprint, and measured its size with his own hand. Tiger Girl's footprints are usually about 16 centimeters wide, but the footprint in front of me is clearly no smaller than Tiger Girl's. There might really be bears in this forest, but most of them are protected and released by humans, otherwise they wouldn't dare to come near the cabin. Cheng Ya pinched the mud in the footprint, it was already quite dry. Even the footprints were no longer complete, as they were covered by traces of other animals. These bear footprints look a lot like human footprints, don't they? If it weren't for the few hairs on them, we can't rule out the possibility that a giant appeared. Cheng Ya took the black bear fur that he had rubbed out of the mud and smelled it. It really stinks. Cheng Ya turned the live stream camera back onto the footprint, recalling previous news reports where many media outlets mistook bear footprints for giant footprints. The black bear's fur is a mix of black and white, but black is the dominant color. Cheng Ya picked out the hair in his hand, rubbed it, and pinched it. This hair is probably from the chest of a black bear. It was probably accidentally scratched while eating tender leaves. Moreover, this bear is a female black bear. Such soft and delicate fur is usually found on the belly or chest of female black bears. By this time, Dabao had recovered and finished drinking all the milk in the bowl. Seeing Cheng Ya busy here, she simply picked up the milk bowl herself. "W.A. Daddy's giving you this." Dabao and Xiao Wenwen handed their milk bowls to Cheng Ya. After putting away the milk basin, Cheng Ya saw that Dabao was no longer acting abnormally before setting off again. However, he kept an eye on his surroundings the whole way, observing the black bear's movements. This black bear was probably injured and was found by the people at the conservation station before, and this is the first time it has been released back into the wild. Cheng Ya looked at the bandages under the tree next to him. The bear has returned to normal, but it should no longer be in the vicinity, otherwise the Golden Monkey Troop would have issued a warning long ago. Of course, if it were still nearby, the system would have appeared long ago. However, Cheng Ya was somewhat worried about the peaches that the Monkey King and his companions had. If this bear suddenly decides to eat peaches, it'll probably have to go and rob the Monkey King. Bears are omnivores and will eat almost anything, depending on what's nearby. For example, I eat tender grass, tender leaves, berries and nuts, and sometimes even moss, just to give myself a change of pace from time to time. However, it depends on where they live. If they live near a river, they will also go to the river to catch fish or frogs. Of course, they also often eat honey and lick ants. Cheng Ya picked up the bandage under the tree and found that it was indeed covered with a lot of black hair. However, there was no blood on the bandage, which indicates that the bear has recovered. At first, the viewers in the live stream were captivated by the cuteness of Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, but unexpectedly, one comment in the live chat actually guessed the truth. Is there really a bear here? Is it big? It looks pretty big, doesn't it? Look at this footprint. This forest is really pristine. Won't that bear destroy the house? I don't think so, right? They've already interacted with people, and these animals should. I guess so. However, with Hunniu protecting Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, they should be fine, right? The streamer should still be careful though. Yes, incidents of black bears attacking people are happening everywhere. This bear has just recovered, maybe Brother Cheng can even gain a bodyguard. What were you thinking, using a black bear as a bodyguard? It's hard to imagine making a tiger your friend, but Dabao and Xiao Wenwen are just so incredibly cute. Is it possible that the monkey's warning wasn't directed at Dabao and Xiao Wenwen? It's not impossible, though. Dabao seems to have recovered, the soreness is gone. Did the bear eat that fruit just now? Has the bear also been subjected to sour comments, like Dabao? The monkey's reaction just now probably didn't mean they saw a black bear. If a black bear had actually appeared nearby, I would definitely have sensed it, and the drone would have captured it on camera as well. But the other animals around didn't react at the time, and I didn't notice anything unusual, so let's not speculate. We'll know when we encounter them. Furthermore, since this black bear was released after recovering from its injuries, it shouldn't be too hostile towards humans for the time being, let alone destroy houses. And if you don't provoke it, it won't attack humans unprovoked. Many of those news reports about black bears injuring people are false. Either the black bear was protecting something at the time, such as its own cubs or its mates who were giving birth, which would trigger a stress response in the black bear and cause such an incident. Chang Ye checked the map and confirmed that no black bear markers had been added. He also checked the system's check-in data and found no changes. That put my mind at ease. However, this black bear will eventually come into everyone's view. After all, the system has been upgraded twice already, so as long as you pay more attention during patrols, finding the location of this black bear was not difficult. It just depends on luck or the movement of the black bear. If you actually see footprints or black bear fur in the wild, or if you determine that it is black bear feces, don't be so curious. It's best to get away from the area as soon as possible, especially if you have sugar, honey, or meat on you. Black bears are not just herbivores. Besides occasionally catching fish, they sometimes attack small deer and sheep or forage for carrion, so they are still relatively dangerous. Chang Ye tossed the bandage into his pocket, intending to take it back and throw it away. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen watched as Chang Ye picked up things from time to time along the way. Out of curiosity, they followed behind Chang Ye, watching what he put into the cloth bag. Wow! Wow! Oh woo! What is poop? Chang Ye looked at Dabao and Xiao Wenwen with curious eyes. What's wrong? You want to see this too? Chang Ye took out the bandages and let the two kids smell them. Dabao looked at the white ribbon, sniffed it, and then took a sniff. Then, feeling bored, he walked away. Little Wenwen noticed the fur next to the thing and pointed to the black fur on the bandage with her little paw. Oh woo! What kind of poop is this? Chang Ye watched Xiao Wenwen's actions, plucked a hair from the fur, and held it in front of Xiao Wenwen to smell. This is black bear fur. Take a good sniff. If you were a kid and you encountered this, you would have run away. Chang Ye put the item away and then left with Xiao Wenwen. Dabao had already arrived at the wooden house. When Chang Ye looked over, the first thing he saw was not the wooden house, but the golden eagle sleeping on the roof. The golden eagle was basking in the sunlight, its feathers gleaming brilliantly. Chang Ye simply moved the drone directly to the golden eagle's location. Let everyone witness the golden eagle's shining moment. Wow, I thought the golden eagle sunset was already pretty cool, but I didn't expect this to be even more beautiful. Indeed, the sun is truly amazing. This looks just like a painting. The sun is indeed the best filter, no other filter can create such beautiful lighting. For some reason, the golden statue was suddenly identified as a divine beast descended to earth. It looks a bit like making a wish. Why is that? It really does look like golden light that grants a wish. Wishing for a happy family and sudden wealth. Wishing you academic success. May I perform exceptionally well in the college entrance exam. I hope to find a good job next year. What is this? Is it a wishing live stream? I hope I can lose weight and get down to 100 pounds. Chang Ye took Xiao Wenwen back to the wooden house and put away all his belongings. This is how I took Dabao and Xiao Wenwen to rest in the yard. Dabao, come on, drink your milk. Chang Ye munched on the corn in his hand and poured some animal milk for Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, just in case the two little ones get hungry again later. Are you still sleepy? Chang Ye poured another basin of water for Dabao and told him to rinse his mouth first. After all, there was still a little bit of the fruit's flavor left. Little Wenwen has already started drinking milk, watching Dabao go through this complicated process. They followed and checked on Dabao. Wah-ah. Chang Ye handed the water to Dabao, who usually doesn't like to drink water and will only drink a little when he says he's very thirsty. But this time, he gulped down the water in big mouthfuls. This fruit is quite appetizing, isn't it? Little Wenwen glanced at Dabao a few times, then went to drink her milk on the side. Chang Ye looked at the wishing comments in the live stream and smiled. You guys really know how to pick them. Among the many wishing comments, the most eye-catching was naturally the one from a netizen named Dabao Xiaowen. Everyone else was making wishes, but he kept sending them. This is a daily live stream by Forest Ranger Chang Ge. Newcomers can watch the replay to get a feel for him. Chang Ye flipped through the list in his hand, and this one was also on the candidate list. This is a good candidate. Most importantly, this person is already very savvy. Moreover, Changya remembered that this person was already there when he first started binding himself to the live streaming system. Changya was lost in thought when Dabao and Xiao Wenwen finished their milk. The two kids squeezed next to Changya and rubbed against his legs. The live stream suddenly switched to showing the big heads of the two tiger cubs. Changya reached out and ruffled the heads of Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, placing them on either side of him. Take a break, we'll start making smoked lamb leg in a bit. Changya took out the fruit he had picked along the way from his backpack and placed it in the sun. Let it be exposed to the sun to disinfect. Dabao had originally thought of going over to take a look when he saw Changya carrying a backpack. But upon seeing the fruit, it immediately returned to its original position and lay down. He licked his lips, revealing a mask of pain even before taking a bite. It was as if the sour taste from before hadn't completely dissipated. People usually just look at plums to quench their thirst, but you're just looking at sour fruit and it's making your mouth water. Changya looked at Dabao's disgusted expression and said, "The smoked lamb leg is going to be a good thing. Otherwise, the smell of the lamb leg will still be a bit gamey if it's just smoked directly." Looking at the time, Changya simply took out the leg of lamb. Let's just get started. This really can't wait. Changya took the lamb leg out of the refrigerator, and the refrigerator was immediately more than half empty. This leg of lamb was a complete one. Changya specifically replaced it along with the body. It's been sitting there for several days now, but it still looks very fresh. Changya rinsed the whole leg of lamb several times in the water before taking it back into the kitchen. First, we'll make some decorative cuts on it. Although this stuff is used for smoking, it's the same as what we eat normally. It needs to be flavorful, otherwise it won't taste good. Then there are these seasonings: cloves, Sichuan peppercorns, ground black pepper, sugar, vinegar, chili oil, message, scallions, ginger, etc. And then there's me. The fruit we picked is also an important ingredient. If you want to try it yourself, you can use lemon instead. You just want a sour taste anyway. Looking at the wok I usually use for cooking, he decisively gave up and turned to look at the wood-fired stove on the side. Changya scrubbed the pot repeatedly with a brush several times before finally setting the lamb leg aside and filling the pot with water. Just wait, I'll throw the lamb leg down. Changya was preparing the seasonings to be added later. Salt, cloves, cardamom, scallions, ginger, Sichuan peppercorns, ground pepper, and a little sugar can also be added. Changya went outside and brought over the fruit that had been in the sun, adding it to the seasoning. It must be said that this wood-fired stove is as reliable as ever, and soon the sound of water bubbling could be heard. Throw this leg in. It will probably take 40 or 50 minutes to cook until it is fully cooked but not mushy. If it's overcooked, it won't be easy to smoke later. Changya threw all the seasonings down the drain at once. Dabao, Xiao Wenwen, come here. Changya reduced the amount of firewood so that the fire wouldn't be too big and burn the water dry. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen came running in as soon as they heard the noise. Wah-ah-ah. I'm here, Daddy. Oh woo. What's the matter? Changya led the two children straight to the bedroom. This needs to cook for a while longer. I'll take a nap first, and then set an alarm to wake up later. Little Wenwen, on the other hand, very conscientiously settled into her seat. Changya looked at Dabao, who was wide awake, and said, "Dabao, come here, why don't you play with your peaches?" "Where are the peaches?" Upon hearing this, Dabao immediately turned and left. When Deng Dabao returned, he had a tattered peach in his mouth. If the peach weren't so big, you could probably see the pit right now. Changya looked at Dabao's peaches and sighed. If the mother monkey sees these peaches, she'll never give you peaches again. Even Dabao and Xiao Wenwen would be benefactors to the monkey troop. However, this troop of monkeys is still very protective of their food. If Dabao hadn't given his peach to the baby monkey, the mother monkey probably wouldn't have given him such a big peach to play with. Changya, with Xiao Wenwen in tow, closed his eyes and prepared to rest for a while. This is a rare lunch break. Dabao saw Changya close his eyes and walk around the living room with his peach in his mouth. But he couldn't stay still for long. After all, little Wenwen was currently nestled next to Changya, with no one to play with. The peach in my mouth doesn't taste good at all anymore. After playing for a while, Dabao looked at the peach in his mouth and ran back to the bedroom to check on Changya and Xiao Wenwen. She immediately dropped her peach and squeezed next to Changya. Changya sensed the movement beside him and patted Dabao on the shoulder. "You can play with the golden eagle." Changya knew that Dabao was full of energy at this moment, and it only squeezed next to him because it was bored and had no one to play with. Dabao hesitated for a moment after hearing this. Seeing the peach he had left aside, he still jumped up, grabbed another peach, and ran out. "Awoo-awoo!" Dabao called out softly to the golden eagle from inside the yard. The golden eagle opened its eyes and looked at Dabao, who was below it again. "Chirp chirp." Dabao held up the peach in his hand to the golden eagle and cried out, "Awoo-awoo!" The golden eagle, seeing the peaches, thought that Dabao had brought it fruit. It flew straight down and stood in front of Dabao. "Chirp chirp." When Dabao saw the golden eagle come down, he threw the peach from his mouth at it. Then they prepared to go after the golden eagle. But the golden eagle's beak wasn't meant for carrying peaches, it simply pierced a hole through the peach with a single, forceful thrust. The golden eagle looked at the peach and, right in front of Dabao, took a big bite. Chirp chirp. She even nodded to Dabao to express her gratitude. Dabao looked at his peaches, which were already tattered, but at least they hadn't fallen apart. Now only half remains, and if the golden eagle takes another bite, the peach will definitely be reduced to just a pit. Dabao quickly stepped forward and took his peach away. Awoo awoo. You ate my toy? Dabao looked at the golden eagle with a head full of questions. Seeing Dabao like this, the golden eagle suddenly had a mischievous idea. Spreading its wings, it went directly behind Dabao and looked at the peaches Dabao had placed behind him. They simply pecked away handfuls of peaches without making a sound. Dabao was still wondering if the golden eagle was about to leave. I was just thinking of turning around and taking the peaches I had just put on the ground away. That one turn of the head. But then he saw a golden eagle behind him eating peaches. When the golden eagle saw Dabao looking at it, it immediately sped up its eating. Soon, only the pit remained of the peach in the golden eagle's beak. The golden eagle looked at the peach pit, grabbed it with its claws, and stretched it forward. He handed the peach pit to Dabao. Dabao looked at his pink peach, which had now turned into a small, hard brown pit. Awoo woo. Dabao looked at the peach pit and pounced on the golden eagle. But with Dabao's current speed, he was no match for the golden eagle, which flapped its wings and took flight. Dabao only managed to touch a feather that had fallen from the golden eagle. Seeing Dabao like this, the golden eagle chirped twice at him and flew away into the forest. Dabao really doesn't even have a bird to calculate the accounts with right now. Awoo awoo. Dabao, with the peach pit in his mouth, nestled in the spot where Changya had been sitting. The camera in the live stream will be following Dabao the whole time, watching the golden eagle bully him. The live stream audience burst out laughing. I never imagined my son would have this day. The golden eagle is so naughty, it ate someone's toy. They ate it so cleanly. They didn't leave a single piece of peach. Ha ha ha, Dabao must be regretting it now, wondering why he came looking for it. This is hilarious. Everyone was just making wishes on the golden eagle, and now it seems like all those wishes have been eaten by the eagle. Golden eagle, I didn't ask you to make that promise. Haha, did the golden eagle go pick peaches for Dabao? Poor Dabao, he looks so pitiful. Dabao is so cute. I really want to tease him / her. Dabao should play with the golden eagle more often, it might help develop his brain. Ha ha ha, the person upstairs is really going too far. Dabao should learn from his mistakes. How about we just go to sleep? Haha, what idea did Brother Cheng come up with? Dabao playing with the golden eagle. But Dabao hasn't thrown away that peach pit yet, maybe it'll become a new favorite. Dabao looks so pitiful, let me hug him. How can I have a baby just like my beloved Dabao? Dabao is so cute. Meanwhile, Changya and Xiao Wenwen were lying comfortably on the bed inside the house. Little Wenwen also nestled quietly in her spot, keeping Changya company. Wah-ah-ah. Changya listened to the commotion outside but made no attempt to get up. Even when the golden eagle plays with Dabao, it occasionally bullies Dabao. But the golden eagle always knew exactly what it was doing. It won't hurt Dabao. If anything were to hurt Dabao, the golden eagle would probably peck at it and start attacking. After all, the little green dragon that had its claws caught in the big treasure's claws didn't even get a complete corpse in the end. If Dabao hadn't been too afraid to eat it at the time, Changya probably wouldn't have even seen the final appearance of the little green dragon. Meanwhile, Xiao Wenwen, listening to Dabao's voice, could also discern Dabao's emotions. I went up to the window and looked out, and saw that Dabao was also lying on the chair. Wah-ah-ah. He greeted Dabao, then returned to Changya's side. Changya reached out and rubbed Xiao Wenwen beside him, then closed his eyes to rest. Take a break, we can start smoking the lamb leg soon. Changya closed his eyes and recalled the steps of smoking lamb leg, but it was clear that what happened next would prevent Changya from taking a nap. Changya had just been lying down and was feeling a little sleepy. But the system's voice rang in my ears. Changya immediately opened his eyes, looking at Xiao Wenwen beside him and listening to the system's voice in his ear. As Changya got up, he listened to the sounds around him. Alert! A black bear, a Class I protected animal in China, has been detected. Black bears, also known as dog bears, black blind bears, or crescent bears. Movement characteristics: skilled at climbing trees and swimming. Similar to humans, black bears can walk upright. They move cautiously and slowly. Lifestyle habits: large body, poor eyesight, but keen sense of smell and hearing, able to smell scents from half a kilometer away and hear footsteps from about 300 meters away. However, its extremely poor vision has earned it the nickname blind bear. Wild black bears typically sleep during the day and are active at night, usually living in tree hollows or caves, and rarely attack humans. Foraging habits: they have a varied diet, feeding mainly on plant leaves and seeds. Physical characteristics: long, glossy black body hair, with a V-shaped white marking on the chest. The black bear is a Class I protected animal in China and is listed as a vulnerable species in the Red Data Book of Endangered Animals of China, Animal Category, listed in the IUCN Red List of Threatened Species 2012. Unlocked Dragon Kingdom S-Level Protected Animal Encyclopedia 996. A Class I protected animal in the Qinling Mountains distribution area of China, progress completed 7/14. Location information: located due north of the host, 460 meters in a straight line. The image of the black bear will appear and be marked on the GPS system map in 3 seconds. Chang Ye immediately perked up. Black bear? Xiao Wenwen was originally lying next to Chang Ye, watching him. Chang Ye suddenly jumped up from the bed, which startled Xiao Wenwen. Wow! What's wrong, Daddy? Chang Ye looked at Xiao Wenwen and reached out to pick her up. It's okay, but we'll probably have to go out for a while. Chang Ye led Xiao Wenwen out of the bedroom. After putting out the fire that was burning in the pot, I finally picked up my backpack and prepared to go out. When Dabao saw Chang Ye get up, he quickly came over with his peach pit in his mouth to complain. Oh woo woo, look, Daddy. Chang Ye looked at Dabao's peach, which had suddenly turned into a pit. You ate it? Didn't you not eat peaches? Dabao tugged at Chang Ye's trouser leg, making Chang Ye follow him into the yard. It called out twice towards the golden eagle's nest before looking at Chang Ye. Oh woo woo, that's not the poop I ate. Chang Ye looked at Dabao's appearance, then at the golden eagle's nest, and at the peach pieces on the ground that were clearly pecked off by birds. You're letting the golden eagle play with the peaches with you? The golden eagle will eat them? Chang Ye couldn't resist when he saw the peach pit Dabao handed him. Puffed. The golden eagle this is more like his style. But even if the golden eagle plays with this peach with you, it will still puncture it. Let's pick a couple more when we come back later. Come on, I'll take you out. Chang Ye squatted down and comforted Dabao for a while, then put the peach pit aside. That's when I looked at the map to see where the black bear was. The system displayed image shows the black bear still eating fruit in the forest, but its movement trajectory is heading towards the river. They're probably going to catch fish. Let's go to the riverbank, we might see some fish there. When Dabao heard that he was going out, he immediately perked up. He picked up the peach pit that was placed next to him and ran after Chang Ye. Xiao Wenwen continued to follow Chang Ye's footsteps as always. Chang Ye looked at Dabao, who had suddenly run in front of him, and asked, Do you know where we're going? Dabao is back. Dabao, who had just raised his leg, pulled it back down and licked his paw. Awoo. It seems like they don't know. It returned to Chang Ye's side, carrying its own peach pit in its mouth. Chang Ye watched as Dabao kept biting into the peach pit. This peach pit is easier to bite than the peaches you ate before. It's just right that it won't break. Dabao listened to Chang Ye's words and gently bit the peach pit in his mouth. Unlike the peaches I had before, it didn't feel like it would burst open immediately when I bit into it. Awoo. Dabao immediately lost his previous unhappiness and started grinding his teeth while chewing on the peach pit. It makes a creaking sound from time to time. This thing is really suitable for you. Chang Ye led Dabao and Xiao Wenwen toward the first spot where the black bear had appeared. It's quite a coincidence. This first spot happens to be under the snot-shaped fruit tree where Chang Ye picked fruit earlier. Chang Ye looked at the tree in front of him. It had been laden with fruit when he arrived. I only picked 1 or 2, but now there are many fewer fruits on the tree. It seems that black bears really do eat this stuff. They can even stomach something so sour. But when Chang Ye took a few more steps forward, a pile of sticky fruit on the ground answered his question. This black bear is quite wasteful of fruit. The viewers in the live stream were a little surprised to see Chang Ye leading the 2 tiger cubs down this road again. At first, I thought Chang Ye was coming to pick some more fruit, but it's clearly not like that now. What are they doing? Has the streamer discovered something again? Did a black bear eat this fruit? Why are there so many broken fruits scattered all over the ground? What is Brother Chang saying? Where did Brother Chang go? What are your plans for today? Dabao and this peach pit are a perfect match, even their size is just right. Could this be considered a good deed unintentionally done by the golden eagle? This is really good, take a look. Dabao is so cute. He gets happy so easily and is so obedient. Dabao and the golden eagle almost got into a fight, but thankfully the golden eagle left. The golden eagle fighting with Dabao is bullying a child. Haha, will Dabao tell who knew when he gets back? But we'll have to wait for the golden eagle to engage. The golden eagle always bullies its prey and then just flies away. Haha, Dabao is so cute. Little Wenwen is so much better. Little Wenwen is really clinging to Chang Ye, it's so cute. Chang Ye wasn't speaking to the drone, so the viewers in the live stream could only see Chang Ye taking the 2 tiger cubs for a walk, without knowing what Chang Ye was looking for. However, some longtime fans in the live stream explained it to everyone. Has Brother Chang discovered something again? Definitely, at this rate they'll probably find it soon. Just follow Brother Chang. I have a feeling we're going to see something amazing soon. I think I have a guess what it is, but I'm not sure yet. This must be it. Let's wait a bit. Brother Chang will definitely tell us later, so take notes. Chang Ye looked at the viewers in his live stream and asked and answered their questions himself. I am quite pleased. Chang Ye scrolled through the comments. The one who led the explanation was none other than Dabao Xiao Wen, whom Chang Ye had noticed before. Chang Ye had already made up his mind. But there are still more important things to do right now. Everyone, please don't rush. I'll tell you all after I've confirmed it. Although Chang Ye already knew that the black bear was nearby, he had not actually seen it with his own eyes. If we were to say it directly at this point, it would be difficult to explain. Chang Ye followed the black bear's tracks and kept walking forward. Along the way, we saw many fruit pits and leaves left over from black bear's meals. This black bear has quite an appetite, but it's only eating small, appetizing fruits. In the end, it just gets hungrier and hungrier. Chang Ye looked at Dabao, who was biting a peach pit, and Xiao Wenwen, who was clinging to him. You two can't just rush in or show any signs of aggression later. This thing won't attack us unless we intentionally make a move. Did you hear that? Dabao, with a peach pit in his mouth, gave Chang Ye a muffled answer. Awoo awoo awoo. No. Xiao Wenwen rubbed against Chang Ye's leg to indicate that she understood. Chang Ye watched as the fallen fruit peels fell to the ground at his feet, and that was the end of it. There was no sound from the surroundings, and Chang Ye noticed that the system was no longer indicating the location of the black bear. That means the black bear has already walked to a position 500 meters away from you. Fortunately, Chang Ye moved around. The GPS system is constantly updating and marking the location of the black bear. They're probably out catching fish by the river. Chang Ye led Dabao and Xiao Wenwen to a place not far from the river, and then walked down the river towards the black bear. I estimate we'll see it soon. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen looked up at Chang Ye with puzzled expressions. Awoo? Awoo? Who are you going to see? Daddy, where are we going? Go find a big animal. Chang Ye reached out and rubbed Dabao and Xiao Wenwen's heads, letting the two kids continue walking. But soon, Wenwen stopped again. His facial expression changed from relaxed to wary. Chang Ye looked at Xiao Wenwen like this and asked it a question. What's wrong? Xiao Wenwen yelled at the corner not far away and pulled Chang Ye, trying to turn back. Chang Ye understood perfectly well at this point. It's most likely that the black bear is there. When Chang Ye found the black bear's bandages, he had already told Xiao Wenwen to avoid it in the future because it was a bit dangerous. It was obvious that Xiao Wenwen smelled the same scent as the bandage, which is why she pulled Chang Ye and tried to walk backward. I'm just afraid this thing will hurt Chang Ye. Chang Ye looked at the little Wenwen in front of him. It's okay, it won't attack us on its own. Besides, it's probably a black bear that has just had contact with humans. Just don't show any aggression later. Chang Ye called Dabao over as well. Dabao, did you hear that? You can just play with your peach pits later, but don't go in the water. Dabao bit into the peach pit in his mouth. Good. Xiao Wenwen hesitated as she looked at Chang Ye. Don't worry, Wenwen. Chang Ye picked up Xiao Wenwen and continued walking forward. Although Xiao Wenwen's reaction was not as intense as before, she still clung tightly to Chang Ye's clothes with her claws. She was completely in a position to take Chang Ye away immediately if there was any danger. Chang Ye rubbed Xiao Wenwen's head. Alright, don't be so nervous. Why don't you and Dabao go play with the peach pits for a while? Maybe you like to play too. Little Wenwen was indeed a little curious as she watched Dabao crunching on the peach pit. She then flailed her legs, signaling to Chang Ye to put her down. Chang Ye placed Xiao Wenwen next to Dabao. When Dabao saw that Xiao Wenwen wanted to play with him, he immediately gave the peach pit that he had been holding to Xiao Wenwen. Wow! Little Wenwen imitated Dabao, biting into the peach pit. But unexpectedly, the peach pit actually had a crack in it. Little Wenwen quickly realized something was wrong. Why did her biting sound different from Dabao's? Looking at Xiao Wenwen's expression, Chang Ye leaned forward and looked at the peach pit in Xiao Wenwen's mouth. Your teeth are quite strong, Wenwen. Dabao, you can return this to Xiao Wenwen when we get back, okay? Chang Ye took the peach pit from Xiao Wenwen's mouth and put it in his backpack. Dabao was very generous to Xiao Wenwen, rubbing his paw against Xiao Wenwen's before walking forward on his own. Little Wenwen looked at the peach pit she had bitten open and licked her paw guiltily. Let's go. This time, Dabao stopped playing with the peach pits, and Xiao Wenwen was also thinking about other things as she walked along with Chang Ye. Soon, the black bear came into view. It must be said that this black bear is really well proportioned, with its entire body being black except for a crescent-shaped white patch on its chest. Chang Ye shifted the camera, which the live stream had been eagerly anticipating, from the two tiger cubs to the black bear that was staring blankly by the river. The camera then pans to the other side. The live stream chat exploded immediately. Not only did the number of comments skyrocket, but the number of viewers also surged by an unreadable figure. This is a black bear. They really were looking for a black bear. I knew it. Brother Cheng wouldn't let us down. I had this feeling from the fruit this morning. Is this really a black bear? Is this fake? Why does this black bear look so clumsy? This black bear still has bandages on its hand. Isn't this just like the bandage that Brother Cheng found this morning? That's true, it looks like the same bandage. Looks like this was used this morning. But what is this black bear doing? Follow Brother Chen's live stream. You'll never regret it. Did Xiao Wenwen bite the peach pit open? De Bao is so cute. De Bao is such a good older brother. Does this black bear not attack humans? Probably not, but it's always better to be safe than sorry. Cheng Ye controlled the drone to approach the black bear little by little. This black bear should be the one we found traces of this morning, but we didn't know which direction it went in the morning, so we didn't look for it. I just said we would run into it sooner or later. This black bear has the typical fur of a moon bear. I wonder if someone has trimmed it or what. Cheng Ye pointed the drone at the black bear in front of him. The fur of a typical black bear is mainly black, and it is very long and glossy, so it has a jet black and shiny appearance in the sunlight. Cheng Ye circled the black bear with the drone, and all he could see was black. But it's different when it comes to the chest area. Although its black fur is very beautiful, it still has some white markings, which is a characteristic of moon bears. And on its chest there is a very obvious V-shaped white stripe of fur, like a crescent moon, so we usually call this black bear a moon bear or crescent bear. But of these three names, moon bear sounds the best. My grandfather used to call black bears moon bear. And the black bear that appears before you is a very standard crescent moon shape. Look at its white fur. The contrast between black and white is often the strongest, so it is very obvious that there is a crescent moon, while the rest of the black bear's fur is black, just like a crescent moon hanging in the night sky. Although drones are invisible, they are still useful for black bears with highly sensitive hearing and smell. The drone made a faint sound, and Cheng Ye could smell the noise and scent coming from his side. The black bear still managed to get Cheng Ye and his group noticed. Cheng Ye waved at the black bear and pressed his hand down. It indicates that it will not attack it. This is something Cheng Ye's grandfather taught him when he was a child. Sure enough, the black bear stared at Cheng Ye for a while, then looked at De Bao and Xiao Wenwen, who were playing by themselves nearby. Seeing that they indeed showed no intention of attacking, he continued his daydreaming. The viewers in the live stream waited for a while, but the black bear didn't make any further moves. What is that black bear doing? Is he spacing out? Is this a real-life version of Xiong Er, a character from Journey to the West? Bear 2 is yellow, how are they the same? But this black bear doesn't seem very smart. Honestly, this black bear looks kind of dumb. However, its fur is indeed very beautiful. It's fine to praise them, but don't get any other ideas. Yes, black bears are protected animals. We must protect them together with Brother Cheng. But he really doesn't attack humans unprovoked. Why would someone want to fight with you for no reason? This bear has a silly, goofy feel to it. I thought he was going to catch fish, but he's just been spacing out. Are you stunned? But aren't there fish in this river? Why doesn't he catch them? Are there brown bears too? Are they the same as black bears except for their fur? Looking at the questions in the comments, Cheng Ye raised the drone and pointed it at the black bear and the river. This allows everyone to see the black bear's movements more clearly. It's not just the fur that's different. Black bears have oblong skulls, which make them look longer, and their frontal bones are flat. Their mouths are also relatively short, so they look a bit like dogs. And especially the bear cubs. This bear is already an adult. You probably can't tell many black bear cubs look a bit like dogs when they're young. That's why many black bears are mistaken for other bears when they are young, which is why they have another name, dog bear. If you see a small black dog in the wild, don't just take it home. If you accidentally end up with a little black bear, that would be terrible. Cheng Ye thought of the little bear he saw when he was a child, which really looked like a little black dog. As the saying goes, first pig, second bear, third tiger, that's how much of a threat these three animals pose to humans. One reason why this bear doesn't actively attack humans and other animals is that it's not afraid, or it doesn't want to fight you. Everyone has witnessed the ferocity of wild boars, but the bear, ranked second, is also very dangerous. Firstly, it's large, and secondly, its sharp teeth and claws can easily injure people. As Cheng Ye explained to everyone, he shifted the focus of the image to the black bear's paws in front of him. The black bear's claws had clearly been trimmed, but that trimming probably happened several weeks ago. The claws have now grown back and look much sharper. Cheng Ye pulled De Bao and Xiao Wenwen to his side. At this moment, De Bao and Xiao Wenwen were staring wide-eyed at De He, who was not far away. Awoo. What is the poop doing? Why, will it really not fight with us? Hearing Xiao Wenwen's voice, De Bao, who wasn't very nervous before, became alert. Walk up to Xiao Wenwen and stare at the big black block. Chang Ye pulled Dabao back from in front of him to prevent Dabao from rushing out. Even if Tiger Girl came, she might not be able to beat this black bear in front of her. Don't worry, Dabao, it won't happen. If this black bear were to attack us, there are only a few possibilities. One is that it is a nursing mother bear, and if someone approaches her cubs, she will attack the person in a protective manner. But this black bear doesn't have any cubs. Furthermore, when we rushed into their territory and made them feel very dangerous, but this black bear had just returned to the forest and didn't have its own territory yet. And then there's the least likely explanation: with so much food in this forest, it wouldn't go to the trouble of fighting us for it. Of course, black bears only target humans when food is scarce and they are extremely hungry. However, black bears generally eat tender leaves and berries, occasionally consuming fish and honey, or licking ants. These are the things that are most abundant in this forest, and that's why we humans don't hunt black bears. They eat leaves and berries, but not eggs or anything like that, so they're not on our menu. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen were already quite drowsy listening to Chang Ye's story. Awoo. Nu. Xiao Wenwen rubbed against Chang Ye's leg to indicate that she knew as well. Seeing Chang Ye so calm and composed, the two tiger cubs relaxed and stopped being so vigilant. Dabao ran to the side and looked at the butterflies by the roadside, his little legs kicking as if he was about to chase after them. Chang Ye pulled Dabao back. If you run in the wrong direction and end up over there, the black bear might misunderstand and that won't be good. Although the black bear wouldn't attack first, Dabao ran over with that speed and momentum. It's easy for this clumsy black bear to misunderstand and think that Dabao wants to fight it. The size difference between the two is enormous. Dabao looked at the large black block opposite him, then looked at himself in the river. She decided, with great self-awareness, to stay by Chang Ye's side, the black bear that was being filmed by the drone. Finally, under everyone's watchful eyes, the next step was taken. Chang Ye stared at the motionless black bear not far from him, which had been staring at the river for quite a while. Finally, the next step was taken. As Chang Ye watched the black bear slowly walk into the water, he guessed that the bear was about to start catching fish. Given the bear's nature, it certainly wouldn't just chase after the fish. Chang Ye calmed down the excited viewers in the live stream. It probably won't be that quick. It will likely take a while after it goes into the water. The black bear, which had been standing on the riverbank, took small steps and went straight to the middle of the river. However, the river was not very deep, and given the large size of the black bear, the river water had no effect on it at all. However, after reaching the middle of the river, the black bear remained unresponsive. The viewers in the live stream thought they were about to see a black bear catching fish, and that this cartoon was about to become a reality. Why did it stop again? Does a black bear need strategy to catch fish? Is the black bear looking at the fish as if choosing which one to have for its afternoon tea? Haha, the person upstairs has a very vivid imagination. However, all the fish were scared away. Why isn't the black bear chasing after it? A black bear chasing a fish? It's kind of funny just thinking about it. Is this some kind of waiting for a rabbit to run into a tree stump strategy? It does look somewhat like it. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen actually managed to resist going into the water. It's true, those two kids are so obedient. Brother Chang, why don't you catch a fish for the black bear? I'm getting anxious watching it. Chang Ye guessed what was going on by looking at the black bear's actions and explained it to the viewers in the live stream. It seems they really are going to catch fish, but with a bear's size, if it goes directly into the river, it will definitely scare the fish away. But if it stands in the water for a while, the fish will come closer when they see there's no movement. This is how a bear catches fish. If you really let such a big black bear chase after fish, it'll probably just go back and eat some fruit. Chang Ye submerged the drone back into the river to allow everyone to see the fish's movements more clearly. But it was only after it sank that Chang Ye discovered something was wrong, even before he could see the fish. Although the black bear's leg fur was very soft from being washed by the water, there was one bald spot. The hair in this area isn't stuck to other parts of the body, it's clearly been shaved off manually. Chang Ye piloted the drone closer to the black bear. That's when they discovered that the black bear had a wound on its leg, and the wound had clearly just scabbed over. They threw away the bandage as soon as it scabbed over. It seems the conservationists underestimated the black bear's strength and intelligence. Chang Ye glanced into his backpack, took out the waterproof bandages he had brought, and planned to find an opportunity to properly treat the black bear later. This black bear has probably just returned to the forest and its daily routine hasn't fully recovered yet. Normally, black bears are active at night and sleep during the day, they're night owls. Wait until it finishes catching the fish, then find an opportunity to get close to it. The black bear's leg was constantly submerged in the river, and the newly scabbed wound was becoming somewhat swollen from the water. Fortunately, the water in the forest was not polluted, so the black bear's wound wouldn't get infected even after soaking for a while. If this were a river in the city, the wound would likely become infected and cause problems if it soaked for a while. The scab over the wound covered a fairly large area, and Chang Ye frowned as he looked at it. But the black bear didn't react at all. He remained motionless, staring at the river in front of him. Changya was currently examining the black bear's wound, while fish approached from upstream. The black bear also made a move. Whoosh! Bang! The black bear had been standing still in the river for quite some time. Gradually, fish began to approach the black bear's fur to forage for food, clearly mistaking the bear's fur for seaweed. Although black bears may seem clumsy, they can be quite agile when it matters. It bent over directly and extended its claws. One grab. The fish ended up in the black bear's hand. The black bear picked up the fish, shook the water off its feet, and walked towards the shore. It must be said that black bears have many similar movements to humans, especially when they stand and walk upright. It's like a chubby person. The black bear, holding the fish in its hand, shook off the water and returned directly to the shore. It was only then that Changya noticed that there were many small red fruits placed on the shore. This black bear is quite particular, balancing meat and vegetables. The viewers in the live stream watched the black bear eat fish and fruit, one bite at a time. Who would have thought that one day they would be tempted by a black bear? Is this a live mukbang video of a black bear eating? No wonder it took so long to catch the fish. It was trying to land a perfect shot. But that black bear is really handsome, all dressed in black. What kind of fruit is this? Are we just going to eat this fish directly? This thing looks delicious. But is this something only black bears can eat? Seeing it eat makes me really want to eat fish and fruit too. Black bears really know how to enjoy life. They seem a bit slow, but they're actually quite smart. Does this thing have any natural enemies? Who can defeat it? Could our natural enemy be humans? How did I ever get so hungry for a black bear? I thought it would look terrible to eat, but this black bear is quite refined. This slow and deliberate pace is just like Xiao Wenwen's. De Bao is so cute. Thankfully, Xiao Wenwen and De Bao didn't rush over. Given the current state of this black bear, if De Bao and Xiao Wenwen had just passed by, it probably wouldn't have started a fight unless it had been injured. Changya watched the black bear's every move. It didn't seem surprised when it saw me, and it wasn't aggressive at all. Plus, De Bao and Xiao Wenwen are still so young, they don't really pose any threat to it. Changya looked at the size of De Bao and Xiao Wenwen, and then at the black bear eating fish. This is simply incomparable. Changya pulled De Bao and Xiao Wenwen to his side. You two stay here, don't run around, I'm going to come over for a bit. Changya took out the bandages from his backpack and slowly approached the black bear. The black bear finally finished the last bite of fruit in its mouth. She glanced at Changya, who was slowly approaching her from the side. They did not get up and leave. Instead, he calmly lay down on the rock behind him and touched his stomach. They look like they've had a full meal. Let me take care of this for you. Changya gestured with the bandage in his hand to the black bear, indicating that he would treat its wounds. Changya slowly approached the black bear, explaining to everyone as he went. The wound looks like it's healed, but if the black bear soaks it in water like this for a short time, it's fine, but it won't work if it happens too often. Also, there are a lot of small insects in the water, which can easily get into the wound. Black bear looked at Changya, then at the bandage on Changya's hand. He patted his stomach and then stood up. Changya stopped and looked at the black bear, wondering what it was going to do. Unexpectedly, the black bear actually walked towards Changya's direction. Changya remained calm, standing still and waiting for the black bear to come over. This really startled everyone in the live stream. What's going on? What are you doing here? Are they planning to attack Brother Chang? Brother Chang, how about we run away? Yeah, Brother Chang, why don't we go? This black bear is huge. Why is the streamer so calm? Don't worry, everyone. Brother Chang is so calm, so we shouldn't be anxious. He definitely has his own plans. Besides, if all else fails, De Bao and Xiao Wenwen are in the back, aren't they? If one can't beat them, two together can surely take them down. Does everyone see the black bear raising its paw? Where are we going? Does Brother Chang have honey on him? Changya shook his head as he looked at the comments. There's no honey. I don't think there's any honey in this cabin either. As the black bear approached, their purpose is becoming increasingly clear. It's obviously aimed at Changya. Changya carried his backpack and looked at the bandage in his hand. Seeing the black bear cautiously approaching, he simply plopped down on a large rock to the side. This black bear is testing me. It's not usually this slow. It's walking so slowly because it's testing me to see if I'll attack it. If I showed any intention to attack, it would probably just turn around and leave. So at this point, we should just stay still. If you see a black bear approaching in the wild, don't just run away as fast as you can. Of course, if you can outrun it, that's another story. But if you can't outrun a black bear, just stay where you are, don't panic, don't be afraid, just stay calm. But there are still many special cases. For example, when black bears are short of food, you should run as fast as you can. But I am generally not afraid of black bears that have eaten their fill. Changya looked at the black bear in front of him and showed no fear whatsoever. He simply sat calmly to one side. Seeing Chang Ye's reaction, the black bear quickened its pace to approach. Oh woo woo. But as they walked, they went astray. They bypassed Chang Ye and walked directly behind him. Chang Ye turned his head to look at the black bear, then looked at his backpack. The black bear reached into both sides of Chang Ye's backpack and pulled them out. What he pulled out were peaches and small fruits that Chang Ye had picked on the road earlier. The black bear didn't stand on ceremony and sat down behind Chang Ye to start gnawing on him. Chang Ye simply gave all the small fruits from his backpack to the black bear, and also took out the bandages. This bear is using its sense of smell in the right place. Chang Ye sprinkled some medicine powder on the gauze and slowly walked to the bear's leg. Fortunately, the bear didn't lie down immediately, but sat up and ate the fruit. If it just lies down, even Chang Ye probably won't be able to do anything about it. Chang Ye reached out and touched the black bear's leg, parting its fur. Then he directly covered the scabbed area with the gauze that had been sprinkled with the medicine powder. The black bear immediately stopped eating the fruit and looked at Chang Ye in front of it. The viewers in the live stream thought that Black Bear was about to kick Brother Chang away. Everyone was worried for Chang Ye. However, Chang Ye showed no interest in acknowledging the black bear. To cover the wound, they wrapped the bandage around the bear's leg several times, and finally tied a tight knot at the end. The bandage Chang Ye used this time was not an ordinary medical bandage. Those bandages are thick because they are designed to care for wounds, and they would easily fall off if a bear's claws grabbed them. However, these waterproof bandages are specifically designed for use on large animals. The purpose is to prevent them from breaking free of the bandages and causing the wound to relapse. After wrapping the black bear in bandages, Chang Ye clapped his hands and packed away all his belongings. I looked at the snot-nosed fruit that I had left in my backpack. Chang Ye glanced at the black bear, who was happily eating a peach. He turned around and handed the snot-nosed fruit to the black bear as well. Seeing that the black bear had taken it, he then walked towards Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen are now obediently staying where they are, waiting for Chang Ye to return. Oh woo, Daddy, you're back. Poop. Chang Ye looked at Xiao Wenwen and Dabao, who had jumped up to his legs. He reached out and ruffled their heads. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen's fur is the nicest to touch. We'll head back soon, okay? Let's play a little longer. Chang Ye pointed the drone at the black bear behind him, since wild black bears are still quite rare in everyone's eyes. The black bear watched Chang Ye interact with Xiao Wen and Dabao. He actually grabbed all the fruit he had on him and got up again to walk towards Chang Ye and his group. Chang Ye held down Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, who were itching to move, and watched the black bear's actions. The black bear meant no harm. He simply found a rock near Chang Ye and sat down again. She even took 2 fruits and tossed them to Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. Chang Ye looked at the fruit that had rolled in front of him. As expected. The next second, Dabao jumped up. Oh woo. Why is it this fruit again? Dabao looked at the fruit that rolled in front of him and instinctively wanted to bite it, but after seeing what the green fruit looked like, he kicked it back. Chang Ye watched as the snot-nosed fruit returned to the black bear's side. The red berries in front of Xiao Wenwen were indeed edible, and Chang Ye fed them to her. This is edible, eat it. Little Wenwen then took a few bites of the fruit. However, the 2 tiger cubs have never liked eating berries, and Xiao Wenwen only chewed a few bites before spitting out the pits. The black bear looked at the snot-nosed fruit that had rolled back in front of it, and then at Dabao's disgusted expression. He picked up the fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. Dabao also looked at the black bear with a strange expression. Chang Ye was amused by the black bear's actions. Put, you really are something, falling for a trick every now and then, it's all the same. Chang Ye recalled seeing a pile of broken fruit on the road earlier, which he guessed were spat out by the black bear. This black bear ate these fruits when they were still on the tree, and it even picked quite a few. I guess it was sour that it spat them all out. Now it seems to have forgotten the lesson and is stuffing them back into its mouth. The black bear seemed to be trying to prove to Dabao that the fruit was indeed edible. He held the fruit in his mouth and chewed it for quite a while. However, the ripe snot fruits are all sour, let alone the unripe green ones. Before long, the black bear's mouth began to drool profusely. The black bear naturally spat out the fruit. Chang Ye looked at the black bear's drool-covered face, pointed to the river next to it, and made a face-washing gesture. This is really disgusting. The black bear stomped on the fruit it had just eaten, then happily ran into the river and rolled around in it. The bandages that Chang Ye had just wrapped around his foot had clearly been discovered by the black bear. The black bear, seeing its fur bound by the bandages, stretched out its sharp claws and scraped at the bandages. However, Chang Ye's bandage was very thin and wrapped very tightly. The black bear tried to scrape the bandage off, but instead, it only made itself howl in pain. Chang Ye watched it from the side with Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. Stop trying, you can't get it off, at most you'll just feel pain. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen looked at the black bear in front of them, the 2 tiger cubs who were initially a little wary. Now they were completely relaxed, and even dared to slowly approach the river to watch the black bear. Oh woo. Daddy seems a bit clumsy. Wow wow, what is the poop doing? The two tiger cubs were very puzzled as they watched the black bear fighting with its own legs. The two tiger eyes were full of question marks. Changya shook his head as he looked at the black bear still struggling with the bandages. This black bear is only so relaxed because it is sure that we will not attack or harm it. However, black bears in the wild are usually very wary. This time, it is not concerned because Dabao and Xiao Wenwen are still young. But if Hu Niu were here, this black bear would be a completely different person. So don't be fooled by its clumsy appearance. If this guy were to fight, there would probably be few opponents in this forest. So this thing doesn't have any specific natural enemies. If I had to pinpoint a match, it might indeed be humans, but humans only become a match for black bears because they have tools and weapons, otherwise, they would be no match for them. Chang Ye's explanation came just in time. The viewers in the live stream almost misunderstood that Black Bear was really stupid. I thought this Black Bear was genuinely stupid. However, when this Black Bear was testing Brother Chang earlier, it almost extended its paw. Is this the same as me relaxing at home and becoming completely clueless? Ha ha ha, why is this Black Bear following Brother Chang so much? Did you come into contact with a lot of humans before, so you're not afraid of people at all? It's possible, but the bandage won't fall off yet. Of course, it's so thin, you'd have to scrape off a layer of skin to make it work. A black bear probably wouldn't be that ruthless to itself. We should stay away from black bears in the future. They look clumsy, but I feel like one swipe of their paw could kill me. It really is true, those claws are as big as my head. It seems to really like Brother Chang. It even gave Dabao and Xiao Wenwen some fruit. Dabao was absolutely stunned when he saw that snotty fruit. Dabao, listen to me, thank you. Dabao is so cute. And Xiao Wenwen didn't like the fruit either, she only chewed it a couple of times. Little Wenwen must be filled with questions. Why would this bear eat such unpalatable food? This bear probably really likes peaches, right? Definitely, otherwise he wouldn't have taken the peaches from next to Brother Chang's backpack. Is that dog's nose? It's so sensitive. Wow, do black bears have to plug their ears when they hibernate? When black bears hibernate, they will find a quiet place to sleep peacefully without being disturbed. And if a black bear is woken up, none of the small animals that have entered its den will be able to get out. Moreover, they usually hibernate in November or December and don't wake up until March of the following year. I guess this black bear was taken away by the conservationists as soon as it woke up, and it's only now that it's back. I need to get used to it. After all, I've been kept in captivity for a month. Chang Ye looked at the black bear rolling around in the river, which had already given up fighting against its bandages. I originally planned to go downstairs to wash my face, but the more I played, the more fun I had. They actually started playing in the river. The fish around were all scared away by the bear, and those that managed to escape were crushed flat by its massive weight. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen watched the black bear playing in the water, and they couldn't contain themselves any longer. She turned around and ran to Chang Ye's side, acting all cute. Wah-ah-ah-ah. Can I go, Daddy? Awoo. I want to play too. Seeing the expressions on the two tiger cubs' faces, Chang Ye led them to move a little further away from the black bear. Nio, play here. Don't let the rest of you accidentally hurt each other later. Chang Ye put the two children aside. Seeing that Chang Ye had agreed, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen quickly rolled into the water. The splashing water startled the black bear on the side. Seeing these few lively characters, Chang Ye simply took out his harpoon. This is not a good opportunity to pick up a bargain. He sat directly downstream from the other two. Many of the fish that swam down were so frightened by the black bear that they scattered in all directions and couldn't tell which way to go. Chang Ye sat by the river, watching the dizzy fish in front of him, and harpooned them one by one. Before long, the harpoon was skewered with quite a few fish. The fish of all sizes strung together looked like candied hawthorn skewers. The viewers in the live stream were practically overflowing with envy as they watched Chang Ye's harpoon. Holy crap! Is this even possible? This is outrageous. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. Candied hawthorn berries? Not sure, let me check again. Now that you've caught this fish, think about how the black bear caught it earlier. Haha, this is outrageous. Is this what human wisdom is? Even the black bear was shocked. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen are so cute in the water. So cute. This fish looks so funny when it's skewered, it looks like they're playing a game. Where can I find a game that lets you spear so many fish? I want to try it too. Could I borrow a black bear from the zoo to help me catch some fish? The viewers in the live stream suddenly found the big black bear somewhat cute. Why does this black bear suddenly seem kind of cute? Haha, upstairs, go buy one and pretend you caught the fish yourself. Is Dabao blowing bubbles in the river? Haha, is this a win-win collaboration between Black Bear and Brother Chang? Little Wenwen is as adorable as ever. What should I do if I really want a big bear? Looking at the empty bucket next to me, Brother Chang, could you bring me a few? Chang Ye looked at the fish on his harpoon. He kept stabbing until the harpoon couldn't hold anymore. Meanwhile, the black bear's attention had already been drawn to Chang Ye's harpoon. To be precise, it was the fish on Chang Ye's harpoon that caught my eye. The main problem is that there are just too many of them. Chang Ye looked at the black bear in front of him, tore off a few fish from the harpoon and threw them to it. I have to thank you for this. Black bear grabbed the fish Chang Ye had given him, plopped down in the water, and started eating. Seeing that Dabao and Xiao Wenwen were soaking wet, Chang Ye picked them up and placed them on a sunny rock in front of him. We'll head back after a little while in the sun. The mutton in this pot is still waiting for me. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen were still playing in the water, seemingly not yet done with their game, but it still obediently lay on the rock and shook its fur. Dabao kept his eyes on Chang Ye, as if afraid that Chang Ye would take out a towel. Chang Ye waved his hand when he saw Dabao's expression. I'm not going to wipe you this time. With such a bright sun, you'll be fine after a while. Dabao finally felt at ease lying on the rock, and even rolled up his belly to sunbathe. Awoo awoo. Chang Ye watched as his two cubs sunbathed on his left and his black bear ate fish on his right. This forest is really interesting. No wonder Grandpa spent his whole life guarding this forest. Chang Ye finished skewering the fish, making sure it wouldn't fall off, then clapped his hands and got up. Let's go back. Chang Ye simply carried the harpoon on his shoulder. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen shook off the water from their clothes and followed Chang Ye happily. The black bear looked at the fish in its hand, then at Chang Ye and the two tiger cubs. He quickly ate the fish in his hand and followed Chang Ye at a distance that was neither too close nor too far. Little Wenwen turned around and looked at the black bear not far away, then chased after it and nibbled on Chang Ye's trouser leg. Awoo awoo. Daddy, look there. Chang Ye looked in the direction of Xiao Wenwen's head and saw that the black bear was indeed following him. It's all right, let it follow us. It won't come home with us, there's no room for it to sleep in our cabin. Chang Ye thought about the back of the wooden house, the place he didn't often go. There are some rocks and caves, perhaps the black bear goes there. However, the environment there is not suitable for black bears to hibernate. Chang Ye led the two children straight to the cabin, without going around to the peach grove to see the monkey kings. Soon, the group arrived at a place not far from the wooden house. Awoo awoo. Wah-ah-ah-ah. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen spotted Hu Niu taking a leisurely stroll from a distance. He took off running towards Tiger Girl. Tiger Girl had just finished drinking her water and was about to go inside the house. Hearing Dabao and Xiao Wenwen's voices, I looked in that direction. But upon closer inspection, they not only spotted Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, but also a black bear not far from them. Tiger Girl watched the black bear warily, then scooped up Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, who had run over, and pulled them into her arms. Awoo awoo. The black bear's eyes were fixed on Chang Ye, and seeing Chang Ye walk towards the wooden house, it decided to leave as well. Just as I turned around, I heard the deafening roar of a tiger. Turning his head to glance at Tiger Girl in front of the wooden house, Black Bear ran straight towards Chang Ye. He stepped in front of Chang Ye. Awoo-oo, awoo-oo. Chang Ye watched the black bear's movements, then tossed two fish from his harpoon to the bear. It's okay, Tiger Girl is my friend. Tiger Girl, who was standing in front of the cabin, saw the black bear's actions and, while protecting her two cubs, quickly ran towards Chang Ye. But seeing Chang Ye throwing fish to the black bear, he stopped in his tracks, puzzled. Awoo-awoo. If you're all right, go find a place to stay. Chang Ye waved to the black bear and walked towards Tiger Girl. Black Bear, holding the fish Chang Ye gave him, looked on in bewilderment as Chang Ye walked towards Tiger Girl. Tiger Girl watched as Chang Ye and Black Bear said goodbye. Seeing Hu Niu like this, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen ran up to her and explained to her in a lot of noise. Awoo-woo. Wow. Tiger Girl looked at Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, who were completely unguarded in front of her, and then at Chang Ye and Black Bear. That's why they didn't continue to approach the Black Bear, but simply waited for Chang Ye in the same spot. Chang Ye stepped forward and patted Hu Niu on the head. Let's go back. Tiger Girl then followed behind Chang Ye with an imposing cat-like gait. He would occasionally look back at the Black Bear. Seeing that Tiger Girl really didn't attack Chang Ye, the Black Bear grabbed the fish and ran away into the distance. Chang Ye stroked Hu Niu's fur. This Black Bear won't attack us unless it does. Don't fight with it if you see it in the future. Tiger Girl gave Chang Ye a low growl, seemingly understanding but not quite. He then went straight into the house. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen followed Hu Niu inside. Chang Ye peeked over and saw that the two tiger cubs were rubbing against the female tiger again, acting all cute. Tiger Girl lay down to one side with her eyes closed, resting. Chang Ye added the firewood back to the fire and started cooking slowly again. Just then, the sound of a golden eagle came from outside the house. Hearing the commotion from the golden eagle, Chang Ye didn't go straight back to his nest, but instead called out in the yard. Chirp 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 chirp. Chang Ye saw the golden eagle calling out and came out to take a look. Did you pick so many peaches? Chang Ye looked at the peaches on the golden eagle's claws and the scattered fruits on the ground. You picked this, for Dabao. Chang Ye thought of the peach pit that Dabao had recently acquired in his backpack, and handed a peach to the golden eagle. "Eat this, and give me the peach." The golden eagle tilted its head, looking at the peach. Chang Ye handed it, chirp chirp. Chang Ye washed the peach, then took a bite. It was handed to the golden eagle again. The golden eagle looked at the peach and pecked at it. Soon, it turned into a peach pit just like before. Chang Ye took the peach pit and walked into the house. "Dabao, here you go." Dabao is currently nestled against Huniu's belly, waiting for Huniu to feed him. Seeing Chang Ye suddenly come in with a peach pit, he took a bite out of the pit. Wow! The poop seems different. Dabao spat out the peach pit and looked at it strangely. At this moment, the golden eagle saw Dabao by the window and ran to the window to call out to him. Chirp chirp chirp. Although Dabao was a little angry at the golden eagle, he thought that the peach pit was also fun, so he ran out with small steps. When the golden eagle saw Dabao come out, it immediately placed all the fruit on the ground in front of Dabao. Dabao was a little confused when he saw the fruit. "Awoo. Is this for me? Awoo. Daddy, look." Dabao went into the house and pushed Chang Ye out. "Didn't your peaches get eaten by the golden eagle? This is compensation from the golden eagle." The golden eagle nodded and then gracefully spread its wings and flew back to its nest. Dabao looked at the fruit scattered on the ground, unsure whether he should eat it or not. He turned around, intending to grab his peach pit and leave. "I have absolutely no interest in these fruits, but I can't just leave them here." Dabao turned around, took 2 steps, and then looked back at the fruit. Awoo. Chang Ye found it amusing to see Dabao's conflicted expression. "Give 2 of these to Wenwen and Huniu, and you can play with the rest later." Chang Ye helped Dabao carry the fruit into the house. Dabao grabbed a few and happily went to find Huniu. That's how the problem of the fruit on this land was solved. Chang Ye looked at the golden eagle on the roof and smiled. "You've really given Dabao a tough problem." Chang Ye took the fruit and ate 2 of them himself. The viewers in the live stream were already quite surprised when they saw the pile of fruit. Seeing Dabao's reaction now, I burst out laughing even more. Dabao is so funny. That expression is hilarious. He hesitated, wanting to leave, but then stopped. If the fruit hadn't been intact, Dabao probably would have just snatched them all and thrown them away. Dabao is no longer the Dabao who likes to play with peaches. The golden eagle is so honest. It likes to bully Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, but it's also very nice to Dabao. Dabao looks so cute, ha. But will Dabao never like peaches again? Upstairs, Dabao seems to have never liked peaches. Little Wenwen is so cute clinging to Tiger Girl, she won't leave her side for a second. Definitely. The golden eagle is like my aunt, scolding me while buying me candy. This is so funny, ha. Dabao's expressions are so rich. The golden eagle must be very proud, with so many fruits. Brother Chang, when are you going to start making your lamb leg dish? It's almost dark. Brother Chang is starting again. I love watching him cook. Where did the black bear go? I thought it would come back with Brother Chang. How could that be? Black bears are so big, and if one comes back, it'll probably fight with Tiger Girl. Chang Ye checked the time. It's almost time. We can start smoking it soon. This lamb leg has really had a complicated process. Chang Ye opened the pot lid and poked the lamb leg with his chopsticks. Okay, thankfully it wasn't overcooked. Chang Ye poured out all the water from the pot, put white sugar and rice at the bottom, and then arranged the compartments where he would put the lamb leg later. This is when they start coating the lamb leg with chili powder, soy sauce, and sprinkling some message. The lamb leg is already cooked, it's steaming hot right now. After Chang Ye applied the seasoning to the surface of the lamb leg, it looked very appetizing. Chang Ye cut off a small piece and tasted it. Not bad, delicious. Adding some millet will help the meat absorb the color better later. It's best to use brown sugar and millet together for the best coloring effect. After the smoked lamb leg is made, it will look like a layered cake when you cut it open, which is very beautiful. This smoked meat is a dish with a long history. I personally think it's quite simple to make, and it's also delicious and easy to preserve. Chang Ye rubbed the lamb leg to help the seasonings penetrate better. This is how the lamb leg was placed in the compartment inside the pot. Just turn up the heat when it starts to smoke yellow. After Chang Ye put the lid on the pot, white smoke from the pot started to rise along the edge of the lid. After Chang Ye turned up the fire, he brought over the fish he had speared that afternoon. They simply threw away all the internal organs. There are all kinds of fish here, and quite a few small ones too. They taste great just from being fried. Chang Ye went to his small wok and threw the prepared fish into it. This is the goby we ate before, this is grass carp, this is catfish, and this small one looks like a carp. I didn't expect to accidentally spear a carp with a fork. It was just a small silver carp, probably so frightened by the black bear that it ran right into the rock I was sitting on. Chang Ye's words were very Versailles-esque, as anyone who fishes often knows. Carp and silver carp are both difficult species to catch in wild fishing. Carp are very intelligent and shrewd, and sometimes they will eat almost all the bait and still not take the bait. Moreover, they have explosive power. Sometimes you can go for days without catching a single carp. While silver carp and bighead carp are easier to catch than common carp, that's because silver carp are relatively clumsy and simple-minded. However, you need to know the tricks to catch these two fish. But Chang Ye is the kind of person who can catch fish with a harpoon, no matter what. It was simply a perfect storm of favorable timing, location, and people. It's truly something that everyone envies. This is way too Versailles, brother. If I catch a carp, I'll carry it around for a while. Brother Chang, this is so Versailles. Brother Chang, could you please give me the address? I'll be right there. I came with my fishing rod. Could this black bear scare the silver carp and bighead carp here? These fish look so tender. They're not particularly big, just the right size to eat. If it's too small, Chang Ye probably won't fork it. Where are De Bao and Xiao Wenwen? This fish would be perfect fried and go wonderful with rice, especially with some smoked meat. It's simply divine. Brother Chang, shouldn't we keep an eye on the fire? It should be fine if it's smoked for a long time, but to be honest, I've never had smoked meat before. I'll order some smoked meat rice later. Great idea. When will Brother Chang announce this administrator position? The streamer probably already has someone he's interested in, right? I noticed that Brother Chang was carefully reading the comments beforehand. Everyone, don't worry, I'll think about it after I finish eating and then I'll announce it to you all. We have a few candidates, but nothing has been decided yet. I will contact you when the time comes. Seeing the urging from the comments, Chang Ye simply gave a deadline. But indeed, he did indeed have someone in mind. Chang Ye recalled for a while what he had observed over the past few days. Moreover, based on my observations over the past 2 days, this person is responsible and has a certain understanding of forestry. Chang Ye placed the drone over the lamb leg and watched the fire, while he poured all the prepared fish into the fire at once. Fortunately, they gave a few to the black bears, so there aren't many fish left. Just as Chang Ye finished eating, that was about right. Chang Ye took out a few fish, planning to grill them later for Hu Niu, De Bao, and Xiao Wenwen. After all, these 2 tiger cubs used to really enjoy eating it. Chang Ye quickly fried the fish and then scooped it out, placing it in a pot to the side. Then he began to prepare his own secret sauce. Soy sauce, oyster sauce, sour fruit, sesame seeds. Chang Ye poured out all the sauce he could get his hands on. I call this sauce mixed stew. My grandfather taught me this when I was a child. Anyway, this kind of fish will never taste bad no matter how you cook it. Just add a little water to the sauce at the end and it will become a light sauce flavor. Chang Ye opened the pot lid and poured all the sauce in at once. This thing really looks very appetizing. However, the main thing is whether the fish is fresh or not. If the fish is not fresh, you can't make this dish. If you fry it and then boil it, the fish meat will fall apart very quickly. After pouring in the seasonings, Chang Ye immediately put the lid on the pot and went to check on the smoked meat. The steam rising from the pot lid was still white smoke. Chang Ye opened the lid and flipped the mutton over. Then the layer of mutton underneath came into view. You can clearly see that the meat underneath has turned the same color as the brown sugar, and the red and white colors look very appealing. Chang Ye put the lid back on the pot, let the other side of this lamb leg smoke for a while longer. Get something to eat for Xiaoan and Dabao. De Bao and Xiao Wenwen were carried out by Hu Niu. It was obvious that Tiger Girl had finished feeding and was ready to rest. Come here, De Bao and Xiao Wenwen. Chang Ye put the fish that he had just placed next to the firewood over there and grilled it. When De Bao and Xiao Wenwen saw the fish, they were just about to happily follow Hu Niu around. This time, she turned around and followed Chang Ye directly. Squatting down next to Chang Ye, watching the grilled fish. Oh woo-oo, it looks delicious. Wow, poop. Chang Ye reached out and ruffled the heads of the 2 tiger cubs, looking at their expectant expressions. You've really taken a liking to eating this fish, but you can't eat too much of it. You still need to drink more milk and eat more meat so you can grow faster. Replenish your protein intake. Chang Ye carefully arranged the fish he was holding next to the firewood. You two, don't move around too much, or you'll burn yourselves. After Chang Ye finished speaking, he went to serve the fish he had cooked. The fish has completely changed color, its original white has turned into a light brown. However, as Chang Ye placed the fish on the plate, the meat twitched slightly for a moment. It looks quite bouncy. This meat remains tender even after cooking. This is the best way to cook this kind of fish. Chang Ye served the fish, and yellow smoke began to rise from the pot on the side, emanating from the lid. As soon as Chang Ye opened the pot lid, the aroma of lamb leg wafted out. The aroma was so enticing that Chang Ye was completely mesmerized. Even Wenwen, who was just looking at the grilled fish, came over after smelling the aroma. The poop smells so good. Chang Ye took a small knife and cut off a small piece. The knife was quite resilient when cutting this leg. The small piece of mutton that Chang Ye cut off was also red and white, with a very even distribution of fat and lean meat, and the color was much darker than before. Not bad. Chang Ye ate a piece and then planned to cut off a portion of the lamb leg and save the rest. And De Bao is standing next to him. Now there's no one around to watch. Staring wide-eyed at the grilled fish in front of him, De Bao was no pushover. I caught the lobster out of curiosity a few days ago. Now, facing this piping hot grilled fish, my claws are starting to get restless. De Bao turned his head to look at Chang Ye, who was cutting a leg of lamb next to him, and then looked at Xiao Wenwen, who was following Chang Ye. He looked back at the grilled fish in front of him. He twitched his nose. "Awoo awoo. Daddy, I can't hold back anymore." De Bao looked at Chang Ye and made a sound as small as a mosquito's buzz. Chang Ye was still thinking about where to put the lamb leg and didn't hear De Bao's voice at all. De Bao looked at the grilled fish in front of him and quietly stretched out his paw, slowly approaching. It stretched out halfway and then retracted. "Awoo." De Bao glanced at Chang Ye, who hadn't noticed him yet. The grilled fish had been ready for a while and was now emitting a familiar aroma that De Bao recognized. De Bao licked his paws and reached out towards the grilled fish again. "Awoo." The result was predictable. The grilled fish was placed next to the firewood, and when De Bao stretched out his paw, he was directly facing the scorching hot firewood. Before he could even touch the fish, De Bao's paw was burned by the sparks that flew out. "Awoo, awoo." De Bao quickly pulled his hand back. Ouch. "Awoo." De Bao pulled his hand back and kept licking it, trying to make his claws less hot. Chang Ye looked at De Bao's expression, then glanced at the grilled fish beside him. "And what about the sparks that splashed out? De Bao, you've started hitting someone again?" This time, Chang Ye didn't take De Bao directly to deal with it, but instead squatted down in front of De Bao. "Will you do it again next time? This is dangerous. If it gets on fire, your fur will burn. Do you want to become a bald tiger? A hairless tiger?" Chang Ye watched as De Bao anxiously clung to him. Grabbing De Bao's injured leg, she asked, "Will you behave next time?" De Bao quickly nodded at Chang Ye. "Awoo. I was wrong, Daddy." Tiger Girl, who was resting inside the house, also ran out when she heard De Bao's voice. But when he came out and saw Chang Ye there, he called out to De Bao twice. He took 2 steps, then looked at De Bao and then at Chang Ye. He decided to head back home and went straight to his bedroom. "Awoo." Chang Ye carried De Bao directly to the water tank outside and plunged De Bao's paws into the cold water. De Bao calmed down a bit after that. She looked at Chang Ye with a wronged expression. "Awoo. Daddy, I didn't mean to. Look at how many times you've hurt yourself because you're so curious about these things." Chang Ye nudged De Bao's hand, which had been pinched by a lobster earlier. "You've forgotten already? The golden eagle cut the lobster in half for you, and you haven't learned your lesson?" Chang Ye poked the spot where De Bao had been burned. "Wenwen, could you please bring me my bag?" Little Wenwen was standing next to Dabao when she heard Chang Ye call her. He quickly jumped down and went inside the house to retrieve Chang Ye's backpack. Chang Ye took out the bandages from his backpack and wrapped them around De Bao's neck. "Let's go find some herbs tomorrow. None of these medicines are suitable for you. How about we go eat some fish instead?" Chang Ye felt very sorry for De Bao when he saw his red paws. De Bao looked at his paws, which were now surrounded by white bandages, and felt quite uncomfortable. "Awoo. What is this, Daddy?" Chang Ye picked up De Bao. "You can't take this thing apart, understand? I'll find some herbs to apply tomorrow and it'll heal quickly, but you can't touch this." Actually, De Bao's paws didn't have any wounds, but the sparks had given him several blisters. If De Bao were to scratch these blisters open with one paw, they'd end up covered in mud when they go into the forest the next day. It's likely that they will get infected. Chang Ye then wrapped De Bao's paws up. De Bao's paws were wrapped up, making it difficult for him to even walk. So he had no choice but to hop forward. Seeing De Bao like this, Xiao Wenwen, who was originally very nervous, felt a surge of anxiety. "This time, De Bao made me laugh. Wah. Brother, you seem a bit silly." Once De Bao returned to the house, he dared not approach the grilled fish again. He could only watch the grilled fish from afar and drool, but the pain in his claws kept reminding De Bao, one must not get close to the fire. Chang Ye stepped forward, took out the grilled fish, and placed it on the dining table. De Bao slowly approached the dining table and stood obediently to the side, waiting for Chang Ye to feed him. Little Wenwen stayed obediently by Dabao's side, clearly intending to keep a close eye on him. The viewers in the live stream felt both sorry for De Bao and Xiao Wenwen and found it funny. "This is hilarious. De Bao must have learned his lesson this time, right?" "Definitely. De Bao needs to be obedient from now on. Look how obedient Xiao Wenwen is." Is Xiao Wenwen meaning to keep a close eye on De Bao? Little Wenwen is so cute. Is De Bao's hand alright? He probably just got burned, but Brother Cheng will handle it himself. Auntie's blowing on the wall, feeling sorry for my eldest child. Dabao was greedy for the little tiger cub, and now he's got burned pretty badly. Dabao looks so cute like this. But what if Dabao feels like he's been attacked by grilled fish? They're cute, not stupid. Of course we know it's fire, but everyone really needs to be careful with fire. Yes, there have been a lot of news reports about forest fires lately. Brother Chang, be careful too. There shouldn't be any in our forest, right? Definitely not, we trust Brother Chang. Where's Brother Chang's lamb leg? Am I going to start another mukbang soon? I'm ordering takeout right now. Changya looked at the questions in the live chat and moved the drone to the front of his lamb leg. How is it? Doesn't it look beautiful after being smoked? This lamb leg is no longer its original pinkish red color, it has turned a deep, purplish red. The slices that Changya cut off looked almost fake. This plate looks a lot like a model, but it really is freshly cut lamb. It looks delicious, doesn't it? Changya looked at the plate in front of him, then took the leg of lamb he was holding and hung it upstairs. I'll bring some to Uncle Gong in a few days, and send some to my parents as well. This looks delicious, but it's smoked, so if you want to try it, don't eat too much. Just have it occasionally. Moreover, smoked meat is usually made around the winter solstice, but the climate in our forest is quite different from that in the city, so it's not too restricted. Changya put the meat away and took out a few pieces of beef from the refrigerator, cut it into small pieces and put it in the bowls of Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. That's why they called Dabao and Xiao Wenwen over. Here, have this first. We'll have fish for you later, okay? Changya left Dabao and Xiao Wenwen aside, and only then did he finally begin to eat. The viewers in the live stream were looking at the fish and smoked lamb leg on Changya's table. Changya was also very satisfied with the dishes he had made. The smoked meat looks perfect, with the fat and lean parts clearly separated. Changya placed a piece of smoked meat in front of the camera, and the smoked meat was exceptionally clear in front of the lens. The oil held between chopsticks dripped slowly down the meat slices and onto the drone's lens. Changya wiped the fish and smoked meat with a tissue and then took a series of photos of them with the drone. This really made everyone in the live stream incredibly hungry. Brother Chang, that's really unfair of you. Brother Chang, what are you doing? Wow, this smoked meat is so well made. I agree. This smoked meat looks so good, and it looks delicious too. It looks dry, but there's still a little bit of oil inside when you put it in a sandwich. It looks really tempting. Brother Chang, why don't you eat quickly? We can watch Dabao and Xiao Wenwen too. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen are eating too, sob sob. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen's grilled fish looks delicious too. The meat in my hand suddenly doesn't taste good anymore. However, eating too much meat is definitely not good for you. Why don't you send some over, Brother Chang, and I'll get rid of this bad stuff for you. Ha ha ha, you're so cunning. Brother Chang, why don't you make a tutorial for all this? I'd like to take notes. I ate less of Dabao and Xiao Wenwen's fish than the tiger cubs, boo-hoo. Upstairs, wake up. It's normal that you don't eat as much as a tiger cub. Exactly. It's normal that they don't eat as much as the tiger cubs. Think about it, aren't tigers everywhere well fed? Changya couldn't resist looking at the smoked meat. This is how they moved the drone away so they could film Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. He then focused on eating his meal. However, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen had already finished eating the meat in their bowls, and seeing that Changya had started eating, the two tiger cubs stood obediently to the side, waiting for Changya to eat. Changya poured the fish broth directly over his rice, mixing it with the smoked meat and boiled fish. The large bowl of rice was quickly emptied. The fish and small plate of smoked meat on the table ended up in Changya's stomach. Changya put the last bite of smoked meat into his mouth and patted his stomach. I really held on until a little while. Changya put his pots and pans into the sink, then took Dabao and Xiao Wenwen into the yard to feed the two children fish. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen can eat the fish directly, but these two tiger cubs are still small, so we'll only give them meat for now. Changya walked around the yard to digest his food, while Dabao and Xiao Wenwen followed him, circling around the yard. Changya placed the fish meat he had peeled into a bowl and handed it to the two children. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen were finally satisfied and went to eat their fish, carrying their bowls to the side. The golden eagle watched Dabao and Xiao Wenwen's actions. They also flew down from the rooftop. It hovered above the heads of the two tiger cubs. Looking at the golden eagle, Changya said, "The golden eagle is probably going to tease the two of them again. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen will probably run off with their basins in a bit." As soon as Changya finished speaking, he saw the golden eagle slowly approaching Dabao and Xiao Wenwen's fish meat. Chirp 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 chirp. When Dabao and Xiao Wenwen looked up, they saw the golden eagle flying right above their foreheads. Oh woo-oo, ya. You can't eat this. You absolutely cannot eat this. Little Wenwen saw the golden eagle's beak pointing straight at her basin, then she simply grabbed the basin and ran behind Changya. Dabao, on the other hand, ate all the fish in the bowl in one go. My mouth was stuffed full. Oh woo. Seeing Dabao like this, Chang Ye went over and stroked it. You're quite direct, you ate it all in one bite. Meanwhile, little Wenwen had already taken her basin inside to find Tiger Girl. The golden eagle had already foraged and eaten its fill, and it looked at Dabao and Xiao Wenwen like this. It happily spun around Chang Ye's head a few times before returning to its nest. It's obvious that the golden eagle was just teasing the two cubs. How could I possibly compete with two cubs for food? Chang Ye sat in the yard with Dabao, looking at the starry sky. Meanwhile, Dabao was still chewing on the fish he had just eaten. The viewers in the live stream were charmed by Dabao's chubby cheeks. Dabao is so cute, haha. Did Xiaowen go inside to eat? The golden eagle always likes to tease its two cubs. But that's just how golden eagles are, just teasing them, remembering the fruit he brought for Dabao this afternoon. Dabao now has a love-hate relationship with the golden eagle. But how long is Dabao going to chew that big bite? This might be because she ate too much at once. It's probably a bit dry, isn't it? Have some water, Dabao. Ha ha ha, so cute, I want to take her home. Dabao is like someone who can't rush things. He can't swallow a big mouthful of fish in a hurry. The two kids really love eating this fish. Indeed, this fish looks delicious. Don't even mention Dabao, I want to eat it too. When will Chang Ge finalize the management team? Oh right, Chang Ge, don't forget. Don't worry, everyone. Brother Chang will make a decision once he sees it. When will Xiao Wenwen be born? What is Brother Chang doing tomorrow? Oh right, let's confirm this with the management. Chang Ye squinted at the sky, recalling the events of the day. Suddenly, I remembered what I had said. Chang Ye took out his phone and opened a screenshot of the comments he saw in the live stream today. Many of these explanations were given by the person nicknamed Dabao Xiao Wen, or they led the way in refuting some of the haters. Chang Ye looked at the IP address of this person that his father's assistant had sent him, as well as his previous online posts. This guy is definitely a man with a strong sense of justice. Chang Ye quickly glanced through the person's resume. Looking at the phone number on the resume, I immediately clicked to dial. As viewers in the live stream watched Chang Ye's actions, they all guessed that he was most likely calling that candidate. Immediately, everyone looked at their phones for incoming calls. Even the number of comments in the live stream has decreased significantly. Chang Ye's phone call was quite coincidental, huh? Why did they hang up? Chang Ye looked at the call status on his phone. But soon, my phone is showing an incoming call again. Hello? Hello, Brother Chang. Are you looking for me, or have you dialed the wrong number? Chang Ye glanced at the phone. Yes, it's you. I wanted to ask what your current job is. There was a noticeable pause on the other end when they heard the question. Even the initial surprise disappeared. Chang Ye looked at his phone with a puzzled expression. Hello? Ah, I'm here. I'm currently unemployed because my leg is a little inconvenient, so I'm staying home unemployed. Chang Ye then realized that he had asked about someone else's injury. I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that question. Chang Ye was about to apologize to the other party when he was interrupted. It's okay. I just write at home every day to supplement my income. I really like your live stream, Brother Chang. You've shown me a lot of worlds I've never seen before. I'm very grateful to you. Chang Ye hadn't expected the other side to be like this. It's okay, I've got pretty much everything I need to know. Is there anything you want to ask? I've already sent you the salary details via email. If you'd like, I can send them to you directly now. Chang Ye looked at the notification pop up on his phone that the other party had accepted the message. I can. Chang Ye smiled upon hearing the excited voice on the other end of the line. Alright, then that's settled. From now on, everything in this live stream will be in your hands. After all, when Chang Ye was in the forest, he couldn't keep up with the live stream chat for long. Moreover, the number of viewers in the live stream is increasing, and Chang Ye's live stream videos are appearing on various software platforms. Although the live stream was initially linked to a live streaming system, now that it has started, Chang Ye naturally wanted to spread positive energy to everyone. However, with so many people, it's easy for some to start up bad trends. After hanging up the phone, Chang Ye immediately set Dabao Xiao Wen as the administrator. Dabao Xiao Wen also specially changed his name to Online Forest Ranger. Chang Ye looked at the name but didn't say anything. After all, protecting the forest for the live streaming room is also forest protection. The viewers in the live stream saw that the administrator had appeared and sent their congratulations in the chat. It's finally confirmed. Why, even though it wasn't me, congratulations anyway. I've seen this ID many times, it's really responsible. I was saying the same thing, I initially thought he was a manager. Will Brother Cheng still recruit? I want to know how much the salary is. I'm so envious. Will I get to visit after I become a manager? Thank you everyone for your well wishes, but I'm just helping Brother Cheng keep an eye on the live stream and online to prevent anyone from spreading negative information or comments. The administrator was somewhat overwhelmed by the flood of well wishes sent to him by everyone. Let's just watch Dabao and Xiao Wenwen together. and then watch Brother Chang take us to see all the animals. After all, we've learned a lot here, haven't we? That's absolutely true. Brother Chang is awesome. Let's all protect it together. Haha, look how Dabao gets bullied by the golden eagle. Chang Ge's live stream is truly my best choice for relaxing at the end of a workday. Yes, and I learned a lot. Chang Ye looked at everyone in the live stream and smiled. Indeed, everyone is watching Dabao, Xiao Wenwen, and Hu Niu together. Whether it's management or not, as long as everyone benefits, that's good. We probably won't be hiring anymore, one is enough. After all, those who spread negative rumors are still a minority. It's about time, everyone should take a rest. Chang Ye placed the live stream camera on the chair and filmed the starry sky. Meanwhile, she took Dabao and Xiao Wenwen to wash up and prepare for bed. When Chang Ye finished washing up and entered the bedroom, he discovered that Xiao Wenwen had given the fish that she had just brought in to Hu Niu. He then nestled on Tiger Girl's belly and slept. Hearing Chang Ye come in, only then did he walk over to Chang Ye and rub his hand against Chang Ye's. Chang Ye, with his two cubs, carefully placed Dabao's bandaged paw in its place. The cabin soon returned to silence. Only the occasional bird calls could be heard from the nearby woods. Meanwhile, everyone in the live stream was lying in bed, chatting with each other as they looked at the starry sky on their phone screens. Early the next morning, Chang Ye opened his eyes groggily and reached out to grab something beside him. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen had long since disappeared. Instead, she found the bandages she had used to bandage Dabao earlier. Meanwhile, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen were in the yard, munching on the fruit and pits that the golden eagle had brought back yesterday. Seeing how much Dabao enjoyed biting into the fruit pit, the golden eagle even gave Xiao Wenwen a piece of fruit as well. Little Wenwen held the fruit pit in her mouth and took a bite. Sure enough, the pit split open and became two halves. The golden eagle saw the fruit pit that Xiao Wenwen had left aside, went over and pecked out the core from the pit and ate it. Little Wenwen watched the golden eagle's movements and leaned closer to take a look. I tasted the flavor in my mouth again. He shook his head in disdain. Wah-ah-ah. This doesn't taste good. The golden eagle watched as Dabao played enthusiastically with the peach pits on the side. Looking at the peach at his feet, he pecked at it again and handed the pit to Xiao Wenwen. As always, Xiao Wenwen bit the peach pit in half with her sharp teeth. The golden eagle looked at the peach pit and ate the core inside. He turned around and fetched a fruit from the side, then looked at Xiao Wenwen. He pushed the fruit over in front of Xiao Wenwen. However, the two tiger cubs never liked eating this fruit, and kicked it away as soon as they saw it. The golden eagle wasn't angry at Wenwen's reaction. It simply took the fruit back to continue pecking at it, and then gave the pit to Xiao Wenwen. Chang Ye had just placed the drone on a chair outside the house last night, and it was now filming the two cubs and the golden eagle. Those who got up early in the live stream burst out laughing when they saw this scene. Me, little tiger, actually turned into your fruit cracking helper? Ha ha ha, little Wenwen is so cute. If Tiger Girl sees this later, will she chase the golden eagle away? How wicked the golden eagle is. Little Wenwen must be wondering why golden eagles like to eat this. Look at Wenwen's disgusted expression. She kicked the fruit away. I feel that after eating the snot fruit, the two tiger cubs won't like eating berries anymore. That's true, but Tiger Girl doesn't seem to like eating fruit either. Has Tiger Girl also been criticized? Everyone, I'm here. First day on the job. You can call me Xiaomu from now on. If there's anything I've missed, feel free to tag me. Let's tag Brother Chang to keep an eye on the golden eagle. Ha ha ha. Little Wenwen's teeth will be worn down soon. But Wenwen's teeth are really amazing. Yes, Dabao can play with one for a long time, but Xiao Wenwen can bite it and break it. Dabao is just tossing it around for fun, so it's bound to be fast. Chang Ye looked at the two cubs and the golden eagle outside the yard, and ate his breakfast inside the yard. Only then did he come out carrying a basin containing two tiger cubs. Come on, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, come eat. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen immediately ran over when they heard Chang Ye's voice. Awoo awoo. You're awake, Daddy. Wah-ah-ah. I'm here, Daddy. Chang Ye quickly put down the basin and took the two children who ran over. Come down. Dabao, let me see your paws. Dabao looked at Chang Ye and offered his paw. Awoo awoo. The poop fell out by itself. Chang Ye saw that the blisters on Dabao's paws hadn't been broken by Dabao, and reached out to rub Dabao's head. I know, I tore it open for you last night before I went to sleep. Drink it quickly, and we'll find some herbs to apply to it later, and then we can pop this lump. Chang Ye handed the milk basin to the two children, looking at the pile of fruit pits that Xiao Wenwen had bitten open in the yard. There was also a golden eagle eating a fruit pit. You're quite clever. Seeing that the two babies were drinking milk, Chang Ye went to pack his things and took 2 pieces of meat from the refrigerator and put them in his backpack. This is what they were waiting for in the yard for the two tiger cubs. Soon, Dabao and Xiao Wenwen finished their bowls of milk. Holding his own basin in his mouth, he shoved it into Chang Ye's hands. Awoo awoo. Wah. Chang Ye took the basin from the two children. Let's go find medicine for Dabao. Chang Ye packed up his things and led the two tiger cubs into the forest. Of course, Chang Ye took out his all-powerful detector and thought about the herbs he was looking for. Sangizerba officinalis, Angelica dehurica, Coptis chinensis, Philodendron chinense. These herbs are actually very common, and the all-powerful detector quickly pointed Chang Ye to the right path. Chang Ye looked at the route displayed on the GPS map and led Dabao and Xiao Wenwen toward the location of Diyu. Today I'll find some herbs for Dabao. These herbs are quite common. Burnt Sangizerba belongs to the Rosaceae family. Moreover, this thing is a perennial herb with a spindle-shaped stem and very thick roots, but very small leaves with short petioles. It usually has purplish-red petals, and the fruit is wrapped inside the petals. It also has many other names, such as jade tablet, jade soybean, or sour ochre. It generally grows in thickets and grassy hillsides. Considering the properties of the Sangizerba officinalis, Chang Ye still spoke up to offer a reminder. However, girls should use this kind of Chinese medicine less often, because it is cold in nature and not good for the body. So you can't take it on your own. If you really need it, you should go to the hospital to see a doctor for advice. This stuff tastes sour and bitter, but it has many benefits, such as cooling the blood and stopping bleeding, clearing heat and detoxifying. Soon, Chang Ye spotted the small purple flower among the bushes. Chang Ye looked at the wild little purple flowers and picked them all, putting them into his backpack. This is not a rare item. If you see any wild ones, you can pick them and grow some at home. Moreover, if this stuff is processed properly, it can be used to stir-fry vegetables, and these are all edible. As long as you keep it moist when planting and fertilize it more, it will mostly survive. Many people think this is a wildflower. Chang Ye held the brunette root up to the camera so everyone could see it clearly and identify it in the future. And this manager, who just took office yesterday, is already taking screenshots and starting to edit the album. After picking the brunette roots, Chang Ye led Dabao and Xiao Wenwen to their next destination. I will write down this prescription for you later. It is very useful. The next one is Angelica dehurica. You have all seen Angelica dehurica. It is often used for colds, headaches, rhinitis, toothaches, etc. It also has the function of promoting blood circulation and relieving pain. It is not only a Chinese medicine, but also a spice. However, I don't particularly like the smell of these spices. After all, they are medicinal herbs. Chang Ye, along with Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, followed the system's prompts. We came to a stream. Chang Ye could smell the angelica from a distance. The one with the compound umbrella shape is angelica, but the flower is not very useful. It is usually the root that is used in medicine. This thing usually grows by the river or at the edge of the forest. For example, this kind of thing can grow on the side of a road built next to a forest. It grows best in a humid and sunny environment. Angelica is also cold resistant, so you can try it if you're growing flowers in your yard. Of course, if you don't mind the smell. Chang Ye ripped the white paper out by the roots and stuffed it into his backpack. The Angelica dehurica growing by the river was very lush and verdant, with large and uniform roots. Chang Ye pulled out a few roots and that was about enough. Chang Ye even pulled up several roots from the mound, thinking he would plant them in the vegetable garden behind the house later. Dabao and Xiao Wen followed Chang Ye all the way, watching him pick the flowers and plants. Out of curiosity, I went up and smelled it myself. Dabao sniffed the flower carefully, but didn't react much. On the contrary, little Wenwen next to her sneezed when she smelled the angelica. Wow hoo! Wah! Chang Ye looked at Xiao Wenwen and picked her up from the side facing the wind. Standing here will cause all this pollen to drift into your nose, which will definitely make you uncomfortable. Come stand over here and take a look. Little Wenwen looked at Chang Ye and scratched her nose with her little paws. That's when I leaned closer to the flower again and took a sniff. Sure enough, he stopped sneezing. Xiao Wenwen sniffed and rubbed against Chang Ye's leg. Wah-ah-ah. Chang Ye picked up the two children and put them directly into the cloth bag. Looking around at the bushes, he thought, since there's so much angelica here, there must be some other herbs too. As Chang Ye walked forward, he kept an eye on the nearby haystacks. Sure enough, I saw the Coptis chinensis growing in a clump of grass behind the bushes not far away. This thing is Coptis chinensis. Although it looks no different from weeds, it is indeed a medicinal herb. This is the culprit behind the saying, a mute eats Coptis chinensis, meaning one suffers in silence. Chang Ye pulled up the clump of Coptis chinensis by the roots. We can use the leaves later, but the roots can still be planted. Chang Ye looked at the Coptis chinensis in his hand and it looked more and more like a chicken claw. This thing really is. I used to hear my grandfather call Coptis chinensis chicken claw Coptis chinensis, and it really does look like a chicken claw. But when you pick it, you should be careful because there are serrations around the leaves. Although it is called a leaf, if the Coptis chinensis chicken claw Coptis chinensis is fully ripe, it can still cut your hand. Chang Ye looked at the herbs in his backpack. I'm still missing gromwell root and safflower. Safflower is easy to find, but Gromwell root. They often grow in barren mountains and fields, or in dry roadside bushes, making them quite difficult to find. However, the universal detector only detects 500 meters, so the map does not yet show the location of the purple grass. It is obvious that there is no purple Gromwell plant near this river now. Stones, dry, there might be some over in the forest. Changya thought about the stones near Lin Shi's place, and since the forest there was gradually thinning out, there might actually be purple grass growing there. De Bao and Xiao Wenwen watched as Changya headed towards the edge of the forest again. He tilted his head, looking quite puzzled. Little Wenwen stared wide-eyed at the large black mass not far from the river. I was afraid I had misread it. Wah-ah-ah. Changya looked at Xiao Wenwen, who was clinging to him, and asked, "What's wrong?" Following the direction of Xiao Wenwen's paw, Changya also saw a black bear eating tender leaves not far away. The bandage on the black bear's paw was very noticeable, clearly indicating that it was the same bear we encountered yesterday. We've run into it here. Looks like it's found its home here. But it probably hasn't gotten used to it yet. It's still active during the day. After a while, it'll probably become a night owl. Changya walked towards the musk deer, looking at the surrounding fruits along the way. I picked a lot of red berries for the musk deer and brought them with me. As they approached the musk deer's den, the all-purpose detector also displayed the symbol of purple Gromwell. Changya looked at the sign. It was indeed located on the stone forest near the musk deer's den. I'll go check on how Lin Shi is doing. Having found their destination, Changya quickened his pace with the 2 tiger cubs. However, what Changya didn't know was that his increasing speed was making the black bear behind him anxious. Woo. He had no choice but to call out to Changya and run towards him. Changya only realized what was happening when he heard the noise. A black bear was running towards him from the riverbank not far away. So the black bear had actually spotted him and had been following him. With this black bear following us, it's bound to scare away the musk deer. Changya looked at the big black bear and then thought about how timid little Lin Shi was. The musk deer is not even as big as a black bear's foot. If the two met, it would probably terrify the musk deer. Changya stopped and watched as the black bear ran towards him. "Are you going to follow me?" But the black bear had no idea what Changya meant by follow. He just scratched his head and followed behind Changya. And then I saw De Bao and Xiao Wenwen inside the cloth bag. He even stretched out his palms directly towards the 2 tiger cubs. And lying in the palm of his hand were several small fruits. Changya was also a little surprised. "You've discovered a new fruit again." De Bao and Xiao Wenwen exchanged a glance, looking at the fruit with a helpless expression. "The golden eagle gave us fruit this morning, and now the black bear has brought us a whole bunch of fruit again. Unfortunately, neither of the 2 kids likes to eat fruit." De Bao shook his head at the black bear, indicating that he didn't want to. Little Wenwen merely stretched out her paw and grabbed one. The black bear looked at the fruit in its hand and immediately emptied it all into its mouth with one paw. "Oh woo. Wah-ah-ah. Daddy, let's go." Changya looked at the black bear in front of him and led it to a place 500 meters away from the musk deer. "Stay here and don't come any closer." Changya pulled the black bear directly to the rock under the tree and patted the rock to signal the black bear to sit down. Black bear glanced at Changya, still thinking of continuing forward. But seeing that Changya remained where he was, he had no choice but to obediently sit on the rock. Changya picked a leaf and placed it on the black bear. "Don't get up, okay? I'll come find you later." Changya patted the black bear's head and then walked towards the musk deer. The purple grass grew right near the big rock where the musk deer lived, otherwise, Changya wouldn't have wanted to disturb it. As Changya slowly approached, a soft rustling sound came from behind the rocks. Changya raised the drone high into the sky and indeed saw Lin Shi carrying her 2 cubs deep into the rocks. Every now and then, I would look up to see what was happening outside. Changya dumped all the fruit he had picked along the way onto the rock next to Lin Shi. Xiao Wenwen even threw the red fruit she had been holding in her paws into the pile of fruit that Changya had thrown. "It's obvious that these are the red berries the black bear just gave me." He then ran straight to the purple grass next to him and grabbed it. Uproot. Then he took De Bao and Xiao Wenwen to the place where he had planted moss before. Looking at the obvious claw marks on the moss, it was clear that the musk deer had discovered this place. Lin Shi, however, dared not make any rash moves. It seems he was startled by Changya's sudden commotion. As for the fruit that Changya had left outside, a passing squirrel snatched one of the berries away. But now that the moss-covered forest musk deer will eat it, Changya doesn't need to worry about it too much. There aren't many animals here, so they won't take all the fruit away. Changya looked at the purple herb in his hand, processed it briefly, and then tossed it into his backpack. Seeing the black bear poised to pounce in the distance, Changya got up and walked over there. Along the way, I showed everyone some purple Gromwell. This thing looks green and has white flowers, but it's called purple Gromwell. However, this is just one type. There are also purple Gromwells with purple flowers, but the reason it's called purple Gromwell is mostly because the roots of the plant turn purple after being dried. Moreover, the root is often used in medicine. Aren't there many purple Cromwell ointments on the market? They are made from this stuff. It has many benefits, including treating blood heat and toxins, purplish black rashes, measles that fail to erupt, eczema, sores, and burns. If Dabao's burn gets scratched, you can also use this to wipe it off. Next, we'll go find safflower. It's quite a coincidence that safflower and musk are names often heard in period dramas. The mention of live streaming palace dramas really gets everyone excited. Yes, safflower. I've seen this stuff in TV dramas all the time. Musk and safflower, a two-piece set, will send you plummeting from the rank of imperial concubine to the cold palace. Why are all these things medicine? Could I be using the wrong thing? I didn't know safflower had this use. I thought it was only for miscarriage. But Brother Chang, how could he not know? Looks like Brother Chang has watched quite a bit too. Have you guys forgotten what Brother Chang did in college? Haha, is this some kind of dark history being dug up? Help! This is hilarious. However, I don't know what this red flower looks like yet. I've only seen it in TV dramas, with its bright red color. Of course, we probably don't need this stuff, right? The streamer seems to be on a treasure hunt, but why is this black bear following Brother Chang? What else could it be? It must be because of those fish from yesterday. It only takes a few fish to bribe a black bear. That spineless black bear, yet he was rejected even when he offered Dabao some fruit. It's strangely heartbreaking. Little Wenwen took one, though she didn't eat it in the end and gave it to Lin Shi, ha ha ha. This is so tough for the black bear, trying to please the tiger cubs, ha ha ha. Chang Ye shook his head as he looked at the prejudice against Hunghua in the comments section. Don't just rely on TV dramas to understand safflower. It's actually quite useful for girls, and many of them might actually find it useful. Besides, it's not the shriveled thing we usually see, it's quite pretty when it's still a plant. This red flower is covered in thorns, serrated thorns with large and small serrations along the edges, and needles at the tips of the thorns. This thing is not an ordinary prickly thing. But actually, safflower is quite beautiful when it grows. After all, it belongs to the genus Cardhamus in the Asteraceae family, and it does have some similarities to chrysanthemum. It also has other names such as safflower and thorny safflower. The name thorny safflower is tailor-made for safflower, as both its color and shape are present. Moreover, safflower is a tubular flower, without water, and is orange-red. However, what most people have seen is probably the dried, dark red color. When we find you, you will be able to see its most original form. Moreover, this is a very commonly used Chinese medicine. It promotes blood circulation, regulates menstruation, disperses blood stasis, and relieves pain. Some women even use it to regulate their bodies for amenorrhea or dysmenorrhea. It can also be used for chest and rib pain and injuries from falls and blows. The most common effects are promoting blood circulation, removing blood stasis, dispelling dampness, and reducing swelling. Of course, as everyone knows, pregnant women should absolutely not touch it, otherwise it can easily lead to bankruptcy. As Chang Ye explained to everyone, he walked towards the direction of the black bear. As the black bear watched Chang Ye approach, it quickly called out to him softly twice. Oh woo-oo, oh woo-oo. Looking at the black bear's appearance, Chang Ye guessed that he would probably have another follower soon, and this lackey was clearly after the fruit and fish. Chang Ye waved his hand at the black bear. You can follow if you want, but don't get too close. After all, Chang Ye spends all his time traversing the forest, and his lifestyle is different from that of a black bear. We can only say that we follow the black bear, but the black bear won't stray too far from the river. After all, Chang Ye encountered the black bear twice by the river. This also suggests that the black bear is one that enjoys eating fish and playing in the water. Chang Ye took out the universal detector again, thinking about what the red flower looked like. Safflower thrives in warm, dry environments and is highly cold-resistant and tolerant of poor soil. It is drought-resistant but susceptible to waterlogging. In short, it is not picky about its environment. However, it is selective about soil, preferring to grow in sandy soil or mixed sandy soil. And the place where Chang Ye is now is indeed quite a few places that are suitable for the growth of safflower. Chang Ye looked at the red dot displayed on the GPS system, which was exactly 500 meters away from where he was now. Looking at the sun shining on the rocks, Chang Ye still decided to walk through the woods. At least it won't be so hot. Chang Ye looked at the weather and said, "It's been so muggy for so many days, it's probably going to rain soon. The sun is blazing today, I guess it'll rain tomorrow." Chang Ye led Dabao and Xiao Wen into the woods. The black bear followed Chang Ye and his group along the river. But they weren't too close either. Every now and then he would run into the river and roll around in it, then get up and keep looking to see where Chang Ye was. Chang Ye put Dabao and Xiao Wenwen down, and used Ro Nuan to wrap Dabao's paws, afraid that Dabao would scratch his leg. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen were much better behaved this time, staying close to Chang Ye's legs. Every now and then I'd see butterflies chasing after me. Although it's a long way around the forest, we arrived quickly because we played and joked along the way. Chang Ye looked at the orange-red color not far away. I was just about to hurry forward and pick some, but I was stopped by the system notification after taking only a few steps. The plant discovered this time made Chang Ye stop in his tracks. Alert! Ghost orchid, a class I protected plant in China, has been detected. The ghost orchid is an epiphytic plant that has no leaves and easily develops roots, using these roots for photosynthesis. The ghost orchid is brightly colored and has a unique shape, resembling a leaping frog or a floating ghost, hence its other name, ghost orchid. They typically parasitize tree trunks, with their roots attaching to decaying branches. Common trees that ghost orchids attach to include apple trees, cypress trees, and oak trees, or they may grow in swamps. The ghost orchid is a class I protected animal in China and is listed as a vulnerable species in the Red Data Book of Endangered Animals of China, Animal Category, listed in the IUCN Red List of Threatened Species 2012. Unlocked 1/100 of the Dragon Kingdom's S-Level Protected Plant Encyclopedia. First-class protected plant in the Qinling Mountains distribution area of China, progress completed 1/20th. Location information, located northwest of the host, 476 meters in a straight line. The image of the ghost orchid will appear and be marked on the GPS system map in 3 seconds. Chang Ye listened to the system's introduction and opened the GPS system's map. After checking the exact location of the ghost orchid, I headed straight there. When De Bao and Xiao Wenwen saw Chang Ye turn the corner, they quickly followed. The black bear, seeing the direction Chang Ye had gone, did not chase after him. Instead, it found a large rock and sat down on the spot, waiting for Chang Ye to come out again. Chang Ye followed the system's instructions and walked forward. The closer he got to Guilin, the more humid the air became. Moreover, many rotten tree roots lay on one side, covered with all sorts of colorful mushrooms. These mushrooms look very appealing with their color, but they are all inedible. Unless you have the ability to identify mushrooms, it is not recommended to pick them yourself. Some mushrooms look like they are edible, but they are actually highly poisonous. Chang Ye used a harpoon to spear all the poisonous mushrooms, threw them on the ground, and stomped them into the soil. As they walked, they discovered that the tree roots ahead were covered with things that looked like wood-ear mushrooms. This caught the attention of wood-ear mushroom enthusiasts in the live chat, who immediately called Chang Ye to pick some. There are so many wood-ear mushrooms around that tree root. Yeah, these wild wood-ear mushrooms are the best. Brother Chang, go pick some, do you want some? Wood-ear mushrooms are really delicious. Especially freshly picked ones, they must be so tender. But could these wood-ear mushrooms be poisonous? There are poisonous mushrooms all around here. Probably not. If it were poisonous, Brother Chang would know, right? This looks like a normal wood-ear mushroom, it's just growing quite well. But looking at it up close, it doesn't quite look like one, it looks a bit like a pig's brain. Looking closely, it doesn't quite resemble wood-ear mushrooms, but it's edible, right? After all, it doesn't look much different from them. Really? Didn't Brother Chang just say not to pick these easily? It's best not to eat it, it might cause problems. When out in the wild, be careful to identify the types of mushrooms you are sure are not poisonous. Do not pick any mushrooms you are unsure about or do not recognize. How about we take a closer look? I love picking mushrooms, but poisonous mushrooms are a no-go. Chang Ye glanced at the comments in the live stream, then looked at the wood-ear fungus on the tree root. He went straight up and knocked all the wood-ear mushrooms off the tree roots onto the ground. This is not the wood-ear fungus we are familiar with. This thing is called deer antler fungus. It looks very similar in color to wood-ear fungus, but its shape is a bit like a brain. However, this thing is absolutely not edible. It looks very harmless, but who would have thought that this deer antler fungus toxin is on the list of group 3 carcinogens? Chang Ye pointed the drone at the deer flower mushroom on the ground so that everyone could carefully identify this thing. Although this stuff is poisonous, its sale is still restricted in some countries. However, if you don't specify how to eat it or its toxicity, you'll be arrested for selling it. So, if you see this in the future, don't assume it's wood-ear fungus and just take it home to cook. This stuff is not safe to eat. This toxin can cause a lot of damage to our nervous system and digestive tract. It can cause abdominal pain, dizziness, and nausea. If you eat a lot of it, you may also experience dehydration and motor incoordination. Chang Ye's words startled the person in the live stream who had just said that this was their favorite food. Oh, I didn't know this stuff was poisonous. If I saw it in the wild, I might actually pick it up and cook it, so I'd better look carefully. This thing does look a bit scary. This looks so plain. Unlike the other brightly colored ones, this looks like something you could eat. Chang Ye pointed the drone at the thing again. Take a close look at this. If you see it again, stay away from it. Don't mistake it for something else. Everyone in the live stream stared wide-eyed at the seemingly harmless but actually toxic substance on the screen. You really need to recognize this carefully, never eat it. I'll print one out and put it at the entrance of our village. It's edible, but whether you'll survive after eating is another matter entirely. Thank goodness Brother Chang warned me, otherwise I really would have been in trouble next time I saw it. I thought only brightly colored mushrooms were poisonous. This thing doesn't look poisonous at all. But if you ask me, if people abroad can eat this, why can't we? A warning, Brother Chang is just reminding everyone that if you insist on eating, no one can stop you. Haha, I already said, you can't sell this stuff unless you clearly state it's poisonous. This thing is not edible, it's just that there is a certain danger in eating it. After Chang Ye removed the poisonous mushrooms along the way, he quickly arrived at the point marked on the map. I looked around. They did find quite a few ghost orchids clinging to the trunks of apple trees, but the apple trees were already rotten. Not a single leaf remained, leaving only a bare trunk in the middle of the forest. However, Chang Ye did not go forward directly, but instead picked up a stone from the surrounding area. We walked directly towards the vicinity of the ghost orchid. There was no movement in front of Gilin, the stone landed firmly on the ground. Chang Ye stepped forward, picked up a stone, and threw it hard into the open space behind Guilan. But this time, there was no bang. As expected. Instead, they watched as the stone struck the ground, and the leaves on its surface were dented. The pit slowly sank deeper, making a gurgling sound. This is still a swamp. Ghost orchids like to grow deep in the forest and in the swamps of the wilderness, so you have to be careful when you see this flower. Chang Ye carried De Bao and Xiao Wenwen into a cloth bag, while he used a stone to probe the edge of the swamp. They used the surrounding dead trees and the colorful poisonous mushrooms they had just picked to surround the swamp. Chang Ye scattered the poisonous mushrooms around the swamp, only then realizing that the swamp was quite large. This is almost the size of a log cabin. Fortunately, the ghost orchid was clinging to a dead tree on the edge of the swamp. When Chang Ye marked the spot, he found many unopened ghost orchid seedlings in the middle and inside of the swamp. Chang Ye pointed the camera at the only ghost orchid that had bloomed on the dead tree. The flowering period of this ghost orchid is actually from June to August every year, but this one is probably blooming early because of its good location, which received a lot of sunlight, and the dead wood also provided nutrients. The ghost orchid only blooms twice in its lifetime, so we are very lucky to see it this time. After all, wild ghost orchids are still very rare. While other plants can be cultivated artificially to some extent, ghost orchids are extremely difficult to cultivate. Many experiments have been conducted to cultivate ghost orchids artificially, and some people have even collected wild ghost orchids for experiments, but none of them have succeeded. Moreover, there are now regulations that make it illegal to pick ghost orchids, because these things are difficult to cultivate artificially and are rare in the wild, so we can only implement protection measures. Chang Ye looked at the blooming ghost orchids. In fact, this was the first time Chang Ye had ever seen a real, blooming ghost orchid. He had only seen it in picture books before. After all, the ghost orchid, which has an extremely low flowering rate, is very rare to see. Doesn't it look like a hopping frog? Everyone says that this white flower with large blooms looks like a ghost, but to me it looks more like a frog. However, this frog flower isn't very impressive. Why are there so few wild ghost orchids now? Besides the fact that people pick them, there is another very important reason, which is that the ghost orchid only blooms once or twice in its lifetime, and although there are many ghost orchids in this area, only about 10% of them will bloom. And in these deep mountains and forests, there are no other flowers with nectar, so few insects come to spread nectar and pollen for it. Gradually, this flower has become less and less common. I estimate that the seeds in this swamp were blown in by the wind and just happened to find a suitable place to grow. Chang Ye approached the dead tree and observed it for a while, looking at the many seedlings and buds that had sprouted on it, all of which were ghost orchids. It seems that this dead tree is really suitable for the growth of ghost orchids. However, it's estimated that they won't bloom until the hottest time of July or August. Chang Ye had the drone circle the swamp and film it before returning to the dead tree. These are all ghost orchids. I don't know how many will bloom, but when the ghost orchids on this dead tree bloom, even a third of them will make the tree look like it's full of white frogs. And this swamp, if you ever see a strange flat area in the forest that's completely empty, it's probably not normal. Plus, with all the dead leaves falling on it, and since there are so many dead leaves in the forest, it blends in with the surrounding area. It's hard to tell that this is a swamp, so everyone should be careful if they see this in the future. If you really can't avoid going into the forest, it's best to stay close to big trees, since tree roots stabilize the soil and there won't be a swamp around here. Chang Ye stepped under a relatively dense tree. It was indeed Bang Bang's voice, very solid. He then gently stepped under the dead tree, but only made a slight sound of stepping on mud. Chang Ye used a tree branch to stir up the dead leaves on the surface of the swamp. The swamp emitted a foul odor, but Chang Ye still brushed aside the withered leaves so that everyone could see clearly. The true nature of the swamp was revealed. The viewers in the live stream saw a seemingly calm scene, but the swamp that had just been thrown in was quickly swallowed up by the swamp. I was truly terrified for Chang Ye. Thankfully, Brother Chang is capable, but it might be dangerous to go in like this. This really looks like a small puddle. Who would have thought it's such a big swamp? However, if any of the animals around here fall in, they probably won't be able to get back up. Of course, the animal's first reaction upon falling in is to struggle, but the more it struggles in the swamp, the deeper it sinks. De Bao and Xiao Wenwen, please pay attention. Remember this. They can't fall off the U-shaped roof again. Brother Chang is really amazing. At first, I genuinely thought this was just an empty lot. I was wondering why the plants were so overgrown. As Chang Ye looked at the discussions on the screen, he actually thought of a certain plant. There really are some domineering plants. The eucalyptus tree is a typical example. This tree can grow to over 100 meters tall, but at the same time, there will be no other plants within 100 meters of it. We call this thing a water pump because it is so good at absorbing water. This thing absorbs all the water from the surrounding soil. Even when water is scarce, its roots will grow near the roots of other plants and intertwine with each other to compete for water. It is by relying on this skill of competing for water that it has become the tallest tree in the world. Such a tall tree. That's truly imposing. However, I haven't seen any around here. Hahaha, this tree is really amazing, but this swamp is terrifying too. I was genuinely scared for the streamer just now. What if I really fall? De Bao and Xiao Wenwen were both surprised when they saw this. Yeah, if it falls in, it'll probably be hard to pull it out. But this doesn't seem to have a very deep feel to it. Where's the black bear? Surely the black bear wouldn't just happily waddle in here, would it? A black bear is that big, this thing probably can't hold it. However, the fact that Brother Chang surrounded the area with poisonous mushrooms should serve as a warning to these animals. What if animals eat poisonous mushrooms? First, poison them until they're unconscious, then they won't have to worry about falling. What you're saying seems reasonable, but if this thing really falls, won't it be unable to move? If you really can't avoid falling into this swamp, the most important thing is to keep your mindset and movement steady. Stop all large movements, and then lean back gently, as if you were lying in bed, so that you become a big pancake and lie flat on the swamp. Do not move around, or you will easily fall in. Remember to spread your arms out to distribute your weight. Then you just wait, call for help or wait for your companions to throw a rope or something to come and pull you back. Chang Ye picked up the surrounding branches and circled the swamp again. As they walked around, they discovered quite a few carnivorous plants in the vicinity. These carnivorous plants grow very well here. Chang Ye picked some cordyceps and put them into his backpack. De Bao and Xiao Wenwen peeked out to look at the strangely shaped insect-catching plant. Just then, a flying insect approached the pile of caterpillar fungus. De Bao looked at the insect with disgust, and almost reached out his claws to scratch it. But the next second, the insect, however, had vanished without a trace. And the caterpillar fungus that had successfully caught its prey was now tightly curling up. Looking through the sunlight at the red leaves, you can even see the struggling insects inside. Chang Ye grabbed De Bao's restless paws. Everyone is familiar with this, right? Some people may even have grown it at home. This plant that looks like a trap is called sundew, which is the insect-catching plant we often see. Since it's called a vegetable, it must be edible. However, it is also a medicinal herb and is very effective in treating minor ailments like coughs. But as you can see, this thing eats insects, and wild ones usually have a lot of bacteria. You have to process it properly before you can use it as medicine. It's best not to make it yourself. Of course, if your family has a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, then it's definitely possible. Chang Ye showed everyone the insect-catching plant that had just eaten the flying insect. The insect will eventually become fertilizer. Little Wenwen looked at the struggling little flying insect and the grass tightly clamping it, and reached out its paw to nudge it. Little Wenwen's paws just managed to pry open the leaves of the carnivorous plant, and the flying insect fell directly to the ground from inside the leaves. However, it was obvious that the insect's legs were still stuck to the red fuzz of the carnivorous plant. Moreover, the sticky substance on the flying insect makes it completely unable to fly. Little Wenwen looked at the insect, licked its paws in disgust, and shrank back into the cloth bag. Chang Ye walked around the area and, seeing that the branches had formed a sufficient circle, led De Bao and Xiao Wenwen back to the main road. From a great distance, we could see the black bear rolling around in the river. This black bear probably can't live without this water. Chang Ye put De Bao and Xiao Wenwen down because he was afraid the two kids would run into the swamp. Now that we're safe, the two kids naturally can't stay here any longer. This place is already very close to where safflowers grow. Soon, a large patch of orange-red flowers swaying in the wind came into view. Look, doesn't this red flower look a lot like a chrysanthemum? And it looks very pretty too. Indeed, the place where these safflowers grow is a small hill, and the top of the hill is basically covered with these tubular safflowers. From a distance, it looks like the hill is wearing a red hat. Before Chang Ye picked the safflower, it was different from other medicinal herbs. Chang Ye uprooted all the other medicinal herbs, but this Chang Ye was not uprooted, only the fully grown flowers were picked. Although this thing is not difficult to grow, it requires a lot of care. It's better to let it grow freely here than to pull it up. Besides, the prescription doesn't require much safflower. Chang Ye looked at the red flowers in his backpack. He had picked almost all of them. He clapped his hands, intending to take the two children back. Let's go back and make medicine. Chang Ye patted the two cubs, signaling them to go back. Normally, De Bao and Xiao Wenwen would have happily run off to them, but this time it's different. Chang Ye slowly walked down the small hill and looked at De Bao and Xiao Wenwen, who were motionless in front of him. And then there's De Bao's wary demeanor and expression. It was obvious that there was something behind them that made them feel threatened. Chang Ye, who was about to step out, stopped in his tracks. Meanwhile, De Bao and Xiao Wenwen were also gradually getting closer to Chang Ye. Seeing De Bao and Xiao Wenwen like this, Chang Ye consciously controlled the drone to rise into the sky. Only then did Chang Ye notice that a grass snake was slithering among the red flowers not far behind him. Meanwhile, De Bao and Xiao Wenwen had already moved close to Chang Ye, standing right next to his feet. This is a grass snake, which usually lives in water and occasionally comes up to bask in the sun. It's probably up here to hunt for food. What a coincidence, we just happened to run into them. Chang Ye looked at the snake without showing the slightest bit of tension. Because it possesses an affinity with all things, the snake will not attack it on its own. Moreover, even if you are bitten by a grass snake, it is non-venomous. On the contrary, this snake, it's a treasure trove from head to toe. However, seeing De Bao and Xiao Wenwen's wary expressions, Chang Ye cooperated with the two tiger cubs and did not make any other moves. Xiao Wenwen stood close to Chang Ye's legs, while De Bao slowly approached the grass snake. It's obvious, two little ones. One person attacks and the other defends, it requires a cooperative mindset. Chang Ye looked at De Bao, who seemed both scared and protective of him. It would be a lie to say I wasn't moved. De Bao is only a little over 4 months old, and this can be considered his first time facing an enemy on his own. Moreover, the opponent was a large grass snake. Grass snakes are already among the larger snakes, and with such abundant resources in the forest, they grow to be quite plump. De Bao stared at the snake for a long time, but the grass snake was staring at the little bird on its right. Seeing that the snake was no longer staring at Chang Ye, De Bao shifted its target. Hesitating whether to continue forward, the grass snake suddenly made a move. De Bao instinctively slammed his paw down and pinned the grass snake's head down. It stretched out its sharp claws and ripped the tongue off. At this moment, Chang Ye's attention was not on the snake under De Bao's claws, but on the blisters on De Bao's claws. The snake was already dead in De Bao's claws. De Bao held the snake down for a while, until he was completely sure that the snake was no longer moving. That's when they grabbed the snake's head and threw it out. The bird that had just been targeted by the grass snake was eating insects on the ground on the other side of the hill. Seeing the snake head suddenly fall from its head, it was so frightened that it immediately flapped its wings and flew upwards. It wasn't until it flew to a high branch that it looked down at the situation below. But looking in the direction the tongue had just flown from, they saw De Bao and Xiao Wenwen again. It immediately spread its wings and flew away into the distance. Chang Ye kept looking at the blisters on De Bao's paws until he was sure De Bao was avoiding the burned area. That's when he waved to De Bao. Da bao le. De Bao looked at the snake's body under its claws and hissed twice at Chang Ye. Oh woo. Do you want this, Daddy? Yes, bring it here. We can make snake soup when we get back, and we can also take it back for the golden eagle to have as a midnight snack. De Bao looked at the snake under his paws and found a clean spot to bite it. Chang Ye took out a bag from his backpack and threw the snakes in all at once, thus placing the snakes in a hidden compartment of the backpack. De Bao and Xiao Wenwen are so great. Chang Ye looked at the two tiger cubs who had once again clung to him and reached out to rub their heads. You're amazing, De Bao. Little Wenwen is so smart. De Bao and Xiao Wenwen were praised for attacking the snake for the first time without Hu Niu's presence. I can't even describe how excited I am right now. The two tiger cubs circled around Chang Ye's legs, running around happily. The viewers in the live stream were also very happy to see De Bao and Xiao Wenwen so happy. Seeing such a big snake just now really made me quite worried about the two babies. This is finally a relief. That scared me to death. De Bao is really amazing. That was terrifying. I thought that snake was going to attack Brother Chang. It's really touching that Xiao Wenwen has been watching over Brother Chang all this time. De Bao is really brave. Xiao Wenwen is also sticking close to Brother Chang. I thought De Bao was going to play here, but it turns out it's really dangerous. This snake soup, is it safe to eat snake? Of course they can eat it. If they can't, you can take it back and give it to the golden eagle as a treat. Well, it was the first thing De Bao attacked and took down. De Bao and Xiao Wenwen are so cute. I love them so much. Help! This is seriously so cute. De Bao and Xiao Wenwen are protecting the streamer. That's amazing. I really want a kid like that. I want to go for an interview too. De Bao and Xiao Wenwen are amazing. Tiger Girl would be so happy if she knew. However, if you encounter a snake in the wild, whether it's venomous or not, don't try to deal with it yourself. It's best to stay away. After all, we're not tiger cubs. While everyone was marveling at how amazing De Bao and Xiao Wenwen were, The newly appointed manager also promptly reminded everyone. Chang Ye nodded. Yes, don't let their cuteness fool you, these two tiger cubs are still tigers. They have a natural ability to dominate the animals in the forest. We are different. Few of these wild animals are afraid of humans. Chang Ye carefully put away the herbs and snake body, then patted Dabao and Xiao Wenwen's heads. Let's go back. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen stopped what they were doing, rubbed their hands against Chang Ye's before heading home. Having learned from this experience, Dabao became much more alert to his surroundings. He's leading the way right now. Xiao Wenwen, as always, clung to Chang Ye, occasionally acting coquettishly towards him. The black bear, which had been waiting in the river, finally saw Chang Ye's figure. She quickly sat up and called out to Chang Ye. Oh woo-woo, oh woo-woo. Chang Ye looked at the black bear and smiled. You do have patience. Chang Ye took out a harpoon and walked to the black bear's side. Seeing the fish emerging from the crack in the rocks, I immediately stabbed it with a fork. It swiftly and accurately charged straight at the fish. Chang Ye has never missed a spearfishing attempt. Seeing that Chang Ye had speared the fish so quickly, the black bear happily rolled around in the water. The fish that had been frightened by the black bear and hidden in the crevices of the rocks suddenly all rushed out to escape. There were also quite a few goby fish that Chang Ye had eaten a couple of days ago. Chang Ye casually speared a few fish with the harpoon, and soon the harpoon was half full of fish. Chang Ye picked out a few goby fish and put them in his backpack, planning to grill them for Dabao and Xiao Wenwen when he got back. The remaining fish were all given to the black bear. The black bear looked at the fish, barked twice at Chang Ye, and then grabbed a fish and stuffed it into its mouth. Chang Ye put away the harpoon and continued walking back with Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. Black bear held the fish, eating as he followed Chang Ye and his group. Looking at the light coming from ahead, Chang Ye knew that he must have arrived at the place where he had planted the fruit trees before. Chang Ye asked the system to mark this place on the GPS map. A bunch of fruit icons immediately appeared on the map. Turn past this pile of rocks. Chang Ye then saw the fruit tree saplings he had planted a few days earlier. Indeed, the land that nurtured the century-old trees was also very suitable for the fruit seedlings. However, there are many birds and beasts in this forest. A few saplings still ended up leaning to one side or the other. Chang Ye put away what he was holding and stepped forward to gently pull the sapling straight. Dabao, Xiao Wenwen, come here. Chang Ye leaned against the tree trunk and called Dabao and Xiao Wenwen over. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen are already very familiar with this, running around under the tree with their big, strong legs. This time, Dabao had completely learned his lesson. While stepping in the mud, he tried his best to avoid getting mud splashed on his injured paws. It seems this burn has really taught Dabao a lesson. Chang Ye would occasionally stomp on the soil, and soon the soil under the sapling became firm again. Chang Ye patted the dirt off Xiao Wenwen's body. Let's go back, this medicine still needs to be dried in the sun. Chang Ye led the two tiger cubs toward the wooden house. I originally thought the black bear would follow me halfway through, just like last time. But this time, I don't know if it's because it's still early or because I haven't finished eating the fish yet. This time, the black bear actually followed Chang Ye all the way to the vicinity of the wooden house. Chang Ye told Dabao and Xiao Wenwen to run back first, while he waved to the black bear from where he was. The black bear, which had been near the river, hesitated for a moment. She still shuffled her way toward Chang Ye. The black bear approached Chang Ye step by step. This gave the golden eagle, which was sleeping and had been woken up by Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, a big fright. Chirp chirp. The golden eagle simply pushed Dabao and Xiao Wenwen, bringing the two tiger cubs into the house. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen had just run back when the golden eagle hid them. The two children exchanged a glance, both feeling somewhat puzzled. Oh woo. Wow, what are you doing? After the golden eagle pushed Dabao and Xiao Wenwen into the house, it spread its wings and flew directly towards Chang Ye. It's obvious that, like Tiger Girl, she sees the black bear as a dangerous person. At the speed of a golden eagle, it flew in front of Chang Ye in just a few seconds. He stood between Chang Ye and the black bear, trying to block Chang Ye. Chang Ye looked at the golden eagle that had suddenly appeared in front of him, and look at the golden eagle's furious expression. Golden eagle, come here. This time, the golden eagle didn't turn around to look at Chang Ye, it just roared twice at the black bear. Chirp chirp, chirp chirp. The black bear was also quite puzzled when its view was suddenly blocked by the golden eagle. I was completely baffled by the golden eagle. Seeing this situation, Chang Ye had no choice but to step forward and stand in front of the golden eagle. It's okay, it won't hurt me. Chang Ye patted the golden eagle's wings, signaling it to relax. The two waved to the black bear again. Come. Chang Ye's series of actions also surprised the golden eagle. Chirp chirp, chirp chirp. The black bear slowly walked to within 5 or 6 meters of Chang Ye and then stopped. They watched the golden eagle beside Chang Ye warily. Don't be nervous, it won't peck you. The viewers in the live stream were also quite helpless as they watched this tense scene unfold once again. Ha ha ha, the golden eagle must find this very strange. Golden eagle, what's going on here? Da Bao and Xiao Wenwen were hidden away, ha ha ha. But if a golden eagle and a black bear were to actually fight, who would win? It's definitely a black bear, but how did these two end up fighting? One flies in the sky, the other runs on the ground. It's unlikely they'd actually end up fighting each other, right? Don't forget the golden eagle's attack power. It seems the golden eagle hasn't made a move in a long time. How dare you underestimate it? But how did the black bear get here this time? Oh right, isn't he afraid that he and Tiger Girl will see them again? If Tiger Girl were to encounter him, she probably wouldn't attack him, since Brother Chang already gave instructions last time. That's true, but if you ask me, this black bear looks kind of clumsy, which is kind of cute. Ha ha ha, even the black bear can't tell if you're insulting him or praising him. But this black bear does seem rather dim-witted. Da Bao has actually become much smarter since his burn. Of course, they are tiger cubs after all. Little Wenwen is still my dream boy. Chang Ye looked at the golden eagle and black bear in front of him and touched his forehead. How long are you two going to stare at each other like that? Golden eagle, you should go back first. Chang Ye patted the golden eagle's wings, signaling it to go back to the cabin. The golden eagle looked at Da Bao and Xiao Wenwen, who had already run out of the wooden house. Looking at Chang Ye's determined expression, it barked 2 warning cries at the black bear. That's when he turned around and went back. After the golden eagle left, the black bear slowly walked over to Chang Ye and sat down. Chang Ye looked at the stones on the ground. You really don't seem to care about anything, do you? What's up? Black bear looked at Chang Ye and dumped all the fish in his hand onto his lap. Then he stretched out his bandaged leg and pointed at the white bandage. The bandage already had many claw marks from the black bear, although it hadn't fallen off. However, the edges were still badly scratched by the black bear's serrated teeth. You're scratching like that, aren't you afraid of hurting yourself? Is this edge itchy from scratching? Chang Ye looked at the black bear in front of him and nodded vigorously. Okay, I'll get you a different one later. Chang Ye rummaged through his backpack, but the original plan for this trip was to pick medicinal herbs. So we tried to put down half of everything else, and only put down the black bear's leg circumference. Half is definitely not enough. Chang Ye patted the black bear's paw, signaling it to follow him to the vicinity of the cabin. The black bear tilted its head and looked at Chang Ye. Oh, let's go. The golden eagle won't really catch you. It can't possibly peck you into a bear's eye. Chang Ye's gaze, while looking at the black bear, was clearly directed towards the golden eagle not far away. You're not afraid of Tiger Girl, but you're afraid of golden eagle. Chang Ye placed the fish in the black bear's hand and told it to hold it carefully. He got up and walked directly towards the wooden house. The black bear sat down and hesitated for a moment. She still stood up and chased after Chang Ye. Looking at the amount of grass that had just stuck to the black bear's body, Chang Ye guessed that the bear was probably going to take a bath again soon. After Chang Ye arrived at the wooden house, he grabbed the golden eagle's wings and walked into the yard. This black bear is just a follower. Don't keep confronting it. This bear isn't going to fight us. Chang Ye patted the golden eagle's head, signaling it to stop glaring at the black bear outside the cabin. The golden eagle then turned its head back and nodded at Chang Ye. This time, Chang Ye put all the herbs in his backpack on the shelf and washed them all. They also picked out the ones that were to be planted. Then I took a plate, packed all the food into it, and put it in the sunniest spot in the yard to dry. That's when they went into the warehouse and took out the bandages, cotton cloth, and tape. When Da Bao saw the bandage, he thought he was going to be wrapped up like a pig's trotter again, so he ran behind the golden eagle to hide from Chang Ye. The golden eagle watched as Da Bao hid behind it, then glanced at Chang Ye. It flew straight up. Da Bao was completely bewildered when he saw that the protective shield in front of him had suddenly disappeared. Whoa, where you go? Seeing Da Bao's anxious expression, the golden eagle refused to land. It hovered above Da Bao's head, clearly teasing him. Da Bao realized that the golden eagle was doing this on purpose, so he immediately hid behind a stool. They dodged the bandage in Chang Ye's hand. Chang Ye looked at Da Bao like this. Why are you hiding? You're not even better yet, and you're already hiding. Da Bao watched as Chang Ye took the bandage and walked directly towards the black bear, and then he licked his paws sheepishly. They happily ran off to watch the black bear commotion. When Xiao Wenwen saw that Da Bao had gone, she naturally followed. Seeing that the 2 tiger cubs had followed, the golden eagle flew above them, watching the black bear. It seems that whenever the black bear makes a move, it pecks the bear until it goes blind. Chang Ye looked at the large crowd that had come to join in the fun. What's so interesting about this? Chang Ye took the scissors and cut the bandage off. The black bear watched as the white thing on its leg finally fell off. He was about to stand up when Chang Ye stopped him. Chang Ye didn't actually use much force. He simply pressed down lightly on the black bear's knee with his hand. However, the black bear actually stopped moving and did not try to get up again. He just looked at Chang Ye and said, "Ah, what else do we need to do?" Looking at the black bear like this, Cheng Ye couldn't help but wonder if the bear would run away as soon as it saw him take out a bandage and wrap it around its leg. Cheng Ye looked at the black bear, then at Dabao and Xiao Wenwen beside him. He turned around and called Dabao and Xiao Wenwen over. "Could you pick up a twig over there? It should have leaves." The last time Cheng Ye bandaged the black bear was while it was eating. This time, they're using the same old trick again, and it probably won't be a big problem. Oh woo, good. Wah. Don't worry, Daddy. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen looked around and gazed at the small branches under the tree not far away. In one go, the tiger brought back a single stalk. "Give it to me." Cheng Ye pointed to the black bear next to him. Dabao and Xiao Wenwen placed the branch on the black bear's paw. "Oh woo, for you. Wow, this is for you too." The black bear looked at the tender leaves in its hand, then at Dabao and Xiao Wenwen. It stretched out its paw and gently patted the two tiger cubs. Then they started grabbing the branches and eating the tender leaves on them. Seeing the black bear's focused expression, Cheng Ye simply lifted the bear's leg. He took out a bandage that had already been coated with medicine and wrapped it around the black bear several times. "Tie a knot." Completed. Cheng Ye picked up the things and turned to walk towards the wooden house. Meanwhile, the black bear was still eating tender leaves with a tree branch, completely unaware that something was wrong. When Dabao and Xiao Wenwen saw Cheng Ye leave, they barked twice at the black bear and then followed Cheng Ye back to the cabin. Cheng Ye looked at the herbs drying in the blazing sun, estimating it would take some time. So they took out the snake that Dabao had killed and planned to clean it up. Of course, Cheng Ye couldn't eat much of the snake soup by himself, so he simply processed the snake. 1/3 was kept, and the rest was simply thrown out to the golden eagles to eat. Dabao watched as the golden eagle devoured his spoils. They proudly swayed back and forth in front of the golden eagle. The golden eagle swallowed the grass snake in a few bites. Looking at Dabao's proud expression, everyone knew that Dabao had caught it. Chirp chirp. The golden eagle stretched out its claw and poked Dabao, but this poke made Dabao jump away instantly. "Oh woo. This startled everyone in the live stream, who immediately started frantically calling for Cheng Ye in the chat. Host, something's happened. Brother Cheng, go out and see. What's wrong with Dabao?" The golden eagle was terrified. It wouldn't do that on purpose, but why did Dabao react so strongly? Shouldn't this have been healed by now? "Brother Cheng, go out and take a look." Brother Cheng. But Dabao's paw seems fine, it's just a small scratch, isn't it? It's true, Dabao scared himself? Ha, no way, he looks like he's exaggerating. This underground area really does look very. However, if the golden eagle doesn't pop this bubble, will it have to be popped later? I think so, since medicine needs to be applied. Brother Cheng, come quick. Dabao is like this. Why do I feel like laughing? Haha, me too. Since Cheng Ye's first reaction upon hearing the sound was naturally to see what was going on, the drone moved in accordance with Cheng Ye's thoughts. Naturally, the goal was to ensure that the viewers in the live stream could see Dabao's wound clearly. Cheng Ye came out after hearing the sound, and yelled at Dabao for looking at his own paws. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that the blister that Dabao had previously suffered from was accidentally popped by the golden eagle. Cheng Ye grabbed Dabao's paw and looked at it. "It's okay, we'll prick it anyway after the herbs are prepared." Cheng Ye patted Dabao's head. "Just take good care of it after it's broken." Dabao finally calmed down. Cheng Ye looked at Dabao like this. "Feel it for yourself, does it hurt or not?" After Dabao's actions over the past half day, the blister could have been popped long ago. Cheng Ye just thought he would deal with it all at once after the herbs were prepared. But that's what Dabao is yelling about. It's likely that the golden eagle's claws touched the spot where Dabao had been burned before. This is what really made Dabao shudder with pain. Dabao stared wide-eyed and carefully felt it. "Oh woo. It doesn't seem to hurt." Dabao called out to the golden eagle, feeling embarrassed. "Oh woo. The golden eagle was startled by Dabao. Seeing Dabao's appearance, it almost thought it had really hurt Dabao. Seeing that Dabao was alright, he cautiously went over to take a look. Dabao rubbed its paw against the golden eagle's wing to indicate that it was alright. That's when they went off to play with Xiao Wenwen. Looking at Dabao's lively and energetic appearance, Cheng Ye smiled and said, "If Hu Niu had heard the sound you made just now, she probably wouldn't have been able to sleep." Seeing that the herbs had been disinfected enough, Cheng Ye scooped them up and put them in a bowl. We have Sangeyser ba officinalis, Coptis chinensis, Lithospermum erythroizin, Cardhamus tinctorius, and Angelica dehurica. We're still missing rice husks, Philodendron chinense, and Scutellaria bicalensis. As Cheng Ye muttered about the other medicinal herbs he needed, he went to the warehouse and found them one by one.